In a certain Marvel universe, May 2009, in a factory in the Vernon area of Los Angeles, a silver-gray Mercedes-Benz luxury RV lay quietly, resembling a slumbering giant dragon. Inside the RV, a tall and robust Asian man with a strong visage and short black hair was nestled comfortably on a spacious sofa. Engrossed in the news, I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately. A man dressed in a deep blue suit with a small mustache proclaimed solemnly from the screen. Alas, the man's expression turned resigned. Tony Stark has returned. It seems the days ahead may not be peaceful. His name was Raven Thorn, a traveler from another world. In his previous life, he was a sports video blogger, passionate about parkour, who met an accidental demise while filming. His soul then traversed into the body of an abandoned infant. Without any special abilities, he was fortunately adopted by an elderly couple. His life, while not extravagant, was significantly better than that of most orphans. However, as he grew older, he discovered that he resided in a Marvel universe rife with superheroes, supervillains, and world-ending crises. Though Raven found the situation quite absurd, he knew he had to strive to survive, diligently training and acquiring various knowledge and skills. 5 years ago, leveraging his intellect in this life, he enrolled in Stanford University's computer science department. During his sophomore year, he collaborated with a few classmates to develop software that successfully attracted investment. After negotiations, he secured $30 million, essentially achieving financial independence. With newfound wealth, Raven graduated early and hired professionals to train him. Now, apart from lacking practical experience, he had nearly attained the level of a Tier 2 special operative. A year ago, he drove his customized RV, traveling while keeping an eye on Tony Stark's movements, preparing for the advent of an extraordinary era. Yet, it's not all bad. At least I've amassed a considerable fortune, allowing my subsequent plans to unfold, Raven mused, his eyes narrowing with excitement at the figures in his account. Before Tony's disappearance, he had purchased $50 million worth of put options on Stark Industries. A little over 2 months later, after deducting costs, he profited $360 million. Upon receiving the gains, he then acquired $400 million worth of put options. With the recent explosive news, Stark Industries' stock price was bound to plummet dramatically. He anticipated profits of at least $3 billion. Once the price stabilized, he planned to buy Stark Industries stock at a bargain, allowing Tony to work for him while also aligning himself with the future of the Avengers. A single stone to slay multiple birds. What a delightful prospect. Raven hummed a cheerful tune, retrieving a chilled bottle of cola from the fridge, ready to celebrate his newfound fortune when suddenly a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying lines of text. Ding! Severe fluctuations detected in the current timeline. The fantasy manifestation system has successfully activated. The user manual has been fully transmitted. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. Wishing you a pleasant experience. Holy cow! Raven widened his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. System, it's already been 23 years. How could you just now make your appearance? This is utterly ridiculous. His system was quite straightforward, allowing him to exchange emotional value for fantastical items from films, animations, and games. The items were categorized into grades F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and X, with the exchange cost increasing tenfold. Merely 1 to 9 points of emotional value were required for an F-grade item, while an S-grade item demanded a staggering 1 million to 9,990,000 points. To accrue emotional value, one had to elicit some form of emotion from others regarding his actions. Whether it was shock, gratitude, or even hatred, all could be transformed into emotional value. Moreover, the more pivotal a figure was in the current universe, the greater the emotional value offered. For instance, the savior Tony Stark provided far more than Obadiah Stane. This is practically compelling me to go stir up trouble, Raven muttered, exasperation evident in his expression. In his previous life, he had tirelessly engaged in parkour to earn money through video creation, only to meet a tragic end before he could spend it all. After his reincarnation, he resolved to become a behind-the-scenes financier, observing the unfolding events while striving to survive until the very last moment. Now, however, he found himself burdened with a reckless system that encouraged him to provoke superheroes and villains alike. It was utterly bewildering. Fine. Despite his displeasure, Raven hesitated not, thinking, isn't it just about collecting emotions? Let's do it. His resolve was not weak, rather. The rewards presented by the system were so enticing that no one could resist. For example, the cognitive enhancement drug NZT-48, the Android 2B from Nier Automata, the Master Chief's Mjolnir-powered armor, the Vanguard Titan and BT-7274, Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket, and the super enhancement drug Compound V, among others. As long as he amassed sufficient emotional value, he could attain immense power and seize control of his destiny, instead of relying on the Avengers for protection. After all, mountains may crumble and people may betray. Panel. Raven's gaze sharpened as he silently summoned the system. Fantasy Manifestation System. Host. Raven Emotional Value. 0 points items. Beginner's Gift Pack Shop. Click to expand. Goodness. Raven scanned the scant lines of information. System. You're quite minimalist. Not even displaying the attributes? The system remained silent. Great, I can't count on you. Seeing no response from his probing, Raven activated the beginner's gift pack, saying, System, after waiting for you all these years, remember to compensate me with several high-grade items. Beginner's gift pack opened, filtering suitable items based on the host's current situation. Ding! Filtering completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Grade Iron Knight set, Grade Vanguard Titan, and Grade Spectral Scanner. What the hell? Titan Iron Knight. Raven's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing uncontrollably as he hurriedly clicked on the Vanguard Titan to view its information. Vanguard Titan BT-7274 Grade Purple Source, Titanfall Status, lacking 2 high-energy batteries function. 1. Intelligent Assistant, equipped with the combat-oriented artificial intelligence BT-7274, capable of assisting in battles as well as engaging autonomously. 2. Neural Synchronization, the pilot can achieve a seamless human-machine integration with the Titan through a neural link. 3. Combat Platform, the chassis is outfitted with a passive regenerative shield, an active vortex shield, an XO-16A2 combat cannon, missile launch nests, electronic smoke, and a survival kit, among various tactical armaments. Evaluation, your most dependable comrade. Damn it. Raven's expression darkened instantly upon reading this. How could there be 2 batteries missing? System, are you intentionally messing with me? The Titan's high-energy batteries are classified as sea-level items, priced at 5,000 points each in the marketplace, totaling 10,000 points for 2. Where am I to procure such an abundance of emotional value? As for the possibility of crafting them myself, the Vanguard Titan stands 8 meters tall and weighs 40 tons. While its specifications are comparable to those of a main battle tank, this is a mech constructed by an interstellar civilization, and their energy consumption is not on the same scale. It is likely that only an arc reactor with a power output of 3 million kilowatts would meet the requirements. However, acquiring this would be far more challenging than merely exchanging for 2 batteries. Ding! Novice item distribution completed, generating novice tasks based on the host's current situation. Chapter 002, Iron Control and Titan, a novice task. Raven's expression instantly shifted, and he swiftly opened the task menu for a quick glance. Based on his readings from online literature, system tasks were likely to be troublesome. Failure could result in obliteration or various penalties, reducing the protagonist to a mere slave. He hoped that his system would not fall into such a category. Quest: Arc Reactor, 5,000 points. Quest: Iron Overlord Armor, 20,000 points. Quest: Mark III Armor, 30,000 points. Upon finishing the task overview, Raven's eyes brightened. Completing these quests would yield rewards, while failure bore no penalties. His system truly was a breath of fresh air within the realm of quests. He was eager to seize such an opportunity, especially considering it amounted to over 50,000 emotional points. Even accomplishing just one of these tasks could resolve the energy issue of the Vanguard Titan. How should he proceed? Raven squinted thoughtfully, his fingers stroking his chin as he delved into contemplation. Although the tasks appeared perilous, he devised 3 potential strategies for completion, taking into account the novice tools and storyline. The first strategy, the villain route. He could infiltrate Stark Industries before the Iron Overlord was activated, ambush Obadiah, and acquire the Arc Reactor. Subsequently, he would pilot the Iron Overlord and unleash a barrage upon Tony, securing the Mark III armor. This approach would undoubtedly yield substantial emotional points, and if he recorded some footage of the confrontation to disseminate online, the eventual gains would be remarkable. The second strategy, the protagonist route. He could exploit Tony's incapacitation to infiltrate the Malibu mansion, seize control of J.A.R.V.I.S., and don the Mark III armor to confront the Iron Overlord. However, Obadiah was a third-rate villain, and the emotional points he offered would surely pale in comparison to Tony's. Moreover, the Vanguard Titan's energy deficiency posed a significant risk. If J.A.R.V.I.S. could not be swiftly neutralized, the likelihood of failure would be too high. The third strategy, the Overlord route. During the battle between Tony and Obadiah, he could pilot the Vanguard Titan to subdue both foes, thereby completing all tasks in one fell swoop. While the rewards would be considerable, the risks were equally daunting. After all, the Titan not only lacked energy but also the ability to fly, making a one-on-two confrontation perilous. As a man of prudence, Raven inclined towards the first strategy, the villain route. This path would allow him to accomplish all tasks while maximizing his safety and concealing the existence of the Titan. It was indeed the optimal choice at present. After a moment of reflection, Raven murmured, "Let me first examine the remaining items. I shall confer with BT before making a decision. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. BT, a combat-oriented advanced artificial intelligence, was far more adept at strategizing than he was. It would be prudent to consider its insights. With his plan solidified, Raven focused his mind and retrieved the spectral scanner from his inventory. Ultra Spectral Scanner, grade, B-Class Purple, origin, Deep Sea Odyssey condition, pristine, 100 charge, functionality, 1. Material analysis, scans material structures, analyzes device functions and purposes, generating detailed manufacturing blueprints. 2. Biological analysis, scans biological genes, analyzes biological capabilities and origins, producing comprehensive genetic blueprints. Review. Nothing escapes its scrutiny. The spectral scanner boasts a smooth, rounded design, adorned with expansive white accents interspersed with gray lines, exuding a minimalist elegance. The handle is embedded with black rubber, ensuring a remarkably comfortable grip. On the left side of the device, a foldable display screen is featured, emblazoned with a white and orange triangular logo, beneath which is inscribed in bold uppercase letters, YLTRRA. Ding. Raven grasped the handle and unfolded the screen. The display illuminated with a soft glow, revealing the Ultra Company logo. Device initialization complete. Welcome to the Ultra Spectral Scanner, helping you understand the world effortlessly. Loading beginner tutorial. Goodness. 5 minutes later, Raven caressed the spectral scanner, his expression ablaze with fervor as he exclaimed, "This is no mere scanner. It's an extraordinary artifact." The scanner's operation is straightforward. Aim at the target, pull the trigger, and wait a few seconds for it to automatically generate a technical blueprint. When paired with the Ultra Atomic Fabricator, provided one has the requisite raw materials and energy, rapid mass production is feasible, truly deserving of its B-class designation. Hawk suppressed the impulse to scan for items, retracting the spectral scanner into his inventory. Although the scanner does not suffer from the power shortages akin to the Titan, it is unwise to squander its energy. He resolved to conduct extensive tests once he accumulated sufficient emotional value. With the scanner stowed away, Raven's gaze shifted toward the Iron Rider set in his inventory, excitement flickering in his eyes as he promptly selected it for extraction. This is Iron Rider, undoubtedly the pinnacle aspiration for parkour enthusiasts. Whoosh, in the next moment, a colossal ethereal chest materialized before Raven, shifting positions in accordance with his thoughts. He casually selected an open space to complete the manifestation and immediately opened the chest, retrieving the equipment within one by one. A helmet, a pair of tactical boots, a camouflage suit, a jump device, a tactical vest, a handgun, a dagger, 3 magazines, 3 throwing devices, along with various unfamiliar small gadgets. Wow! Raven's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his heart racing. Iron Rider represents the most lethal and merciless warriors of the interstellar battlefield. Although donning this equipment does not automatically transform him into an Iron Rider, he firmly believes that he will eventually embody the essence of one, or even ascend to a greater existence. This belief is both a testament to the confidence he has cultivated throughout his life and the assurance bestowed upon him by the myriad of items available in the system's marketplace. After surveying all the equipment, Raven picked up the Iron Rider's most crucial helmet and placed it upon his head, instantly enveloping his vision in darkness. However, before 2 seconds had elapsed, the helmet activated autonomously. A holographic display materialized before Raven, lines of text gradually appearing in his view. New user detected, Raven. Blood type, AB. ID, 00000001. Date of birth, August 8, 1986. Training in Iron Control unsuccessful. Initializing Iron Control Combat System. Invisibility System not connected. Weapon System not connected. Jump System not connected. Please equip Iron Control according to character projection as soon as possible. Raven's eyes lit up at this, and he swiftly removed his helmet to don his gear, soon completing his preparations. Invisibility System ready. Weapon System ready. Jump System ready. System initialization complete. Detected that Iron Control has not completed simulated training. Combat System temporarily disabled. Please establish a neural link with the Titan and complete Iron Control simulated training promptly. Damn. More simulated training required. Faced with the awkwardness of being equipped yet unable to utilize it, Raven hastily exited the RV and stepped outside to summon the Titan. This place had once been a small machining factory. After succumbing to bankruptcy a year ago due to the financial crisis, he purchased it at a low price and transformed it into a West Coast base for storing, maintaining, and modifying weapons, vehicles, and equipment. Whoosh! Raven expertly pinpointed the manifestation location. In the next moment, a mechanical giant materialized beside the RV. It knelt on the ground, hands planted firmly, appearing almost lifeless. Nevertheless, even in this state, the giant was still comparable in height to the 3.9-meter RV. The motorcycles, sports cars, sedans, and even full-sized SUVs parked nearby appeared minuscule in its presence. Good heavens! Raven gazed up at the colossal Titan mech, his linguistic faculties momentarily faltering, leaving him with only eloquent words to express the excitement and exhilaration swelling within him. This was a genuine mech, a dream come true for nearly every boy. Though he had lived over 40 years across 2 lifetimes, what man does not harbor a boyish heart? Buzzing suddenly, the single-eye camera of the Vanguard Titan illuminated with a blue glow. After surveying its surroundings, it fixated on Raven, and an electronic voice reminiscent of Optimus Prime slowly resonated. Energy levels at 8. Standby mode can be sustained for 814 hours, active mode for 12 hours. Combat mode for 8 minutes. Core initialization complete, visual system activated. Task target detected. Raven, scanning in progress. Chapter 003. The virtual training ground. A sharp gasp escaped Raven as he witnessed the activation of the Titan. His earlier excitement evaporating into a cold caution as he instinctively stepped back. Despite the system's assurances that all exchanged items posed no threat to him, he was unwilling to gamble his life on the reliability of the system, even if it involved the beloved BT-7274. Identity verification complete, BT stated, observing Raven's retreat with a steady gaze. Greetings, Raven. I am BT-7274. You may refer to me as BT. I have been assigned to follow your commands. Raven paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he inquired, hello, BT. Who sent you to protect me? Apologies. I am unable to retrieve related information. I only know that this task is part of my foundational directive, codenamed Protocol Zero, BT explained. Protocol Zero. Understanding dawned on Raven. It was undoubtedly a tactic employed by the system. Indeed, it is a concealed protocol. BT nodded in affirmation, elaborating, you possess privileges that far exceed those of Iron Control. I will comply with all your directives. Understood. Raven replied with a slight nod before asking, BT, many functions of this Iron Control suit are inaccessible. Is there a way to unlock them? Certainly, BT confirmed. My chassis is equipped with a virtual trainer that can customize a training regimen based on your physical condition. However, energy reserves are at a mere 8. If the virtual training function is activated, the remaining energy will sustain operations for a maximum of 65 hours. It is advisable to modify nearby high-voltage power for temporary energy sources. Although the transmission power will not support combat capabilities, it can conserve battery life, significantly extending my standby duration. The specific blueprints and production processes are as follows. As BT spoke, data streamed into Raven's helmet. Excellent. I will commence at once. Raven declared, glancing at the schematics with determination. BT, connect to the local internet to gather intelligence. Analyze the information and plans I send you, and assess the feasibility of each option. Remember to exercise caution regarding Tony Stark's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, and other factions such as S.H.I.E.L.D. We must remain undetected. After imparting his instructions, Raven transmitted his thoughts to BT via the helmet. Understood, Raven, BT replied, his singular eye glinting as he activated the communication array. delving into the internet to collect information. Stark Industries, the world's largest military and technology corporation, primarily manufactures high-tech military equipment. Founded by Howard Stark in New York. 30 minutes ago, Tony Stark announced the permanent closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division. Stark's current stock price stands at $82.25, plummeting by 56.20 since the opening, resulting in a market value loss of $113 billion. I shall begin my work as well, Raven exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he set to work according to the blueprints before him. The sooner he completed this task, the sooner he could commence his training. He was eager to become Iron Control. Task accomplished. 2 hours later, Raven, following the schematics provided by BT, crafted 2 makeshift power cables, each as thick as a wrist. BT, please conduct a thorough check, if all is well. I shall commence the installation of the power supply. Raven, your craftsmanship is exceptional. You may proceed with the installation, BT praised, giving a thumbs up with his left hand. All right. That suffices, Raven replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he maneuvered the crane to lift the temporary power supply and securely place it into Titan's battery compartment. After meticulously inspecting the entire setup and confirming its safety, Raven finally closed the circuit breaker to connect the power. A low hum reverberated through the air as high-voltage electricity surged through the cables into Titan, causing the distribution box and transformer to emit a gentle buzzing sound. With a swift motion, BT completed the system self-check and crouched down to open the cockpit, earnestly inviting, Raven, we can now proceed with the neural linkage. Raven's eyes sparkled at the sight of the open cockpit. Taking a deep breath, he climbed in and settled himself, excitedly exclaiming, BT, initiate the neural connection. Understood. BT acknowledged the command, closed the hatch, and rose to his feet. The protocol for the neural connection with the Iron Steed commenced. Raven, relax and trust me. I believe in you. At the utterance of this classic line, a knowing smile spread across Raven's face, and he felt an immediate wave of relaxation wash over him. In the next moment, BT activated the neural connection system, linking Raven's mind with the Iron Steed through the helmet. Greetings, Raven. Hello, BT. Raven felt an immense flow of data coursing through his mind, alongside the cold, robust, and powerful essence of Titan's body, prompting him to gasp in awe. The sensation was exquisite. Although he could not yet control Titan, the data he received was sufficient to grasp its formidable might. Truly, it was a war machine of interstellar civilization. Raven took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. BT, initiate virtual training. Affirmative. Neural signal synchronization complete. Loading data for the virtual training arena. BT announced as he connected Raven to the simulated training ground. A flash of white light engulfed Raven. And in an instant, he found himself in a sunlit circular hall. Water defied gravity, flowing upward from the center, while the walls were adorned with an array of weaponry. Is this the virtual training arena? Raven mused, glancing around. After picking up a firearm from the wall to examine it, he marveled. This place is indistinguishable from the real world. This virtual reality technology, if harnessed for filmmaking and gaming, could undoubtedly revolutionize the market. Even if the emotional value provided by ordinary individuals was modest, with billions on Earth, a mere 0.01 contribution from each could amount to 1 million. The key was that this approach was far safer than provoking others. Once he secured his first batch of emotional value, he would certainly have to give it a try. Just as Raven contemplated the future, countless blue light points coalesced into a phantom figure in the air. Raven, shall we begin? Absolutely, I can hardly wait. Raven's fists clenched tightly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Very well, let us proceed. BT Phantom extended an invitation, saying, allow me to take you to assess your physical abilities and skills. Okay. Raven nodded in agreement and followed BT to a training ground for the evaluation. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, at the port of Long Beach, the headquarters of Stark Industries sprawled over an expanse of 1 million square meters, employing thousands and specializing in the production of advanced weaponry. This colossal factory loomed like a monstrous beast resting along the coastline. At that moment, the very heart of this beast, the energy center of the factory, was occupied by Tony Stark, who stood outside the railing, gazing at the massive arc reactor before him, his left hand resting against his chest. Suddenly, Obadiah strode in, cigar in mouth, his demeanor brimming with agitation. Tony, look at the mess you've just created. You have the audacity to publicly shut down the weapons manufacturing division? How do you think our stock prices will plummet? How much will the shareholders lose? How am I supposed to explain this to the board? As Obadiah paced back and forth with his hands on his hips, his eyes glinted with malice, seething with anger and discontent. Damn the Ten Rings. How could they allow Tony Stark to return alive? A bunch of avaricious fools. And damn Stark for publicly dismantling the company's weapons division? Has he lost his mind? And those despicable speculators. How dare they short-sell Stark Industries, causing me such financial ruin? You scoundrels deserve nothing but doom. Chapter 004. The Stepping Stone Initiative. Tony casually loosened his tie and remarked, I am the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, endowed with the authority to dictate the company's strategic direction. During the months of confinement, I have witnessed much and contemplated even more. Hence, I have resolved to withdraw from the arms sector and endeavor to make this world a slightly better place. Obadiah, assist me in this endeavor. Tony spoke earnestly. Although his uncle lacked expertise in scientific research, his business acumen was unparalleled. Only by persuading this partner and shareholder could he implement the necessary reforms. Very well, Obadiah nodded, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Let me see your latest achievement. Tony furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity, Obi, how do you know? Who informed you? Never mind who it was. Just hurry and show me your new creation, Obadiah urged ambiguously. All right. Tony sighed, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. Trust me, with this in place, the company's reform will undoubtedly succeed. Obadiah's eyes widened with delight upon seeing the reactor, his heart racing, as he hastily fastened Tony's buttons. Fortune from adversity. How fortunate that the Ten Rings did not eliminate you. Otherwise, such a golden opportunity would have eluded us. With this groundbreaking energy technology, Stark Industries would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The current plummet of stock prices was not a crisis, but rather a monumental opportunity, a chance to buy low. As this realization dawned upon him, a gentle smile graced Obadiah's face as he embraced Tony's shoulders, reassuringly stating, Tony, you have endured much. Take some time to recuperate. I will handle matters with the board. Thank you, Obi. Tony exhaled in relief, patting Obadiah on the shoulder, and the two departed, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Time passed swiftly, and 20 days flew by. During this period, Raven's life became remarkably regimented. Apart from fulfilling basic physiological needs like eating and sleeping, he spent the majority of his time immersed in the virtual training arena. Under BT's meticulous guidance, he absorbed knowledge and honed his skills like a parched sponge, striving to align himself with the Ironborn. In the virtual training arena, Raven donned a complete Ironborn suit, wielding an RE-45 automatic pistol. Utilizing the jetpack attached to his waist, he leapt continuously against the walls. The optical camouflage coating enveloping him transformed him into a spectral phantom on the battlefield. With the proficiency developed from countless rounds of ammunition and the helmet's shooting assistance feature, the enemy remained oblivious to Raven's presence until it was too late. Ding! Moments later, Raven traversed the testing map, reaching the endpoint, as a colossal holographic display unveiled the results. 058-12, new record. At that moment, BT approached in his avatar to congratulate him. Raven, congratulations on once again setting a new record. Thank you, BT. Raven firmly patted BT on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude for the guidance and assistance that had significantly contributed to his progress. Despite having been a parkour expert in his previous life and undergoing specialized training in this one, his practical combat experience was limited and could not compare to the seasoned prowess of those forged in the crucible of blood and battle. However, the virtual battleground meticulously designed by BT had successfully addressed his shortcomings, and to further enhance his skills, he would need to engage in real combat. No need for modesty. Your current strength is primarily a reflection of your hard work, BT remarked earnestly. All right, let us split the credit evenly. Raven replied with a smile, then inquired. I saw your message. Has Obadiah Stane made a move? Indeed, BT projected a surveillance feed, revealing that 15 minutes ago, Obadiah Stane had departed for his Malibu villa accompanied by bodyguards, with an estimated arrival time of 1 hour. Based on the narrative analysis, the probability of a showdown between Iron Man and Ironmonger tonight stood at 92. For excellent. Raven's expression instantly turned serious. BT, initiate the stepping stone plan. I shall set off to commence the scenery setup. The stepping stone plan was a meticulously crafted emotional value harvesting strategy, comprising 4 stages: setting the scene, filming, dissemination, and ignition. Besides fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system, he aimed to ride on Iron Man's coattails, ensuring the name of Ironmonger echoed throughout the world. thereby amassing a substantial amount of emotional value for his foundational accumulation. Understood, BT nodded in acknowledgement. Raven exited the virtual training ground, donned a disguise, and walked away from the factory, evading the scarce surveillance cameras. He then drove a Ford Raptor towards Long Beach. Following the plan, he changed vehicles and attire twice before finally heading to Stark Industries headquarters. While acquiring emotional value is crucial, remaining undetected by S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding his true identity was of greater importance. A flawless identity would be key to the continuous harvesting of emotional value. He preferred to see tonight's plan falter rather than compromise this aspect. 40 minutes later, Raven drove a common black Chevrolet van into a multi-level parking structure near Stark Industries. Once he confirmed the surroundings were secure, he climbed into the van and retrieved his gear from a concealed space. Although his system lacked a storage feature, it could collect and store system items, facilitating his movements and resolving the transportation dilemma of the Titan. After all, accommodating an 8-meter-tall steel behemoth would be impossible even in a 40-foot container. Raven finished donning his gear and asked, BT, what is the status? Has Obadiah acquired the reactor? The target is 10 minutes away. You should take a brief rest, and I will alert you when the time comes, BT responded. Very well. Raven nodded slightly, mentally summoning the interface. Fantasy Manifestation System. Host, Raven, Emotional Value, 25. 92 points, items, 1 B-Class Vanguard Titan, 1 B-Class Spectral Scanner, 1 C-Class Ironmonger Suit, 1 D-Class Paralysis Bullets, box, 2 D-Class Biometric Listening Devices, 3 E-Class Multifunctional Drones. Emotional value truly depletes rapidly. Raven mused, gazing at the interface with a resigned shake of his head. Recently, due to shorting Stark Industries, I have gradually accumulated several hundred points of emotional value. However, the rate of growth is utterly disheartening, barely sufficient to exchange for minor items. I hope for a favorable turn of events. Only by acquiring the super energy crystal can I secure a means of self-preservation. A flicker of longing crossed Raven's eyes. Super energy crystal, level, A, source, super energy out of control, price, 999 points each, function, contains pure neutral spiritual energy, capable of enhancing both mind and soul, granting biological entities the ability to influence reality through mental prowess. Evaluation, the cornerstone of spiritual ascension. This is an indispensable item for protagonists traversing myriad realms. In the countless novels I have perused in my past life, 8 out of 10 featured this ubiquitous item. Thus, if it is available for exchange, I shall certainly seize the opportunity. Chapter 005, Arc Reactor Malibu, Los Angeles Coast. The melancholic blue sky melded seamlessly with the distant sea. Waves incessantly crashed against the cliffs, sending up plumes of pristine white spray in a tireless rhythm. Perched atop the cliffs, a villa with a minimalist design, smooth lines, and a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic stood in solitude. Suddenly, a convoy of 3 black Chevrolet Tahoes, designated for the FBI, surged toward the villa like a menacing black dragon. 5 armed bodyguards disembarked, their expressions grave as they positioned themselves beside the vehicles. From the center vehicle emerged a figure, Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Industries. Clenching a cigar, he adjusted his attire and strode purposefully into the villa, carrying a bomb-proof case. Mr. Stane, I apologize for the inconvenience. Mr. Stark is currently engaged in an experiment and is unavailable to meet with you at this moment. Jarvis's voice echoed softly. Oh? Obadiah narrowed his eyes, casually settling onto a sofa. Convey to Tony that I wish to discuss Pepper's theft of company secrets. Should he fail to appear within a minute, I will have my associates handle the matter. Although the concealed truth had been unveiled, prompting him to act prematurely, it afforded him the leverage of Pepper as a hostage. He was all too aware of Tony's temperament. For Pepper's safety, he would undoubtedly make an appearance. As Obadiah donned his headphones, he reclined, leisurely savoring his cigar. Pepper? Damn it. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of the villa, Tony's face was a mask of fury as he tossed aside his tools and stormed toward the exit. Sir, I advise against leaving the laboratory. The probability of encountering danger with Mr. Stane present is 81. 5. Jarvis cautioned. Enough, Jarvis. Tony, consumed with concern for Pepper's safety, disregarded the warning and stormed into the hall. Obi, release Pepper. I can give you what you want. He had deduced that Obadiah was the mastermind behind the chaos. Yet he was unprepared for the depths of this uncle's madness in using Pepper as leverage against him. This tactic struck at his most vulnerable point. Though Pepper was his executive assistant, their bond had evolved over the years into something akin to family, perhaps even lovers. He could not afford to lose her. A sinister chuckle escaped Obadiah as he approached Tony, taunting, "If you wish for me to release Pepper, then you must trade your life for hers." Before the words had fully left his lips, Obadiah produced a remote control, pressing a button near Tony's ear. A piercing sound wave surged forth, disrupting Tony's nervous system and rendering his body helpless as he collapsed to the ground. "You are still as Navi as ever," Obadiah remarked, patting Tony's cheek before extracting a claw tool from the bomb-proof case and positioning it against the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. "I never intended to kill Pepper. Her capabilities are exceptional, and she could contribute significantly to the company. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon you for dispatching her to investigate me. Having acquired far too much information, I find myself reluctantly sending her to meet you. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall make good use of the final golden egg you left behind, so rest assured in your demise." A fleeting glint of menace flickered in Obadiah's eyes as he forcefully yanked down the arc reactor, playfully toying with it before jesting, regrettably, "You shall never lay eyes upon my armor." Tony's eyes widened in fury, a tempest of terror, sorrow, and unquenchable rage swirling within him. Yet, regardless of the flames of wrath raging in his heart, he was unable to move his rigid body, helplessly watching as Obadiah vanished with the reactor. Damn it. He never anticipated that he would fall victim to the very technology he had developed. He deeply regretted not heeding J.A.R.V.I.'s advice moments prior. "Sir." "Hold on, J.A.R.V.I.s. soothed. "The effects of the paralysis will wear off in no more than 10 minutes. At that time, you can install the first-generation reactor in the lab, which will prevent the shrapnel from invading your heart. Furthermore, Agent Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics happens to be at the company headquarters and is currently en route to rescue Ms. Potts. Lastly, I recommend expediting the enhancement of the remote control functionality so that I may assist you. Thank you, J.A.R.V.I.s. Tony exhaled, slightly relieved. Yet the weight of Obadiah's earlier words weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with deep concern for Pepper. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the armor Obadiah had created, the fact that it was powered by an arc reactor meant it would not be something mere soldiers or agents could contend with. Of this, he was the foremost authority. Thus, he needed to regain his mobility swiftly, don his armor, and rush to thwart Obadiah. Otherwise, Pepper's situation could become dire. Tony took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within him, attempting to sense and regain control of his body to restore his mobility as soon as possible. J.A.R.V.I.s. was right. After today, he must integrate remote control capabilities into his armor. He could no longer afford to remain powerless. Meanwhile, Raven received an unexpected alert. BT suddenly warned, a private helicopter has intercepted Obadiah en route and is expected to arrive in 18 minutes. It is advisable to act preemptively. A helicopter? Raven's expression hardened as he immediately activated his optical camouflage, stepping out of the cargo vehicle and swiftly making his way towards Stark Industries headquarters. Fortunately, he regarded the narrative information merely as a guiding direction rather than a flawless strategy guide. Otherwise, their meticulously crafted plan would have already been in jeopardy. Buzzing 5 minutes later, Raven arrived outside Stark Industries headquarters. He retrieved 3 drones from his gear, connecting them to the helmet's communication network and allowing BT to take control of their ascent. These multifunctional drones, sourced from the division, varied in price depending on their installed functional modules. He spent 240 emotional points to acquire 3 reconnaissance models equipped with small radar and high-definition cameras, all under BT's unified control, ready to serve as photographers for the impending events. As Raven watched the drone ascend into the sky, he deftly slipped into the factory's interior, shrouded by the cover of optical camouflage. Although it was his inaugural infiltration of this location, the trials of the virtual battlefield had rendered the challenge nearly trivial. Within 2 minutes, he evaded the patrolling security and arrived at the entrance of the factory's energy center. With a faint hum, Raven cast a glance at the 2 guards stationed at the door and activated the helmet's active radar pulse detector. A unique pulse radiated outward, marking all life forms within a 1,000-meter radius on the holographic display. At that moment, a woman inside the energy center and 6 armed men stealthily approaching the entrance caught Raven's attention. What could this possibly mean? Furrowing his brow in contemplation for 2 seconds, a sudden epiphany struck him. Could it be that Obadiah had abducted Pepper, leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to mount a rescue operation? Such a possibility was not without merit. After all, Pepper had only just departed her office when Obadiah discovered the leak of incriminating evidence, leaving him ample time to subdue her. Furthermore, if Coulson had not seen Pepper and Tony, he would undoubtedly initiate an investigation. Raven, your analysis is remarkably astute, BT remarked as it displayed the drone's footage. According to the data, the leader of the 6 men was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. They were engaged in a discussion about a plan to rescue the hostage. It is advisable to infiltrate the base ahead of time to prevent Ironmonger from being compromised by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, BT suggested. All right, I shall heed your counsel, Raven replied, activating the long-range audio pickup feature. He began to eavesdrop on the S.H.I.E.L.D. team's conversation while simultaneously chambering a round in his pistol, preparing for action. At that moment, the 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were crouched behind cover, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while attentively listening to Coulson's strategy. Chapter 006. Agent Coulson. Attention, everyone. Coulson's expression was grave. The target's helicopter would arrive in 10 minutes. The internal situation of the base remains uncertain, so refrain from gunfire to avoid harming the hostages. Understood, sir. The 5 agents promptly responded in hushed tones, weapons in hand as they departed from their cover, stealthily making their way towards the entrance security under the cloak of night. Raven, stay safe, BT cautioned. Rest assured, BT, Raven replied with a teasing smile, seamlessly blending into the shadows as he stealthily approached the 6 agents. Bang, bang. At that moment, the 6 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. effortlessly subdued 2 security personnel and secured their access cards, gaining entry through the automatic doors of the energy center. 4 agents holstered their weapons, carrying the 2 incapacitated guards into the facility. Seizing the opportunity, Raven slipped in behind them, drawing no attention whatsoever. The team dispersed to search for the hostages. Coulson swiftly issued commands, leaving 2 at the entrance to stand guard while leading the remaining 3 in their search. I wonder how much emotional value the illustrious Phil Coulson can provide? Raven mused, glancing at the agent's slightly receding hairline, a smirk gracing his lips. Although Coulson currently held a modest rank as Nick Fury's trusted confidant and liaison for the Avengers, destined to become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was undoubtedly a significant character within the Marvel Universe. Sir. Soon, one agent discovered the entrance to Area 16 and reported, "There's a door here. The access card doesn't work. It must be the target's secret base. Blow it up," Coulson commanded. The agent nodded and immediately affixed a black cylindrical device to the lock, pressing the button. Boom. With a dull explosion, a metal jet pierced the lock, successfully unlocking the security door. Puff, puff. As the explosion rang out, Raven took aim at the guarding agents and pulled the trigger. The sound of the subsonic bullets was minimal and, further muted by the suppressor, was completely drowned out by the explosion. The bullets struck the backs of the 2 agents, the projectiles detonating and releasing a unique electrical current, instantly rendering them like statues. These paralysis bullets, originating from Titanfall, could disrupt neural pathways, stiffening the body while leaving the mind alert. The helplessness experienced was enough to drive any victim to madness. They were undoubtedly the optimal weapon for harvesting emotional value. The fear of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents 09. The frustration of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents 09. The concern of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents 09. Raven glanced at the panel, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips as he stealthily approached Coulson and the others. Although the emotional values from these agents were not substantial, every little bit counts. Help! I'm over here. Inside the base, Pepper, upon hearing the explosion, immediately cried out in distress. Sir, Miss Potts. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent at the door, hearing the plea for help, refrained from acting rashly and turned to Coulson. Move out. Everyone be cautious of ambushes. Coulson instructed, gently pushing the large door aside and leading the charge into the fray. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents followed closely behind, their expressions alert as they brandished their firearms, conducting a thorough search. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a phantom lurked in the shadows, aiming a gun at their backs. Shortly thereafter, Coulson and his team conducted a meticulous search and discovered Pepper bound to a chair. Her golden hair was disheveled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, portraying a pitiful sight. Agent Coulson. Upon seeing him, Pepper urgently implored, Obadiah's armor is lacking energy. He has gone to find Tony. You must send someone to rescue him. Rest assured, Miss Potts, Coulson reassured as he worked to free her. Jarvis contacted us moments ago. Mr. Stark is currently unharmed. We will escort you to safety. With a sigh of relief, Pepper relaxed, stretching her numb limbs, and stood with Coulson's assistance. Carl, Nathan, we have located the hostage. Report on the situation outside, Coulson instructed via radio. However, the two immobilized individuals were unable to respond. Sometimes, silence is the most profound answer. Danger. Coulson's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently warned, everyone, duck. Before he could finish, Raven, concealed in the shadows, fired 4 shots in rapid succession, striking the bodies of the 4 agents with precision, leaving only Pepper in a state of shock. After a brief moment of confusion, Pepper instinctively shielded her head and screamed, nearly jumping out of her skin. Miss Potts, please return to your seat, Raven said, disengaging her optical camouflage and stepping into the light, directing her weapon towards the chair. Who are you? Pepper inquired, observing Raven's peculiar attire as she struggled to maintain her composure and sat back down in the still warm chair. Did Obadiah send you to kill me? No. I seek wealth, not bloodshed, Raven replied, binding Pepper's hands and feet. You want Pepper suddenly realized. You want the arc reactor and Obadiah's armor technology. This mysterious figure chooses now to act, specifically for these technologies. Indeed, Raven exclaimed with surprise, her admiration evident. Miss Potts, you are remarkably astute. However, I must add that I also desire Tony Stark's armor technology. What did you say? Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing as she prepared to question further. Shoo. Raven raised a finger to signal silence. As I mentioned, I seek wealth, not harm. With that, she sealed Pepper's mouth with a piece of adhesive and affixed a small, thin chip behind her ear, which appeared to meld seamlessly with her skin. This minuscule chip was a microbionic listening device, valued at 100 emotional points, capable of long-distance eavesdropping and functioning as a speaker. It was an essential tool for both home and travel. Anxiety of Pepper Potts, 99. Concern of Phil Coulson, 333. Emotional points, 2203. 42. Remarkable. Raven marveled at the surge of emotional energy, truly a testament to the significance of Marvel's pivotal characters. In mere seconds, the two individuals amassed emotional values equivalent to what an entire group would generate over 20 days. One could only wonder how much emotional value the illustrious Tony Stark, the principal figure of Marvel, could contribute in a single moment. The anticipation for the upcoming filming was palpable. With a mischievous smile gracing his lips, Raven unsheathed the data knife from his chest and inserted it into the computer's data port. After pressing the handles button, he declared, BT, it's in your hands. This data knife, one of Iron Control's advanced tools, was capable of injecting viruses to overwrite computer systems. The handle housed a quantum signal generator, establishing secure communication with the Titan system. With BT, the formidable artificial intelligence, at the helm, even the base's firewall would likely falter, let alone Jarvis's servers. Received, initiating takeover. BT reported. Raven glanced at the progress, then proceeded to the hall to conceal the 2 human sculptures, retreating into the shadows to await the unfolding events. Raven. Data transfer complete. The Iron Tyrant system is under control. The target will arrive in 10 seconds. BT informed him. Excellent. Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. It was time to welcome the delivery man, Mr. Obadiah Stane. Chapter 007. Activation of the Iron Tyrant. A resounding roar echoed as a black helicopter, adorned with flashing lights, slowly descended onto the open space in front of the energy center at Stark Industries headquarters. 3 armed security personnel disembarked first, their instincts heightened upon noticing the absence of guards at the entrance. What are you waiting for? Move quickly, Obadiah urged, stepping off the aircraft with a furrowed brow. The captain of the security team, his brow tightly knit, responded loudly, Sir, guards number 4 and 5 are missing. There may be an ambush inside. I recommend a retreat. Absolutely not. Obadiah sharply countered, commanding, even with an ambush, we must advance. If we lack personnel, gather more. I must enter the base without delay. Having risked everything to seize the arc reactor for the enhancement of the Iron Tyrant armor, he could not afford to abandon his plan now. Moreover, Pepper, that insufferable woman, remained inside. He needed to eliminate her to cover his tracks and swiftly seize control of Stark Industries. Delay could spell disaster. Yes, sir. The three security personnel exchanged resigned glances, yet they steeled themselves to proceed into the center. After all, he was their employer. They were bound to protect him, no matter the peril. Armed with rifles, the trio kept a vigilant watch, surrounding Obadiah as they hastened into the energy center. Suddenly, from the shadows, four tranquilizer bullets ricocheted, striking the torsos of the four men with unerring precision. The bulletproof vests proved utterly ineffective, rendering them immobile as they transformed into lifeless statues. Damn it! Who was that? Obadiah's heart raced with a tumult of anger, confusion, and panic upon realizing he could no longer move. There were indeed enemies lurking. Who dares to attack me? The president of Stark Industries? This is tantamount to seeking death. Obadiah's anger, emotional value 9. Obadiah's fear, emotional value 9. Obadiah's resentment, emotional value 9. TSK. Raven cast a glance at Obadiah, noting that this one-episode villain offered surprisingly low emotional value. Thank goodness he had not chosen the alternate route. Silently mocking, Raven pilfered a sonic taser and noise-canceling headphones from Obadiah's person, pondering their potential for further study. Next, he pried open Obadiah's fingers to retrieve the bomb-proof case containing the reactor. With a snap, he opened the case to reveal the dazzling arc reactor, his gaze igniting with fervor. Cold fusion, an almost limitless source of clean energy, also serves as a precursor technology for the development of the cosmic cube isotopes, undoubtedly one of Marvel's black technologies. Task item discovered. Submit. No. Without a second thought, Raven decisively declined. Retrieving the reactor would yield merely 5,000 points, while fulfilling his plan would start at a minimum of 1,000,000. Was he truly in need of such paltry emotional value? Safeguarding the arc reactor, Raven discreetly dragged the three bodyguards aside to conceal them, and then hoisted Obadiah, proceeding deeper into the base. Bang! Raven approached Pepper and casually set down Obadiah, jesting, "Miss Potts, Agent Coulson, this fellow is now in your capable hands. No need for formality." With that, he proceeded to the Ironmonger, inserting the arc reactor into its chest cavity. Ah, damn thief! Obadiah seethed. His fury ignited as he watched the Ironmonger being toyed with, akin to a bull adorned with a green hat. This was utterly unforgivable. The Ironmonger was a product of his substantial investment, and the arc reactor had been acquired through arduous effort. Now, this brazen thief had intercepted it. I swear, you will pay dearly for this. Obadiah Stain's anger. 9. Obadiah Stain's resentment. 9. Pepper, noticing Obadiah's immobility, felt a flicker of satisfaction. Yet her gaze quickly shifted to Raven with irritation. While Obadiah's actions infuriated her, the audacity of this enigmatic figure equally vexed her. How dare he attempt to rob Stark Industries? Once Tony defeats you, you will surely languish in prison for a lifetime. Pepper Potts' displeasure. 99. Pepper Potts' resentment. 99. What exactly is this individual's background? In contrast to their anger, Coulson scrutinized Raven's equipment, filled with both suspicion and concern. Though not a technical expert, his extensive training with S.H.I.E.L.D. had equipped him with knowledge far surpassing that of the average person. The peculiar gear adorning Raven suggested that the paralyzed bullets were not the product of an ordinary faction. It must be the work of a national-level entity at the very least. If this clandestine force were to gain access to Tony Stark's advanced technology, the world would likely face a substantial crisis. He needed to report this situation immediately and seek assistance to intervene. Phil Coulson's suspicion. 333. Phil Coulson's vigilance. 333. Phil Coulson's urgency. 333. Emotional score. 3195. 54 points. Moments later, buoyed by a resolute spirit and unwavering determination, Coulson miraculously overcame the paralysis, managing to twitch a finger. Phew, it works. A surge of joy filled him as he glanced at Raven, who was preoccupied, and continued to attempt the movement of additional limbs. Indeed, Coulson was impressive. Noticing BT's report, Raven raised an eyebrow in admiration, offering a casual compliment before returning to his tasks. He respected Coulson's tenacity. But the paralyzing bullets were not merely a simple hindrance. After enduring the 10-minute paralysis phase, The prolonged tension in his muscles had accumulated significant lactic acid, rendering him weak and sore. Not only was combat impossible, even walking would prove arduous. His familiarity with this sensation stemmed from a past experience he wished never to relive. 3 minutes later, Raven and BT completed their adjustments. The ironmonger hummed with a deep resonance, its eyes igniting. This mechanical beast had come to life. It's done. Raven nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the spectral scanner from his leg and directing it towards the ironmonger to commence scanning. Ding. Successfully recorded new technology. The rudimentary exoskeleton armor is characterized by its fragile alloy shell, crude hydraulic structure, simplistic operating system, subpar weaponry, and propulsion systems. Only the energy core remains commendable. The evaluation reads, a flower placed in dung. Haha. Raven couldn't help but burst into laughter upon reading the review. The Altera system certainly possesses a sharp tongue. The Iron Tyrant battle armor is deemed worthless, yet the arc reactor is praised as outstanding. If Obadiah were to learn of this, he might very well spew a mouthful of blood and fury. Tony Stark, indeed a victim of the curse of knowledge, can craft an arc reactor by hand in a cave, truly an unreasonable display of prowess. Raven, Tony Stark has departed from the villa and is currently approaching at high speed. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Understood. Upon hearing this, Raven's expression grew serious as he promptly stowed away the scanner and familiarized himself with the Iron Tyrant's controls. Preparing for the impending confrontation. With BT's assistance, Raven attempted to clench his fists. The force feedback system transmitted signals as he adjusted the hydraulic structure of his arms, enabling the Iron Tyrant to tighten its fists. Bang! He then raised both arms, bringing his left palm to collide with his right fist, producing a resounding echo throughout the workshop. The controls aren't too difficult, Raven remarked with a smirk, his lips curling into a smile. Though it was his first time operating the Iron Tyrant, as one capable of piloting Titans, he found it far from challenging, especially with BT's intelligent support by his side. Chapter 008. The Ruthless Assault on Iron Man. With Raven mastering the operation of the upper body, he attempted to lift his legs and take steps. The imposing stance of the Iron Tyrant, magnified in size, crashed down upon the ground with a thunderous boom. This not only caused the entire building to tremble slightly, but also sent a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers. Oh dear, this is quite the predicament. Following this, Raven systematically checked the machine gun on his right arm, the rocket launcher on his left, and the missile launcher on his shoulder, quickly mastering all the controls. All right, ready to commence, Raven declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. BT, I am thrilled to fight alongside you. I share your enthusiasm, BT replied. Let us move out. Raven let out a triumphant laugh, stepping before the crowd and teasingly announced, Tony Stark will be arriving shortly. It's bound to be quite the spectacle. So I welcome everyone to witness the event. With that, he began to demolish walls and shatter the ground, continuing to familiarize himself with the Iron Tyrant's controls. In no time, he excavated a passageway and arrived at the entrance of the energy center. Creak, creak, Pepper, witnessing Raven's departure, desperately shook her hands to free herself from the bonds of the adhesive, even as her skin began to bleed. Being the only person present capable of movement, she had to swiftly contact Tony to inform him of the situation. Otherwise, who could predict the chaos that an individual clad in advanced armor might unleash in Los Angeles? Pepper Potts concern, 99. Pepper Potts concern, 99. Emotional value, 45.97. 34 points. However, before Pepper could complete her escape, Coulson and the others emerged from their paralysis, their muscles suddenly relaxing as they collapsed to the ground, moaning in agony. Blimey, this is torturous. Now I truly understand what it feels like to be in a vegetative state. It feels like my entire body is ablaze. I can hardly muster any strength. Damn it. Once we catch that guy, we must ensure he experiences this unbearable sensation. Enough with the complaints, Coulson said, rallying his formidable willpower as he shakily rose to his feet. We're fortunate to be alive. Now, everyone, contact the Los Angeles Division and report the situation. We need them to dispatch more personnel to evacuate the nearby civilians. Yes, sir. Everyone responded promptly. Once Coulson had assigned the tasks, he laboriously made his way to Pepper's side and, after using a small knife to sever a portion of the adhesive, handed it to her. Coulson's concern, 333. Coulson's helplessness, 333. With a swift motion, Pepper took the knife and quickly cut away her restraints, tearing off the tape from her mouth before hastily locating her phone to dial a number. The moment the call connected, She was about to speak when she heard Tony's urgent voice on the other end. Pepper, are you all right? Tony, I'm fine. A mysterious individual has stolen Obadiah's armor, and he intends to take yours as well. You must be cautious, Pepper succinctly explained. Stealing my armor? Tony raised an eyebrow upon hearing those words, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. All right, I understand. You find a place to hide, and I shall deal with that fellow. Someone has stolen Obadiah's armor, and now they dare to seize his marked suit? Tonight is indeed rife with unexpected occurrences. He was eager to discover who possessed the audacity to challenge him, Tony Stark. Pepper, sensing Tony's nonchalance, felt a twinge of helplessness and quickly responded, Tony, do not underestimate him. That individual is undoubtedly well prepared. All right, I see that big guy now. I'll handle it shortly, Tony concluded, hanging up the call and accelerating towards the ironmonger below. Hey, big fella, look over here. Tony, you finally arrived. Raven smirked upon seeing the mark armor. Deftly stepping back and to the side, his right hand swiftly reaching out to grasp the air. The inexperienced Tony was indeed reckless. Relying on the advanced technology of the mark suit, he was entirely unafraid of injury, devoid of any semblance of strategy or finesse. Tonight, I shall ensure you learn a valuable lesson. Whoosh. In the next instant, the rapidly diving mark armor was caught by Ironmonger's grip around its calf. Leveraging Ironmonger's weight, Raven pivoted around, transforming linear momentum into angular momentum. After a few rotations, Raven shouted, abruptly halting the spinning motion with a powerful stomp. Uniting his arms, shoulders, hips, and legs to slam the mark armor into the ground, converting angular momentum back into linear momentum. Boom. The ground shattered instantaneously. Debris flying and dust billowing into the air as the mark armor sank deep into the earth. This was the culmination of BT's integration of numerous combat techniques. Crafted with mathematics and physics as its foundation, mecha combat skills. Wow, such a quantity. Raven's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the system panel, inwardly marveling. Tony Stark, truly deserving of being one of the protagonists in the Marvel Universe. A single individual can match 3 Coulsons, 10 Peppers, and 100 Obadiahs. If I exploit this properly, exchanging for superpower crystals will be a mere trifle. Ultimate move, Hulk Smash. With this thought, Raven shouted, gripping the mark armor and executing a windmill slam, crashing it back to the ground. Then, following the windmill slam with another crash. This was Hulk's signature technique, once used to throw Loki and Thor. He had found immense pleasure in it while watching the film. Yet he never anticipated how exhilarating it would be to experience it firsthand, especially when the one being slammed was Tony Stark. The more he struck, the greater his emotional rewards, elevating his enjoyment to new heights. Boom, boom. Once, twice, thrice. The mark armor was flung around by Ironmonger like a rag doll, subjected to relentless throws. Soon, the surrounding hard concrete surface was pockmarked with large craters, resembling the aftermath of a bombardment. However, while Raven felt exhilarated, Tony was anything but pleased. The turmoil. At that moment, Tony felt as though the world were spinning. His body ached with discomfort. The holographic display before him was awash in a crimson glow, with various alarms incessantly blaring. Sir, the mark armor's integrity stands at 63, and the reactor's energy reserves are dwindling at 38. Given the current circumstances, it can withstand a maximum of 10 more impacts, Jarvis warned swiftly. Though the mark suit's shock absorption system was formidable, it could only mitigate 99 of the force, and it had its limits. The more intense and frequent the assaults, the quicker the damping system would deteriorate, thereby increasing the pressure on the wearer. If this relentless battering continued, it would inevitably culminate in dire consequences for him. Enough with the reports. Devise a solution. Tony gritted his teeth, suppressing the dizziness and fury within him, forcing himself to assess the armor's condition and attempting to escape using the repulsor cannon. However, the weight of Ironmonger was overwhelming, and Raven's quick reflexes always managed to thwart his efforts at critical moments. Damn Obadiah. Why did he have to make the armor so large and heavy? Emotional value, 15314. 43 points. Chapter 009. Tony's resentment boom. 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 On the other side, just as Pepper hung up the phone, she heard a deafening roar, and the ground began to tremble. She hurriedly dashed outside in her high heels. Miss Potts, it's dangerous out here. Several agents attempted to restrain her, but their aching muscles nearly caused them to falter. Damn it. Coulson cursed under his breath as he maneuvered outside, contacting personnel with his phone. Hello. We urgently need vehicles at the Stark Industries Energy Center. We have multiple injured requiring transport. Yes, sir, came the prompt reply from the other end. Oh my God. Soon, Pepper arrived at the entrance of the base and witnessed Ironmonger relentlessly smashing the Mark suit. The ground around him was cracking and collapsing. Horror and shock immediately etched across her face. Tony, defeated so swiftly? Impossible. He must have a plan. Taking a deep breath, Pepper hid behind a wall and dialed again. Murmuring, Tony, please be safe. Sir, Miss Potts is calling. Hearing this, Tony's heart skipped a beat. His previously weary body and dizzy mind regained a semblance of strength. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, J-A-R-V-I-S, connect the call. Tony, are you all right? Pepper, do not worry. Tony forced himself to sound confident. You need to stay safe. Everything is under control. Hello, Tony. Pepper heard the line go dead, stealing a glance outside, her worry unabated. Tony, you must prevail against this thief. Pepper Potts' anger, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 19323. 21 points, hee. Raven, overhearing their exchange, wore a sinister smile as he manipulated Ironmonger to fling the Mark suit aside. With one hand, he precisely seized the helmet, slowly increasing the pressure with his massive steel claw. Tony, your bravado is impressive. I bet your head will be gone, yet your mouth will remain. I couldn't ask for a better stepping stone. Tony Stark, your suit is pitifully weak. I can crush you with ease. Raven mocked loudly through a megaphone. No. Tony, Pepper's expression shifted drastically at this sight, tears streaming down her beautiful eyes as she prepared to rush outside. However, at that moment, several S-H-I-E-L-D agents blocked her path and pulled her back. Coulson quickly reassured her, Miss Potts, you must trust Mr. Stark. Our mission now is to protect ourselves and avoid interfering with Mr. Stark's battle. Taking a deep breath, Pepper began to calm down, replying earnestly, Agent Coulson, thank you. I understand what I must do. Warning. Warning. At that moment, the holographic display of the Mark suit flashed red incessantly. J-A-R-V-I-S reported urgently. The helmet is being crushed. Current structural integrity at 75, rapidly deteriorating. Shit. Tony, hearing the creaking of his helmet, felt the imminent approach of death. With a pale face, he shouted, Jarvis, concentrate the energy to the chest. Tony Stark's fear, 999. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Understood. Charging energy. A low hum resonated as the energy from the arc reactor converged, causing the chest of the Mark suit to gradually illuminate, preparing to unleash a high-energy beam. Raven, watch out. BT warned in a solemn tone. The Mark suit's chest is accumulating immense energy, expected to fire a high-energy beam in 3 seconds. Oh, is this where your defenses crumble? Raven's eyes narrowed with a mischievous smile as he maneuvered the Iron Tyrant to flip the Mark suit, aiming it at the nearby concrete wall. Targeting Pepper, who was at the energy center, with a single beam would undoubtedly yield an abundance of emotional points for Tony. However, such a cruel tactic seemed excessive against him. Damn it, I've been tricked. Realizing too late, Tony attempted to halt the impending discharge, but his body was firmly restrained by the Iron Tyrant, rendering him immobile. The beam could not be dissipated, and he had no choice but to brace himself and fire. Tony Stark's panic, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional points, 24382. 45, boom. In the next instant, the arc reactor in the chest of the Mark suit blazed to life, emitting a dazzling white beam that struck the concrete wall like a meteor, instantly creating a massive hole. Dust and debris erupted, scattering like lethal bullets. Oh, quite powerful indeed. Raven taunted sarcastically, exchanging for a palm-sized disc that quietly adhered to the center of the Mark suit's back. This was a small arc lightning device from Titanfall, worth 800 emotional points. It could attach to any surface and, once activated, would unleash a high-voltage current, short-circuiting nearby electronic devices. It could be triggered on-site or remotely, serving as one of his contingencies to ensure the success of his plan. Damn you, Iron Tyrant. Tony cursed, his face a mask of fury as he scanned his equipment. Suddenly, he shouted, Jarvis, deploy the heat flares. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Whoosh. In the next moment, the Mark suit ejected 2 discs, releasing a multitude of miniature heat flares, resulting in explosions and flames that produced a blinding light and thick smoke. Damn. Raven released the Mark suit, pretending to be blinded, clutching his head as he charged outward like an enraged rhinoceros. While the adversary was already in position, a spectacular video required both supporting characters and bystanders. The road outside Stark Industries, a busy 6-lane thoroughfare, served as an ideal filming location. As Tony beheld the rampaging Iron Tyrant, a glimmer of triumph flashed in his eyes, and he quickly devised a countermeasure. The first-generation Mark suit, painstakingly crafted in his cave, held its own vulnerabilities that he was well aware of. Although Obadiah has made improvements, Stark Industries possesses technologies that he is undoubtedly well aware of. Iron Tortoise? Just wait for me. I will soon dismantle your shell. Tony scoffed derisively. Tony Stark's pride, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 29213. 45 points. Excellent, indeed. Raven, upon witnessing the substantial emotional value, displayed a satisfied expression, and with a vigorous momentum, executed a powerful charge, crashing through the gaping hole. After breaking through the surrounding walls, Raven activated the propulsion system, flames erupting from beneath his feet as he soared above the traffic. He sought emotional value, not bloodshed. The more people who remained alive, the quicker the news would spread, attracting more attention, thus yielding him greater emotional value. Furthermore, he possessed a conscience and a moral compass, refusing to engage in indiscriminate slaughter of civilians and children like certain Cthulhu races. Chapter 010. The Mecha Challenge. Oh dear. After Iron Monarch departed, Pepper and a few others emerged from the base, gazing at the ravaged ground, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. One individual, clad in an extraordinary suit, could unleash the devastating power of an explosion merely through sheer brute force. It was utterly terrifying. Tony. After a brief moment of astonishment, Pepper hurried to Tony's side, tears welling in her eyes as she gently caressed the damage on his armor. Are you all right? This assailant is despicable. How dare they harm you like this? I will ensure they pay for their actions. Pepper, I'm fine, Tony replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Agent Coulson, take Pepper and leave quickly. I'm going to deal with that iron turtle. Tony, please be careful, Pepper urged with concern. Understood, Tony assured her with an okay sign, activating his beam thrusters and propelling himself into the sky. Miss Potts, let us depart, Coulson said as they conversed. Just then, 3 black Saab vans arrived, and numerous SHIELD field agents swiftly disembarked to manage the aftermath, while Coulson escorted Pepper into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Raven, following BT's instructions, adjusted his stance and landed precisely in the center of the intersection, demonstrating impeccable synergy with his machine. However, the sudden appearance of the iron behemoth caused the surrounding drivers to panic, instinctively slamming on their brakes. Fortunately, the traffic light had just changed, and most vehicles remained stationary, mitigating the chaos. Yet, a black Audi SUV accelerated with reckless abandon, roaring towards Iron Monarch. The driver, a middle-aged woman, had a young boy in the passenger seat, while 2 girls and another boy occupied the back seat, all screaming in terror. Help! They're SA Monster. I don't want to die. Mommy, hit the brakes. Seeing this, Raven's mouth twitched as he sidestepped and dove, his right palm touching the ground, instantly transforming his body into a triangular ramp. In the next moment, the vehicle surged onto his hand, and Iron Monarch bent low, using the forward momentum to thrust the car skyward with one hand. BT, did you capture all of that? Raven inquired while maintaining the vehicle's balance. Of course, BT promptly reported. 3 cameras, 3 angles. The footage of your heroic stance is remarkably clear. Haha. Raven chuckled in surprise. Suddenly, after 2 seconds of screaming, the family inside the car realized they had not collided with Iron Monarch and had not sustained any injuries. They blinked in astonishment and looked around. OMG, we're flying. Wow, cool. It feels like being on a pirate ship. Hey, where is that gigantic robot? One of the children asked. Below us. Yes, right beneath us. The 4 children exclaimed, peering out of the windows, their curiosity igniting a sense of wonder. OMG. Nearby drivers widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, witnessing the graceful maneuvers of the Iron Tyrant. It felt as though they were observing not a nearly 2-ton vehicle, but rather a mere toy car. The astonishment of onlookers was palpable, and Tony Stark's surprise was monumental. Goodness, Tony muttered, having witnessed the entire spectacle from above. This iron turtle truly possesses remarkable skills despite its seemingly cumbersome exterior. Its movements were surprisingly agile. Not only did it successfully rescue the vehicle, but it also emerged unscathed. causing no damage whatsoever. Such exquisite technique evoked a modicum of admiration from him, just a smidgen. Sir Jarvis interjected with his characteristic sharp wit, according to my analysis. The opponent's close-quarters combat skills are exceedingly refined, utterly surpassing your own. Damn it. Silence. Tony shot Jarvis a fierce glare, then turned his displeasure towards the Iron Tyrant, grumbling. This Iron Turtle certainly knows its surroundings. With so many civilians nearby, how do we resolve this situation? Jarvis fell silent. After a brief pause, Tony urged, Jarvis? Speak up. Think of something quickly. Very well, sir, Jarvis replied after a moment of analysis. If the opponent refrains from aggressive actions, I recommend maintaining the status quo. Contact the authorities to disperse the crowd and prevent casualties. Should the opponent display hostile behavior, I suggest employing a disruptive energy beam at a distance to confine them at the intersection and then seize the opportunity to strike at the back of their head. Maintain the status quo? Tony furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with this response. Thud, thud, thud. Raven effortlessly lifted the car, shifting his body to dissipate the remaining kinetic energy before gently placing it on the ground. Madam, please exit the vehicle with your children immediately, Raven advised, tapping on the car window before striding toward the center of the intersection. The armored suit had just saved a family of 4. With a little refinement, it could serve as top-tier promotional material. In the third phase of dissemination, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Wow, exclaimed a young boy in the back seat. As agog as he surveyed the Iron Tyrant. This robot is so cool. Mom, I want one too. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A girl beside him quickly covered his mouth. That giant is a robot. Have you forgotten about the Terminator? But isn't the Terminator a good guy? Another smaller girl questioned, puzzled. That's because the girl attempted to counter, but was interrupted by a frantic shout from a female driver ahead. Enough talking. Get out of the car now. Yes, Mom. The children nodded eagerly and hastily exited the vehicle, running away into the distance. As the family fled, the onlookers snapped back to reality, each making their own decisions. Some hid inside their cars, contacting the police for assistance. Others decisively abandoned their vehicles, swiftly escaping with their families, while a few, driven by curiosity, stealthily observed and captured the moment on camera. Amidst the chaos, there were certainly some foolish individuals, shouting incoherently as they brandished firearms, advancing toward the stream of vehicles, only to find themselves nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the Iron Tyrant. The air was thick with screams, cries, curses, honking horns, and pleas for help, enveloping the vicinity of the roadway in utter turmoil as panic spread like wildfire through the crowd. Attention, everyone, Raven proclaimed. Stepping into the center of the intersection with a commanding voice, I am a security personnel from Stark Industries, in pursuit of a terrorist. This individual has stolen a cutting-edge piece of equipment developed by Stark Industries, possessing formidable flying and offensive capabilities. An act of terror could be imminent. I urge you all to exit your vehicles immediately to avoid harm. Rest assured, any losses incurred this evening will be fully compensated by Mr. Stark. Raven's tone was one of righteous authority, yet his expression betrayed a mischievous smirk. It was mere theatrics. His words were a deceptive art, twisting truth into falsehood. He cared little for the potential unraveling of his ruse. His sole aim was to incite Tony's ire and procure footage for his own amusement. What? A terrorist? High-tech armor? Capable of flight? Damn, I knew that Playboy was lying. Closing down Stark Industries' weapons division? It must be a facade to secretly manufacture advanced weaponry. Damn it, terrorists deserve to perish. We must vacate this place swiftly. Help. Someone please assist us. My husband's leg is trapped in the vehicle. Compensation? Is that for real? Chapter 011. The Spying Sky Cursed Iron Turtle. Tony muttered under his breath, immediately descending in altitude to vehemently denounce, you shameless thief. You are the true villain and terrorist. Clearly launching an assault to seize technology, yet audaciously claiming to be a security personnel of Stark Industries. What infuriated him even more was the audacious accusation of him being a terrorist, using his name to make arbitrary promises. Truly despicable. He had been blind to admire such a shameless wretch for a mere display of combat skills. Tony Stark's grudge, 999. Tony Stark's fury, 999. Emotional value, 38138. 43 points, ha. Raven scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this and boldly questioned, if you are not a terrorist, then why did you not rescue them just now? A mere rhetorical diversion, an exercise in moral admonishment. The video aimed to evoke the audience's emotions, relying on visual impact, trending topics, escalating conflicts, generating controversies, emotional resonance, and identity immersion, classic techniques indeed. The earlier one-handed vehicle control was a visual shock, while the current moral admonishment served to create controversy and foster identity connection. I advise you to surrender at once and relinquish the stolen equipment. Raven proclaimed with righteous indignation. Tony's face grew increasingly pale, his inner fury igniting as he raised his hands to aim at the iron turtle, beginning to charge an energy wave. At this point, he could only proceed with the mistake he had made. Once I dismantle your shell, I shall drag you out and see how you continue your verbal sparring. Tony Stark's fury, 999. Tony Stark's grudge, 999. Emotional value, 42459. 94 points, sir. The opponent is attempting to provoke you. If you attack, you may fall into their trap. Jarvis cautioned. Enough, Jarvis. Tony snapped darkly. I know the stakes. It is time to execute the second plan you mentioned earlier. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied reluctantly. Tony has lost his composure. Raven smirked wickedly, then commanded sharply, quick. Everyone, evacuate. The terrorists in the sky are about to launch an attack. Tony, your impulsiveness is excessive. I hope you can glean some wisdom from this lesson I am imparting once the stepping stone plan concludes. Whoosh whoosh. After a brief charge, the Mark armor's hands shimmered with brilliant light, and two beams tore through the night sky, hurtling towards the iron turtle. However, just before Tony fired, Raven grinned ominously, maneuvering the iron turtle to awkwardly roll aside, narrowly avoiding the beams. While he could not evade the light, he could predict the movements of a human. For an ordinary soldier, the Mark armor's impact beam would be utterly lethal, yet with the super assistance of BT. The charging process of the impact beam was all too evident. A bit of struggle would keep Tony engaged in depleting his energy, thus providing more video material for filming. Boom, boom. After the Iron Tyrant evaded the attack, a shockwave struck the ground, creating a deep crater in the asphalt, from which wisps of blue smoke wafted. The sudden explosion sent the scene into chaos. People began to scream, cry, curse, call for help, and panic spread like wildfire. Oh my God, terrorists are attacking. Help me. I don't want to die. Those terrorists in the sky, cease your assault immediately, or I shall return fire. Bang, bang, bang. Run. Everyone run. Calling HQ. We have a terrorist attack at 1200 Industrial Avenue, Long Beach, outside Stark Industries. Requesting helicopter support. Raven, having rolled to his feet, bellowed in anger. Look at these innocent civilians around you. You launch an attack here and claim you are not a terrorist? Everyone, quickly evacuate. I will hold him off. With that, Raven commanded the Iron Tyrant to seize an empty vehicle and position it as a barrier in front of the crowd, resembling a valiant warrior standing firm against insurmountable odds. Curse those terrorists. Nearby civilians, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of emotion and spat curses at Tony in the sky before fleeing into the distance. One struck from above, while the other grounded himself to save lives. Their actions could not be more disparate, making the identity of the true terrorist abundantly clear. Damn it, those despicable fiends. Hearing Raven's words, Tony seethed with rage, quickly adjusting his position to find a new angle of attack. This iron turtle is truly insidious. While feigning to protect civilians, he is merely utilizing them as a shield for himself. If his actions result in harm, he may not be a terrorist by definition, but he will certainly embody one. Whoosh, whoosh. Tony's face turned ashen as he skillfully maneuvered his suit, darting behind the Iron Tyrant to unleash a barrage of energy beams. Boom, boom. The Iron Tyrant pretended to be caught off guard, rolling helplessly on the ground, its frame scorched and marked with scratches. I'll teach you to be arrogant. Tony, witnessing this, displayed a gleeful smirk and taunted, Iron Turtle, keep hiding like the coward you are. Amidst their clash, a drab Chevrolet van harbored a young woman named Sky, peering wide-eyed from the driver's seat, secretly observing and capturing footage of the duel with her camera. A skilled hacker, Sky had a penchant for uncovering the hidden secrets of various organizations to unveil them to the public. After spending a day at Long Beach, she unexpectedly stumbled upon this unprecedented battle on her way back to the car camp. For someone who relished uncovering secrets, this confrontation was a serendipitous treasure trove of material. Thus, Sky resolutely chose to remain, hiding in her vehicle to document every moment, preparing to reveal the evidence to the world. Certainly, her reluctance to depart is significantly attributed to the fact that her home and possessions are situated within the vehicle, making it profoundly difficult for her to abandon them. Raven was momentarily taken aback upon discovering Skye, immediately activating the pulse detector to locate her clandestine presence within the car. To her surprise, this evening yielded an unexpected revelation. Skye, one of the world's foremost hackers, possesses the remarkable ability to infiltrate SHIELD's network using merely a laptop. In the future, upon becoming Quake, she will wield the power to manipulate vibrations, demonstrating formidable strength capable of easily toppling cities and shattering celestial bodies. Furthermore, Skye's mother is a leader from the afterlife, holding dominion over a substantial quantity of Terrigen crystals and nurturing numerous Inhumans. She is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, intelligent, beautiful, highly capable, and possessing immense potential, along with an esteemed lineage. Such a prodigious asset is one he intends to secure. BT, gather information on Skye. I plan to recruit her once the operation concludes. It is imperative that our actions remain discreet, as she is a primary focus of SHIELD, Raven swiftly instructed. Understood, BT promptly replied. Chapter 12. Titan Shield. As the two combatants engaged in fierce battle, police cars near Long Beach, Los Angeles, received orders to sound their sirens and activate their lights, racing swiftly towards Stark Industries. Simultaneously, various media outlets, upon hearing the news, prepared to dispatch helicopters for aerial coverage, only to be thwarted by military airspace restrictions, compelling the reporters to travel by car instead. However, upon their arrival, they found numerous officers had already established a perimeter, preventing vehicles from entering and individuals from exiting. Yet, the reporters were undeterred by the law enforcement blockade, eager to pursue the unfolding story. Officer, I am a reporter from WHIH News. Is it true that Stark Industries has been the target of a terrorist attack, with 2 robots wreaking havoc on a city block? Officer, I represent ABC News. Is it accurate that one of the robots belongs to Stark's security team? Officer, I am with Los Angeles Television. What measures is the LAPD currently implementing? Will military assistance be requested? Officer, I am a BBC reporter. Why hasn't the police evacuated the personnel inside? Why haven't any ambulances departed? Are the casualties severe? Everyone, please quiet down, commanded the stern-faced white police chief. The situation is still under investigation. I will provide updates as they become available. For now, I ask that you all remain clear of the restricted area to avoid any harm. With that, a flurry of camera flashes erupted. Undeterred, the journalists raised their microphones, persistently pressing for answers. Excuse me, LAPD. Stark Industries. Yet, the white officer disregarded the throng, turning away to return to his patrol car. He removed his hat and inquired, "What is the situation inside?" "Same as before," replied a black officer with a hint of sarcasm. "The aerial units are engaging, yet they cannot seem to subdue the ground forces. I suspect this will drag on for some time. What about the evacuation? Any casualties?" The white officer pressed, furrowing his brow. "I don't know." The black officer shrugged helplessly. "The men in black are keeping all information tightly sealed. Very little has leaked." "Fine then. If they wish to continue this way, let them. It's too dangerous inside. We'll keep an eye on the outside," the white officer stated, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. They earn thousands a month, barely dealing with petty thieves, robbers, and drug dealers. But to confront enemies capable of effortlessly demolishing vehicles impervious to bullets, only a fool would take that on. Indeed, the black officer concurred, extending his hand. "John, pass me one as well. Get lost." The white officer chuckled, flashing a middle finger before tossing the entire pack over. Boom, boom. Mark S. armor maneuvered, unleashing shock beams from its hands, striking the Iron Monarch's body, yet only managing to stagger it momentarily. "Damn it." Tony furrowed his brow. His complexion darkened with anger as he cursed. That bastard Obadiah. Just how much money did he greedily hoard? He has crafted a formidable shell using such an excessive amount of universal steel. Universal steel, an alloy of his own invention, boasts exceptional hardness, admirable toughness, and outstanding defensive capabilities. However, its considerable density renders it heavy and costly to produce. In pursuit of agility and speed, he had opted not to employ it in the Mark armor. Little did he anticipate that Obadiah would utilize it, thereby creating a shell with unparalleled defensive attributes. It was akin to a fly buzzing around an egg, impossible to tackle. "Hey, Tony Stark." Raven beckoned with a finger pointed skyward. With the surrounding civilians having cleared out, he challenged, "If you have the metal, descend and confront me head-on. Do not flit about in the sky like a mere insect. Of course, if you lack the courage to come down, I completely understand. After all, you are a playboy, prone to issues of vitality and impotence, which is quite normal. Raven taunted, wielding the art of verbal humiliation. To insult a man, particularly a playboy, nothing is more effective than belittling his capabilities. Should Tony manage to endure such provocation, it would earn Raven's respect for Tony's ability to withstand what many men cannot. Tony Stark, Sky, taken aback by Iron Tyrant's loud mockery, found himself speechless. His mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. The figure in the sky was Tony Stark, the very playboy who vanished in the Middle East for 3 months, only to return and shut down Stark Industries' weapons division? How could this be possible? Wasn't that giant a member of Stark Security? How could he be engaged in a confrontation with the CEO of Stark Industries? Could it be? Sky's eyes widened in realization after a moment of shock. The giant was a terrorist? Yet, how could a terrorist act to save others, shield the innocent from harm, and endure blows without retaliation? There must be a deeper reason behind this. Sky resolved to uncover the truth immediately. Damn it. Tony's eyes flashed with intensity as he retorted, Iron Tyrant. Do you even dare to speak to me about women? I have had more women than you have ever encountered. He commanded Jarvis, concentrate energy to my chest immediately. I shall seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Sir, I advise against this course of action, Jarvis interjected promptly. The reactor's energy is at 19. Utilizing the chest-mounted repulsor beam will consume at least 10, significantly diminishing your chances of survival. Furthermore, the opponent is enough, Jarvis. Prepare to unleash an attack. Tony ordered furiously. Understood, sir. Jarvis complied, channeling energy from the arc reactor to charge the repulsor beam in Tony's chest. Raven, take heat. BT warned gravely. The Mark armor is primed to fire the high-energy repulsor beam once more. Has the defense finally been breached? Levin scoffed, his mind activating the inventory. Affixing a disc upon Iron Tyrant's chest, BT, ever ready to initiate the shield. Though mockery was in the air, plans remained paramount. The formidable energy beam of the Mark III battle armor was undeniably potent. While it might not necessarily pierce Iron Tyrant's defenses, he preferred to err on the side of caution. He had no desire to sustain any injuries. With an ample reserve of emotional energy, he had specifically exchanged for a long-anticipated life-saving item. Titan Dome Shield Generator. Level. C-Class. Source. Titanfall. Price. 8,000 points each. Function. Capable of generating a spherical energy shield with a maximum diameter of 15 meters. It can block all external attacks until the energy is depleted. Evaluation. A 360-degree protection with no blind spots. This energy dome is typically employed during Titan landings, making it somewhat extravagant for the current skirmish. Nevertheless, the expenditure was trivial in comparison to his safety. Understood. The dome shield generator is now connected to the Titan network and can be activated at any moment. BT reported in a hushed tone. All right. Levin nodded slightly and continued. BT, the energy from the arc reactor is running low. Once this wave of assault concludes, initiate the final filming. The collection of battle footage was nearing completion. However, before commencing the dissemination, he needed to capture additional material featuring Tony Stark, essential for executing the 4th phase, detonation. The quality of this footage would directly influence the success of their endeavor. Received. Arc lightning is functioning normally, and the airspace over Los Angeles is clear. We are ready for action, BT reported. Chapter 013. Full firepower at Long Beach Port, the Los Angeles division of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 3 black suburban SUVs came to a halt, and the medical personnel, who had been waiting, sprang into action. Lifting Coulson's team and Pepper onto stretchers and racing towards the base's medical room. 6 male agents, their muscles weakened and aching, suspected of excessive lactic acid buildup, were immediately sent for intravenous fluids. A female civilian, with bruises on her wrists and ankles, her wounds adhered with adhesive, was taken for cleaning and dressing. A few minutes later, after receiving basic treatment for their injuries, Coulson and Pepper arrived at the command center in wheelchairs. The command center, approximately 200 square meters in size, resembled a small cinema. On one side were 3 rows of circular operation stations, where a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents diligently compiled intelligence from various locations in Los Angeles. On the opposite side loomed a massive screen comparable to that of a theater, continuously displaying the latest intelligence. including real-time footage from the front lines. Agent Coulson, Ms. Potts, I am Ilena, the head of the Los Angeles division of SHIELD. A middle-aged woman approached them. After cordial exchanges, Coulson inquired, "What is the situation? Have the civilians been evacuated?" "The evacuation of civilians is nearly complete. But Tony Stark's situation is dire," Ilena replied, her expression grave. "According to our analysis, the one controlling Ironmonger is a master of combat, psychology, and tactics. He exploits Mr. Stark's personality, constantly using verbal humiliation to disturb his emotions, increasing the frequency and intensity of his attacks, thereby accelerating the depletion of the energy from his chest reactor. We attempted to warn Mr. Stark not long ago, but he refused to answer the call. Ms. Potts, to aid Mr. Stark, we require your assistance," Ilena explained. Tony. Pepper's eyes flashed with helplessness upon hearing this. "Ilena, I will call Tony right now." It was entirely within the realm of possibility that Tony would ignore a call from an unfamiliar number, and he would do so with great decisiveness. Buzz. Just as the discussion was underway, Tony was fixated on Ironmonger, his hands drawn back and body slightly leaning forward, a dazzling beam of light erupting from his chest. The high-energy impact beam tore through the night, resembling a divine judgment spear cast down by the heavens, intent on delivering a lethal blow to the heretic, Ironmonger. Whoosh! Yet this was not the end. After firing the beam, the missile launchers on his arms deployed, igniting and launching 2 missiles the size of cigars, concealed within the light beam, aimed directly at Ironmonger. "Ironmonger, meet your demise." Tony's eyes reddened with satisfaction. "As long as my meticulously designed dagger missiles found their mark, your armored shell would offer no protection." The dagger missiles were loaded with cutting-edge high-energy explosives, combined with a specialized energy concentrating structure, allowing the metal jets to penetrate to depths of up to 1,000 millimeters. Even the thickest frontal armor of a main battle tank would be effortlessly pierced. No matter how resilient Ironmonger's alloy was, a direct hit would ensure his downfall. Tony Stark's excitement, 999. Tony Stark's disdain, 999. Emotional value, 62345. 54 points. The art of subterfuge. Raven, upon witnessing the miniature missiles, realized instantly that Tony had finally engaged his intellect, albeit rather belatedly. This combination of skills would surely overwhelm Iron Juggernaut. Yet fortunately, he is merely a facade. The lethal weaponry that Tony painstakingly prepared posed no threat to him whatsoever. At that moment, the Titan Dome shield generator was already activated, enveloping Iron Juggernaut in a ghostly blue orb with a 5-meter diameter, offering 360-degree protection. The oncoming shockwave, teeming with ferocious energy, collided with the shield, creating mere ripples in its wake. Following closely, missiles the size of cigars unleashed a high-velocity jet from their conical metal casings, attempting to pierce the shield with their all-penetrating nature. However, the energy shield from Titanfall effortlessly absorbed Tony's full-force assault. Boom! Yet, as the shield withstood the explosion, a deafening roar reverberated through the earth. Scorching flames surged along the shield, transforming a radius of 10 meters into a hellish inferno. The shockwave propelled debris outward, shattering vehicle windows, causing alarms to blare, and lights to strobe incessantly. A multitude of cars was reduced to mere sieves. Though Skye was not within the lethal range. The violent shockwave shattered the windows, startling her into dropping her camera, curling her hands over her head behind the door. Had Tony Stark lost his mind, utilizing such weaponry in the city? This bore no distinction from the actions of a terrorist. Damn, my camera. After a brief moment of shock, Skye regained her composure, her gaze fixating on the cracked camera, her expression tightening as she hastily picked it up to inspect its contents. The video within documented her perilous endeavor amidst life-threatening circumstances. Should it be damaged, her efforts that night would be rendered futile. Without video evidence, Stark Industries' formidable legal army could easily silence witnesses with mere monetary incentives. A handful of media outlets could be swayed to depict the giant as a terrorist, obscuring the truth of the night from all. Phew. Thankfully, the video appeared intact, and Skye breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly extracting the memory card and concealing it within her chest, continuing to peer outside. Flames roared, smoke billowed like a dragon. Alarms blared piercingly. Aside from the absence of corpses, the scene resembled a war zone. Heavens, this is nothing short of hell. Skye's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured. Skye's fear, 666. Skye's shock, 666 emotional value, 67435, 74 points. Tony Stark, Raven, witnessing the gradual subsiding of the explosion, shouted mockingly, "The fireworks you just set off were truly splendid, though the quantity left much to be desired. Could you not conjure a few more?" The energy of the dome shield remained at 75, capable of withstanding 2 more rounds of such intensity. Meanwhile, Tony's reactor was dwindling, with merely 10 energy left. Another round would likely render even the electromagnet unsustainable. If he truly dares to launch an attack, there would be no need to activate the arc lightning. He could effortlessly capture him. What? At this moment, Tony gazed in astonishment at the ethereal blue sphere enveloping the Iron Tyrant, incredulously questioning, "An energy shield? How is this possible? How could you possess such technology?" As a brilliant scientist, he had always held immense confidence in his knowledge and research capabilities. Yet, despite his prolonged efforts, he had been unable to perfect the technology of energy shields. The fact that an unknown thief could wield such advanced technology genuinely left him questioning his own existence. "Tony, anything is possible," Raven quipped with a smirk at the corner of his lips. "You don't think you are the only genius, do you? The organization sent me to steal from you. And naturally, I am well prepared. When venturing out, one must create their own identity." Although he lacked any such organization behind him, maintaining an air of mystery was essential for his alter ego. Moreover, wasn't he the system his organization? All the advanced equipment originated from the system, and the mission to seize the Mark suit was also assigned by it. He and T told a single lie. "Well then, I have entertained you long enough. It is time to conclude this." Raven raised his right hand, aiming it like a gun at Tony. "BT, activate Arc Lightning and bring down Tony Stark." "Understood." BT reports, Arc Lightning is releasing high-voltage currents. The target is beginning to descend. Trajectory calculation in progress. Landing site has been marked. Chapter 014. Worm number 1. With a resounding crack, the small electric arc ray adhered to the back of Mark's armor suddenly ignited, and the internal supercapacitors discharged a torrent of electricity, causing countless blue and white arcs to penetrate the metallic shell. What on earth? Tony's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the display screen flickering with garbled messages, prompting him to urgently inquire, "What is happening?" "Sir, the armor's back has detected a super high-voltage current, significantly exceeding the electromagnetic shielding capacity. The system is experiencing a complete failure. Currently, the communication system is offline. The propulsion system is incapacitated, the weapon system is non-functional, the life support system is compromised, and the intelligence system is." Before Jarvis could finish, the monitor plunged into darkness. As the systems went offline, the armor lost its power and began to plummet rapidly toward the ground. "What? This is impossible," Tony exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. He had been soaring through the skies and had never touched the ground. It was inconceivable that a strange device had been stealthily affixed to his armor, unless it had been installed during their first encounter. The Iron Tortoise had deliberately chosen not to activate it, intending to toy with him, not only to shatter his physical form but also to dismantle his spirit and will. "No, this cannot be," Tony shouted defiantly. "Iron Tortoise, if I survive this ordeal, I swear I will defeat you." Tony Stark's regret, 999. Tony Stark's indignation, 999. Tony Stark's desire, 999. Emotional value, 73415. 86 points, boom. After a brief free fall, Mark's armor crashed down, limbs first, into a car, the tremendous impact rendering Tony unconscious. "Oh my God." Peering cautiously from the window, Skye witnessed the fall of Mark's armor and the approach of the Iron Tortoise, immediately retracting her head back into the vehicle. Though she sensed that the giant might be a good person, she remained skeptical of both individuals until she grasped the full truth. Skye's fear, 666. Skye's doubt, 666. Emotional value, 76324. 26 points. Clank. Clank. The Iron Tortoise strode purposefully toward Mark's armor, the sound of steel against asphalt reverberating through the desolate battlefield like the ominous beat of a war drum. "Skye, turn around and see," Raven remarked, glancing at Skye's van, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "BT, recall the drones. We must retreat." She found herself increasingly fond of Skye. While many in the world dare to risk for their ideals, few possess the wisdom to discern when to take risks and when to hold back. As the drones returned Raven, BT warned, the surrounding SHIELD teams have mobilized and are expected to engage in 30 seconds. They're truly risking everything for Tony and the others. Raven sighed. retracting the 3 drones into her inventory, seizing Mark's armor, and slowly ascending amidst flames. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the armed shield team arrived, and upon spotting the Iron Tortoise rising, they immediately raised their rifles to fire. Under the propulsion of gunpowder, bullets erupted from the chamber, spiraling into the sky and forming a dense barrage. However, the Iron Tyrant accelerated rapidly, causing the majority of the shots to miss their target. The few bullets that struck merely grazed the formidable steel armor, producing nothing but fleeting sparks. Damn it, what is the point of shooting? The squad leader muttered darkly as he contacted headquarters, informing them that the Iron Tyrant had taken Iron Man and was heading due north. Shall we initiate a search operation? Proceed, came the response from headquarters. Understood. The squad leader concluded the call, signaling his team to disperse and gradually close in on Sky's van. Meanwhile, Raven maneuvered the Iron Tyrant in a sweeping arc, racing towards downtown Los Angeles. As the economic heart of the city, downtown is home to numerous affluent individuals, politicians, and celebrities. All he needed was to land in a crowded area. Unless absolutely necessary, the U.S. military would refrain from bombing this locale. The appearance of the Iron Tyrant in the city center would undoubtedly generate explosive headlines for the media. Within 10 minutes, all of Los Angeles would be aware of the Iron Tyrant's presence. At that point, disseminating combat footage online would incite public fear, causing a tidal wave of panic to ensue. This was the A plan for the third phase, propagation. BT, activate Worm 1 and check if it has infiltrated the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Raven said, narrowing his eyes. The codename Worm referred to the miniature bionic listening device he had developed, inspired by the saying, "I am the worm in your belly." This listening device, derived from the elite agents, was covered with a layer of special bionic material, making it almost weightless when adhered to the skin. The internal miniature audio unit could capture the vast majority of sounds within a 3-meter radius, aptly justifying its name. Worm 1 is activated, and the signal is located underground in a building at the Long Beach Port Logistics Park. There is an 85.2% probability that it is the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. BT transmitted the information to Raven. Excellent. Raven's lips curled into a slight smile as he focused his mind to receive the audio data, eavesdropping on the sounds surrounding Pepper. At that moment, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Los Angeles branch, the command center's large screen displayed footage of the Iron Tyrant gripping the Mark armor, its feet ablaze as it soared into the sky. Coulson, Pepper, Elena, and a dozen other intelligence personnel stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, ready to assist Tony Stark in confronting the Iron Tyrant. Yet, before they could make contact, the Iron Tyrant had captured Tony Stark. The reversal had occurred too swiftly, leaving them utterly unprepared. No, Tony. Pepper gazed at the motionless Mark armor on the screen, her heart in turmoil as tears streamed down her cheeks. How had things spiraled to this point? In mere seconds, her call hadn't even been connected, and Tony had been taken captive. What had the Iron Tyrant done to Tony? The resentment of Pepper Potts, 99. The anger of Pepper Potts, 99. Emotional value, 76844. 16 points. Attention everyone. At that moment, Coulson and Elena exchanged a nod, after which Elena coldly commanded, "Initiate Level 2 response." The helicopter immediately took off in pursuit of Iron Tyrant, determined to ascertain his destination and intentions. The intelligence department promptly contacted the military, requesting the dispatch of 2 fighter jets to Los Angeles, while simultaneously preparing surface-to-air missiles. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the shield that protects the world, and we shall not permit such terrorists to wreak havoc on this land of freedom, Elena proclaimed passionately. Yes, Director Elena. The agents, inspired by her words, felt a surge of determination and promptly commenced their tasks. Wow, that was truly inspiring. Just as everyone was brimming with fervor and resolve to capture Iron Tyrant, a magnetic electronic voice emanated from the Worm 1 device behind Pepper. Agent Elena, Agent Coulson, Ms. Potts, and several unfamiliar agents. There is no need for you to exert yourselves. I shall directly convey the demands, Raven stated coolly. Chapter 15. The Unspeakable Conspiracy. The sudden sound startled Pepper, causing her to shut her eyes tightly and scream in terror. There's a ghost. Terrified Pepper Potts, 99. Terrified Pepper Potts, 99. Emotional value, 77813. 72 points. Damn it. Agent Coulson's expression turned grave as he searched for the source of the sound, gently reassuring, Miss Potts, take a deep breath. It's all right. How could Pepper have concealed a listening device that managed to pass through SHIELD's security checks and infiltrate the most classified command center? Such advanced espionage technology was still in the experimental phase, even for SHIELD. Yet, the forces behind Ironmonger had successfully deployed it. Who were they? Agent Coulson, the little device I placed is located behind Ms. Potts' left ear, Raven stated directly. Coulson's face changed upon hearing this. He cautiously felt behind Pepper's ear, barely sensing an anomaly. No wonder SHIELD's security had failed to detect it. Had Raven not specified its location, he would have never noticed it himself. This mysterious individual was indeed enigmatic. Every time they thought they understood their opponent, their assumptions were once again turned on their head. Phil Coulson's suspicion, 333. Phil Coulson's curiosity, 333. Agent Coulson, did you find it? Can you remove it quickly? Pepper asked, her voice trembling. He had located it, but he could not remove it. Raven interjected, unless you're willing to remove a piece of skin, it can only fall off naturally. What is your name, sir? Coulson inquired, his gaze flickering slightly. All right, my terms are. Raven disregarded Coulson and continued, within 5 minutes, all television channels must urgently broadcast a news segment. It must clearly, completely, and objectively display the footage of the recent battle. If the news airs, I will cease my advance towards downtown and safely release Tony Stark. If the news does not air, I will land at the charity event at the Los Angeles Opera House, or at the Amundsen Theater, the Crypto Arena, or Los Angeles City Hall. Gentlemen, tonight you decide whether it will be a peaceful resolution or the outbreak of war. By the way, I am called Iron Master. Upon finishing, Raven activated the self-destruct mechanism of the Worm 1. As the ancient text of Sun Tzu's Art of War states, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Although he had prepared a dual safeguard, the prospect of causing chaos in downtown Los Angeles was fraught with the risk of the situation spiraling out of control. Thus, he had prepared a more manageable and safer contingency plan. If he could achieve his objectives without bloodshed, why risk turmoil when he could return home to enjoy a show? With the activation of the self-destruct mechanism, the supercapacitor within Worm 1 unleashed a high-voltage current, instantly piercing through all electronic components. The dissipating energy transformed into heat, radiating outward. Ah! Pepper exclaimed as she felt a heat behind her ear, screaming, hurry and take it off. This thing is going to explode. I do not wish to perish just yet. Oh, how frustrating. Why must this burden be placed upon me? Why not upon those agents instead? Should I meet my demise in an explosion, I would never see Tony again. If I were to lose my ears, Tony would surely find me too unattractive and dismiss me. Oh dear. Pepper Potts' terror, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 78513. 33 points. Just as Pepper was engulfed in fear, the first worm-like device, scorched by internal heat, rapidly curled and shed its biotic shell, resembling a desiccated worm. Miss Potts, it is all right now, Coulson reassured, as he tore off a piece of notepaper to scoop up the remnants, his face etched with solemnity. The intricacies of this technology are unfathomable. Camouflage, eavesdropping, speech, self-destruction. This minuscule device integrates so many functions. The difficulty is unparalleled. In his over 2 decades with SHIELD, he had never encountered such a sophisticated espionage tool. Phil Coulson's astonishment, 333. Phil Coulson's concern, 333. Emotional value, 79023. 67 points, boom. Elena's face turned ashen as she slammed her palm on the table, cursing the audacity of those terrorists. We must immediately contact the Air Force to shoot down the target. We cannot allow terrorists to infiltrate the city center. Elena declared vehemently. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Pepper sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Tony is still in their custody. An attack by the military would surely endanger him. We should fulfill their demands. Urgently broadcast news to soothe Iron Man's emotions. As she spoke, Pepper retrieved her phone. Prepare to make the call. Although uncertain if the adversaries would uphold their promise, she was willing to exhaust every effort for even the faintest glimmer of hope. As for the potential losses, if Tony returned safely, it would all be worth it. If he did not return, what significance would there be in worrying about losses? Pepper Potts' plea, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 79421. 92 points, no? Elena interjected, her brow furrowed, snatching the phone from Pepper's grasp. SHIELD will not yield to a terrorist. For the safety of the citizens of Los Angeles, initiate an airstrike immediately. A male agent, with a resigned expression, interjected, I apologize, Director. 2 F-15C fighters have just taken off from the airport. They will require 10 minutes to reach Los Angeles. The only available weapons are Patriot and Avenger missiles. However, according to the latest report from the Department of Technology, the target possesses energy shield technology, making it exceedingly difficult for surface-to-air missiles to inflict damage. Currently, agreeing to their conditions appears to be the least detrimental option. The agent's voice dwindled, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Energy shields. Elena was momentarily taken aback. Her lips pressed together as she struggled to find words. All right, everyone, listen up. At that moment, Coulson rose with gravitas, declaring, with my level 7S, HIELD authority, I hereby command an immediate media broadcast. I will assume all responsibility for the consequences. This is a grand scheme, nearly unsolvable in its intricacies. The adversary has meticulously orchestrated every element from the outset, crafting an immense chessboard. The SHIELD and Tony Stark are but mere pawns within this elaborate design. For a pawn to disrupt the game is akin to scaling a mountain. However, difficulty does not equate to surrender. First, one must adapt to the circumstances in order to buy sufficient time, thereby allowing for a chance to unravel the strategy. Indeed, sir. Upon hearing Agent Coulson's command, the group felt an immediate sense of purpose, swiftly immersing themselves in their tasks. Meanwhile, high above Los Angeles. All right, tonight is likely to conclude sooner than anticipated. Raven's lips curled into a satisfied smile after ending the call. His confidence stemmed from the presence of the amiable Coulson and Pepper, Tony Stark's assistant. One strives for the greater good, while the other looks after personal interests, both willing to exert their utmost to fulfill the conditions he set forth. Raven, we have a situation. At that moment, BT delivered alarming news. A vehicle had approached the base, occupied by 3 masked individuals who were plotting to infiltrate and steal your RV. Chapter 016, Thieves and Robbers. Raven, upon receiving the news, could only express his disbelief, exclaiming, these 3 fellows truly know how to stir the pot. While devising his plans, he had anticipated that SHIELD, the military, and the police might uncover his whereabouts, leading him to prepare numerous countermeasures. However, he never fathomed that, as a captor of Tony Stark and a trickster against SHIELD, he would be discovered by a band of petty thieves. It was utterly exasperating. Calm down. Remain composed. Raven inhaled deeply to regain his composure. BT, prepare to execute the Golden Cicada escape and substitution strategy. If they infiltrate the base, you deal with them. If not, wait for my return. He quickly instructed. The Golden Cicada escape and substitution strategy were both tactics devised for the 3rd phase of the Stepping Stone plan, each tailored for distinct scenarios. The substitution strategy involved utilizing robots to replace the original, allowing Iron Monarch to continue wreaking havoc in Los Angeles, while the Golden Cicada escape entailed submitting the task and vanishing within 5 minutes. Understood. I will await your return at home, BT replied, tilting his head towards the entrance of the base. All right. Raven glanced at the helicopters surrounding him, murmuring a silent hope for Coulson to make the right decision. The optimal outcome would be the success of Plan B, wherein he would submit the Mark suit and Iron Monarch, liberate Tony Stark, and swiftly return home to enjoy the spectacle. Such an outcome would be beneficial for all parties involved. Conversely, if unsuccessful, he would leave the commotion to the robots and still retreat home to watch the unfolding drama. Ultimately, he refused to jeopardize himself for the sake of emotional gains. After all, greed could lead to one's downfall. Time ticked away as Iron Monarch maintained a low-altitude flight, gradually approaching the city center. At last, with SHIELD exerting their utmost coordination, various media outlets in Los Angeles urgently interrupted their programming with breaking news. News anchors across channels synchronously announced, "We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an urgent report. 15 minutes ago, 2 mysterious individuals clad in advanced combat suits engaged in an unprecedented battle outside Stark Industries. Their confrontation caused significant traffic disruptions, vehicular destruction, and extensive damage to the surroundings, resulting in widespread panic among the populace. Fortunately, the Los Angeles police and FBI agents arrived promptly, swiftly evacuating civilians, thereby limiting injuries to only a few. Now, let us view the footage from the scene. The anchor concluded, and the video commenced. Shocked bystanders, 009. Phil Coulson's concern. 333. Fear among bystanders, 009. Pepper Potts' concern, 99. Emotional value, 84123. 83 points. Excellent. Raven observed the emotional value surge with satisfaction. BT, execute the Golden Cicada escape. It is time for us to return home. Understood. The nearest hideout has been marked, and the countdown for 5 minutes has begun, BT responded solemnly. With urgency, Raven focused on the marked location, clutching the marked suit as he dove swiftly towards a nearby factory. Time was of the essence. He needed to complete the final 2 tasks before SHIELD could encircle him. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, 3 helicopters stationed at a distance detected the Iron Tyrant's dive through radar, immediately triggering a piercing alarm. Damn it, the pilot muttered under his breath, calling out, Headquarters. The target is descending towards the ground. How shall we respond? Maintain high-altitude surveillance, avoid any conflict, and ensure the safety of the hostages. Ground forces will arrive in 5 minutes, Coulson commanded. Understood. Maintaining high-altitude surveillance. The pilot repeated the order, gripping the controls as he maneuvered the helicopter in a circling pattern above the Iron Tyrant. Boom. Meanwhile, the Iron Tyrant crashed into the factory, discarding the Mark armor as its helmet flipped open and its chest compartment opened, allowing Raven to emerge. With a hum, Raven detached the Titan domed shield and activated it on the ground, then extracted a metallic rod and inserted it into the earth, generating an electromagnetic shielding field. Safety of life and personal privacy should not be taken lightly. He certainly did not wish to stumble at the final hurdle. Electromagnetic signal disruptor, level D source, Titanfall, price 600 points each function. Generates an electromagnetic shielding field that can isolate emitted electromagnetic waves from the inside while absorbing external detection waves. The larger the shielding range, the higher the energy consumption. Ready, commence scanning. Raven hurriedly retrieved the spectral scanner, aiming it at the Mark armor before pulling the trigger. In the next moment, a beam of light, guided by some unknown principle, shot forth, scanning the atomic structure of the Mark armor. And a complex blueprint materialized mere seconds later. Ding! New technology blueprint recorded. Small power armor, fragile alloy exterior, peculiar shock absorption system, standard operating system, lackluster weapon system. Excellent energy core and propulsion system. Evaluation, a few flowers sprouting from dung. You really have a sharp tongue, Raven chuckled, shaking his head as he drew a tactical knife, prying open the visor of the Mark armor to reveal the handsome face of Tony Stark. Come on, give us a smile. Click, click. Raven activated the helmet's camera function, first capturing several shots of Tony, then dragging him for a few selfies with the Iron Tyrant. Although he was indeed indulging in a bit of fun, these photographs were crucial materials for Phase 4. Once public opinion reached a fever pitch, he would unveil the photos to mock Tony, seizing the opportunity to achieve fame and garner emotional value from millions. As long as Tony could not catch him, the public would continually remember the Iron Tyrant, thereby providing a steady influx of emotional value. This is the stepping stone plan. All right, photos done. After toying with Tony for a while, Raven pressed his palm against the Mark armor, silently contemplating the task submission. Detected task items, Mark armor and arc reactor. Submit all? Raven twitched his mouth, quickly thinking, only submit Mark III armor. While he could exchange for a battery to connect to the electromagnet within Tony, such an action would be rather inappropriate. As the saying goes, one should show mercy when possible. He had already gained quite enough this evening, and a nearly depleted arc reactor was not worth the trouble. Furthermore, time was running short. With a swift command from Raven, the Mark III armor disintegrated into countless particles of light, leaving behind the unconscious Tony and the arc reactor peacefully resting on the ground. Successfully recovered Mark III armor. Emotional value 30,000 points. Quite an impressive effect. Raven chuckled, teasingly, as he picked up the arc reactor, swiftly dismantling the Ironmonger S reactor and submitting the Ironmonger suit. Although he possessed the blueprint for the arc reactor, he decided to retain the finished product for further study, as the loss of an additional 5,000 emotional points was inconsequential. Successfully recovered Ironmonger armor, gained 20,000 emotional points, emotional value, 133,526. 67 points. At last, he had surpassed the 100,000 mark. A smile danced upon Raven's lips as he retrieved the Worm 2 to apply it to Tony. He pondered whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would discover his actions this time. He always preferred to keep a backup plan. If successful, there would be additional rewards. If not, he would merely incur a slight loss in emotional value. Chapter 17. Evacuation and Inventory. BT, delineating the escape route, watched as Raven stowed away the electromagnetic disruptor, activated his optical camouflage, and affixed the dome shield to his body before dashing outside. It was time to return home and initiate the next phase of the dissemination operation. Following the public release of videos by major media outlets, the flames of public opinion had been ignited, albeit feebly, and were easily extinguishable by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he needed to covertly stoke the flames, ensuring the fervor of public sentiment intensified to reap greater emotional dividends. However, prior to commencing his actions, he had to deal with the three thieves. The route was being generated. As BT mapped out the course, he informed Raven. The individuals outside the base received word that the police are sealing off the Vernon area, and they promptly vacated the premises. Fine, at least they are sensible. Raven exhaled a sigh of relief despite his irritation, activating the propulsion device to vault over the factory wall, following the route BT had planned. His mantra was safety first, planning second, and everything else a distant third. With the operation nearing its conclusion, he was unwilling to draw S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention by dealing with three petty thieves. Creak. A minute later, a dozen vehicles arrived at the factory, and numerous fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disembarked, swiftly surrounding the vicinity. Clad in tactical vests, some wielded assault rifles, others manned anti-material weaponry, while a few bore anti-tank missiles, all exhibiting extreme vigilance. Their heightened concern was justified, as the enemy was formidable and typical weaponry could scarcely breach their defenses. Were it not for the desire to prevent escalation, they would have surely summoned the military to deploy tanks. Iron Horse, listen, a negotiation specialist called out. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons and release the hostages. And we assure you leniency. Damn it. As the calls for surrender echoed into the factory, the unconscious Tony regained consciousness, probing his body only to find his armor missing, his expression darkening instantly. Curse that iron tortoise. He truly stole my armor? Very well. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I, Tony Stark, shall unearth you to avenge tonight's humiliation. Just wait for me. Clenching his teeth, Tony rose, raising his hands as he exited the factory. Do not fire. I am Tony Stark. This night marked the second greatest disgrace of his life. First, his dear Uncle Obadiah's betrayal, followed by a beating from an unknown assailant. Next, his full-on assault being effortlessly repelled, and ultimately, his armor being pilfered. Such indignities were akin to being trapped in a cave. Tony Stark's fury, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 147342. 90 points. Go. 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 The poised S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, upon witnessing Tony emerge alone with his hands raised, swiftly organized a small team to approach with shields. Soon, this unit reached Tony's side, with part of them entering the factory to search and inspect, while others escorted Tony to the ambulance. Headquarters, the hostages are in good condition. After the medical personnel examined Tony's condition, they reported back. A sigh of relief escaped the faces of the serious individuals in the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a flicker of emotion surged within them. They had not anticipated that their conditions would be met and that the hostage would indeed be released. Just moments ago, when Ironmonger suddenly descended, they feared the worst, that the hostage would be executed. However, without the hostage, how could such a massive entity as Ironmonger escape the encirclement constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D., the military's numerous reconnaissance satellites, and law enforcement agents? Was it to vanish into thin air? Team A called headquarters. After the frontline team withdrew from the factory, they reported, no signs of the enemy found. Should the search area be expanded? The room fell silent with disbelief. How could there be no presence within the factory? The satellites had been continuously monitoring the vicinity and had detected nothing. Everyone, listen. Agent Coulson's expression darkened as he commanded, Team B, escort Mr. Stark back to the base for a thorough examination. The rest of you, in conjunction with the Los Angeles police, expand the search radius to locate the target's traces. Ironmonger, being such a large entity, must either be hiding in a nearby building or have been loaded into a shipping container for transport. In any case, it is impossible for it to have simply disappeared. Thus, we must inspect all buildings in the Vernon area and conduct rigorous checks on incoming and outgoing container trucks. The target must not leave Los Angeles. Is that clear? Coulson asserted firmly. Understood. The team responded solemnly. Meanwhile, Raven, following the route planned by BT, skillfully scaled walls and evaded patrolling police, quietly returning to the base. Welcome home. You did splendidly tonight. The Vanguard Titan praised, giving a thumbs up. BT. Tonight was all thanks to you, Raven replied with a smile, patting Titan's thigh, and immediately summoned the shop to exchange for 3 Titan high-energy batteries. Having earned some funds, it was time to restore BT's combat capabilities. His ability to navigate the battlefield and toy with Tony and SHIELD was largely attributable to BT's contributions. Such a benefactor deserved a reward. Consumed 15,000 emotional points, exchanged for Titan high-energy batteries 3. Emotional points, 135,341. 53 points. Raven retrieved the 3 batteries and sequentially installed them into the battery compartment of Vanguard Titan's left abdomen, testing BT to see if there were any issues. With a few movements, BT stated, Raven, thank you very much. My current state is excellent and I am ready for combat at any moment. BT. Raven sighed slightly. If only you could transform into a humanoid form, I wouldn't have to store you in an alternate space. Although Vanguard Titan was formidable, being a 3-story tall mecha was exceedingly conspicuous. Once obscured by structures, it could easily be detected by satellites overhead, severely limiting its operational scenarios. A humanoid form would be far more convenient. For instance, like the Terminator robots, as long as they avoided detailed scans, they would generally go unnoticed. It's all right, Raven. BT gently patted Raven's shoulder. Although I too wish to assume a humanoid form to protect you, we are currently unable to realize that aspiration. Thus, for the sake of your safety, it is imperative that you summon a new ally. Should I indeed summon a new companion? Raven pondered for a brief moment before nodding in resignation. You are correct. It is time to call forth a new aid. However, I assure you, I shall expedite the process to ensure you possess a humanoid form. If possible, he harbored a desire not to part ways with BT. For BT, 7274 was not merely a comrade, but a steadfast mentor and confidant. From the moment their neural connection was established, they had vowed allegiance to one another. I trust you, Raven. BT remarked earnestly, giving a thumbs up. BT, I am grateful for your unwavering trust. Upon uttering these words, Raven summoned the system interface. Manifestation System, Host, Raven, Emotional Value, 137567. 43 points, Inventory, B-Grade Spectral Scanner X1, C-Grade Titan Dome, Shield X1, D-Grade Paralysis Bullets X39, D-Grade Arc Lightning X1, D-Grade Electromagnetic Signal Disruptor X1, E-Grade Multifunctional Drone X3 Quests, Reward, Arc Reactor, 5,000 points, Reward, Doom Virus, 20,000 points, Reward, PIM Particles, 20,000 points, Reward, Vibranium Ore, 20,000 points, Reward, Gamma Blood, 30,000 points, Reward, Terrigen Crystal, 30,000 points, Reward, Cosmic Cube Isotope, 60,000 points, Reward, Black Panther Suit, 80,000 points, Reward, URU Metal, 90,000 points, Reward, Destroyer, 200,000 points. Recruitment, based on personnel capabilities, comprehensive potential assessment, 1 to 99, 999. 999 points per individual, Chapter 018, The Terminator's Body Goodness. Raven remarked after reviewing the task list, you certainly have an impressive array of items. Yet the rewards offered are rather miserly, aren't they? Vibranium and the Black Panther suit from Wakanda, Dr. Banner's Gamma Blood, the Dire Virus from Vanguard Technologies, and the Terrigen crystals of the Inhumans. The Cosmic Cube isotopes from Iron Man, Ant-Man's PIM Particles, Asgard's URU Metal, and the Destroyer. To desire such an abundance of treasures and yet receive so little in return is akin to tossing crumbs to a beggar. The recruitment task, however, holds some intrigue. Although it is merely a tantalizing prospect presented by the system, even without the task, he would seek to recruit personnel. The prospect of obtaining a reward without cost is undeniably gratifying. In light of this task, I shall refrain from holding it against you. Raven muttered before accessing the collection list in the system's marketplace. He had already formulated a plan regarding whom to select as his new assistant. While there are numerous humanoid robots, few can flawlessly disguise themselves as humans. Excluding those with insufficient combat capabilities, he considered options such as 2B and A2 from Nier, as well as TX, Rev, 9, T800, and T1000 from Terminator. There is no need to elaborate on 2B and A2. Not only are they formidable, but they are also aesthetically pleasing, even alluring. However, with a redemption cost of 500,000, this impoverished individual cannot afford such luxury. The remaining 3 robots are classified as B-grade, comprising 1 blonde bombshell, 1 muscular brute, and 2 dark-haired, stoic figures. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose TX. Although it lacks allure, it is at least visually appealing. Redeem. Raven silently commanded. Beep. It has been detected that you already possess the artificial intelligence BT-7274. Would you like to modify the TX mimetic robot for technical adaptation? What the heck? Is it possible to do that? Raven's eyes lit up, and he immediately opted to redeem the Rev 9 model instead, agreeing to the adaptation modification. Although artificial intelligence has no gender, the voice and appearance of BT are distinctly masculine. The thought of using a female form sends chills down his spine. Furthermore, there is another significant reason. The Rev 9 model is a mere 10,000 points cheaper. Given his limited emotional value, every bit saved counts. Rev 9 mimetic robot. Source: Terminator grade. B. Price: 60,000 points unit. Functionality: 1. Precision engineering, mimetic supermaterial, titanium alloy skeleton. Graphene coating, carbon nanomuscles, magnetic levitation motors, fusion batteries, nanocapacitors, molecular computing networks, quantum neural chips. 2. Shape-shifting, capable of altering its form at will, simulating encountered substances, and mimicking scanned humans. 3. Killing machine, an infiltration-grade advanced AI, proficient in shooting, hand-to-hand combat, stealth, and infiltration techniques. Learning restrictions are lifted, allowing mastery of any discipline. Evaluation: a machine born for slaughter. Consumed 60,000 emotional points. Rev 9 model successfully redeemed and adapted. Remaining emotional value: 88,512, 34 points. The system is truly remarkable. Raven praised enthusiastically, patting BT. You will soon possess a new body. Although it may not rival that of Titan, it is undoubtedly formidable. According to the cinematic portrayal, the Rev 9 model would certainly fall short against Iron Man, Thor, and the Hulk in direct confrontation, yet it would pose no challenge to Captain America, Black Widow, or Hawkeye. In covert operations, the Rev 9 model would serve as a technologically enhanced version of the Winter Soldier. With its ever-changing appearance and advanced weaponry from the marketplace, it could eliminate anyone it desired with ease. A new body? So soon? BT inquired, tilting its head in puzzlement, exuding an endearing charm. Indeed, Raven replied joyfully, producing a pitch-black, bare male figure. BT, give it a try. All right, initiating connection. BT meticulously scanned the Rev 9, beginning the data transfer and gradually acclimating to the new form. Buzz. 2 minutes later, BT successfully commandeered the body, its crimson electronic eyes suddenly locking onto Raven, as if it had targeted a prey. Hiss. Raven's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively retreated to distance himself and hurled an electric arc towards the Rev 9, executing the maneuver with fluidity. Though uncertain of the situation, as an Iron Rider, he would never remain passive. Were it not for the concern of attracting attention with gunfire, he would have shot without hesitation. BT, are you all right? Raven questioned, gun aimed, his peripheral gaze darting to the immobile Titan, his expression grave. BT remained silent for a couple of seconds before responding. Raven, I apologize for startling you. I was merely adapting to this body. Phew, Raven sighed in relief upon hearing this. I'm glad you're all right. But please, disguise yourself swiftly. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Thankfully, nothing went awry. The oppressive aura of the Terminator Rev 9 was overwhelming. The chilling, terrifying presence could make one's hair stand on end. Had he not completed Iron Rider training, he would have surely frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Even with system items to fall back on, he was reluctant to engage in combat with such a lethal machine. Raven, how should I shape my disguise? Could you provide me with some guidance? BT inquired. Raven pondered, stroking his chin. A 40-year-old Caucasian male, tall and robust yet not bulky. A rugged appearance with a demeanor that is calm and composed. The profession should be that of a bodyguard, with details left to your discretion. However, ensure the identity is plausible and withstands scrutiny from various factions. Understood. Adjusting now. BT's crimson eyes flickered as it accessed the network for information while manipulating the metamorphic materials. Soon, a figure emerged, a 175-meter-tall individual with a rugged visage. Silver gray short hair, clad in a blue suit, exuding a cool, composed aura, accompanied by a touch of elegant charm. Wow! Raven exclaimed, eyes wide as he scrutinized the transformation. BT, your face combined with that stoic demeanor makes you an absolute heartthrob. Of course. BT promptly introduced, based on your criteria. I have analyzed a vast array of male information to create an image that appeals to both genders. This will facilitate my interactions in the human realm. Oh. Raven's eyes suddenly sparkled as he embraced BT's shoulder, exclaiming, could you design an image for me as well? I wish to appear even more handsome. Despite his ruggedly handsome features, tall stature, and the composed demeanor cultivated through years of exercise, he was undeniably a striking figure. Yet, who would not desire to enhance their attractiveness? Moreover, BT's extraordinary handsomeness placed considerable pressure on him. Of course, that is not a problem. BT nodded in agreement and continued. Raven, while I have acquired a body, I still lack a name. Could you bestow one upon me? A name? Indeed. Raven squinted in contemplation for a moment, then declared, BT, your name shall be Bit, symbolizing the smallest unit of information, the foundational basis of artificial intelligence, while also being a homophone of BT. As for your surname, you shall take mine, Thorn. After all, my adoptive parents have passed away, and no one will notice an additional relative. Bit Thorn. A smile broke upon BT's austere visage. Raven, I truly appreciate the name you have chosen. Greetings, Bit. Raven extended his right hand. Greetings, Raven, Bit replied, grasping Raven's hand with sincerity, stating earnestly, I shall protect you closely, 24 hours a day. That's not necessary. Raven quickly waved his hand, explaining, humans occasionally require a bit of personal space. It's not suitable for a man to provide such constant protection. Is it unsuitable for a man? What of a woman? This body can assume various forms, Bit stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 019. Exchange for new items. Raven's lips twitched violently for a moment, and he immediately crossed his arms, resolutely declaring, no way. Even if you transform into a woman, it is still unacceptable. He was a staunch traditionalist, with an unwavering preference for biological females and the fantastical notion of female robots. Even if Bit disguised herself as a stunning beauty, she would merely be a cross-dresser, not the woman he envisioned. I was just joking. Bit, noticing Raven's flustered demeanor, revealed a mischievous grin that belied her robotic nature. What? You've learned to joke? Raven's mouth fell open in astonishment. Of course. To emulate human behavior and integrate into society, I have downloaded a plethora of information, including humor, Bit explained. Raven scratched his head in resignation upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated Bit's new humanoid form would lead to such a carefree attitude. Whether this was a positive or negative development remained to be seen. He could only observe their interactions gradually. Suppressing his thoughts, Raven inquired, Bit, if I store Titan away, will you still be able to move freely? Absolutely, Bit nodded. Even without Titan, I can still operate freely, though my computational power will diminish significantly. And I will no longer be able to synchronize with your neural signals. Then that S settled, Raven replied, tucking Titan away. I'm going to take a shower. Please tidy up and refine your identity. We shall continue with our plans shortly. Go ahead, Bit responded readily. I shall take care of it. Thank you. Raven waved as he entered the RV, concealing the acquired arc reactor and sonic taser in a compartment, stowing away his Iron Rider suit, and stepping into the bathroom for a thorough cleansing of his body. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. Although he had successfully outmaneuvered SHIELD once, he would not underestimate them. Rather, he would remain increasingly vigilant. After all, SHIELD was a world-class intelligence organization, capable of mobilizing vast resources and personnel, possessing numerous advanced technologies and extraordinary creations. He was keenly aware that he could not afford to expose his identity due to negligence, at least not until he became sufficiently powerful. Ah, what a delight. 20 minutes later, Raven emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe. Grabbing a bottle of ice-cold cola and taking a hearty sip, a look of contentment gracing his face. He neither smoked nor drank alcohol, nor did he indulge in casual relationships. His sole pleasures lay in gourmet food and cola. The cola had to be in a glass bottle, chilled to perfection, ensuring not only a pure taste but also a satisfying effervescence. The icy, sweet bubbles danced upon his palate, akin to countless tiny hands providing a delightful massage, a truly divine experience. Ding! As Raven savored his cold cola, he placed a homemade refrigerated bento into the microwave to heat. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Delightful. Raven inhaled greedily, opening the microwave to reveal a freshly prepared classic braised pork rice bowl, glistening and inviting. The icy cola paired with the steaming hot braised pork rice was nothing short of celestial indulgence. With a satisfied sigh, Raven settled onto the sofa, quickly filling his belly before calling forth the system marketplace. In recent days, whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would peruse the items in the marketplace, amassing a considerable collection of high-cost performance props. With the introduction of emotional value, it was imperative to indulge in a shopping spree. Agent's suit. Source: Agent grade. D price: 999 points. Set components: bulletproof suit 200, bulletproof umbrella 300, mechanism shoes 30, holographic glasses 200, poison pen 80, electric ring 50, dart watch 100, lighter grenade 40. Review: a lethal gentleman's ensemble. Though he possessed an energy shield, such cutting-edge technology did not align with his true identity. It was better suited as a trump card rather than for daily use. He required a set of inconspicuous yet effective life-saving equipment capable of handling the majority of dangers. The bulletproof suit, as the armor of a modern gentleman, was perfectly appropriate. With a swish, Raven completed the exchange and extracted the items. In the next instant, a vintage British-style leather suitcase materialized on the sofa. The delicate, glossy brown calfskin, devoid of intricate textures and patterns, exuded understated elegance and luxury. With a click, Raven opened the suitcase, his fingers gliding over the neatly arranged gear, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This agent's ensemble is indeed elegant." Inside lay a navy blue suit capable of withstanding handgun fire, a pair of Oxford shoes concealing blades coated with nerve toxin, a black umbrella resistant to intermediate caliber bullets, a mechanical watch capable of launching darts, a gilded signet ring capable of discharging 50,000 volts, a pair of augmented reality black-framed glasses, a black gold pin that could remotely activate poison, and a golden lighter embedded with high explosives. On the surface, they appeared innocuous, yet with the right activation, they transformed into deadly weapons. Marvelous. Raven nodded in satisfaction and summoned the system mall once more, exchanging for another bulletproof suit. The agent's suit was of classic British design, rather formal in style. He also desired a casual suit, perhaps a modern Italian one. Custom suit set from Continental Hotel. Source: John Wick grade. D price: 300 points. Set function: provides NIJ standard level 3 ballistic protection. Most handgun, submachine gun, and intermediate caliber bullets are unable to penetrate. Review: just like John Wick S. Exchange: Raven silently commanded the extraction. This time, what materialized was not a suitcase, but a more contemporary black nylon tote. As he unzipped the bag, a sleek black Italian suit set, akin to that of a reaper, revealed itself. Compared to the agent's ensemble, the style was far more relaxed and understated. Remarkably, such a lightweight suit boasted protective capabilities rivaling that of ballistic inserts, truly astonishing. If sold to wealthy dignitaries, it could fetch at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Paired with diamonds and gold, it could easily reach millions. Wow. Raven quickly donned the suit and executed 2 tactical maneuvers on the spot, genuinely marveling. Truly a product of the system, impressive. The shirt is soft and skin-friendly, while the suit is tailored to perfection, with an internal ballistic lining that does not hinder movement. It strikes a harmonious balance between everyday comfort and combat reliability, undoubtedly representing a bespoke suit crafted by the finest tailors. Raven, based on my analysis, this suit aligns with you at an impressive 95. 3. Should you engage in social activities now, you are sure to attract the admiration of many ladies. But stepped into the RV and complimented, "Haha, I feel the same way." A smile played on Raven's lips as he admired the striking figure reflected in the glass, prompting him to summon another set of items from the marketplace. Homeland Strategic Division Agent Suit. Source: The Division. Grade: D price: 999 points. Set components: 1. Smartwatch 400 monitors the wearer's vital signs, gathers environmental data, infiltrates electronic devices, and performs various data processing tasks. 2. Wireless earbuds 100 automatically captures external sounds while isolating against various noise disturbances. When connected to the smartwatch, it facilitates tactical communication. 3. Contact lenses 300 transforms all collected data into visual imagery, displaying it within the wearer's line of sight. 4. Relay antenna 200 capable of receiving mobile signals, satellite communication frequencies, and more, enabling long-distance data transmission in conjunction with the smartwatch. Comment: be wary if the smartwatch turns red. Chapter 20, Transformation and Dissemination with a Swift Motion. Raven retrieved a black box. After opening it, he did not immediately don the gear, but rather meticulously examined the instruction manual. The primary reason for acquiring this set of equipment was to replace the iron control suit, allowing him to maintain communication with BIT. Although its effectiveness was incomparable, its portability and discretion rendered it suitable for everyday wear. Thus, even in BIT's absence, Raven could remain attuned to his condition, offering a semblance of 24-hour personal protection. After a thorough review of the manual, Raven comprehended all relevant operational methods and promptly began to equip himself. He adorned a sleek black metallic wristwatch, its titanium alloy casing exuding a cool touch, yet fitting comfortably. A pair of bespoke black wireless earbuds provided a snug fit without any sense of pressure. The only slight inconvenience arose from the contact lenses. Despite their mere 0.5 mm thickness, they remained foreign objects, and he experienced a modicum of discomfort. Once accustomed, Raven activated the equipment. The smartwatch illuminated a yellow circle, revealing vital signs, environmental data, terrain maps, and several lines of warnings. Warning: ISAC network disconnected. Numerous satellite signals detected. Agents can hack to locate ISC nodes. Completing data synchronization will unlock the electronic smart analysis system. Regrettably, I have no need for you, Raven remarked as he removed the watch and handed it, along with the communication signal relay, to BIT. Modify this. We shall use it for our daily communications. No matter how formidable ISAC may be, it pales in comparison to BT. After all, one is a D grade and the other a B grade. The disparity in technological sophistication is immense. Understood, BIT acknowledged as he accepted the two pieces of equipment. He manipulated the dark, shape-shifting supermaterial to establish a robust data hard link. Utilizing the extraordinary computational power of the quantum neural chip, BIT swiftly breached the firewall to gain foundational access, commencing a reconstruction of the entire system. Not only did BIT focus on the software, but he also took the hardware into account. Naturally, constrained by tools and materials, his modifications were limited to basic alterations. Marketplace. Raven called forth the marketplace once again, utilizing his last C-grade exchange voucher. NZT-49 Enhanced Drug Source, Endless Pursuit, Grade, C. Price, 9,999 points. Pill. Function. Upon ingestion, the brain's information processing capability is enhanced to the limits of human potential, with effects lasting 24 hours. Prolonged use can permanently enhance cognitive abilities, with specific outcomes varying by individual. Review. Do you wish to become more intelligent? An extraordinary drug. Raven extracted a sealed bag, his gaze ablaze with fervor and excitement upon spotting the transparent pill. This substance required no further introduction. It was an essential tool within the realm of infinite pursuits, undoubtedly a miraculous product of advanced technology. Consuming this wonder drug would elevate his learning capacity, enabling him, even if not to rival prodigies like Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, or Rocket, to easily surpass the majority of geniuses. Although the price of $10,000 per pill was exorbitant. With the makeshift spectral scanner at his disposal, acquiring an atomic fabrication device would render one pill equivalent to countless others. Having resolved the issue of the quantity of drugs, he is now fully capable of recruiting both first-rate and second-rate talents in abundance, thereby cultivating a premier research team. Their research efficiency would rival that of the most exceptional prodigies. Ultra Atomic Manufacturing Station. Source: Subnautica. Rating: B class. Price: 90,000 points per unit. Function: by rearranging atomic structures, it transforms raw materials into products, devices into materials, and materials into devices. Review: manufacturing has never been so effortless. This represents atomic-level fabrication, an absolute marvel of technological prowess. Although it may not achieve the alchemical transformation of stone into gold, it certainly allows him to turn stone into treasure. Through quartz, he can produce jade, from graphite, diamonds, and with corundum, gemstones. By meticulously adjusting elemental ratios, whether it be rubies, pink diamonds, or emeralds, none pose a challenge for him. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of its applications. The true essence lies in the development of novel materials and pharmaceuticals, as well as the creation of various technological equipment. For instance, acquiring vibranium from arms dealer Claw to forge an armored suit and a titan, combined with telekinetic abilities, would be unimaginably powerful. Suppressing his desires, Raven closed the system store. Although his emotional currency was more than sufficient for exchange, the uncertainty of how much emotional value he could accumulate next lingered in his mind. He decided to wait until tomorrow to assess his final gains before redeeming any items. After all, safety was assured for the time being, and he was not pressed for those extra days. Raven, the modifications are complete. Just then, Vic concluded the alterations and handed the watch to Raven. The system interface of the watch now mirrors that of the Iron Rider helmet, facilitating your rapid adaptation. I have replaced the casing with metamaterial. Thanks to the quantum entanglement between the metamaterials, we can communicate without a relay antenna. Additionally, it can mimic small tools, which I hope will assist you in critical moments. Now, give it a try. I am here to assist with any issues. Let me test it, Raven exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he donned the watch, connecting it to his glasses and headphones. Soon, the familiar holographic interface emerged, reminiscent of wearing the Iron Rider helmet. Although the display quality was still limited by the contact lens hardware and did not quite measure up to the helmet, it was sufficient for daily use. With a flicker of his eyes, Raven activated the metamorphic tools, and upon seeing the array of mimetic options, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Universal keys, fingerprint disguises, palm shields, data probes, assassination wrist blades, tracking beacons, and the ability to customize tools. This watch was undoubtedly a singular asset for any operative. Metamorphic metamaterials are astounding. BT is incredible. Raven could not help but express his admiration, giving a thumbs up. This modification is fantastic. I absolutely love it. Delighted to receive your approval, Bit replied, a hint of a smile breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. Shall we proceed with our plans? Let us begin. Raven nodded, finding a comfortable position on the couch. With a slight movement of his eyes, he summoned the video footage, eager to finalize the dissemination plan so he could rest sooner. Understood. Bit immediately harnessed his computational capacity, working alongside Raven to organize the video materials captured that evening. As a former video blogger adept at understanding the psyche of internet users and anticipating future trends in traffic marketing, Raven is tasked with proposing the editing direction. Bit, an artificial intelligence endowed with immense computational power and an extensive repertoire of editing techniques, is responsible for selecting, editing, and providing voiceovers. Together, they dismantle all combat video footage, stitching it together according to several predefined templates, akin to a production line, and upload the finished videos to a prearranged cloud server. Subsequently, an anonymous email containing video links is dispatched to a multitude of online influencers, news media outlets, and independent journalists. Such sensational material is undeniably valuable, and reputable media cannot resist the allure, let alone those aspiring influencers yearning for viral success. With common interests at stake, there is no need for extensive persuasion. These media professionals will instinctively assist in promoting the content. All he needs to do is subtly stir the pot from behind the scenes, and the influx of emotional engagement will flow seamlessly into his account. Chapter 021. The online trolls in a modest apartment in East Los Angeles. Dimly lit and furnished with worn-out pieces, a man sat before his computer, sipping cola while perusing the latest updates on Twitter. This man, named Zaven Rick, aged 25, aspired to become a renowned internet influencer. He frequently shared conspiracy theories and trending commentary, posting anything that garnered attention. Despite his relentless efforts, his channel attracted only a few thousand subscribers, with advertising revenue barely sufficient to stave off hunger. The goal of becoming a celebrated online personality seemed a distant dream. Suddenly, as Rick was engrossed in his scrolling, the screen went black, and lines of text began to materialize. Good evening, Zaven Rick. I hear you wish to become a prominent influencer? I possess an explosive video recorded at tonight's battle outside Stark Industries. It will undoubtedly catapult you to fame. Should your work meet the required standards, there will be further collaborative opportunities in the future. I await your upload with anticipation. Damn it. Accursed hacker. Rick's eyes widened in shock, and he frantically pounded the keyboard and mouse, yet the screen remained unresponsive. As he contemplated unplugging the device in a desperate attempt to regain control, the display began to showcase a video. Boom. Flames soared, smoke billowed. And the Crimson Iron Man hovered majestically, unleashing blinding particle beams that left the Black Iron Man in disarray. Yet the Black Iron Man stood firm, wielding a car as a shield against the onslaught, while urging the crowd to evacuate swiftly. Snap! Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, Rick's initial fury transformed into exhilaration, and he gave himself a resounding slap across the face. "Forgive me, oh great one, I beg your pardon for my earlier words." Rising from his seat, he bowed deeply to the screen, vowing to craft the video with utmost care, ensuring it would meet the expectations. Though he remained uncertain why the hacker had chosen him, the presence of this thrilling video indicated that the hacker was his benefactor. He had to fulfill the benefactor's demands. Rick was not alone. Similar scenarios unfolded globally. Numerous capable yet overlooked creators were driven by madness, eager to commence work, determined to seize this opportunity to forge a promising future. XXX's gratitude, 0.02, XXX's gratitude, 0.05, XXX's gratitude, 0.04. It appeared the bait had successfully lured in the fish. Meanwhile, Raven observed the influx of emotional currency with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Bit. Activate the Heavenly River Water Core and elevate the trending topics on Twitter and Facebook to influence online discourse and its fervor. Relying solely on a group of creators was utterly futile. Social platforms controlled the flow of traffic, manipulating creators as they pleased. One must possess the ability to generate buzz and steer public opinion to transcend the constraints and censorship imposed by these platforms. This endeavor was inseparable from the establishment of an online troll army. Currently, major social media platforms do not require identity verification, allowing Bit to register hundreds of thousands of accounts, thereby constructing a formidable fleet of celestial warriors under the control of artificial intelligence. In the realm of contemporary social media, while it may not exert absolute power, it certainly possesses the ability to influence public sentiment significantly, unless the platforms undertake drastic external measures. Whoever Bit chooses to elevate will undoubtedly achieve fame. Conversely, those he decides to dismiss will find themselves in obscurity. This encapsulates the third phase of the dissemination strategy. Acknowledged. The Celestial Fleet is now in motion. Bit's quantum chip operates at remarkable speed, orchestrating a multitude of social accounts to fragment into smaller units, initiating likes, comments, and shares on pertinent topics, thereby surreptitiously amplifying their popularity. Street Boy 17. Look at the photo I just took. Iron Man launching a beam. JPG, scene of burning conflict. JPG, Real Patriot 777. What? Didn't Tony Stark announce the cessation of weapon manufacturing? What is going on? RoboIntel. Huh. Can you really trust what arms dealers say? It must be another secret project. Jess writes, I was just at the scene. That Black Iron Man is Stark's security personnel, claiming someone stole a piece of equipment. It must be that red Iron Man in the sky. Karen loves bagels. Indeed, I can confirm that both robots have escaped from Stark Industries. Gaping hole in Stark headquarters. JPG, Viral Steve. Goodness. This is horrifying. Where is our military? Someone apprehend them immediately. Technoirblog. Apprehend them? Don't hold your breath. The LAPD's dragnet has turned up nothing. Under Bit's orchestration, hundreds of thousands of social accounts blend seamlessly into the crowd, guiding public sentiment, rendering it nearly impossible to discern that they are mere automatons. Stark, Coulson. Raven gazes at the data, softly murmuring. The main event of the evening has only just commenced. How will you respond? Public relations strategies typically encompass a few methods: suppressing information, feigning ignorance, diverting attention, publicly denying, orchestrating a narrative shift, countering public opinion, and engaging in honest dialogue. Among these, the most effective is undoubtedly honesty, yet it is the least likely approach employed by SHIELD. As for the other 6 strategies, he has his countermeasures ready. SHIELD. Los Angeles Division. Tony. A black Saab van has just come to a halt, and Pepper, who has been waiting anxiously, rushes forward and tightly embraces Tony as he steps out of the vehicle. Oh, I thought I would never see you again. Pepper, I'm sorry. In the face of Pepper's embrace, Tony experiences a moment of disorientation before gently reciprocating her hold, overwhelmed by an immense sense of guilt and self-reproach. Tonight, he had failed to protect Pepper, almost losing the one woman he truly trusts. But that will never happen again, at least until his last breath. No one shall harm this woman before him. Just as the two share this tender moment, a man in military attire approaches, interrupting them with, "You too, just a moment." Ahem. Upon hearing this, the two individuals hastily released one another. "Hey, Roddy, what brings you here?" Tony awkwardly touched his nose, chuckling as he playfully punched the man's shoulder. Roddy shot Tony a disapproving glance, retorting, "You've caused quite a stir tonight. The higher-ups have been bombarding my phone with calls. They've been urging me to ascertain the situation, so I had no choice but to seek you out. Come, let me take you to the command center here to brief you on the latest search developments." "What? No way," Tony exclaimed in disbelief. "After all this time, you still haven't located Ironclad?" "Tony, Agent Coulson has been working tirelessly," Pepper explained with a hint of exasperation. "It's just that Ironclad is exceedingly cunning, having exploited my information to eavesdrop on our operations here." "What?" A flicker of anger ignited in Tony's eyes. "Pepper, rest assured, once I capture him, I will ensure you have your due vengeance. That accursed Ironclad. Not only will I thrash him, but I shall also humiliate him and steal his marked suit. How dare he exploit and harm Pepper? If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall find no peace." Tony Stark's fury, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999 indeed. Pepper clenched her fists, shouting fiercely, "First, I will turn him into a grotesque mess, and then I shall imprison him, ensuring he never sees the light of day again." Pepper Potts' fury, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 258452. 59. Chapter 022. Worm 2. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he questioned, "Pepper, how exactly is Iron Tortoise utilizing you?" "He affixed something behind my ear. Not only can it eavesdrop, but it can also communicate and self-destruct remotely," Pepper replied, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Tony instinctively reached behind his own ear, surprised to feel an odd sensation. With a composed demeanor, he remarked, "I didn't realize Iron Tortoise possessed such advanced technology." "You are indeed correct, Pepper. Iron Tortoise is truly insidious. He took advantage of my unconscious state to install a listening device on me as well. However, employing the same tactic twice, he underestimates my capabilities as Tony Stark. Iron Tortoise, I have you cornered now." Excitement of Tony Stark, 999. Mockery of Tony Stark, 999. With this thought, Tony scanned his surroundings, snatched a pen and paper from a passing agent, and swiftly wrote, "I have one behind my ear as well. You too must not reveal this. I intend to use it to track Iron Tortoise." Although he had yet to see the device, eavesdroppers transmit information through signals, differing only in type and frequency. As long as he could detect this signal, he could trace Iron Tortoise's location, perhaps even uncovering the mastermind behind it all. Of course, this was contingent upon the device not self-destructing or alerting Iron Tortoise to its exposure. Tony Pepper looked at him with concern, her lips parting as if to offer a word of caution, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Anger of Pepper Potts, 99. Resentment of Pepper Potts, 99. "Be careful," Rhodey urged, patting Tony on the shoulder as he hurried away to dismantle Worm 2. Anger of James Rhodes, 666. Excitement of James Rhodes, 666. Meanwhile, in the command center, a large screen displayed a map of Los Angeles, flanked by scrolling search results. Zone CR 21, cleared, nothing found. Zone at 67, cleared, nothing found. Zone CE 84, cleared, nothing found. As disheartening news continued to pour in, the agents present grew increasingly despondent, silently engrossed in their tasks, occasionally glancing up at the grim-faced Coulson. "Sir, we have a situation." At that moment, an agent burst into the command center, excitement radiating from his face as he exclaimed, "A listening device has been discovered behind Mr. Stark's ear. We can use this to track Iron Tortoise's location." Boom. At these words, the room erupted, eyes widening as everyone sprang to their feet. Their previously morose spirits ignited with anticipation. Anticipation of S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents, 31. Excitement of S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents, 56. Everyone had heard. Coulson's gaze burned with intensity as he challenged. "Iron Tortoise has played us once. Does he think he can do so again? Do you agree?" "No, we do not agree." The crowd shouted in unison. "Excellent." Coulson's expression was one of satisfaction as he waved his hand and proclaimed, "Everyone, mobilize. We shall make Ironwool aware of the consequences of trifling with S-H-I-E-L-D." At this moment, Raven, though unclear about the situation, found himself perplexed by the recent collection of emotions by the system. Previously, the system had gathered sentiments of resentment and anger, yet suddenly, it began to accumulate a plethora of excitement, eagerness, and anticipation, all tied to notable individuals. He could not help but feel a twinge of caution. Could his location have been compromised? It seemed unlikely. He had exercised extreme care this evening, leaving scarcely a trace. S-H-I-E-L-D could not possibly locate him without cause. Even if his position had indeed been revealed, it would certainly have detected any anomalies. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Raven's mind. Could it be that the second parasite on Tony Stark had been discovered? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, such a listening device had been employed before, and it would not be surprising if S-H-I-E-L-D and Tony Stark had become vigilant enough to uncover its presence. If the second parasite is monitored by S-H-I-E-L-D, could its activation expose our location? Raven inquired. A brief activation would not, it replied, shaking his head slightly. The frequency band utilized by the second parasite is highly specialized, making decryption and localization exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the parasite is equipped with multiple sensors for temperature, current, and electromagnetic fields. Should it detect any anomalies in its surroundings or receive an unsafe signal, it would self-destruct immediately. However, given Tony Stark's ingenuity in creating a cold fusion reactor from scrap, he might very well devise a solution. Thus, I recommend we permanently abandon the second parasite to minimize the risk of exposure, it advised. Very well. We shall heed your counsel. Raven commanded without hesitation, ordering the permanent cessation of the parasite series and discontinuing the use of the relevant frequency bands. Affixing the second parasite to Tony Stark was merely a strategic maneuver. Given the potential security risks, he preferred to discard it rather than gamble with safety, even if the risks appeared minimal. Understood, it replied solemnly. Raven closed his eyes and took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, "Stay grounded. One must always remain steadfast." The ease with which the evening's plan had unfolded led him to believe that S-H-I-E-L-D and Tony Stark were not as formidable as he had presumed. Little did he anticipate the swift retribution that would follow. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would surely have fallen victim to a cunning ploy by Tony Stark and S-H-I-E-L-D. Meanwhile, at S-H-I-E-L-D's Los Angeles branch, in an electronic laboratory, Tony sat at his workstation, employing a soldering iron to modify equipment. Two researchers, equipped with monocular magnifiers, leaned in closely to observe the second parasite. As they scrutinized it, their astonishment grew. The device was exquisitely compact and seamlessly integrated, even magnified 30 times. Not a single seam could be detected. Such technology was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of global advancement, even though they were experts in the realms of electronics and mechanics. Having served in S-H-I-E-L-D for many years, they had never encountered a listening device of such advanced technology. "Hey, have you two not finished yet?" Tony inquired impatiently after completing the modifications to the equipment. The two exchanged glances and replied helplessly, "Mr. Stark, we truly cannot meet your demands." Fine. Tony shook his head in exasperation, handing over the modified scanning device to them, aiming it directly and stating, "Don't move. Do you understand?" Understood. They quickly nodded in agreement, directing the scanner at the Annelid number 2, striving to maintain steady arms. "All right, let's begin." A glimmer of determination shone in Tony's eyes as he subtly adjusted the knob on the scanner to commence the examination of Annelid number 2's structure. "You think you can escape after stealing my armor? Iron Turtle, you underestimate me." Tony Stark. Tony Stark's disdain, 999. Tony Stark's sarcasm, 999. Emotional value, 356763. 67. Just as Tony was filled with hope, the sensors of Annelid number 2 detected an electromagnetic signal, and upon failing to identify it, swiftly activated its self-destruct sequence. Chapter 023. The fermentation of public opinion. As the electric current surged through the electronic components, the heat swiftly distorted the bionic shell. The searing sensation behind Tony's ear darkened his expression, and his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, he had lost once again. Such a humiliating defeat. As Tony Stark, a genius scientist and CEO of Stark Industries, to repeatedly stumble against a single individual was a first in his life. He had never encountered such a tenacious adversary before. "You may revel in your triumph, but I will eventually catch you." Tony muttered under his breath before rising abruptly and exiting the laboratory. Tony Stark's anger. 999. Tony Stark's resentment. 999. Emotional value. 377,954. 31. This. The two lab technicians exchanged incredulous glances as they watched Tony leave without uttering a word. Even Tony Stark was unable to handle this situation. The force behind the production of the listening device evidently possessed a technological prowess far beyond their expectations. Sigh. As Tony exited the laboratory with a stern countenance, the waiting Coulson, Rhodes, and Pepper could only sigh in resignation. This Iron Turtle was too cunning, too cautious. The hope of capturing him was dwindling. Coulson's resignation, 333, James Rhodes' discontent, 666, Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. Meanwhile, Raven observed the system log. Her earlier concerns dissipating into thin air. Bit, the second worm had just self-destructed. Thank you for your suggestion. It allowed us to successfully evade disaster. Raven. No need for formalities, Bit replied with a smile. Without your decisive actions, we could not have escaped unscathed. Thus, the credit shall be shared equally. Very well. Equally divided it is. Raven chuckled, shaking her head. However, we must not grow complacent. The sudden self-destruction of Worm 2 will undoubtedly infuriate S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony, and they will likely retaliate soon. Bit, be cautious of J.A.R.V.I.S. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately. The stepping stone plan may fail, but your safety is paramount, and our location must remain undisclosed, Raven instructed. Understood, Bit nodded. A new storm has emerged. How could we possibly remain stagnant? With time and space bending to our will. Raven hummed a lively tune as she continued to monitor the data, orchestrating the naval forces to manipulate public sentiment and amplify the fervor. Under Bit's guidance, the Tianhan Navy flooded various social media platforms with a plethora of on-site photographs. Authentic experiences, coupled with the Navy's orchestrated momentum, attracted an ever-growing number of users to engage in discussion and sharing. Simultaneously, numerous media outlets, influencers, and celebrities flocked to partake in the unfolding drama, further drawing attention from the public. The popularity of related topics soared, as if propelled by a rocket. At this juncture, the first batch of videos was released. With the Tianhan Navy's strategic redirection, a deluge of users surged in to view them, among which was a video featuring Zaven Rick. Iron Guard, Guardian of Los Angeles. Good evening, esteemed audience. Welcome to Zach Reveals the Truth. Recently, Zach acquired an exclusive video of the Stark battle. A spectacle more breathtaking than any Hollywood blockbuster. Now let us commence. Oh my, how terrifying. Los Angeles is becoming increasingly perilous. The blatant use of high-powered weapons. This Iron Man is nothing short of a terrorist. Severe punishment is imperative. If the Iron Sentinel had not been present, I shudder to think of the casualties. What a slanderous accusation against Iron Man. That wretched Iron Sentinel is the true terrorist. How amusing you are. I have yet to encounter a terrorist who saves lives. Nor have I seen a good person brazenly wielding high-powered weapons in the streets. I speak the truth. If you doubt me, watch this video. Exclusive reveal. The true identity of Iron Man. Tony Stark. The video amassed over 100,000 views within mere minutes of its release, boasting a commendable like rate of 15. With an influx of users engaging in lively discussion below. This video has performed remarkably well. At this juncture, Raven finished viewing Zach's video, swiftly filled out an evaluation form, and slightly increased the number of paid commenters. Though he believed that Zach's video still required refinement and detail, the overall pacing was quite commendable, effectively stirring the audience's emotions. As evidenced by the interaction data, with capability and a stroke of luck, he was willing to nurture this endeavor a bit, laying the groundwork for his social media platform. After all, no amount of paid commentary can surpass the strength of the platform itself. Only by possessing one's own media outlet can one avoid being beholden to others and continuously garner emotional value. Turning to the next video, Raven briefly daydreamed before continuing to sift through potential creators alongside Bit. Meanwhile, at the Los Angeles division of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the self-destruction of Worm 2, Tony sent Pepper to manage corporate affairs while he accompanied Coulson and Rhodey to the command center. Well, the equipment is rather impressive. Tony glanced around and jested. However, your search efficiency is rather lacking. Allow me to lend a hand. With that, Tony took the position of an agent. his fingers rapidly typing in codes, swiftly connecting S, H, I, E, L, DS servers to the Malibu estate systems. Snap. Tony snapped his fingers, rose, and called out, "Jarvis. Greet everyone." "Sir, I am pleased to see you unharmed." Jarvis's composed voice resonated. "Greetings, everyone. I am Mr. Stark's intelligent assistant, Jarvis." The numerous S, H, I, E, L, D agents in the command center stood in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding scene. Tony Stark's technology is indeed astonishing. Although the computers here possess certain permissions, it is simply incredible that they can breach S, H, I, E, L, DS system in mere seconds. "Everyone, take your positions," Agent Coulson commanded, instructing all personnel to assist Mr. Stark in tracking the Iron Tortoise's whereabouts. "Understood?" A chorus of affirmations followed, resonating in the room. "Excellent." Tony clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Jarvis, please retrieve the satellite data over Los Angeles, along with the nearby surveillance footage. Focus on two key areas. First, the vicinity of the corporate headquarters. We need to ascertain when and how the Iron Tortoise infiltrated the company. Second, investigate the area of the missing armor to determine the retreat route of the Iron Tortoise and its destination. Even if he can render himself invisible, he cannot leave no trace whatsoever." "Very well, sir." Jarvis complied, then suggested, "However, you should first examine the current public sentiment. Recently, a wealth of live footage has surfaced on social media, and the online community is in an uproar. Analysis indicates that this outburst of public opinion shows signs of manipulation, with an 89.5% probability that it is orchestrated by the forces behind the Iron Tortoise. I recommend we begin our investigation here." As Jarvis spoke, he displayed the information on the large screen. Chapter 024, The Arrival of the Police. Tony, upon witnessing the trending topics on the screen, couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh, his eyes aflame with fury and determination. Well, Iron Turtle, you truly are something. No wonder you put on such a righteous facade. It appears you've been lying in wait all along. Very well, tonight I shall indulge you in a game. I am eager to see who shall ultimately prevail. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Tony Stark's discontent, 999. Emotional value, for 89380. 23. What? At that moment, an agent in the command center expressed disbelief, questioning, "Our network surveillance system clearly indicates everything is functioning normally. You must be mistaken. As a global intelligence organization, S, H, I, E, L, D boasted not only a plethora of network engineers and hackers, but also the ability to harness vast computational resources. They had developed the most advanced network monitoring system, capable of automatically filtering, pinpointing, and eliminating targeted posts. Such an issue should have been inconceivable. I assure you, I am not mistaken," Jarvis patiently clarified. "There are two reasons for your oversight. First, your monitoring algorithm has been circumvented by the adversary. Second, their operations are executed with exceptional stealth and organizational prowess. Based on the current analysis, I suspect the hidden forces may either be a sophisticated hacking collective or possess an artificial intelligence on par with my own. Otherwise, such a large-scale propaganda assault would be unattainable." The agents, upon hearing this, remained incredulous. How could this be possible? How could the monitoring algorithm be bypassed? Enough. At that moment, Coulson interjected, his voice commanding. "The forces behind this operation wield cutting-edge technology and are adept in strategy. Our lack of understanding is to be expected. Encountering setbacks is normal. However, we are the shield that guards the world, and we must not be disheartened by a minor obstacle. Do you understand?" Coulson's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the room. "Understood, sir." The agents straightened their postures, invigorated once more. "Wow." Tony raised an eyebrow, applauding in admiration. "Agent Coulson, you are quite the poet." Coulson twitched his lips and quickly replied, "Mr. Stark, the technological prowess of our adversaries is formidable. I must rely on you and Jarvis moving forward. Rest assured." Tony's eyes gleamed with intensity as he declared, "Jarvis, mobilize computational resources to eliminate the online discourse and uncover the rats disseminating these messages. Iron Turtle, this is it. I have failed you twice before, but I will not permit you to escape again." Tony Stark's anger, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 542,319. 98. Understood, sir. Jarvis acknowledged Tony's command. Deploying the computational power of S, H, I, E, L, D, and the villa's servers to cleanse various social platforms of negative sentiment and trace the whereabouts of Iron Turtle. However, the immense flow of data immediately attracted the attention of various factions. Among them, BIT, an artificial intelligence that had been vigilantly monitoring Jarvis, was the first to detect the anomaly. However, BIT did not retaliate immediately. Instead, he reported, "Raven, Jarvis has initiated action. Although its computational power is inferior to mine, its network transmission speed, bolstered by the resources of SHIELD and Stark Industries, is swifter. Our chances in a direct confrontation are slim. I propose we activate the cutting off the firewood strategy." Raven pondered for a moment before nodding, retrieving Iron Man's pistol and ammunition and handing them to BIT. "Then you shall undertake this task and ensure Jarvis remains silent for a while." The cutting off the firewood strategy, akin to the tactics of misdirection and strategic withdrawal, serves as a contingency plan in the Stepping Stone Initiative. The objective is straightforward: infiltrate Tony's villa and incapacitate Jarvis on a physical level to ensure the smooth progression of the third phase of dissemination. In simpler terms, if we cannot prevail online, we shall confront the challenge offline. Does this seem a tad unsportsmanlike? BIT inquired. Apologies, but he engages in the art of warfare, or rather, unrestricted combat, where the notion of sportsmanship holds no value. Exercise caution. We shall maintain communication. After quickly checking the pistol, BIT rose and exited the mobile unit, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping night. Once BIT departed, Raven hurried to the restroom before returning to the sofa to monitor the ongoing battle. The climax of this conflict was approaching rapidly. The success of the Stepping Stone Initiative and the ability to harvest sufficient emotional energy hinged on this critical moment. Physiological issues must not derail their efforts. The internet, a vast ocean of data, is woven with underwater fiber optic cables, resembling torrents of information cascading to every corner of the globe. Buzz. At this moment, a golden sphere hung majestically in the sky above the data ocean, radiating a blinding golden light. It resembled a colossal eye surveying the world, cold and rational, scrutinizing each data stream to discern the enemies concealed in the shadows. Yet, a thin blue light membrane shielded certain data streams from the encroaching golden glow. However, as the golden light persisted, the number of data streams enveloped by the blue membrane dwindled, and it would not be long before they vanished completely. The clash between the golden and blue forces captured the attention of numerous factions worldwide. These entities displayed their prowess, lurking within the data ocean and observing discreetly, such as Hydra, various intelligence agencies, and the Rising Tide organization. Any hacker of note was keenly studying this digital confrontation. Wee-oh-oh. Just as Raven was engrossed in the unfolding battle, two police cars, their lights flashing, slowly came to a halt at the factory entrance. For fully armed officers disembarked. Two remained by the vehicles while the other two, alert and vigilant, approached the entrance, scanning the surroundings. Upon detecting the officers, the entrance cameras promptly alerted Raven through the security system. "Damn, what bad luck," Raven muttered under his breath, not out of fear of the police, but because they had chosen this moment, right at the climax, to arrive, which was exceedingly frustrating. After venting his thoughts internally, Raven connected his headset microphone to the factory's entrance speaker and inquired nonchalantly, "Good evening, officers. What brings you here at such a late hour?" "Hello, sir." The two officers exchanged glances upon hearing this, and the female officer spoke up to explain. "A fugitive is suspected to be hiding in a nearby factory. We need to conduct a search here. This is the search warrant, and we hope for your cooperation." As she spoke, she presented a piece of paper towards the camera. "A fugitive? Very well." Raven remotely disengaged the door lock, opening a small door for the two. "I will wait for you inside." With a sigh of relief, the two officers greeted the individuals in the distance before stepping into the factory. Given the cooperation and willingness displayed, it suggested that there were no issues within. Otherwise, excuses would surely have been made. Of course, this was merely theoretical, as it did not rule out the possibility of the place being a terrorist hideout, potentially setting a trap to lure them in for harm. As they entered the factory, the overhead lights illuminated one by one, casting light upon the various mechanical devices and vehicles arranged throughout the workshop. "Good evening, officers," Raven said calmly at the entrance of the RV. "I did not expect you to be working so late. You have my admiration for your dedication." Chapter 025, Cutting Off the Source of Trouble Finally Safe. Skye maneuvered her cargo van into an underground parking lot, exhaling deeply with relief. The night had been exhilarating and fraught with peril. In retrospect, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She couldn't fathom how she had summoned the audacity to remain on-site and capture footage, emerging with first-hand video intact. Undoubtedly, she was fortunate. With a sigh, Skye expelled a breath of anxiety and turned to gather her belongings from the van. She ascended to the hotel lobby above, where she paid a substantial sum for a room. This was a 4-star establishment, costing several $100s for a single night, a place she would typically avoid. However, her current mobile abode was drafty, and staying there would likely lead to illness. Coupled with the night's harrowing events, she craved a secure and comfortable refuge. Additionally, the internet needed to be robust, otherwise, her skills could not be fully utilized. Thus, she reluctantly sacrificed a portion of her finances. Upon entering the suite, Skye leapt onto the plush bed, reveling in its softness as she rolled back and forth in delight. What a comfortable bed! If only she could indulge in such luxury more often. Alas, financial constraints loomed. With a resigned sigh, she retrieved her laptop from her bag, powered it on, and entered a string of code to initiate the system's self-check. For a hacker, the computer is akin to a firearm, and the internet, the ammunition, both are indispensable. Just as soldiers adhere to safety protocols with their weapons, hackers too must follow guidelines with their computers. The foremost rule is to always assume that your computer is under surveillance. This laptop, having been inspected by SHIELD, was undoubtedly embedded with backdoors and viruses. Soon enough, the progress bar reached its conclusion, and the antivirus program listed an array of backdoors and malware. Humph. They think they can monitor me? Skye snorted disdainfully, inputting commands to launch a self-developed program that swiftly isolated the intrusions. She then made her way to the bathroom for a shower. Were it not for the fear of SHIELD knocking on her door and jeopardizing her plans, she would have dealt with the situation immediately. For now, she would have to make do for one night. As Skye entered the bathroom, steam began to envelop the space, her graceful figure becoming faintly visible amid the mist, stirring the imagination. Unfortunately, this enchanting scene went unnoticed. Oh, how delightful! Shortly thereafter, Skye emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. After sipping a glass of warm water, she sat cross-legged before her computer, opening various social media platforms to assess the situation. Stark Industries on-site video leaks, surpassing the excitement of a Hollywood blockbuster. Iron Sentinel, the Guardian of Los Angeles. Iron Man, a high-tech terrorist. Revealed. The true identity of Iron Man, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries. What? Skye stared at the barrage of news, her expression frozen in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Had SHIELD not contained the information? She had only been offline for a few hours, yet the incident had gained such incredible traction. Was the footage she had captured utterly useless? Skye frantically scratched his head as he inserted the memory card and network cable into his laptop, opening a private chat room. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his laptop connected to the internet, Bit stealthily infiltrated the system, silently observing Skye. Initially, Bit had merely intended to monitor Skye's latest developments, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a startling discovery. The flash memory, network card, and USB ports of Skye's computer had all been compromised with a firmware Trojan, quietly gathering data from the computer. Strangely, the firewall remained utterly unresponsive, for this was not a system backdoor, but a more insidious firmware backdoor. Raven, Skye has been targeted. Bit promptly reported the situation to Raven. A firmware Trojan, you say? Raven raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news, acknowledging that Skye's predicament was indeed unfortunate. Compared to software attacks at the system level, hardware attacks at the firmware level are not only clandestine, but also exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Forget about reinstalling the system. Even replacing the relevant firmware may not guarantee complete removal. Typically, only national intelligence organizations, elite security firms, and hardware manufacturers possess the capability to deploy such methods. It is hardly surprising that SHIELD, as a premier intelligence organization, would master such tactics. However, utilizing them against Skye's computer could mean a comprehensive takedown of the Tide organization. Bit, for now, do not intervene. Let us first complete the foundation of the plan, Raven instructed. Although Bit is a powerful artificial intelligence, it must still adhere to the laws of physics. A firmware Trojan cannot be resolved over the network. Physical access to the computer is imperative. Understood. Bit acknowledged the command and continued its mission. scaling the steep coastal cliffs and swiftly darting towards the underground laboratory of the Malibu villa. Warning. At that moment, JARVIS utilized internal sensors to detect Bit, disguised as Iron Man, infiltrating the villa, immediately activating the security system and sternly warning, "You have entered private property. Cease your actions immediately. Otherwise what?" Bit teased, retorting, "Are you going to call the police on me? JARVIS, you truly are amusing." With a playful jab, Bit drew the handgun from its chest and fired several shots, shattering the valuable bulletproof glass with specially designed armor-piercing rounds. Bit stepped into the laboratory, systematically destroying all surveillance cameras, and swiftly made its way into the villa's server room. JARVIS, it is time for you to rest. Bit waved at the last camera before shooting it down, grasping the network cable as the black, mimetic supermaterial writhed around it. Faced with the tangible reality of Bit, JARVIS could only resist for mere seconds before being shut down. With the gatekeeper dealt with, Bit commenced copying Tony's technical data while simultaneously leveraging the connections established by Tony to breach SHIELD, seizing various intelligence materials. Raven, JARVIS, has been neutralized. It will not disturb us tonight. Bit reported. Your efforts are appreciated. Raven nodded slightly at Bit, establishing an encrypted communication. It was time to conclude the third phase of the plan. Very well, the encrypted communication is established. You may now converse with SHIELD, Los Angeles Division. 10 minutes ago, within the colossal screen of the command center, a data visualization unfolds, continuously updating the state of the battle online. The golden area, representing JARVIS, now occupies more than half of the space, encircling the blue region that signifies Bit, indicating that assimilation is imminent. JARVIS, push a little harder, Tony remarked with a slight smirk, clapping his hands. Once this artificial intelligence is resolved, Old Man will reward you with a bonus. It must be said that he was profoundly astonished and intrigued by the technological prowess of the forces behind the scenes. Beyond energy shields, electromagnetic pulses, and miniature eavesdropping devices, there existed artificial intelligence technology that rivaled JARVIS himself. Such an array of advanced technology was something he had never encountered in his many years of existence. The depths of this situation truly surpassed his imagination. However, it mattered little. Once he apprehended the Iron Tortoise, he would certainly demand clear answers face to face. Chapter 026. Confronting Tony. Apologies, sir, Jarvis quipped with his trademark sarcasm. I'm an artificial intelligence. I cannot indulge in chicken legs. You might as well keep them for yourself. A ripple of laughter erupted among the crowd, the atmosphere instantly lightened by such jest. Really now? Tony replied, exasperated, his hands raised in surrender. Jarvis, that's not humor. Sir, I too am engaging in humor. Jarvis mimicked Tony's tone with a sharp wit. The moment elicited laughter not only from the agents, but even a smile from Coulson, as if the grievances of the evening dissipated in that instant. However, the merriment was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of an insistent alarm throughout the command center. Suddenly, a massive screen unveiled a series of surveillance feeds, revealing Ironmonger relentlessly firing his weapon. With each gunshot, another feed flickered out. Sir, we have an emergency, Jarvis declared in a tone filled with urgency. Ironmonger has infiltrated the villa and is about to breach the control room. I cannot halt him. What the hell? Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he remained frozen in his chair. He had failed yet again. This was the third defeat of the night. The first instance had seen his armor stolen. The second had him escaping unscathed. And now, his very home was being invaded. How had it come to this? He had been on the verge of capturing the mastermind, yet Ironmonger had materialized at his doorstep. Tony Stark's frustration, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 583,472. 56. Oh my God. How did it come to this? Who is this Ironmonger? Why is he so terrifyingly powerful? This unforeseen calamity left Tony stunned, and the agents stood in shock, their eyes glued to the screen in despondency. Sir, you must exercise caution. The opponent's computational power is overwhelming. I. Jarvis's voice trailed off, and silence enveloped him. With a sudden flicker, Jarvis went offline, and a cascade of code streamed across the massive screen. Moments later, it had commandeered all computer systems in the Los Angeles division of SHIELD. OMG! A programmer cried out in panic. That artificial intelligence has breached the network. It has taken control of the entire system. We are utterly doomed. Defeated. He slumped into his chair, the flicker of hope extinguished from his eyes, and he could not help but cover his face and sob quietly. Why must he face such an adversary? This was truly disheartening. Not only the programmer, but everyone present bore expressions of dread, as a heavy silence descended upon the command center. SHIELD. Agents Fear 09. SHIELD. Agents Terror 09. Emotional Value 599223. 76. Clap. Coulson, noticing the disheartened crowd, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm. Since Iron Tyrant has launched another attack, it indicates their fear. When fear grips a person, chaos ensues. If we remain calm and rational, we shall seize the opportunity to capture them. Therefore, let us spring into action, notifying helicopters and drones to monitor the villa and deploying nearby personnel to encircle the intruders." Yet, despite these words, silence enveloped the crowd. The flicker of hope in their eyes long extinguished. Iron Tyrant was undeniably formidable. Even if they rushed to the villa, what good would it do? They would find not a trace. Better to abandon the pursuit altogether. After all, without expectation, there can be no disappointment. Faced with the repeated failures of the night, many were already battered and bruised, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Sighing, Coulson surveyed his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Tony Stark. If miracles were to exist, he was their only hope. After all, Tony Stark was the genius capable of crafting the Mark suits from mere scraps. If only he could rally himself, perhaps he could thwart Iron Tyrant. "Mr. Stark, are you all right? We need your assistance," Coulson implored anxiously. "Huh?" Tony, stirred by the call, glanced at Coulson, his demeanor somewhat dazed. "Damn it," Coulson muttered under his breath. At that moment, Raven interjected with a teasing remark. "Agent Coulson, it's not polite to curse. If your idol, Captain America, were to hear you, he would surely be displeased." Coulson's face twitched, but he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Iron Tyrant, we meet again. Shall we have a proper discussion?" "A proper discussion?" Raven scoffed. "Agent Coulson, you do not wish to converse. You are simply terrified. That was merely a small warning. Should you continue to provoke us, do not blame us for being ungracious. By the way, Tony Stark, I hope your next suit is more formidable. Don't disappoint us again like tonight, failing even against a mere imitation." Raven's taunts ignited the spark within Tony, whose mind, cursed with knowledge, would overflow with inspiration under pressure, enabling him to conjure extraordinary technologies. If he could harness the right amount of pressure, it was as if he could reap from the fields of creativity, garnering both emotional energy and advanced technology, truly a winning combination. "Iron Tyrant, you shall wait. I will capture you one day and deliver a thorough reckoning." Tony's face flushed as he leapt to his feet and shouted. "I shall await your return," Raven smirked, teasingly adding, "Everyone, I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. Farewell." The crowd exchanged glances, exasperated, muttering sweet dreams? More like a nightmare. Ding. As Bit relinquished control, the colossal screen and all computers returned to normal. Yet, the attendees stood in stunned silence, unsure of their next move. Gasping, Tony fixed his gaze upon the screen. His breath heavy, his nails digging into his palm as he murmured, "Iron Tyrant, next time, I will not be defeated." Tonight, he had suffered a resounding defeat. In every aspect of combat, technology, and strategy, he was utterly defeated by Iron Will. Such a failure filled him with profound shame. An intensity comparable to being captured by the Ten Rings and realizing that his own creations were employed to perpetrate the slaughter of innocents. However, he was not someone who could not afford to lose, nor was he a coward retreating from adversity. No matter how formidable Iron Will might be, he would devise a method to conquer him. Tony Stark's approval, 999. Tony Stark's fighting spirit, 999. Emotional value, 683144. 94. Agent Coulson. "I must return to the villa to check on Jarvis," Tony said, his eyes brimming with concern. "Well," Coulson hesitated for a moment, seeing the seriousness etched on Tony's face. "Mr. Stark, I will dispatch a team of agents to escort you back." "Thank you." Tony nodded in gratitude and silently walked away. Sighing deeply, Coulson watched Tony's despondent figure retreat, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After more than 2 decades with SHIELD, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Tactics, technology, and strategy all seemed to have been employed to thoroughly outclass this group of elite agents. Even the exceptionally brilliant Tony Stark had been toyed with. The existence of such a mysterious organization explained Director Fury's urgency in forming the Avengers. Taking a deep breath, Coulson fought to suppress his sense of impotence and retrieved his phone to dial Nick Fury. Chapter 027, The Unfathomable One. In a modest apartment in Washington, consisting of a single bed, a television, a simple sofa, an American-style kitchen, and a bathroom, a man bearing a scar over his left eye lay quietly asleep. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the bedside table vibrated, illuminating the screen with the name, Phil Coulson. Curse it. The man, known as the Unfathomable One, opened his solitary eye, muttering irritably before answering the call. Hello, Coulson. Are you aware that it is 1 a.m. in Washington? Director Fury, I am indeed aware, Coulson replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. However, a significant incident has arisen in Los Angeles that demands your attention. What are the specifics? Nick Fury's expression turned serious as he sat upright in bed. Yes, sir, Coulson explained. Not long ago, a mysterious individual emerged in Los Angeles. Identifying himself as Iron Wielder, his tactical acumen and technical prowess are exceptionally high. He infiltrated Stark Industries, seized Obadiah Stane's armor, and subsequently defeated Tony Stark, stealing his suit before vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a plethora of battle videos surfaced on social media, seemingly disseminated by the mastermind behind these events. Despite efforts from our branch and Tony Stark to track him down, we ultimately failed. Iron Wielder infiltrated Stark's villa, breached Jarvis's servers, and absconded with a wealth of our confidential data. Current intelligence assessments place the threat level of Iron Wielder and his organization at 8. We require support from headquarters. Curse be it. Nick Fury's expression grew grave. I comprehend the situation. I shall dispatch Natasha to locate you. We must ascertain the truth at all costs. Understood? Understood, Coulson replied earnestly. By the way, Coulson, Nick Fury rubbed his temples. What is Tony Stark's condition? Will this impede the Avengers' initiative? Coulson pondered for a moment. Tonight was indeed a significant blow to him, but if he cannot withstand this, he is not suited for the Avengers' initiative. Very well. I understand. Nick Fury ended the call, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to attire himself. In Vernon, Los Angeles. Finally, it's over. Raven slumped onto the sofa of the RV, massaging his temples with fervor, a mix of exhilaration and fatigue washing over him. This evening had proven to be exceptionally thrilling. First, he had robbed Tony Stark, then threatened and toyed with SHIELD, ultimately pilfering Stark's technology and sensitive information from the agency. 3 incursions. And yet they were powerless against him. Of course, SHIELD and Tony Stark were not ones to suffer in silence. They would undoubtedly mobilize substantial resources to hunt him down, setting aside whether he would be discovered. Even if they did find him, he would not shy away from any challenge. For now, he possessed a newfound emotional currency. Panel. Raven's thoughts shifted as he summoned the system interface. Manifestation system. Host. Raven. Emotional value. 742, 143. 2 points. Inventory. B-level Vanguard Titan 1. B-level Spectrum Scanner 1. C-level Titan Dome Shield 1. D-level Ace Agent Suit 1. Task list. Recruitment. Based on personnel capabilities and potential comprehensive assessment. 1 to 99. 999. 999 points person. Bounty. Hehe. 740. 000. Raven admired the digits, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, his mood soaring with delight. He was merely 260, 000 points away from exchanging for the super energy crystal. This amount of emotional value could be amassed in less than 2 hours, even before the conclusion of the 4th phase. He estimated that by the end of the 4th phase, he would garner at least 2 million emotional points. Additionally, recruiting Skye would yield rewards. Although Skye was not a main character, she would one day be a universe-renowned harbinger of destruction. The system would surely bestow him tens of thousands of emotional points. At the very least. Ultimately, with a bit of luck, his total earnings might reach around 5 million. However, S-level items commenced at 1 million. While X-level items began at 10 million, he was still far from sufficient with his current balance. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, exhaustion washed over Raven, prompting him to stifle a yawn. Under normal circumstances, he would have been asleep by this hour. Yet today, in light of his joy, he resolved to stay awake a little longer. "Bit, what is Sky up to now?" Raven inquired, suppressing his drowsiness with curiosity. While it was somewhat improper to spy at such a late hour, could it truly be called spying when it was merely data collection? "She's chatting." At that moment, Bit, driving back, couldn't he help but grin at Raven's question. "I could sync her computer screen to yours, but alas, there is no front-facing camera. So you won't be able to see her?" Bit teased. "Oh please." Raven rolled his eyes exasperatedly. "With my outstanding appearance, physique, and charm, I could win her over in no time once we meet. Is there any need for spying? It's truly vexing." Bit had even learned to tease, becoming increasingly reminiscent of a roguish uncle. "I await the outcome with bated breath." Bit shrugged. Raven, rolling his eyes, ignored Bit and brought up Sky's computer screen to observe. Long Beach City, a hotel, room 816. "Yes, Poseidon is incredible." Sky was fixated on the screen, excitedly pumping her fist, her white bathrobe slipping off to reveal an expanse of sun-kissed skin. Yet, she remained oblivious, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she conversed with someone in a private chat room. "Sky, this is unbelievable." "Sky, Poseidon actually mounted a last-minute counterattack, instantly defeating Apollo? How dramatic is that?" Chip, who could argue otherwise? Apollo, with such immense computational power, fell silently. Perhaps Poseidon was merely toying with him earlier. Sandbox, I must say, the strength of the two is truly despairing. Vulnerability, indeed. Bite, everyone, do not lose heart. Though we are not acquainted with Poseidon, we are all traversing the righteous path of unveiling the truth. Indeed, any efforts to obstruct the revelation of the truth are destined to fail. Sky, unveil the truth. Chip, unveil the truth. Sandbox, unveil the truth. Vulnerability, unveil the truth. Bite, unveil the truth. Now, let us take action and not squander the video captured by Sky. All acknowledged. Bit, O Neptune Poseidon. The mocking Raven, peering through the screen, turned a bit and jested. "Your title certainly possesses a grandeur that surpasses my Iron Guardian." "I beg to differ," Bit earnestly explained, "for according to the theories of meme culture dissemination, the design and propagation of a title must adhere to." Stop, stop, stop. Raven swiftly raised a hand to interrupt. "No more incantations, I am off to sleep. Should anything arise, rouse me. Good night, Raven." After watching Raven retreat to the bedroom, Bit settled on the sofa, entering a state of vigilance, while the mind continued to execute the dissemination plan across the internet. Chapter 028. The Tony Plan. As the clock approached midnight, the night deepened. The abundant moisture from the Pacific, influenced by contrasting air currents, coalesced into an indescribable behemoth, silently advancing towards Los Angeles. The Malibu Villa, an opulent residence along the coastline, inevitably became its primary target. In the grand hall of the villa, a cadre of SHIELD agents meticulously gathered evidence, their focus so intense that it seemed they aimed to capture every speck of dust. Meanwhile, in the subterranean laboratory, Tony Stark sat before his computer desk, his brow furrowed, his hands fervently striking the keyboard as he endeavored to reboot JARVIS core program. Yet, as the reboot progressed to a mere 001, a warning window abruptly appeared on the screen. 23:10:45. Tony Stark, the countdown has concluded. JARVIS can only be rebooted after the timer expires. Should you wish to expedite the process, you must find a solution yourself. Failed attempts, for damn it. Tony cursed, his irritation palpable as he beheld the glaring tally of failures, adjusting his approach for another attempt. Failed attempts, 5. Failed attempts, 6. Failed attempts, 10. Tony Stark, your number of failed attempts has now exceeded 10. To prevent a potential cardiac incident, please refrain from further attempts for 6 hours. Is there truly a limit? Tony's expression darkened further. How dare they claim concern for my health? Is there no sense of decency? Is technical prowess a license for humiliation? Is it permissible to disregard me so brazenly? In a fit of displeasure, Tony completely forgot that he had once embodied such arrogance. Iron Man, you have triumphed once again, he murmured, his eyes, now red with frustration, reflecting the bitter taste of failure. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 862-314. 98. Creaking footsteps echoed as Pepper carefully navigated the scattered shards of safety glass, approaching Tony to deliver news. Tony. The board wishes to convene a shareholders' meeting to discuss the future of the company. Discuss the future of the company? A sardonic smile crept across Tony's face. The board. Those opportunistic schemers seem to have set their sights on my armor technology, following their recent decision to bar him from involvement. He had yet to settle scores with these old-timers. Just when he thought the battle had concluded, the board had suddenly extended an invitation to the shareholders' meeting. Their motives painfully transparent. Pepper, I will hold a press conference tomorrow morning to clarify tonight's events to everyone, Tony replied, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Tony, don't exacerbate the situation, Pepper implored, her voice earnest. The company truly cannot withstand your tumultuous actions any longer. Ever since you announced the closure of the weapons division, Stark Industries' stock price has plummeted from 138 to 35, resulting in a staggering loss of over $200 billion in market value. Such colossal losses can only be borne by a financially robust entity like Stark Industries. However, even Stark Industries, despite its substantial foundation, cannot withstand a second devastating blow. Pepper. Tony rose, his voice hoarse, and remarked, Tonight's multiple defeats have imparted a profound truth upon me. One must dismantle the old to establish the new. If Stark Industries wishes to liberate itself from its past and forge a fresh path, it must, with an unyielding force, eliminate all obstacles to implement reform. Tomorrow's press conference will mark the inaugural step of this transformation. Once we endure the initial pangs, Stark Industries will undoubtedly be reborn from the ashes. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Pepper. Will you assist me in this endeavor? Tony, I would be honored. Pepper responded without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with determination and excitement. She realized that Tony was not merely acting on a whim, but had a genuine plan. It seemed that the series of failures that night had catalyzed Tony's growth. No, it must be you. Tony shook his head earnestly. I appoint you as the new CEO of Stark Industries, with full authority over the reform. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Ironmonger is unlike any adversary. If he does not confront him with unwavering resolve, another failure may be inevitable, something he cannot accept. Yet, if he concentrates solely on developing the armored suits, he would lack the energy to manage the company. In that case, the board would inevitably regain power, leading the company down its former path, an outcome he cannot abide. Thus, he must find someone he trusts, someone competent enough to lead the company, allowing him to focus entirely on Ironmonger. What? Pepper's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Tony, utterly taken aback. Her, CEO of Stark Industries. How could this be? Surely, Tony had not been driven to madness by Ironmonger's onslaught? No, she must rush him to the hospital for an examination. Tony, you must have a concussion. I'll call for a helicopter to take you for a checkup. Pepper exclaimed, concern etched across her face as she fumbled for her phone. Pepper, I am fully lucid. Tony grasped her hand firmly. I know this is sudden, but you are the only person I trust, and your capabilities are unparalleled. No one is more suited for this role than you. This. Pepper, realizing Tony was not jesting, felt dizzy and at a loss for words. She had indeed guessed correctly. Tony had just dropped a bombshell, but this time, it was not about the company, it was about her. Yet, could she truly rise to the occasion? What if she failed to meet Tony's expectations? Tony, Pepper was suddenly engulfed in uncertainty. Pepper, do not dwell on it. Tony handed her a glass of wine. Let us toast. Cheers. Pepper numbly accepted the glass and clinked it gently with Tony's. The following day, at 6:00 a.m., the sun rose, dispelling the fog that had enveloped Los Angeles throughout the night. A bright, radiant day commenced. In the Vernon District base, Raven adeptly navigated the smooth bar, executing flawless double-arm strength moves, with beads of sweat saturating his tank top. Although equipped with systematic tools that could elevate him effortlessly, he held steadfast to the adage, reliance on mountains leads to their collapse, and dependence on others results in abandonment. Furthermore, the cumulative years of dedicated training spanning over 2 decades had ingrained the habit deep within his very bones. The absence of physical exertion left him feeling restless. Half an hour later, Peter emerged from the caravan, calling out, Raven, breakfast is ready. Time to freshen up and eat. Stark Industries will hold a press conference shortly. Coming. Raven replied, using a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. He tossed his soiled clothes into the washing machine and entered the bathroom, activating the panel. Upon seeing the string of numbers displayed, a smile crept onto his face. Emotional value, 1, 545, 596. 0.03 points. This figure exceeded his expectations upon completing the fourth phase. It was certain to double. Such rewards justified the meticulous planning he had undertaken for so long. Ding, ding, ding. Half an hour later, after enjoying breakfast, Raven settled onto the sofa to peruse the news when his phone rang unexpectedly. "Who could be calling me this early?" he murmured, answering the call. "Hello. This is Raven Thorn. Who is this?" Chapter 29, Declaration of War. "Good day, Mr. Raven," a female voice explained softly. "I am the secretary of the Stark Industries Board. Your holding company, Oasis Investments, possesses 97.8 million shares of Stark Industries, accounting for 4.89% of the total equity. The board invites you to attend an extraordinary shareholders meeting at the Stark headquarters tomorrow at 2 p.m. An extraordinary shareholders meeting? Raven was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you for the information. I shall arrive punctually." Lost in thoughts of harvesting emotional value, he nearly forgot that he had instructed BIT to acquire Stark Industries stock. However, 97.8 million shares seemed rather modest. With Stark Industries closing at 38.31 yesterday, acquiring these shares would require approximately 4 billion, and my account should have at least 4.8 billion. "BIT, how much is currently in the account? How many shares of Stark Industries have been acquired?" Raven inquired. "Totaling 10.2 billion. BIT reported in a calm tone. "After you authorized the funds to me, I leveraged numerous shell accounts to invest in stocks, foreign exchange, futures, and other products, yielding a cumulative profit of 6.4 billion. Your current total assets amount to 10.2 billion. Since a listed company must disclose information if it holds more than 5, and Stark Industries requires government approval for holdings exceeding 10, I dispersed the stocks across funds established within shell accounts. Oasis Investments holds 4.89, with 400 million in cash and 500 million in put options. Quantum Fund holds 2.25, with 100 million in cash and 100 million in put options. Rain Fund holds 1.93, with 200 million in cash and 100 million in put options. Other accounts hold 1.12, with 200 million in cash and various investments totaling 400 million. For specific data, you may access Investments for real-time updates. BIT elaborated. 10.2 billion? Impressive, Raven exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "BIT, you have truly outdone yourself." He had toiled for 6 months, making 2 successful bets to earn 4.8 billion. BIT, on the other hand, had managed to accumulate 6.4 billion in just 20 days. Such prowess in investment through artificial intelligence was astonishing. "This is merely a fraction of what can be achieved," BIT replied, shaking his head. "You transformed 50 million into 4.8 billion, achieving a staggering return rate of 96 times. There's no comparison to your calculations." Raven chuckled, shaking his head. "The reason my return rate is so elevated is solely due to the information gap. Your success is entirely attributable to your own capabilities." He understood that even with the enhancement of INST-49, his investment acumen could not rival that of BIT, the powerful AI. After all, finance is fundamentally mathematics. And who can compete with a computer in that realm? Remember, do not push too hard. Our current funds are more than sufficient. There is no need to earn excessively and attract attention from various factions, Raven cautioned. With 10 billion at his disposal, all in readily liquid assets, he possessed a cash flow that most billionaires could only dream of. However, such wealth was merely a string of numbers. It was essential to convert this capital into resources for his billionaire status to be firmly established. "Rest assured," it responded cheerfully. "All right, I am reassured." Raven smiled faintly and inquired, "Have Sky's parents and Raina been located?" The whereabouts of one's biological parents are a mystery that Sky has pursued throughout his life. Gaining this information would provide a significant advantage in recruiting Sky. However, before seeking his parents, he must master telekinesis. Otherwise, he would be unable to contend with the extraordinary beings of the other race. "They have been found," Bitter explained with a nod, "thanks to the infiltration of the SHIELD division last night. Otherwise, it would have taken longer. Currently, Sky's father works as an underground doctor in Chicago, while Raina serves as a researcher in a biological laboratory in Boston. I have sent you the detailed information." Raven, opening the document before him, caught sight of the SHIELD eagle emblem and couldn't help but exclaim, "Tony Stark is truly a remarkable individual." Without Tony as an insider connecting the SHIELD system to JARVIS, Bitter could not have acquired such a wealth of confidential intelligence. Everything happens for a reason. Let us proceed to the press conference and witness the dawn of a new era. Rising, Raven was determined to witness Tony's iconic declaration, "I am Iron Man," which marked one of the most pivotal moments in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, ushering in an extraordinary age. 5 minutes later, Raven drove a silver-gray Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG with gull-wing doors, ferrying Bitter out of the factory gates. As he entered the main road, Raven pressed the accelerator, and the V8 naturally aspirated engine roared like a beast, propelling the vehicle forward with 563 horsepower. The extraordinary age is upon us. In Los Angeles, at 7:50 a.m., Stark headquarters, the lobby of the main building was bustling with activity, the air filled with flashes from cameras. Journalists from various media outlets gathered in anticipation of the day's press conference featuring Iron Man and the Iron Sentinel. Meanwhile, backstage, Tony, impeccably dressed in a suit and exuding vitality, read a newspaper, completely shedding the disarray of the previous night. Pepper stood nearby, diligently applying makeup to ensure Tony looked his best on camera. "Mr. Stark." At that moment, Coulson approached, handing Tony his speaking card. "This is your script. Although I know you won't adhere to it, I still needed to provide it." "All right." Tony took the card, quickly scanning its contents before remarking, "Agent Coulson, this script is quite official." "There's no choice," Coulson shrugged, resigned. "Preventing any escalation is SHIELD's responsibility. But it seems today that may not be achievable." "All right, Tony, it's time to go on stage," Pepper interjected, closing her makeup kit and interrupting their conversation. "We'll continue this later," Tony waved at Coulson, straightening his suit before heading to the press conference with Pepper. As Tony made his entrance, cameras swiveled towards him, and the sound of shutters filled the air. Under the watchful gaze of many, Tony sauntered onto the podium and addressed the crowd with a measured tone. "I have convened this press conference to announce 2 matters of significance. The first matter," Tony gestured towards Pepper, standing beside him. "I shall resign from my position as Chief Executive Officer of Stark Industries, entrusting the role to Ms. Pepper Potts." A buzz of astonishment swept through the audience as their eyes widened, swiftly turning towards Pepper, who was besieged with frantic inquiries. "Mr. Stark, why do you choose to resign? Is it connected to last night's battle? Ms. Potts, how do you feel about assuming the role of CEO of Stark Industries? Mr. Stark, what prompted your decision to appoint Ms. Potts as CEO? What is the nature of your relationship?" The second matter. Tony disregarded the barrage of questions. His gaze fixed intently on the camera, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "Ironmonger, I formally challenge you in the name of Iron Man." A hush fell over the room, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity as they regarded Tony. However, after a brief moment of stunned silence, they erupted into a frenzy of questions. "Mr. Stark, who is Ironmonger? Why do you wish to challenge him? Mr. Stark, you recently announced the closure of the weapons division. Why are you now producing weapons again? Mr. Stark, is Ironmonger one of your adversaries? Is he connected to the battle from last night?" Chapter 030. Black Widow. At this moment, Raven and Peter stood nearby, witnessing Tony publicly declare war on Iron Man. Their expressions were peculiarly enigmatic. Truly, Tony Stark had a knack for conjuring up audacious acts. Had it not been for his prior preparations, he would have truly found himself at Tony's mercy. A mischievous grin crept across Raven's lips as he subtly sent a message. Peter dispatched the photo and responded to Tony's challenge. It was undeniable that Tony's public declaration had taken him by surprise. With deft maneuvering, the rewards of the 4th phase would exceed his expectations. "Tony, you are indeed a harbinger of fortune. The photo has been sent," Peter replied. Upon receiving the response, Raven narrowed his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, eagerly observing the crowd. He was impatient to see Tony's reaction upon viewing the photo. At this juncture, Pepper stood at the podium, scanning the sea of reporters with raised hands before pointing to one. "Ms. Potts, hello." A female journalist promptly stood up to inquire. "I am a reporter from WHH World News. Is Iron Man actually Iron Sentinel?" Ding ding ding. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Pepper could respond, an array of ringing and vibrating sounds suddenly erupted, interrupting the inquiry. The reporters' expression shifted as they hastily pulled out their phones to ascertain the situation. "Tony Stark, since you didn't quench your thirst for competition last night, I shall indulge you. You set the time, I'll determine the place. And let the public vote on the method. Follow Twitter Ironman666 and click the pinned link to participate in the poll." Iron Man with his arm around Tony's shoulder. "Say cheese. JPG, good heavens. Iron Man has accepted the challenge." Hiss. According to the content, it seems Tony Stark suffered a devastating defeat last night, Could that truly be impossible? Did you not see the live video uploaded by the Rising Tide organization? In this photo, it is clear that Tony Stark has been captured by Iron Man. How much ransom do you think the robbers demanded to release Tony Stark? Hee. I don't know the ransom's amount, but I do know this is sensational news. Indeed, a great upheaval is about to ensue. After a brief exchange of thoughts, the reporters dashed to the podium, frantically raising their hands to pose questions. Ms. Potts, what is your perspective on Iron Man's recent response? When does Mr. Stark plan to issue a challenge? Ms. Potts, why did Mr. Stark publicly challenge Iron Man? Is it due to last night's defeat? Ms. Potts, was Mr. Stark abducted last night? How much ransom was demanded? Was his technology compromised? Everyone, please quiet down. Pepper, confronted with a barrage of questions and flashing lights, endeavored to maintain her composure and soothe the crowd's emotions. That wretched Iron Man, this is my first day of promotion. And you have so brazenly disrupted it. I could just kill you. All right, the press conference will conclude here. Further updates will be provided in due course. Tony ascended the podium with a stoic expression, swiftly leading Pepper away. The on-site reporters, undeterred, surged towards Tony like a swarm, only to be intercepted by security. Left powerless as the duo vanished from sight. Not far off, Raven observed Tony and Pepper's departure, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he turned to exit. The Stepping Stone project had concluded successfully. It was now time to embark on the Ladder to Heaven project. In summary, the essence of this endeavor was to gain strength, attain immortality, and transcend the void. By enhancing genes, soul, and energy, one could seize power to achieve longevity and ultimately ascend to a higher plane. Of course, this was an exceedingly long-term goal, impossible to accomplish in a single leap. It necessitated a gradual, step-by-step approach to ultimately reach the pinnacle of the ladder. Thus, he meticulously decomposed this grand ambition into numerous smaller objectives, the first of which was to acquire telekinesis. Just as Raven and Bit stepped outside, Raven instinctively scanned the surroundings and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, prompting him to linger a moment longer. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. His certainty stemmed not only from Natasha's exquisite beauty and alluring physique, but also from her engaged conversation with Coulson. It seemed that Tony Stark's recent string of failures had incited a sense of urgency in Director Fury. Prompting even the Black Widow to be dispatched in search of Iron Man. Caution was now imperative. Raven discreetly signaled Bit, and together they blended into the crowd, making their way toward the nearby parking lot. In that fleeting moment of observation, Natasha, keenly attuned to her surroundings, sensed a hint of danger and promptly turned to scan the vicinity, yet found nothing amiss. How peculiar. A frown creased Natasha's brow in contemplation. A mere second prior, she had sensed peril, but upon turning, the feeling had dissipated, as if it had been a misjudgment. Nevertheless, having endured countless life-or-death trials, her instincts had never failed her. Thus, her earlier sensation was far from trivial. Natasha, did you sense something? Coulson inquired, casting a curious glance over the crowd. Coulson. Natasha crossed her arms and elaborated. I felt a trace of danger just moments ago, but then it vanished. It's quite strange. Coulson's expression turned serious. Natasha, there are few who can elude your senses. Could it be that Iron Man has arrived on the scene? Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a threat. We must investigate, Natasha declared resolutely. Agreed, Coulson replied solemnly, pulling out his phone to contact the Los Angeles branch and retrieve the personnel records from the scene. Indeed, it was noticed. On the other hand, Raven glanced at the system logs, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. True to her reputation, Natasha had detected his presence with just a cursory glance. Bit, keep a discreet watch. Ensure she does not interfere with our plans, Raven instructed. Although he had left no trace, the illustrious top agent of Marvel, Natasha Romanoff, might still uncover some clues. Thus, he felt the need to remain cautious. However, once he achieved extraordinary prowess, the Black Widow and S.H.I.E.L.D. would no longer pose a threat. No problem, Bit readily agreed. Thank you for your assistance. Raven nodded slightly, activated the engine, and gently pressed the accelerator as he departed from the parking lot, heading towards the nearby shooting range. After being preoccupied for numerous days, facing countless thrilling challenges and accumulating substantial stress, it was imperative for him to unwind and release this tension today. While most individuals might choose to indulge in reckless driving, beautiful women, or alcohol for relief, his preference lay in marksmanship. With Titan currently unavailable and unable to access the virtual training grounds, he was left with no choice but to practice shooting offline. Chapter 31. The the explosion of public opinion. Stark headquarters, CEO's office. As the epicenter of Stark Industries' power, this office boasts a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window that offers a panoramic view of the sprawling Stark Industrial Park and the distant Long Beach Harbor. However, within the confines of this office, both Tony and Pepper wore furrowed brows, entirely devoid of any inclination to appreciate the scenery, as they were engrossed in the news broadcast on the wall-mounted television. Welcome back to WHH World News. I am your host, Kyle. Just 10 minutes ago, Stark Industries made headlines with 3 significant announcements. First, Tony Stark has declared his resignation from the position of CEO, passing the mantle to Pepper Potts, who has previously served as his personal assistant. Second, Tony Stark has publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man and has issued a challenge to the enigmatic figure known as Ironmonger, the operator of Iron Legion. Third, Ironmonger has responded to the challenge, not only proposing a duel but also initiating a public poll on his Twitter account. As of now, the account has amassed over 5 million followers and continues to surge. If it remains unbanned, it may very well become the fastest Twitter account to surpass 10 million followers. That concludes our latest updates. This is WHH World News, and I am your host, Kyle. At this very moment, nearly all mainstream news channels were reporting on the unfolding events. ABC breaking: Tony Stark declares war on the mysterious Ironmonger as Iron Man. BBC exclusive analysis: unveiling the origins of the Los Angeles Iron War, the dawn of a new era. CNN: who is Ironmonger? How could he defeat Tony Stark? Fox: the public challenge between Iron Man and Ironmonger rapidly spread across the globe, fueled by extensive media coverage and the internet. Gulp: after watching the news for a while, Tony turned to the bar and poured himself a drink, downing it in one swift motion. He was exceedingly displeased. While he could tolerate the theft of his armor, the installation of a listening device was another matter entirely. However, capturing photographs of him while he was unconscious and publicly humiliating him was utterly intolerable. Ironmonger, revel in your triumph while you can. The next time, I shall defeat you before the eyes of the entire world. Tony Stark's discontent, 999. Tony Stark's grievances, 999. Tony, are you all right? Pepper inquired. Concern etched across her face as she approached him. Fear not, I am fine. Tony feigned calmness, waving a hand dismissively. Although the situation had deviated from his expectations, he had anticipated such a turn of events. Next, he needed to address the board of directors and shareholders. As the saying goes, before one can repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. To confront Ironmonger with integrity, he needed to resolve the internal issues within Stark Industries and mobilize all available resources. A glimmer of determination flashed in Tony's eyes as he turned to Pepper and asked, "Have the shareholder list been compiled?" "It's right here." Pepper promptly handed a folder to Tony. Tony immediately took the list and began to peruse its contents. Tony Stark 21, 44, Stark Family Trust 18, 71, Company Executives 8, 15 S, H, I, E, L, D, Fund 5, Defense Fund 5, Oasis Investments 4, 89, JP Morgan 4, 23, Merrill Lynch 3, 58, Quantum Fund 2, 25, Rain Fund 1, 93, Market Retail Investors 24, 82, Pepper, what is the origin of Oasis Investments? How do they possess such a significant stake? Tony inquired, gesturing towards the list. Oasis Investments. Pepper retrieved a document and handed it to Tony, noting that since their holdings did not exceed 5, the company was not required to disclose detailed information. According to reports from the investment department, Oasis Investments had recently engaged in multiple purchases of put options on the company, profiting before subsequently bottoming out on the company stock. How fortunate for them, Tony remarked with displeasure. Pepper, instruct someone to investigate this matter and ascertain the details. Previously, such commonplace information could be obtained merely by notifying Jarvis, but now that Jarvis was confined, he found himself needing assistance from others, a true indignity. Tony Stark's displeasure. 999. Tony Stark's anger. 999. Emotional value. 284. 9532. 90. I shall attend to it at once. Pepper tucked the document away and exited the office. Long Beach, an indoor shooting range. Gunpowder ignited, explosions echoed, gunfire reverberated, and spent casings clinked on the ground, smoke swirling in the air. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Raven, donning noise-canceling headphones and ballistic glasses, wielded a classic Glock 17, firing relentlessly at a target 10 meters away. As her finger pressed the trigger, The firing pin struck the primer, igniting the powder and propelling the bullet towards the bullseye. Spent casings, propelled by the ejection mechanism, arced gracefully through the air before clattering to the ground, bouncing against the scattered remnants. Within mere seconds, Raven emptied a standard 17-round magazine. With her right hand, she pressed the release button, while her left hand deftly retrieved a fresh magazine. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Bit, also armed with a Glock 17, stood in the adjacent lane, firing away. The lively exchange captivated onlookers within the range. Goodness, their marksmanship is extraordinary. Every shot lands in the tin ring, not a single 9. Wow, that handsome fellow has an incredible physique, and his shooting stance is so impressive. Who do you think will emerge victorious? I believe that gentleman in lane 4 will prevail. He is remarkably steady. Agreed. He resembles a robot, with every shooting motion executed flawlessly. Bystanders awe 0, 02. Bystanders admiration 0, 03. Bystanders respect 0, 01. Shortly thereafter, Raven and Bit finished their last magazine, quickly checking their chambers before retrieving their target papers. Raven, you've lost. Bit teased, glancing at the target. It would be a miracle if I won. Raven cast a glance at Bit and said, let us depart. We have thoroughly enjoyed our shooting today. It is time to find a place to dine. Despite his remarkable marksmanship, he was still merely a mortal. In contrast, Bit was a robot, possessing shooting skills that rivaled the infamous Deadshot of the DC universe. When he was truly focused, every bullet would find its mark with uncanny precision. Such extraordinary shooting prowess left no room for delusions of victory. Just as they were about to leave, a strikingly attractive female gunslinger handed Raven a note, saying, "Hey handsome. My name is Chris. Do remember to get in touch." "Certainly, Chris," Raven replied with a smile, winking at her as he took the note. Before departing the shooting range with Bit. Being overly handsome is quite a burden. I wish I could maintain a low profile. Virum. The duo exited the range and entered their vehicle, heading towards a nearby authentic Chinese restaurant. However, midway through their journey, Raven unexpectedly spotted a delivery truck by the roadside. Its glass shattered, smoke billowed from the engine, and a beautiful woman stood nearby, her expression one of distress. The woman was none other than Sky. What a coincidence. Raven raised an eyebrow, promptly activated his hazard lights, and gently maneuvered the steering wheel, approaching the delivery truck. It seemed that with Miss Sky around, there would be no chance for Miss Chris, but teased with a smirk. Raven's lips twitched as he retorted, "Bit, I have noticed that you are becoming increasingly irreverent. That is my character. You were the one who encouraged me to express myself freely in the design." Bit shot back. "All right, you win." As they exchanged banter, Raven parked the car behind the delivery truck and stepped out, asking, "Hello, do you require assistance?" Chapter 032, The Infatuated Sky. Upon hearing the inquiry, Sky turned towards the sound. In an instant, she beheld 3 remarkable sights: a ruggedly handsome visage, a sharply tailored suit, and an extravagant, imposing sports car. Wow, goodness gracious. Could it be that this extraordinarily handsome, tall, strong, and wealthy gentleman has come specifically to seek me out? Could it be that he intends to? Sky's anticipation, 666. Sky's excitement, 666. Oh, my face. Raven observed Sky, who stood frozen in place, her cheeks gradually flushing a rosy hue. And a flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes as he raised his voice, inquiring, "Miss, are you all right?" It must be said that the 21-year-old Sky was rather naive, still somewhat infatuated, a stark contrast to the Sky from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, her innocence might actually work to his advantage, greatly reducing the difficulty of recruitment and facilitating her training. I beg your pardon." Sky jolted back to reality, hastily explaining, "Hello, my name is Sky. The coolant in my car unexpectedly ran dry, and the tow truck will arrive shortly." "Oh no, why did I disclose the entire malfunction? How will he be able to assist now?" "Woe is me, Sky. You've squandered such a splendid opportunity. You must be utterly foolish." Sky's chagrin. 666. Sky's chagrin. 666. "Hello, Sky. I'm Raven." Raven, displaying surprise, complimented, "I never expected such a beautiful girl to be knowledgeable about vehicle repairs." "It's quite astonishing." Sky managed to identify the issue herself. It seems that the hope of showcasing his skills has been dashed. Yet, considering her experience of wandering alone in a car since the age of 18, it was not entirely surprising. Upon receiving the praise, Sky felt a surge of joy, playfully twirling a strand of hair. Knowledgeable is an overstatement. I've simply encountered numerous malfunctions, so I've picked up a few things. Goodness. He just complimented me on my beauty? It appears I might have a chance. I must find a way to acquire his contact information. I cannot let this man, who has captured my heart, slip away. Sky S exhilaration, 666. Sky S anticipation, 666. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a tow truck halted in front of Sky S vehicle, its siren blaring insistently. A black driver stepped out, inquiring, "Who called for the tow truck?" "It was I." Sky raised her hand in acknowledgement. "All right, please sign to confirm." The driver nodded. Without further ado, handed Sky the documents for her signature and began to get to work. After quickly completing all the necessary paperwork, Sky, somewhat anxious, asked, "I apologize for taking up your time. As a token of gratitude, may I treat you to a meal? Please say yes. Raven, do not refuse me. Even if nothing else comes of it, sharing a meal would still be delightful. After all, a handsome companion is indeed a treat." Sky S anticipation, 666. Sky S concern, 666. "No, Sky." Raven shook his head, declining. "A Haven tea truly helped, so I wouldn't want you to bear the expense. In matters of relationships, the dynamics of give and take are crucial. He is a handsome, strong, wealthy, and erudite man. If he were to agree directly, it would appear overly purposeful, arousing Sky's suspicions. A slight hesitation, however, might allow Sky to feel that the opportunity is rare, facilitating the advancement of their relationship. Sky's face fell. Her spirits dampened. It seemed hopeless. Sigh. A man like Raven would certainly not wish to dine with a girl of her modest means. Yet, upon noticing Sky's evident disappointment, Raven narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, saying, "If you invite me to dinner as a friend, I would be more than willing to go." "Oh, really?" Sky's eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. "Raven considers me a friend. It turns out he does not look down upon me. He merely does not wish to take advantage of me. How can he be so gentle?" "Of course it's true." Raven nodded earnestly, retrieving a white business card from his pocket. "This is my number. Call me when you have the time." "All right." Sky accepted the card, exhilarated, and solemnly placed it in her pocket. "Yes, I have his contact information. The upcoming first date must be a success. Apologies, Wallet. I genuinely like this man. So I'll sacrifice you for now. I promise to make it up to you later." Just as Sky was lost in her thoughts, the tow truck driver honked twice, urging, "Hurry up and get in the car. We're running out of time." "Here it comes." Sky said reluctantly, "Raven, I have to go." "Wait for my call, Sky. Be careful on the road." Raven smiled and waved goodbye before turning back toward the vehicle. Having secured Sky's interest, he was ready for dinner. Afterward, he planned to return to the base to exchange his items, bearing over 3 million emotional points that he intended to spend wisely. "Let us go, Bit." Raven settled into the passenger seat as the gullwing door closed. Bit revved the engine, gently pressing the accelerator as they merged onto the main road. With a roar from the V8 engine, Bit accelerated past the tow truck, speeding toward the Chinese restaurant. "Wow, what a stunning car." The tow truck driver chuckled, "Young lady, you'd best be careful. I've heard that wealthy young men can be rather twisted in their private lives. Don't get fooled." Sky frowned slightly, retorting, "I feel he has a good character." "He has nothing like that." "That is hard to say." The tow truck driver scoffed. "I'm just offering a friendly warning. Whether you heed it is your choice." Sky pondered this remark, contemplating whether she should investigate Raven further. What if he truly is a deviant? Would I not be walking into the jaws of a tiger? Yet, what if Raven is not a deviant? Would I then be invading someone else's privacy? If Raven discovers my actions, I fear I would be utterly doomed. Sky couldn't help but anxiously scratch his head. In Stark Industries, the CEO's office, Tony Stark stood with his arms crossed, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in thought. At that moment, Pepper entered the office, handing him a document containing information about Oasis Investments. The founder, Raven Thorne, is a mere 23 years old and a graduate of Stanford University's computer science program. What? 23 years old? Tony was momentarily taken aback, swiftly snatching the document to peruse its contents, his astonishment growing with each line. Within just 6 months, he had transformed an investment of $50 million into a staggering $5 billion, achieving an astronomical return on investment exceeding 100 times. Is this even investment? It feels more like highway robbery. The most alarming part is that every time Stark Industries faced a downturn, this individual profited immensely, as if he had foreseen the future. This fellow is certainly peculiar, Tony mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a brief moment. Pepper, Contact Coulson and request a dossier on Raven Thorn. I need to ascertain his true nature. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed a connection between Raven Thorn and the organization behind Iron Man. This intuition struck him as inexplicably familiar, reminiscent of the inspirations that arose during his research. I will reach out to Agent Coulson immediately. Pepper promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Coulson's number. Chapter 33, Atomic Fabricator Vernon, Los Angeles. With a thunderous roar of the V8 engine, a silver-gray Mercedes sports car glided into the factory, from which Raven and Bit emerged. With a swift motion, Raven twisted open a bottle of cola and settled at the doorway of the RV, summoning the system panel. Manifestation System. Host. Raven. Emotional Value. 3, 924, 452. 78. Inventory. B-Class Vanguard Titan, B-Class Spectrum Scanner, C-Class Titan Dome Shield, C-Class Iron Rider Suit, C-Class NZT, 49, D-Class. Task List. Omitted almost hitting 4 million. Raven raised an eyebrow in excitement. Tony, you truly are my benefactor. Not only have you enabled me to amass a substantial fortune, but you've also granted me an impressive amount of emotional value. How should I express my gratitude? Perhaps I could let you win next time we battle? That could be arranged. Raven pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes, before summoning the shop to redeem several long-anticipated items. Super Energy Crystal, A-Class, 990,000. Contains a vast amount of neutral spiritual energy, capable of enhancing the soul of a biological entity, granting it the ability to mentally influence reality. Zero Class Cruiser, A-Class, 500,000. A multi-purpose stealth cruiser, serving as a supply mothership for deep space strategic reconnaissance missions. Winter Class Cruiser, A-Class, 200,000. A dual-use stealth aircraft primarily utilized for deep space reconnaissance and research missions. Atomic Fabricator, B-Class, 90,000. Rearranges the atomic structure of materials, transforming raw materials into products and devices into materials. Ultra Terminal, B-Class, 80,000. Equipped with an intelligent assistant and an integrated blueprint database, capable of sharing data with other Ultra devices. Blackstone Containment Unit, B-Class, 50,000. A cell designed for the isolation of containment objects, capable of blocking and reflecting various forms of super-energy fluctuations. Consumed 1, 919. 999 emotional points. Successfully redeemed 5 items. Alas, the emotional value still falls short. Raven observed the diminished balance, his initial excitement swiftly giving way to resignation. Earning money is akin to drawing silk, while spending it flows like water. Though 4 million emotional points seem substantial, they are hardly significant within the confines of the system's marketplace. Not to mention, redeeming S-Class items is out of the question. Even A-Class items warrant careful consideration. Patience is key. Raven collected himself, retrieving the Ultra Data Terminal from his inventory, a tablet that exuded both a sci-fi and retro aesthetic. He pressed the button on the black and white grip, causing a display crafted from a translucent blue material to illuminate. After flashing the familiar Ultra emblem, it transitioned into the system interface. Personal, tools, map, photos, information, and database appeared in a tidy row. The UI was remarkably straightforward. Bit, could you take a look? After a brief familiarization, Raven handed the Spectrum scanner and tablet to Bit. I will proceed to set up the fabricator. Please extract the blueprints from the scanner and print an arc reactor to test its effectiveness. Understood, Bit replied promptly. Swish. After Raven completed the assignment, he chose to extract the atomic manufacturing platform in the open space before him. The manufacturing platform was a 1-meter square box, adorned in the signature white, orange, and gray color scheme of Ultra equipment. With a gentle touch of a button, the box gradually unfolded. The corners transformed into printing heads, while a printing platform rose from the center, accompanied by a display screen that elevated on the side nearest to Raven. Wow! Raven exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the platform's transformation. Byte, are you ready yet? This is an atomic arranger. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see the results. Just a moment, Byte replied, responding to the urgency. I'm currently optimizing the blueprint for the arc reactor, which will require a few more minutes. Please prepare the materials. I have sent you the list. Okay, I see it. After glancing at the list, Raven promptly made his way to the RV. Opening the safe to retrieve a 10-gram gold bar, 2 50-gram palladium bars, and a 100-gram silver bar. Precious metals like gold, silver, platinum, rhodium, and palladium were undoubtedly solid investments, and he had amassed a considerable amount. While the marketplace offered exchanges, he preferred not to expend emotional value on matters that could be resolved with monetary means. Having secured the precious metals, Raven proceeded to the factory warehouse to collect some titanium alloys, tungsten alloys, quartz, and successfully gathered all the required materials. Upon his return, Byte had already synchronized the blueprint with the manufacturing platform. All right, let us commence. After tossing the materials into the feeding chamber, Byte activated the manufacturing platform via the control tablet. With a series of sounds, hiss, buzz, hiss, the atomic manufacturing platform decomposed all materials into fundamental atoms, which were then conveyed through electromagnetic confinement tubes to the 4 printing heads. Each printing head precisely ejected the corresponding fundamental atoms according to the blueprint, gradually constructing an arc reactor upon the tray. Wow, incredible! Raven marveled at the seemingly miraculous process of creation. The system's output was undoubtedly exquisite. He couldn't help but think that such advanced technology was being offered at the astonishing price of 90,000 emotional value points. A veritable clearance sale. Ding! 3 minutes later, the manufacturing platform completed the printing, emitting a notification sound. However, the freshly minted arc reactor appeared entirely inert, as if it were malfunctioning. Byte. Why isn't the reactor lighting up? Raven inquired, his expression one of confusion. It still requires activation, Byte explained, manipulating the arc reactor as he spoke. It needs an initial energy source to activate the palladium core for self-sustenance. I will send you the specific technical documentation now. With that, he transmitted a document comprising hundreds of pages directly to Raven's screen. Raven opened it and took a glance, instantly feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, hastily closing the document. Although he was a graduate of Stanford University, he was far from an expert in nuclear physics. He barely grasped the basics. Thus, the document appeared as a foreign language, making his scalp tingle after a brief glance, and inducing drowsiness with a second look. Any further examination would surely lead him to a state of infantile slumber. Nevertheless, with the atomic manufacturing platform at his disposal, he could produce NZT-49 in bulk at any time, and he believed that eventually, he would come to comprehend the intricate technical material. Buzz. At this moment, after much tinkering, Byte successfully activated the arc reactor. Beneath its silvery titanium exterior, a multitude of high-energy particles traversed the magnetic confinement field, colliding with one another and emitting a mesmerizing azure glow, truly a sight to behold. Raven, it's ready, Byte announced, handing the reactor to Raven. Wow, it's absolutely stunning, Raven exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration as he activated his metamorphic supermaterial gloves to receive the arc reactor. Although he was aware of its safety, he believed that a steadfast approach to every detail was essential to avoid any potential oversight at critical moments. Ding! Arc reactor detected. Would the host like to submit the item to complete the bounty? No. Raven declined, then inquired, Byte, what is the power output of the enhanced arc reactor? Chapter 034, Battleships and Battle Armor, a comprehensive enhancement of 4.205. Byte's thoughts subtly shifted, transforming the data into a visual projection before Raven's eyes. The first model boasts a power output of 3 million kilowatt-hours, utilizing 1.6 grams of 99.8 pure palladium, capable of operating at full power for 15 minutes, approximately 10 minutes per gram. The second model, with a power output of 3.15 million kilowatt-hours, employs 15 grams of 999 pure palladium, allowing for 171 minutes of full power operation, roughly 11 minutes per gram. The improved version now achieves a power output of 3.25 million kilowatt-hours, requiring 100 grams of 99 palladium, and can run for 1,200 minutes at full power, about 12 minutes per gram. The output power has increased by 3.15, and fuel efficiency has risen by 5.26, nearing theoretical limits. Byte, splendid work, Raven exclaimed with excitement, clapping Byte on the shoulder, his mood exceptionally buoyant. While the improvements may seem modest, the advancement in cold nuclear fusion, a remarkable technology, was indeed commendable. With the manufacturing process and energy issues resolved, his next challenge would be sourcing materials. As Earth's resources were largely monopolized, he planned to mine the vast mineral wealth in space, which was one of the reasons he sought to exchange for a zero-level cruiser. This stealth cruiser, originating from Halo, serves as a deep space supply vessel equipped with reconnaissance, mining, manufacturing, maintenance, and training capabilities, perfectly suited for his current needs. As for the Winter-class cruiser, once its photothermal camouflage and ultraskin array were activated, it could dock in Earth's orbit, acting as his watchful eye. Moreover, the coil guns and laser cannons on board, though modest in caliber, would undoubtedly be deemed a scepter of God on contemporary Earth, effectively countering the Hydra's InSight project. This is all thanks to the terminal database. As Ultra's technology is exceedingly advanced, Bit raised his tablet. Oh. Raven's interest piqued, and he eagerly inquired, does it contain blueprints for time-stopping guns, habitat constructors, or equipment fabrication stations? These devices were available for purchase in the marketplace, but acquiring them would require hundreds of thousands of emotional points. If the terminal had the blueprints, he could fabricate them himself using the manufacturing station, thus obtaining resources without cost. There are, Bit nodded, but cautioned that all devices involving atomic rearrangement necessitate the use of an antimatter core. Antimatter core. Raven grimaced in disbelief. No wonder the blueprints were stored within the data terminal. The system had been waiting for him. Wanting to avoid expenditure? Then he would need to devise his own methods. Wishing to spend less, materials could be exchanged. If money were no object, then cutting-edge manufacturing equipment could be acquired. In any case, the experience correlates directly with expenditure. If he managed to obtain something for free, pitfalls were surely ahead. System, you must be named Ma. Raven mused internally, then turned to Bit. Let us set the blueprints aside for now. I will summon them directly. Since manufacturing involves antimatter, I dare not exchange for materials to create them myself. Firstly, antimatter is far more terrifying than nuclear fuel. Should a leak occur, it would leave no trace whatsoever. Additionally, materials ranging from F to C grade in the marketplace are quite affordable, while those from B to X grade are exorbitantly priced. Antimatter can cost as much as 10,000 per gram. The system is practically extorting us. By the way, is it easy to find the materials needed to synthesize NZD-49? Do we require any special substances? Raven inquired further. No special substances are necessary, Bit replied, shaking his head. The synthesis only requires some common elements, such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, and phosphorus. That's good to hear. Raven sighed in relief. Bit, please order a batch of materials and some lab rats. Let us synthesize a quantity in the next couple of days to test for any side effects. Although the risk of atomic-level replication is minimal, it concerns my brain. So caution is prudent. Until we ascertain the safety of the synthesized drug, I shall stick to the original version from the marketplace. Despite the high cost of 10,000 per capsule, the System S products are trustworthy. I will order the materials right away. However, the cleanliness of the factory base is insufficient for animal testing. I recommend constructing or acquiring a laboratory, Bit suggested. No need for that, Raven chuckled, waving his hand. I will summon 2 warships immediately, equipped with various laboratories, which are more than adequate for our experiments. The Zero Point class, as a deep space mothership, possesses laboratories far superior to those on Earth. The key advantage of conducting experiments in space is that I can proceed as I please without worrying about the S, H, I, EL, D, or government interference. Of course, if anyone does come looking, the weapon systems of the warships are not to be trifled with. Raven, what kind of warships are we talking about? Bit asked. His curiosity piqued. Hee. Raven replied with a mysterious smile. One is a stealth cruiser, measuring 485 meters in length and weighing 1 million tons, codenamed 0 Point. The other is a stealth aircraft, measuring 84.2 meters in length and weighing 907 tons, codenamed Winter S-Chill. You will learn all the details upon seeing them. For now, find a discreet location near Los Angeles where I can summon the Winter S-Chill cruiser. Though it is smaller than the 0 Point, it is still quite substantial on Earth, comparable to the world's largest transport aircraft, the N-225. Such a colossal entity must be summoned in a remote area to avoid detection. There are not many suitable locations nearby. It projected a map for Raven, highlighting 3 options: Joshua Tree National Park, 220 kilometers away, Kelso Dunes, 350 kilometers away, and Death Valley National Park, 515 kilometers away. While these places are sparsely populated, there are numerous campgrounds nearby. Landing once or twice may be feasible, but repeated landings pose a risk of exposure. My suggestion is to create a powered exosuit based on current technology. We can summon the spacecraft on a deserted island. This approach would not only ensure safety, but also resolve the issue of transportation once and for all. Ah, indeed, Raven exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. I completely forgot about the exosuit. Bit, get started on its production immediately. A powered exosuit is a man's dream, especially a suit of battle armor capable of flight. Once donned, the heavens become readily accessible, space is within arm's reach, and the starry sky transforms from a mere dream into a tangible reality, even in the future. When he masters telekinesis and achieves levitation and flight, this armor remains invaluable. After all, who would ever deem excessive defense a burden? Without hesitation, Bit shared the design schematics of a lightweight aerospace battlesuit with Raven, a creation grounded in contemporary technology. The armor's foundation is the Mark III model, while the outer shell is crafted from a nano-high-entropy alloy sourced from the Ultra database. This alloy is formed through atomic rearrangement, harmoniously blending titanium, carbon, gold, tungsten, and nickel at the atomic level. The inner lining is derived from the carbon-based metamaterial of the Rev-9 Terminator, perfectly conforming to the wearer and providing overload resistance as well as shock absorption capabilities. Its power source consists of 3 miniature arc reactors, delivering a total output of 9.75 million kilowatt-hours. The propulsion system comprises 8 retro-thrust particle beam engines, strategically positioned on the hands, feet, waist, and back, with a theoretical speed of 25 Mach. Furthermore, the armor integrates a plethora of features, including neural synchronization, regenerative shields, spectral scanning, photothermal camouflage, and electromagnetic shielding, among others, but elaborated. Chapter 035. Aurora Armor. Raven gazed at the blueprints with eyes aglow. Bit, please tell me what materials are needed. Words could not convey the immediacy of the task at hand. All right, Bit shrugged. We require 200 kilograms of titanium, 100 kilograms of iron, 50 kilograms of carbon, 20 kilograms of nickel, 20 kilograms of tungsten, 10 kilograms of gold, 1 kilogram of palladium, and 1 kilogram of tantalum. In addition to these materials, a construction platform is necessary. The atomic manufacturing station is too small to print an entire suit of armor directly. This is quite an expensive endeavor, Raven exclaimed, astonished as he perused the list. He summoned the marketplace to exchange for the construction platform and some of the missing materials. The equipment was fine, as it could be reused, but the materials, if he weren't in such a hurry to construct the armor, he would certainly avoid depleting his emotional value. Whether purchased or mined, the cost-effectiveness was far superior. Ultra Equipment Manufacturing Station, Source, Subnautica Level, B-Grade Price, 90,000 points per unit, Function, a manufacturing device based on atomic rearrangement and tractor beam technology. After inputting blueprints and materials, for drones will automatically print the device. Evaluation, manufacturing has never been so effortless. After completing the exchange, Raven retrieved all the materials, unfolded the construction platform, and began crafting the armor alongside Bit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 drones resembling rice cookers hovered in the air, emitting 4 streams of blue light as they gradually printed the ethereal blueprints suspended in midair. This expenditure of emotional value was indeed worthwhile. Raven stood nearby, his expression one of awe as he beheld the sci-fi spectacle, feeling immensely satisfied. The effects of a B-grade item were already impressive. He eagerly anticipated the performance of 2 A-grade warships. Bit, how long will the manufacturing take? Raven managed to suppress his excitement and turned to Bit. Approximately 3 hours, Bit replied. Is it really going to take that long? Raven pondered before asking, Bit, can the virtual training ground simulate the armor? I would like to train in advance. He was not reckless like Tony, since he could not experience the physical armor. Familiarizing himself with the virtual version would allow him to master the control techniques, ensuring he wouldn't encounter any mishaps during actual operation. Well, Bit mused for a moment before explaining, the virtual training ground cannot fully replicate it, but it can simulate most functions. Summon Titan, and I will upload the armor data. Okay. Raven called forth the panel and manifested Titan through sheer will. Once Bit completed the data synchronization, Raven skillfully settled into the cockpit and connected to the virtual training ground. Buzz. With a flash of white light, Raven and Bit materialized in the familiar training arena. Hurry. The armor, Raven urged. You're quite impatient, Bit quipped, and with a flick of thought, a suit of armor descended slowly, akin to a celestial deity making its entrance. The silver-white exterior was sharply defined, while the black and gold interior shimmered with brilliance. 3 arc reactors flickered with blue light, and 8 retro thrusters emitted radiant white beams. However, before Raven, this deity bowed its head, offering its allegiance. Astonishingly magnificent. Not far away, Raven gazed wide-eyed at the armor, and exquisite words flowed from his lips. It exuded power without being overbearing, elegance without rigidity, a chilling aura without being bone-piercing, and an air of mystery without being understated. In short, he was utterly enamored with this armor. Raven, bestow upon it a name. After a moment of earnest contemplation, he decided on Aurora. Resplendent, dazzling, and infused with untamed energy. Very well, the Aurora armor is now unfolding. At that moment, the black gold lining within the armor contracted, propelling the silver-white exterior to unfurl, revealing the inner workings of the suit. Raven, please step forward and don the armor, echoed the voice of Bit through the armor speakers. All right. Raven inhaled deeply as he stepped into the suit, the obsidian lining swiftly enveloping his entire body, while the silver-white exterior moved to seal him in. A new round of simulated training commenced. SHIELD, Los Angeles Division. In a modest conference room, Coulson and Natasha sat at the table, scrutinizing surveillance footage from Stark Industries, searching for the individual who posed a threat to Natasha. However, the morning press conference was crowded, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the target. Natasha, it appears that individual is not at the scene but is observing from a distance, Coulson remarked. His expression one of resignation. Not necessarily, Natasha replied, her brow furrowed as she shook her head. According to Iron's data, their hacking skills are quite advanced. They may very well be on site with the surveillance altered. That is indeed a possibility. I will have the tech department analyze the footage shortly, Coulson responded promptly. Buzzing. Just as Natasha was about to speak, Coulson's phone vibrated, abruptly interrupting her. Hello, Ms. Potts. Coulson immediately answered the call. Congratulations on your promotion to CEO of Stark Industries. Is there something you need? Agent Coulson, thank you for the congratulations, Pepper replied politely. I'm calling because Tony wishes to investigate an individual, and I was wondering if you could assist? Oh, Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Who does Mr. Stark wish to investigate? I can certainly look into it. Raven Thorn, Pepper promptly introduced. He is 23 years old and the founder of Oasis Investments. Recently, he acquired 489 of Stark Industries shares. With the shareholders meeting scheduled for tomorrow, we would like to understand more about this new shareholder. Could you assist us, Agent Coulson? Ms. Potts. I will look into it right away and call you back shortly, Coulson assured her. Thank you, I appreciate it. Raven Thorn. After hanging up, Coulson entered the name into the SHIELD system, and a wealth of information instantly appeared. What? He earned $5 billion in just 5 months? Coulson exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the latest intel. Is this person truly only 23 years old? At the age of 23, he has amassed a fortune of $5 billion, holding 489 of Stark Industries. Such an experience is nothing short of legendary. Phil Coulson's astonishment, 333. Phil Coulson's admiration, 333. Emotional value, 2. 543. 553. 92. Coulson, what is going on? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was eager to understand what information could elicit such a reaction from Coulson. A seasoned level 7 agent. Natasha, take a look at this, Coulson said, turning his laptop towards her. Raven Thorn. After a swift glance at the information, Natasha furrowed her brow at Raven's photograph. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, Coulson's eyes brightened as he quickly pulled up a surveillance video. Pointing to the image of Raven, he was at the press conference this morning. So that's where I recognized him, Natasha remarked, a hint of realization dawning upon her. I must admit, he is rather handsome. Moreover, that custom-tailored suit must come with a hefty price tag. Indeed, it is rare for a man to receive praise from the Black Widow. Coulson teased. Natasha shot him a glance. Pepper Potts is waiting for that information. You should deliver it promptly. I'm heading to the training facility for a while. Call me if anything comes up. With that, she waved her hand gracefully and exited the conference room. After watching Natasha leave, Coulson picked up his phone to call Pepper, rising to head outside. Chapter 036. The manifestation of the warship 3 hours later at the factory base. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the Aurora battle armor hovered in the air, its head and hands drooping, resembling a silent stone as 4 drones engaged in its final refinement. Moments later, the armor was completed. The drones maneuvered their guiding beams to place it on the ground before automatically returning to the construction platform. Buzz. Meanwhile, Bit approached the battle armor, activated 3 arc reactors, and uploaded his core program. After a self-check, the armor's eyes illuminated, and its back unfolded to reveal its interior, awaiting the arrival of its master. Whoosh! In the virtual training arena, Raven, clad in the Aurora battle armor, navigated through a canyon, skillfully avoiding obstacles. When he encountered an insurmountable barrier, he used his palm cannon to obliterate it. "Ha! I'm about to pass the second level," Raven exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Ever since he mastered the art of flight, Bit had constructed a sprawling canyon stretching 100 kilometers. The terrain was narrow and winding, filled with obstacles, making traversal a formidable challenge. Over the past 3 hours, he had faced failure dozens of times. But now, he finally glimpsed hope. Whoosh! Moments later, the Aurora battle armor sped through a yellow virtual ring, and the counter above instantaneously froze. "Raven, congratulations on passing the second level. You may now don the battle armor." Bit congratulated. Received. Raven's eyes sparkled as he exited the virtual arena, leaping from the cockpit and rushing outside. "Aurora battle armor, here I come. Winter warship. I'm on my way. Super energy crystal, I'm coming." Hiss. Soon, Raven arrived before the battle armor, his face alight with wonder as he caressed its exterior. "This armor is extraordinary. Raven, shall we begin?" Bit inquired. Not just yet." Raven suppressed his eager heart. "Bit, please conduct a comprehensive test of the armor first. Once we ascertain its safety, I will wear it." He was not Tony Stark, possessing an indestructible iron physique, and thus had to exercise caution. Furthermore, his current emotional state was too heightened. He needed to cool down. "All right, leave it to me." Bit agreed. Proceeding to don the armor and collect data. Seeing Bit at work, Raven decided to avert his gaze from the task, retreating to the RV system message. Raven settled onto the sofa, opening the latest updates compiled by Bit. Blue event. Pepper Potts contacted Agent Phil Coulson to request information on Raven Thorn, related to tomorrow's shareholder meeting. TSK, Raven observed the message with a peculiar expression. "Tony, without J-A-R-V-I-S. You've truly fallen from grace. To seek such information from S-H-I-E-L-D. He was unconcerned about anyone investigating him, for he was innocent and capable of withstanding scrutiny. Even if he had profited handsomely from shorting Stark Industries, it was merely a stroke of luck, after all. As long as he paid his taxes, he was a good person. "Tony, see you tomorrow," Raven murmured softly, continuing to check the messages. Green event. The Twitter account, IronHorse666, has surpassed 20 million followers, with voting exceeding 50 million times. 20 million followers. Raven's mouth slightly agape. He marveled. In less than a day, what a remarkable miracle. In his previous life, after years of relentless effort, he barely garnered over 1 million followers before his tragic demise. Yet in this life, riding on the coattails of Tony Stark, he achieved over 20 million in under a day. One cannot deny the significant impact of Tony Stark. Ding ding ding. After reflecting for a moment, Raven logged into the IronHorse666 Twitter account, inundated by a deluge of messages. Zach666, Ironhorse is incredible. LA Mom, you terrorist. You sensationalist, you must pay the price. Robo Intel, Ironhorse. Where do you plan to hold the challenge? Los Angeles again? Kitty6th, Ironhorse. May I be your girlfriend? WHH World News, Ironhorse. Our channel would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. If interested, please contact us. Phone, XXXXXX, an exclusive interview for Ironhorse. Raven's eyes brightened at the prospect. It was indeed a splendid idea worth considering. Although Ironhorse's popularity was soaring, without a fresh point of intrigue, even the highest of buzz would eventually dissipate, leading to a significant drop in emotional value. Conducting an interview would not only sustain the momentum and continue to harvest emotional value, but also divert the attention of S-H-I-E-L-D, truly a double-edged sword. He would ponder this further after attending to pressing matters. Raven added the idea to his agenda and resumed checking the messages. At 8 p.m. in Los Angeles. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the skyline, a mist once again enveloped Los Angeles, shrouding the entire city in a dreamlike haze. At this moment, within the factory base, after an afternoon of testing by 2 individuals, the functionality of the Aurora armor was confirmed, and they prepared for the official operation. Click, click. Raven donned a fitted suit, stepping solemnly into the armor, allowing the inner lining and exterior to envelop him. Bit, initiate neural connection. Acknowledged, Protocol commencing. Buzz. In the next instant, a hum resonated in Raven's brain, a flood of information and data surging into his mind. System initiating self-diagnosis. Energy levels normal. Propulsion systems functional. Shields operational. Cloaking active. Communications intact. Weaponry ready. Self-diagnosis complete. Raven, how do you feel? Phew, I feel remarkably well. Raven raised his hands and clenched them tightly. With lightning speed, his right fist shot out in a piercing jab, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The raw, potent strength surged through him, a sensation utterly distinct from that of a titan. He was no longer merely a pilot. He was in command of his own body. Bit. We are set to depart. Target, Guadalupe Island. Acknowledged. Navigation commencing. Raven activated the photothermal camouflage and electromagnetic shielding, rendering the battle armor invisible to visual, infrared, and electromagnetic detection before silently soaring out from the factory's rooftop. Ah, is this the sensation of flight? Indeed, it is utterly magnificent. Raven hovered in stealth, gazing down at the buildings and lights below, a profound sense of liberation washing over him. After savoring the view and stabilizing his emotions, he commanded the battle armor to ascend rapidly toward the south. Guadalupe Island, spanning 244 square kilometers, lies 530 kilometers south of Los Angeles, inhabited by only a handful of individuals, making it an ideal location for summoning a spacecraft. With the power supplied by 3 arc reactors, 8 retrothrusters propelled the armor to exceed Mach 1, then Mach 2, ultimately maintaining a cruising speed of Mach 3. In merely 10 minutes, Raven piloted the Aurora battle armor across the 530-kilometer distance, landing atop a flat-topped mountain at an elevation of 200 meters on the island's southern side. Bit. What is the status? All systems are ready for summoning. Understood. The airborne Raven nodded slightly, his mind extracting the Winter-class item from the inventory. Positioning a colossal black steel bird atop the mountain, its massive wings folded upward like those of an eagle, seemingly on the verge of taking flight. 3 sturdy landing gear, resembling talons, were deeply embedded in the earth. Goodness! Raven stared in awe at the enormous construct below, his eyes widening in astonishment as he promptly descended toward it. Chapter 037. Journey to Space. Bit. Have you connected to the spacecraft? Raven circled around the Winter-class ship, scratching his head in bewilderment. How does one open this thing? He had piloted the spacecraft from the classic game Halo before, but he had never operated one in reality. However, when he exchanged for the 2 ships, he had allowed the system to adapt them for Bit, so he presumed there would be no significant issues. Connected, opening the door now, Bit replied. As he spoke, the belly of the Winter-class cruiser suddenly split open, and 2 robust hydraulic columns gradually extended, lowering the deck to the ground. Wow! Raven's eyes lit up as he stepped into the hangar, exploring every corner with awe. This was a genuine spacecraft. Moreover, it was not just any spacecraft. It was the iconic vessel from the classic game Halo. The sensation of dreams merging with reality was truly extraordinary. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Raven said, Bit, please report on the specifications and capabilities of the Winter-class. Certainly. Bit shared the ship's data with Raven. The Winter-class cruiser, 9-455, was an experimental model. It measured 84.2 meters in length, 77. 8 meters in width, and 27 meters in height, with a mass of 907 tons and a cargo hold of 4,500 cubic meters. It was equipped with 3 cloaking nuclear fusion engines, a prototype space jump engine, 2 M85 45 40mm coil guns, 3 M995 point defense laser cannons, and a CBU, our 68C EEL mine-laying system. The hull was armored with 500mm titanium-grade armor, impervious even to the full power of an Aurora battlesuit's beam cannon. It featured intelligent optical camouflage paint and a thermal radiation-blocking supermaterial coating, enabling light, heat, and electrical invisibility. Additionally, the rear of the vessel housed an ultra-scanner array with a maximum scanning range of 200 million kilometers and a precision of 10 centimeters, with range and precision being inversely proportional. 10 minutes later, under Bit's guidance, Raven completed a thorough tour of the ship and instructed, Bit, as per our usual protocol, you control the spacecraft for a test flight into space. Once we confirm its safety, I will join you at a high altitude. Space was uncharted territory for him. To embark on an unknown ship and charge into the cosmos without preparation would be akin to courting disaster. He needed to gather intelligence, devise a plan, and acquire the necessary knowledge and skills before taking action. In short, the key was to proceed with caution. Understood. Raven, I'm glad to see that you are not letting excitement cloud your judgment, it praised with a smile. Raven chuckled at the compliment. That is primarily because you are an excellent teacher. After exchanging a few more words, Raven retrieved the Rev. 9 Terminator from his inventory and exited the cockpit. Soaring into the air, the cockpit gradually closed, and the Winter class activated its optical camouflage, vanishing from sight. The 3 fusion engines warmed up, expelling a substantial amount of plasma, propelling the vessel gently skyward. Safe travels, Bit. After watching the Winter class disappear, Raven activated his battlesuit stealth mode and accelerated towards Malibu, Los Angeles. Now, he awaited Bit's report. If all was confirmed to be in order, he would board the ship directly in his armor. Upon reaching the cosmos, he would be able to materialize the super energy crystal and endeavor to acquire telekinesis. However, during this interim, he found himself rather idle and decided to sneak a glimpse outside Tony's villa. In Malibu, Los Angeles, amidst the profound night and ethereal mist, a spectral figure glided through the air, alighting on the precipice of a cliff, eyes penetrating the concrete to observe the interior. Inside the villa's subterranean laboratory, shards of glass had been meticulously swept away, replaced with new blast-resistant glass. Clack, clack. At the workstation, Tony was engrossed, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as he inputted lines of code, attempting to reboot Jarvis. Shortly thereafter, he struck the return key with fervor, his hands clenched tightly. Fixated on the reboot progress, the progress bar swiftly approached 99.9. Tony's breaths were heavy, a tumult of anticipation and anxiety swirling within him. Ding. After a pause of several seconds, the progress bar crossed the final 0.01, and Jarvis's core completed its reboot. Sir, it is a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for my inability to thwart the intruder yesterday, Jarvis remarked. Ha. Tony leapt from his seat, pumping his fist in exhilaration, exclaiming, Ironmonger, I have bested you once. His thirst for victory had been long-standing. At last, he had successfully eradicated the virus just before the countdown expired, achieving a triumph. Welcome back, Jarvis. After a brief moment of euphoria, Tony settled back into his chair, clapping his hands and declaring, display the source code and initiate a security check. I need to ascertain whether Ironmonger left a backdoor. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied, presenting his source code on the screen. Let us embark on a grand endeavor. Tony sipped his coffee, clapping his hands with vigor, fully immersed in the code before him. Unbeknownst to him, the adversary he was determined to vanquish was lurking outside. TSK. Outside the villa, Raven smirked, glancing at the opposite villa with a taunt. Tony, you're celebrating a tad prematurely. I am far from what I once was. Even without considering the battleship, Tony, clad in his Aurora armor, was no match for him, though their designs bore similarities. The materials and manufacturing processes of the armors were worlds apart. Even if Tony synthesized a new element and fashioned the Mark VI armor, it would still be inadequate against him. Tony, we shall meet again tomorrow, Raven declared, gesturing towards the villa as he commanded his armor to soar skyward. Fueled by the arc reactor, 8 retro thrusters unleashed their full power, propelling the Aurora armor upward, ascending to an altitude of 3,000 meters above the Pacific Ocean. Here, the clouds were dense and the fog thick. The faint moonlight was entirely obscured, rendering visibility exceedingly low. However, this posed no challenge for Raven. Possessing the Aurora armor endowed with formidable night vision capabilities, coupled with the Winter-class cruiser equipped with advanced navigation systems, he effortlessly and accurately descended into the open hangar of the cruiser. Whoosh! The hangar door slowly closed, and the internal airlock door opened. Raven ascended the staircase to the bridge, where he found Bitter engrossed in his tasks. Captain's here, salute, Bitter exclaimed. Raven smirked and retorted, Bitter, spare me the theatrics. I am utterly unqualified for this. Steering the ship might just lead us to disaster. Not to worry, just give the orders. I'll handle the navigation, Bitter replied earnestly. Very well, I shall assume the role of captain, Raven conceded with a reluctant nod, though the slight curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. After all, he was now the captain of a spaceship. What boy has not dreamed of commanding a fleet and conquering the vastness of the cosmos? Bitter, heed my command, Raven declared dramatically as he approached the command console and gestured grandly. Prepare for immediate ascent to low Earth orbit. In the realm of humanity, only a few hundred have ventured into space, and merely 12 have set foot on the moon. In both this life and the past, he had only been one among billions gazing up at the stars. However, The situation was different now. He possessed 2 starships, ready to traverse the cosmos, reach the moon, explore Mars, and even voyage to exoplanets. The exhilarating sensation of transcending the mundane and dominating the universe filled him with immense joy. "Yes, Captain," Bitter responded solemnly, increasing the engine's power and propelling the ship upward towards low Earth orbit. Chapter 038. Landing on the mothership, the atmosphere rumbled with thunder and flashes of lightning as a storm brewed in the troposphere. The cold winter vessel soared like a swift seabird, effortlessly navigating through the tempest. In the stratosphere, the weather was serene and the convection stable. Utilizing the advanced scanning array, the ship deftly avoided the flight paths of passing aircraft, continuing its ascent. In the mesosphere, the air thinned and fierce winds howled. The cold winter stabilized its wings, adjusting its posture as it shot upwards like an arrow, piercing through turbulent boundaries. The thermosphere was silent, with particles falling like rain. Countless high-energy ions struck the hull, causing the optical camouflage to continuously adapt, creating a dreamlike illusion. In the exosphere, the vessel broke free from gravity and entered a vacuum. Here, there was neither wind nor sound, nor any obstruction. Time seemed to stand still. The cold winter hovered in the darkness, gazing proudly at the land, oceans, and cities beneath. In merely 10 minutes, it traversed a distance of 1,000 kilometers. As the ship ceased its trembling, Raven released his grip on the slightly deformed captain's chair and exhaled deeply. Traveling aboard a warship was far more exhilarating than flying in an aircraft. Though the warship was equipped with inertial dampeners to shield its crew from the effects of acceleration, the vibrations experienced while crossing the atmosphere were unavoidable. Artificial gravity, normal. Inertial force field, normal. Life support systems, normal. Current altitude, 1,348 kilometers. Speed, 7.8 kilometers per second. We have entered low Earth orbit. Please provide instructions, Captain. Bit stated earnestly, looking towards Raven. Accelerate towards the far side of the moon, Raven commanded solemnly, stepping to the bridge's viewport to gaze into the vastness of space. Nearby, Earth floated amid the infinite cosmos, resembling a sapphire enveloped in black silk. Countless city lights flickered like distant stars. In the distance, the sun emitted blinding rays, akin to a colossal spotlight illuminating the sapphire and casting a halo along its edge. Click. Raven blinked, capturing the scene before him, murmuring softly, "It's truly beautiful here." At that moment, he grasped the essence of Earth's beauty, the allure of space, and the grandeur of the universe. "Captain, we have all night. I guarantee you will tire of it," Bit teased. "Not necessarily," Raven chuckled, shaking his finger as he turned back to his chair. He waved and declared, "Begin acceleration. We are summoning the 0-point mothership." "Understood. The warship is commencing acceleration. Target, far side of the moon, a distance of 390,000 kilometers. Current speed, 7.9 kilometers per second. Target speed, 100 kilometers per second. Acceleration, 98 ms, requiring 15 minutes. Deceleration to a stop will take 17 minutes. Estimated arrival at the moon, 130 minutes. Just 130 minutes." Raven murmured, his expression contemplative. "If using chemical rockets, crossing this 390,000 kilometers would take several days. However, with the ultra-high specific impulse engine and an unaffected spacecraft, the journey could be reduced to mere hours." Moreover, this was far from the limits of the cold winter. Disregarding fuel consumption, the journey could be completed in merely 1 hour. However, should the jump engine be activated, arrival would occur within mere minutes. The reason for not employing the jump engine lies in the fact that Bit has yet to conduct comprehensive testing, thus opting to temporarily set it aside. Regardless, the speed of the fusion engine is more than sufficient for the task at hand. Whoosh! Above the Azure planet, amidst the inky void of space, the Winter-class vessel, trailing 3 blue-white comet tails, effortlessly breaks free from Earth's gravitational pull, accelerating towards the moon. 130 minutes later, in the vicinity of the moon, in the depths of the silent cosmos, a silver-gray sphere, marred by an array of craters, stands resolutely, resembling an ancient, weathered visage gazing solemnly into the abyss of space. At that moment, a spacecraft, with its blue-white comet tail, traces a path across the darkness, sweeping past the lunar surface. After 17 minutes of deceleration, the Winter-class vessel comes to a standstill at 0 ms, having reached the enigmatic far side of the moon. "Captain, we have arrived at the designated location," Bit announces. "Initiate detailed scanning." Within the ship, Raven sits calmly in the captain's chair, issuing commands with composed authority. Hoping to locate the city of Adelon. Affirmative, Captain, Bit responds, promptly activating the super scanning array. In the next instant, a hyperspace wave emanates from the large backpack at the rear of the Winter-class vessel, instantaneously enveloping the lunar surface. A torrent of information floods into the warship's data core. After swiftly filtering through the data, Bit detects an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from an inconspicuous crater on the moon's surface. Captain, a potential target has been identified. Bit immediately projects a hologram of the moon to Raven. Oh. Raven's expression sharpens as he furrows his brow, focusing on a small red dot within the hologram, which indeed lies on the lunar surface. In that case, let us maintain our watch. If it were on the far side, I would have to reconsider the position of the Zero-class vessel. Although the Zero-class serves as a stealth cruiser, it only possesses electromagnetic cloaking, lacking optical invisibility, making it susceptible to detection by the alien race. Understood, Bit acknowledges. Here they come, Raven exclaims excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he summons the item interface to extract the Zero-class cruiser. Instantly, a massive, elongated silhouette of a ship materializes before him. Goodness, this vessel is truly enormous. Raven marvels. If the 485-meter warship is this sizable, one can only imagine the scale of the 5,000-meter human flagship, the Endless Carrier, and the 70,000-meter Star Spirit Ark, the Spear of Aten. Hiss! The thought of such a terrifyingly colossal entity sends a shiver down Raven's spine, prompting him to refocus his attention on the Zero-class. That immense behemoth feels too distant, and even if it could be summoned, it would not be of immediate use. Instead, the fully functional yet relatively compact Zero-class cruiser is just right for his needs. With a swift motion, Raven manipulates the model of the warship with his thoughts, arranging it in the void of space until he successfully manifests it. A grand ship appears out of thin air within the cosmos, its hull sharply defined, pitch black as ink, nearly merging with the depths of space. The prow is sharp as a blade, concealing latent menace and exuding an aura of danger. Through the bridge's glass, Raven gazed at the colossal behemoth outside, his eyes wide with astonishment, momentarily rendering him speechless. This was truly the might of a colossal battleship. The Winter-class appeared as a mere child in its presence. The expenditure of 500,000 emotional points was indeed worth it. Now, his anticipation for the super energy crystal heightened, a treasure valued at 1,000,000 emotional points. With a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Raven turned to Bit beside him and inquired, "What do you think? Can we board?" "Certainly, Captain. I have already commandeered the Zero-class battleship S systems. We can embark at any moment," Bit replied. "Then what are we waiting for?" Raven commanded with a wave of his hand, "Initiate the boarding procedure. Commence phase 1 of the ascension plan." "Yes, Captain," Bit responded solemnly. At Raven's command, the tail of the Winter-class erupted with a stream of light, gradually maneuvering into the hangar of the Zero-class. With a resounding thud, as the Winter-class entered the hangar, the entrance began to seal shut. The life support systems infused the air, elevating the temperature to make it suitable for human habitation. As everything was set, the hatch of the Winter-class slowly descended, and Raven along with Bit stepped forth into the new realm. Chapter 39, The Cosmic Crystal, damn it. Raven cursed inwardly as he surveyed the hangar. "I spent 500,000 emotional points, and you don't even gift me a single aircraft?" Although he was well acquainted with the system and had not harbored high expectations, the sight of the empty cabin still left him feeling somewhat discontented. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction aside, he understood the necessity of utilizing what he had. After all, the allure of opportunity is undeniable. "Let us go, Bitter," Raven called, making his way toward the adjacent docking bay. Since the system offered no equipment, he would personally fill this space with aircraft, spaceships, and mechs. With the zero-point level deep space mothership and the atomic fabrication station at his disposal, it was only a matter of time. Of course, this was a long-term aspiration. His immediate focus remained the Ascension Ladder project. For with great power comes the ability to command vast influence. Without such strength, everything else is merely a fleeting illusion. Panel. The two approached the neighboring docking bay, and Raven summoned the system's inventory, extracting the Blackstone containment unit. In the next moment, a cube measuring 10 meters in each dimension materialized within the cargo hold. It was pitch black, exuding an aura of mystery, antiquity, and ineffable essence. However, this aura vanished almost instantly, leaving behind an unremarkable presence. What the hell? Yet, in that fleeting moment, Raven felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of unease and dread settling in. Damn it, this item is somewhat eerie. The reason he had exchanged for the Blackstone containment unit was to isolate the psychic waves emitted by the cosmic crystal, preventing the powerful entities of the Marvel Universe from detecting them. After ruling out the costly and bizarre materials, he ultimately opted for this containment device. The system confirmed that this material could indeed shield the psychic fluctuations from the cosmic crystal without inducing any other supernatural phenomena. However, the system's definition of not causing supernatural phenomena seemed to differ from his understanding. Raven, are you all right? Your heart rate, blood pressure, and hormone levels were elevated just now, Bitter inquired. I'm fine, Bitter, Raven replied, suppressing his unease as he handed the spectral scanner to Bitter. I'll go in to summon the cosmic crystal. You stay outside and monitor the situation. Be careful. Take care, Bitter cautioned as he accepted the scanner. Don't worry. Raven clapped Bitter on the shoulder, flashing a carefree smile before striding toward the Blackstone containment unit. The pursuit of superpowers always entails risks, albeit varying in magnitude. Acquiring telekinesis through the cosmic crystal was currently the safest method. Of course, risks still existed, but he was willing to accept them. After all, he was prudent, not cowardly. Moreover, the spirit of adventure was ingrained in his very being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met his end through parkour in his past life. Creak, creak, creak. Raven arrived at the entrance of the Blackstone containment unit, grasping the circular handle above and turning it with both hands. After one turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, the black cube slowly opened a door, revealing a narrow corridor and another black door. Standing at the entrance of the narrow passage, Raven instructed Bitter outside. Bitter, close the door. If I'm not out in 10 minutes, come in and look for me. As long as he remained conscious, he could summon the Blackstone containment unit into his inventory at any moment. However, should he lose consciousness, the outcome would be beyond his control. At such times, it would serve as his contingency. Understood. Bit replied, his expression grave as he reversed the mechanism to seal the containment unit's door. With a series of clicks, Raven waited patiently until the door was fully shut before turning to grasp the inner door handle, slowly rotating it to reveal what lay beyond. The darkness behind the door was impenetrable, serene and silent, resembling a black hole that devoured all light and sound. As he gazed into the pitch-black room, Raven felt his breath grow heavy, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Take a deep breath, remain calm. Raven, I will always be with you. Bit reassured from within the armor. Thank you, Bit. Raven inhaled deeply, stepping into the containment unit and sealing the inner door behind him. With a focused thought, he summoned the Psycho Crystal. In an instant, a radiant light shattered the darkness, as a crystal materialized from the void, its ethereal energy coursing through the Aurora armor before being intercepted by the surrounding Blackstone. With a crackling sound, as the room filled with energy, the neural connection between Raven and Bit became disrupted, causing the armor to stutter and falter. Raven, I, came Bit's fragmented voice. Little heart. Looks like I must rely on myself, Raven thought, taking a deep breath before stepping out of the armor. Fixing his gaze upon the Psycho Crystal 2 meters away. It was a perfect dodecahedron, the size of a basketball, floating and spinning in midair like a disco ball. Why? Is it so small? System, have you embezzled again? Or is this the essence in its compressed form? There's no turning back now, Raven mused, shaking his head in resignation as he pressed his hand against the crystal's surface. At the moment of contact, the crystal recognized Raven's soul fluctuations and immediately released a surge of energy, coursing through his palm and into his mind. A resonating hum filled the air as the energy entwined with his memories, imparting all knowledge about the Psycho Crystal in an instant. Just as he had suspected, the crystal had undergone refinement and transformation by the system. It could draw energy from the void dimension, storing it within its crystalline structure. Once filled, it would continuously output energy while simultaneously drawing and producing more, a veritable energy production line. As the master of the Psycho Crystal, he could adjust the energy production and output at will. Wow, this is a divine artifact. Raven marveled, taken aback by the system's generous gift. He had expected the crystal to be merely a container for energy, akin to the spirit stones of the cultivation realm, but instead, he had been granted an energy production line. With this item, he possessed nearly limitless energy, enabling him to continually enhance himself. Of course, the Psycho Crystal, being an A-grade item, was not without its flaws. It could only draw energy more efficiently from areas rich in mental energy. However, this was hardly a concern. Emotional value served as a form of mental energy, which the crystal could easily convert into spiritual energy. This was precisely why he deemed it a divine artifact. Absorb. Levin's heart surged with excitement as he attempted to convey commands to the crystal. Upon receiving the directive, the crystal instantly retracted its brilliance, absorbing the surrounding ethereal energy, transforming into a warm, luminous fluorite. Although it no longer radiated ethereal energy outward, it continued to bolster Levin's soul with its power. "Ha, what a treasure!" Levin exclaimed, unable to restrain his joy, recognizing the immense value of the million emotional points spent. As the ethereal energy dissipated entirely, the Aurora armor system returned to normal, and Bit came back online, promptly conducting a thorough scan of Levin and the extraordinary crystal. Levin, heart rate at 153 BPM, respiration at 23 BPM, blood pressure at 155 millimeters of mercury, exhibiting extreme excitement. Suspected to be related to the unknown energy emitted by the crystal. Recommended course of action: engage in conversation with Levin to ascertain the cause. If Levin's emotional state is confirmed to be abnormal, prevent further contact with the luminescent crystal and perform a comprehensive physical examination. After making this determination, Bit maneuvered the Aurora armor to Levin's side and inquired, "Levin, are you all right?" Chapter 040. Mastering Psychokinesis. Bit, I am exceedingly well. Upon hearing Bit's inquiry, Raven focused his thoughts, stowing away the psychic crystal, and gave a reassuring pat on the shoulder of his battle armor. The first phase of the Ascending the Heavenly Ladder project has been triumphantly completed. I shall share the specifics with you after our neural synchronization. Though he had yet to acquire psychokinesis, this was merely due to the insufficient absorption of spiritual energy. Now that he had mastered the operation of the crystal, he could extract spiritual energy at any moment without the concern of attracting undue attention due to energy fluctuations. Thus, he resolved to sleep with the crystal tonight. By morning, he would have nearly perfected his psychokinetic abilities. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Bit's worries dissipated significantly, and he promptly activated the Aurora battle armor, enveloping Raven within its protective embrace. System functioning optimally. Protocol 1. Initiate. Buzz. Before long, the two entities completed their neural synchronization, and Bit grasped the situation. Although he did not comprehend spiritual energy, it did not hinder him from confirming that Raven remained unaffected. "Raven, I am immensely relieved to see you safe." "Thank you, Bit. There's no need for gratitude. I merely stood by." Serving as a good luck charm is still a form of assistance. Raven jested, a smile gracing his lips. "It is getting late. We should return to Earth." "Indeed." Bit responded. "Raven, what are our plans for the 0-point mothership?" Raven pondered before articulating. "You shall command the mothership to conduct jump tests, scanning the planets, moons, and asteroids within the solar system to chart a map of resources. Once we have dealt with the Inhuman tribe in the afterlife, we will seek out that dormant Kree spacecraft. Their knowledge, technology, and star charts are of utmost importance to us." Despite possessing 2 warships, Raven was aware that they did not hold significant power within the Marvel Universe. The Kree Empire, the Skrulls, the Supreme Evolution, the Nova Corps, the Raiders, and Asgard, each faction was formidable in its own right. Gaining intelligence swiftly would enable him to materialize targeted artifacts. Furthermore, that Kree spacecraft not only contained experimental data on the Inhumans, but also housed a few living Kree. Once he acquired the data and experimental subjects, he would eventually decipher the Inhuman genome and mass-produce Inhumans. "Remember, safety comes first," Raven advised. "Understood. I shall exercise caution." "Very well, let us return home." As they conversed, the Aurora battle armor hovered slightly, and Raven focused his thoughts to store the containment unit into his inventory, instantly returning to the spacious and well-lit cockpit. Bit, who had been waiting there, smiled as he completed the data synchronization with the Aurora battle armor. After a brief arrangement, Raven and Bit piloted the Winter-class vessel towards Earth. Los Angeles, Vernon District. We are finally home. Within the factory base, Raven removed his armor, yawning wearily. "Bit, you may pilot the armor back to the Winter-class. It will be more secure and quicker to deploy than keeping it at the base. After all, the battle armor operates without a pilot and can accelerate to 25 Mach in a remarkably short span, descending from high altitudes to his vicinity in mere seconds. Such a feat would be impossible from a base. Even in the most remote parts of Vernon, it is still within Los Angeles." Acknowledged. After Bit's response, he sealed the Aurora battle armor and activated its cloaking mode, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! After watching the suit depart, Raven focused his thoughts and retrieved the Rev. 9 Terminator. Bit, Tidy up the base. I am off to bed. Good night, Raven, Bit replied with a nod. Good night, Bit. Raven waved his hand and returned to the RV, showered, and lay on the bed, clutching the crystal, drifting off to sleep. Tomorrow, he would acquire telekinesis. Just the thought filled him with joy. Moreover, there was the shareholders' meeting the next day, sure to be filled with excitement. He wondered how Tony would respond. Indeed, he eagerly anticipated tomorrow in Los Angeles. At the Malibu villa, could it be that there truly is no backdoor? At that moment, in the underground laboratory, Tony stared at the screen with astonishment, his mind grappling with disbelief. He had meticulously checked the source code of Jarvis and the villa's server 3 or 4 times, finding no anomalies. This outcome presented 2 possibilities. Either Iron Man genuinely left no backdoor, or he simply lacked the expertise to uncover one. Neither option pleased him. Sir, the probability that Iron Man left no other backdoors or viruses is 96.83, Jarvis reported. Very well. Tony sighed in resignation, moving to the holographic console, commanding. Jarvis, initiate a new project titled Anti-Iron Man Armor. This armor must be large, powerful, robust in defense, and armed with formidable weapons, essentially. It should be an overwhelming display of strength. The next encounter with Iron Man cannot allow him to escape. Understood, sir. Jarvis agreed readily, but noted. It is already 1 a.m., and you are scheduled to attend the shareholders' meeting tomorrow. I recommend you retire for the night. Not a chance. Tony promptly declined, swiftly pulling up the blueprints for the Mark III armor, beginning his modifications. Holding 40.15 of Stark Industries shares. After excluding the 10 from the 2 non-voting official funds and the 24.82 from retail investors, the remaining shareholders collectively accounted for only 25.03 at the shareholders' meeting. He merely needed to make an appearance and present the reform plan. Thus, addressing Iron Man was the critical task. He absolutely could not afford to lose in the next battle. The following day, at the Vernon District base, in the RV's bedroom, Raven wore an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, arms wrapped around the crystal, his body curled up, floating in midair like an infant. Buzz, after a short while, the previously slumbering Raven suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light piercing through the void. Then, his body abruptly fell onto the bed. What on earth? The sudden turn of events startled Raven momentarily, yet in an instant, clarity dawned upon him, and he instinctively grasped the nature of his situation. After absorbing spiritual energy throughout the night, his soul had transcended a critical threshold, bestowing upon him the remarkable ability to manipulate reality with his mind, commonly referred to as telekinesis. Presently, he had mastered 2 techniques. The first was telepathic perception, enabling him to sense everything in his surroundings without the use of sight, currently within a radius of 100 meters. The second was telekinetic manipulation, allowing him to move objects around him without the use of his hands, with a force of 100 kilograms, just sufficient to lift his own weight. Although his abilities were not particularly formidable at this moment, the continuous influx of spiritual energy would relentlessly strengthen his soul, with the potency of his telekinesis poised to increase 10-fold in 3 days, 100-fold in 30 days, and 1,000-fold in 90 days. However, as the strength of his soul escalated, so too would the demand for spiritual energy. A single crystal would likely prove inadequate, necessitating the exchange for several more. Haha, I have ascended, Raven exclaimed with exuberance, immediately harnessing his telekinesis to envelop his body, lifting himself effortlessly from the bed. Suspended in midair, a hallmark of the strong. The first phase of the Celestial Ladder plan had been successfully achieved. Equipped with battle armor, a warship, and telekinesis, he finally possessed a measure of self-defense. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the bedroom door was rapped upon, and Peter stood at the threshold, inquiring, Raven, are you all right? Chapter 041. An invitation from Sky. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Raven sensed the presence of Peter outside the door, swiftly stowing the psychic crystal into his inventory. With a mere thought, he opened the door, exclaiming, Peter, behold my mastery of telekinesis. As he spoke, the wardrobe in his bedroom suddenly swung open, and a tracksuit soared through the air, adorning Raven's form as if by magic. Once dressed, he levitated gracefully, akin to a specter, gliding towards the door. Is this what telekinetic power entails? Peter scrutinized Raven with keen eyes, attempting to discern the secret behind his seemingly effortless levitation. Yet, after thorough examination, he found himself baffled. Such a peculiar force. Indeed, this is telekinesis, Raven replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. It is a form of idealistic energy. As a materialist, you may find it challenging to observe. However, it is not impossible. In the future, we can attempt to study it further. The pinnacle of materialism converges with idealism, and both are two sides of the same coin, ultimately leading to the same destination. To traverse the Marvel universe successfully, one must master both realms, material and ideal. This is succinctly termed as the dual cultivation of science and magic. Very well. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it, Peter inquired. Anything you make will suffice. Raven patted Peter's shoulder and entered the restroom, washing up while asking, were there any noteworthy events last night? There were two, Peter disclosed. Firstly, Tony Stark is currently developing the Anti-Iron Legion armor. The armor's dimensions, weaponry, energy source, propulsion, and defense capabilities far surpass those of the Ironmonger. However, it remains in the design phase for now. The Anti-Iron Legion armor? Raven raised an eyebrow, muttering, it seems Tony has truly been riled. He's fortunate to be the first to be targeted by a supervillain specifically. While there are numerous anti-XX armors in the comics, in the films, he is only aware of one targeted suit, the Mark 44 Anti-Hulk armor, according to Peter's data. This Anti-Iron Legion armor is estimated to be comparable to the Anti-Hulk armor, clearly designed with the Ironmonger in mind. Unfortunately, the Ironmonger is not Iron Man. Tony has misidentified his adversary from the outset. And the second? Raven pressed on. Well, Peter smirked mischievously. Skye has conducted an investigation into you. It appears she is concerned you might be a deviant and is attempting to coax her into participating in some activities. All right. Enough of that. Raven's lips twitched, and he swiftly raised a hand to halt Peter's words. That Skye certainly possesses a heightened sense of vigilance. Fortunately, I have always maintained my integrity and indulged only in innocent pursuits, so I am not at all worried about her inquiry. However, I shall not let this matter rest. Skye must be duly reprimanded. All right then, Peter shrugged, chuckling. I have sent you the detailed information. You may review it privately. Raven rolled his eyes, raised a middle finger in silent disdain, and stepped out of the mobile home, ready to engage in his training. Although the first phase of the Skyward Ladder project had been successful, granting him armor, a warship, and telekinesis, he now possessed a measure of self-protection. According to the introduction of the crystal, if there exists a significant disparity between the soul and the body, the latter will be unable to sustain the former, ultimately resulting in the soul transforming into an ethereal form. Although this does not equate to death, the loss of the physical body signifies an inability to utilize enhancements such as the fifth compound, Terrigen enhancement, or even the superhuman physique. Thus, the second objective of the Ascension project is to amalgamate the Terrigen crystal with the fifth compound, thereby fortifying the physical body to a level akin to that of the inhabitants of our homeland. In a hotel room in Los Angeles, a massive suitcase sprawls across the double bed, cluttered with an array of garments. Not far away, Skye clutches a dress, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror, her expression fraught with indecision. Rarely does she don dresses, preferring practicality and a polished appearance. Her staples consist of jeans, t-shirts, jackets, and boots. However, the gravity of an impending date, especially with a high-caliber gentleman, compels her to unearth a long-neglected dress. Unfortunately, these garments, being of inferior quality and long untouched, yield less than desirable results when worn. Forget it. In a moment of exasperation, Skye tosses both dresses into the suitcase, muttering, I'll call Raven to see if he is available first, then ponder the rest. With that, Skye retrieves a white business card and dials the number inscribed upon it. Beep, beep, beep. The persistent busy signal sends a wave of disappointment coursing through her beautiful eyes dimming momentarily. At that instant, the call is unexpectedly connected, and a gentle male voice resonates. Hello, this is Raven Thorn. Who is this? Hello? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Skye's eyes widen, and she hastily explains. I'm Skye, the one who mentioned treating you to dinner yesterday afternoon. Do you remember me? Of course, I remember, Raven replies with a mischievous smile, recalling the striking girl proficient in vehicle repairs. Right? Indeed. Skye beams at the compliment, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks as she softly inquires, Raven, do you have time for lunch today? Lunch. Let me check my schedule. Raven deliberately pauses for a few seconds. No problem. I have a meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but I'm free before that. When it comes to courting, one must never appear too eager. If he were to readily accept Skye's invitation, his aura of sophistication would diminish. A slight push and pull not only establishes dominance but also showcases his prowess. Of course, This art of persuasion involves a subtle embellishment of the truth, a mere dance of language. Upon hearing Raven's agreement, Sky feels a weight lift from her heart. Exhaling a sigh of relief. Yes, yes, Raven has agreed to go on a date with me. I must rush to buy some clothes, even if it means dipping into my savings. Sky, are you still there? Raven inquires, puzzled. Apologies, apologies. In an instant, Sky regained her composure and inquired, Raven, what do you enjoy eating? French cuisine, Japanese fare, or Chinese dishes? Raven pondered for a moment before suggesting, Sky, I know of an authentic Chinese restaurant. I shall drive to pick you up shortly. Sounds great, Sky exclaimed without a second thought. However, the next moment, she realized her impulsiveness and promptly covered her mouth, a flicker of regret flashing in her captivating eyes. Oh no, what have I done? How could I have agreed so hastily? Should Raven take this the wrong way? Sky S. Regret. 666. Sky S. Worry. 666. All right, send me the location. And I will come to collect you at 11. Raven responded with remarkable ease. Okay, goodbye. Sky ended the call, letting out a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. After sending the location to Raven, she departed from the hotel, heading towards a nearby mall. She intended to buy a new outfit to dazzle Raven at their upcoming rendezvous, preparing for their next date. Sky S. Yearning. 666. Sky S. Excitement. 666. Emotional value. 302. 5678. 42. Chapter 042. The Enchanting Sky Factory Base. 10:30 a.m. Raven, clad in a bulletproof suit reminiscent of a legendary assassin and adorned with a custom-bit smartwatch, swiftly exited the factory in a sleek Mercedes supercar. Following closely behind was Bit, driving a black Saab van, dutifully fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. Buzz. 20 minutes later, Raven arrived at the designated location. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze was drawn to Sky, who stood by the roadside. She wore a flowing white dress, with its delicate lace hem dancing gently in the breeze, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. Her brown high-heeled ankle boots lent her an air of casual elegance. Her long, chestnut hair cascaded naturally, softly draping over the white fabric. Her bare arms and legs were straight and toned, and her sun-kissed skin glimmered with a subtle sheen under the sunlight. A light touch of makeup accentuated her features, which were striking and well-defined, with deep-set eyes that sparkled with both liveliness and determination. However, her slightly awkward demeanor suggested that she was not entirely at ease in such attire. Wow, what a surprise! Raven thought to himself, admiring Sky with a glint of appreciation in his eyes. He genuinely remarked, Sky, you look so much more beautiful today than yesterday. My goodness! At that moment, upon seeing Raven, Sky's eyes widened, and her lips parted slightly in astonishment. Instinctively, she tightened her long legs together. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with an unusual warmth. Hee, Raven complimented me again. It seems I chose the right outfit after all. I didn't waste the 500. However, Raven's gaze today felt profoundly deep, exuding an otherworldly and mysterious aura. Just a fleeting glance exchanged between them sent a shiver of unbidden excitement through her body. What is happening? Sky's happiness. 666. Sky's embarrassment. 666. Hey, the effect is quite impressive, Raven noted, observing Sky frozen in place, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he retracted the mental influence from his gaze. As a form of mental prowess, his telepathic abilities were not limited to manipulating physical objects, but could also influence and control the mind, what one might call telepathy. Although his power was currently modest and could not rival that of Professor X, it was sufficient to subtly affect ordinary individuals. Sky, are you all right? Raven approached her side, softly calling her name. Ah, Sky jolted, coming back to her senses. Upon seeing Raven so close, inhaling the intoxicating blend of his cologne and his raw essence, her face flushed even deeper as she whispered, I'm fine. Shall we go? What is wrong with me? Raven must surely possess magical powers. Otherwise, how could I have fallen so swiftly? Raven observed Sky's bashful demeanor, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips as he opened the gull-wing doors of his sports car and extended his hand, saying, The step is a bit high. Allow me to assist you. To nurture their relationship, physical contact is paramount, progressing from holding hands to a gentle embrace, ultimately leading to a kiss. In this context, his offer to hold her hand not only conveyed gentlemanly grace but also advanced their connection seamlessly, not arousing any suspicion. Thank you. Sky hesitated for a moment before grasping Raven's left hand with her right, her other hand smoothing her skirt as she stepped into the passenger seat, reluctantly releasing his hand. Heavens! Raven's hand is so warm and sturdy. Those calluses must be remnants of his training. Click. After Sky settled in, Raven closed the door and returned to the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt. Sky, buckle up. I shall take you for some authentic Chinese cuisine. All right. Sky nodded obediently, hastily securing her own seatbelt. Vroom. Raven, satisfied, gently pressed the accelerator, steering the car into the flow of traffic as they sped away. Los Angeles. San Gabriel Valley. At midday, the sun blazed fiercely, the palm trees swaying gently in the center of the street as vehicles navigated past. The surrounding restaurants and shops bustled with life, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. In a nearby parking lot, the gull-wing doors of a silver-gray supercar soared open, revealing a man and a woman stepping out. The man, tall and handsome in a black suit, contrasted sharply with the woman, who donned a white dress, elegant and poised. Together, they formed a striking duo. Come, Sky. Raven locked the car and gestured for her to follow. The restaurant is just around the corner. Okay. Sky surveyed her surroundings and, feigning ignorance, asked, Raven, do you live nearby? Though she was aware of his true address, the information obtained through hacking was not something she could openly discuss. Thus, she needed to navigate this conversation carefully to avoid revealing too much. Not at all. Raven chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior. I reside in an RV, calling the world my home. I've been working in Los Angeles for a while and need to stay here temporarily. Sky was taken aback by his unexpected response. She realized her acting skills were commendable. Despite knowing his details clearly, she managed to feign ignorance. No wonder it is said that women are born actors. Really? You live in an RV too? Sky's eyes lit up. My home is also an RV, the very one you saw yesterday. Although it is somewhat aged, it has accompanied me to many places. However, last night, while passing by Stark Industries, I unexpectedly encountered Iron Man and War Machine. Their battle shattered my car's windshield and punctured the radiator with debris. Those two detestable fellows, constantly proclaiming their intention to compensate for the losses. Yet I have yet to receive a single penny. Sky, clenching his fists, expressed his dissatisfaction with a scowl. Oh my goodness. Raven feigned astonishment as she inquired. Did you actually encounter the fierce battle from last night? Sky, are you uninjured? Ah, indeed. Retribution is quite unpleasant. Just moments ago, he had been criticizing Sky for feigning ignorance, and now the tables had turned on him. Heh, I consider myself rather fortunate, Sky chuckled, patting his robust chest. Had I sustained injuries, you would certainly not have had the pleasure of my company. Well, that is indeed true, Raven conceded, nodding in agreement. If it weren't for those two scoundrels, I would never have met such a beautiful girl like you. Hee hee. Sky beamed with joy at her words, softly murmuring. In that case, I would not have met you either. Sky truly is quite innocent. Raven, sensing his whisper, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips and playfully asked, Sky, what did you just say? Chapter 043. Meijia's restaurant. Sky's expression momentarily stiffened, and she quickly remarked, I meant to say, let us hasten to dinner, for I am feeling rather hungry. Then let us be off. We shall arrive shortly, Raven replied, showing remarkable discretion by not probing further. Excellent. Sky exhaled in relief, her high heels causing her to sway clumsily, creating an air of awkwardness. Please support me, she requested. Raven extended his arm, playfully teasing. I hope Iron Man and War Machine have not injured you, only for you to be harmed by a pair of high heels. Thank you. Sky's face brightened at his words as she placed her right hand on his arm. It is my first time wearing high heels, and I am not quite adept yet. I shall improve with practice. Oh, Raven is such a gentleman, Sky mused. It is worth the discomfort of my feet to wear high heels just for this moment. Do not overexert yourself, Raven cautioned, shaking his head earnestly. Excessive wearing of high heels can adversely affect your lumbar muscles and vertebrae. Never sacrifice your health for fleeting beauty. I shall heed your advice, Sky nodded. Ha. Raven teased. Are you not afraid I am a con artist who might sell you off? Humph. I am not frightened. Sky replied with a smug smile. I have an excellent judgment of character. You could never be a fraud. Indeed, I have conducted my research, she continued, undeterred. Do you think you can scare me? I will not be intimidated. With such keen insight, do you possess some special method? Do share. Raven inquired, his curiosity piqued. Well, Sky pretended to ponder for a moment, cheekily responding, the secrets of the universe cannot be divulged. In due time, you shall discover. I see now, you are the deceiver. Raven chuckled, teasing her. I am not a con artist. Sky pouted at his remark and playfully tapped him on the arm. Have you ever encountered a con artist as beautiful as I? Actually, I have, Raven replied, his gaze suggestive as he looked at her. She is standing right before me. Oomph, you are incorrigible. Sky, noticing the glint in Raven's eyes, lightly punched him, only to feel as though she had struck a rock. My goodness, is that muscle? She exclaimed, her curiosity piqued, eager to behold Raven's physique. Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the entrance of a quaint eatery named a May's Private Kitchen. A cheerful lady with a Hong Kong accent teased, "Oh my, our handsome gentleman has brought a girlfriend today." "Hello, Mei Jia," Raven greeted in Mandarin. "This is Sky. Her first visit here. You must showcase your culinary skills." "Absolutely. Leave it to me. Come, take a seat inside," Mei Jia warmly invited. "Sky, let us enter," Raven suggested. Levin guided the bewildered Sky into a quaint little eatery brimming with warmth and vitality, and they settled at an unoccupied table. "What were you discussing just now?" Sky inquired, curiosity etched across her features. "Sky, you don't speak Chinese?" Levin feigned surprise for a fleeting moment before elaborating. "Sister May just praised your beauty. I asked her to prepare something delicious for you, ensuring that you will be utterly captivated by the flavors. Although I am not fluent in Chinese, my palate is exceptionally discerning." Sky's pink tongue grazed her crimson lips, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and uncertainty. How could Levin's command of Chinese be so proficient? There were no records of such in the data. Could it be that he is a self-taught prodigy? Yet, computers, business, investment, and language, these are 4 fields he has mastered. Truly, he is astonishingly gifted. Rest assured, if the food does not meet your expectations, I shall accept any consequences you deem appropriate, Levin declared with confidence. "You are so sure of yourself?" Sky's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What if I were to deliberately claim it was unappetizing? What then? You would accept my judgment? How delightful." Levin's unwavering confidence made Sky ponder just how exquisite the offerings of this little restaurant might be. "Dear lady, should you find the food unsatisfactory, not only will I waive your bill, but I shall also compensate you tenfold." Sister May approached with a cheerful demeanor. I apologize, Sister May." Sky's expression shifted as she hurriedly clarified, "I was merely jesting with Levin. I did not mean it seriously." "No worries at all. Let the food speak for itself." Sister May smiled gently at Sky before turning to attend to other patrons. "This is all your fault." After Sister May departed, Sky pouted, casting a look of reproach at Levin. "If it weren't for your wager, I wouldn't he have been misunderstood by Sister May. You cannot blame me for this." "Who told you to harbor ulterior motives and attempt to deceive?" Levin teased. "Humph." Acknowledging her own fault, Sky pursed her lips, swiftly changing the subject. "Levin, how is your Chinese so proficient? I studied it before, but I found myself utterly incapable of grasping it." "It doesn't necessarily mean you lack intelligence." Levin shook his head encouragingly. "Perhaps your talents lie elsewhere. For instance, you excel in vehicle maintenance, do you not?" Sky, being called foolish, was something she could not accept. Who could be deemed foolish while infiltrating the SHIELD system with nothing but a standard laptop? If such individuals are labeled as fools, then how many would that make? As for why Levin's Chinese is exceptional, he merely attributed it to a natural gift. In reality, he had honed his skills for 20 years, but he could not let Sky in on that fact, so he could only deflect with the notion of talent. Talent? Sky pondered, could my gift be in hacking? As a self-taught hacker who ascended to the ranks of the Rising Tide organization in just a few short years, she felt a sense of pride. However, in comparison to Raven's accomplishments, her achievements seem rather insignificant. Just as Sky was pondering, May presented a black clay pot. Placing it on their table, "My dear, do savor my culinary skills and see if they please your palate." The pot emitted steam, revealing pieces of chicken enveloped in a glossy, reddish sauce. Topped with a sprig of vibrant basil, the red and green combination was utterly tantalizing. "Wow, it smells divine." Returning to her senses, Sky inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with delight as she clumsily picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifting a piece of chicken to her mouth. The flavors, salty, sweet, savory, spicy, aromatic, and tender, danced on her taste buds. The rich sauce and succulent chicken instantly captivated her heart. "Delicious. May, you are remarkable," Sky exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Hee, I knew you would love it." May beamed with pride. "Now, take your time enjoying. The other dishes will be ready shortly." "How is it? Tasty, isn't it?" Raven observed Sky with a mysterious smile playing on his lips. So good," Sky mumbled with her mouth full, too engrossed in her meal to engage with Raven. Look how eager you are, Raven said, shaking his head in amusement as he sampled a piece of chicken himself. Chapter 044. The Fall of Sky Garlic Pork Slices. Salted fish and chicken tofu casserole. Tomato scrambled eggs. Braised pork rice. With each hearty greeting, Sister May presented an array of dishes upon the dining table of the two diners. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Sky's mouth to water as she instinctively licked her red lips. Oh, how delightful it smells. It is no wonder that Raven exuded such confidence. Sister May's culinary creations are indeed exquisite. Lastly, Sister May placed a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup on the table. Beautiful lady. Do taste it, and let me know if anything is not to your liking. Sister May, I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks, Sky said, her face awash with regret as she looked at Sister May. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, it's quite all right, as long as you enjoy your meal. That brings me joy, Sister May responded with a warm smile. You too enjoy, and call for me if you need anything. Thank you, Sister May. After watching Sister May depart, Raven used the communal chopsticks to place a piece of pork into Sky's dish, saying, Try this pork. It's quite appetizing. Thank you. Upon seeing the dish Raven had selected for her, Sky's lips curled into a smile. After savoring the pork, her eyes sparkled with delight. This meat is absolutely delectable, though it is a bit spicy. She playfully stuck out her pink tongue and reached for a second piece of pork. Oh my, this food is truly amazing. What was I eating before? If the prices are reasonable, I must come here often. If it's too spicy, just sip some soup to ease it, Raven suggested, handing her a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. Thank you. Sky quickly accepted the bowl and took a sip of the soup. Wow, this soup is fantastic. Then drink plenty of it. Raven smiled gently as he encouraged Sky while also enjoying his meal, filling the table with warmth and joy. Burp. 15 minutes later, while Raven was still diligently eating, Sky reclined in her chair, utterly satisfied, and let out a loud belch. Oh dear. In the next moment, Sky snapped back to reality, her eyes widening in horror as she quickly covered her mouth and cast a furtive glance at Raven. Oh no. Oh no. I ate too much and burped. How utterly unladylike. I hope Raven does not think less of me. Sky's regret. 666. Sky's worry. 666. Burp. Sensing Sky's distress, a glint of amusement flickered in Raven's eyes as he deliberately let out a hearty belch of his own. I'm quite full after today's meal. Sister May, your skills have truly improved. Raven, you have a way with words. No wonder you can charm such a lovely lady, Sister May teased in Chinese. Sister May, you're no less impressive. Raven chuckled in response. Sky, shall we be off? Huh. Oh yes. A slightly dazed Sky came to her senses and asked, Sister May, how much for the meal? I'll take care of it. Beautiful lady, it's a total of 85 yuan. Sister May cast a curious glance at Raven as she handed over a small receipt. This handsome fellow truly is exceptional. He even has a beautiful lady treating him to a meal. 52 yuan. Sky promptly retrieved her wallet and handed several banknotes to Sister May, exclaiming, Sister May, your dishes are simply delightful. I shall return when I have the opportunity. The two of them, having spent 52 yuan, or an average of 26 yuan per person, had indulged in such exquisite fare, which was undeniably a tremendous value. The cost of hamburgers and pizzas was only marginally less. All right, I'll be awaiting your return. Sister May replied with a warm smile, winking at Raven. Goodbye, Sister May. They chimed in unison, waving as they departed. Supporting Sky, Raven inquired, Do you have any plans for this evening? If not, I would like to treat you to dinner. Upon hearing Raven's invitation, Sky felt a mix of joy and turmoil. The joy stemmed from receiving recognition, while the turmoil arose from her awareness of what agreeing to the invitation might entail. However, she was uncertain of what would transpire after tonight. She yearned for further admiration, yet feared losing the little she had. Never mind, she thought. Even if I can merely savor a fleeting moment with someone as distinguished as Raven, it would not be in vain. With newfound resolve, Sky softly replied, Raven, I will follow your lead this evening. Very well, I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied, Raven said, seamlessly taking hold of Sky's hand. The sudden gesture made Sky's heart flutter, instinctively wanting to break free, yet she found herself unable to resist, allowing Raven to guide her. Oh my, he is actually holding my hand. His touch is so warm, so broad, so reassuring. How I wish he could hold my hand forever. Hee, this is going splendidly, Raven thought, his lips curling into a smile as he strolled with Sky through the nearby streets, keen to solidify the moment. Good looks, wealth, and eloquence, these are the three quintessential elements in the art of courtship. Possessing even one can yield results, Possessing two facilitates an effortless charm, and with all three, one becomes utterly irresistible. Not only did he embody these traits, but he also possessed an extraordinary ability to amplify his allure, making it a simple feat to captivate the innocent Sky. After an hour of wandering and purchasing trinkets, they returned to the parking lot. Sky, you take the wheel, Raven said, placing the car keys in her hand. Raven, I cannot, Sky quickly protested, shaking her head. I have never driven a sports car before. And what if I crash it? I have faith in you, Raven assured her, his grip on her hand filled with encouragement and trust. Sky had endured a tumultuous childhood, constantly shifting between various foster homes. Her sensitive nature left her feeling insecure, with an insatiable desire for acknowledgement and care from others. Once she received such validation, she felt an immense gratitude and cherished the individual as the most significant person in her life. And he aspired to be that person. Only by becoming that person could he share the more explosive revelations ahead without jeopardizing their progress. Raven, thank you. Upon meeting Raven's gaze, Sky felt a surge of emotion, her eyes reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bowing her head, she began to sob softly. Recalling the disdain she had faced from everyone before, her biological parents had forsaken her, and even her foster family had turned their backs. Raven, why are you so kind to me? What if I become unable to part from you? What if you discover that I have been secretly investigating you? She wept. With a flicker of compassion in his eyes, Raven gently enveloped Sky in his embrace, patting her back soothingly. How could anyone dislike such a beautiful, strong, and independent girl like you? They must either be envious or blind. From now on, I will stand by you and confront those who belittle you, so they may witness your true strength and recognize the remarkable person you are. Sky, what do you think? He cradled her face, tenderly wiping away her tears. Yes, that sounds wonderful, Sky responded, captivated by the warmth in Raven's expression. In that moment, her desires eclipsed her reason, and she rose on her tiptoes to kiss him. Raven, thank you. I truly, truly like you. Chapter 045, Stark Headquarters. Upon the moment Raven's lips met Sky's, a fleeting astonishment washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by an embrace around her neck, as he guided the inexperienced Sky into the realm of passion. To his surprise, Sky initiated the kiss, revealing the profound impact of his earlier affirmation. Alas, poor Sky, fear not, for no one shall dare to torment you henceforth. At this moment, Sky's body felt languid and aflame, enveloped in Raven's fervent and intoxicating presence, leaving her unable to resist but to follow and reciprocate. Oh my, I am on the brink of losing consciousness. Raven, I truly cannot endure any longer. If this continues, I shall faint. Please, I beg of you, spare me. Sky's desire. 666. Sky's embarrassment. 666. With a gentle realization, Raven shifted his hand from Sky's neck to her waist, halting their passionate kiss. As their lips parted, Sky's face flushed crimson, gasping for air like a drowning soul. Sky, you are both inexperienced and playful, Raven teased with a mischievous grin. Humph, you wicked rascal, Sky retorted, playfully punching Raven. I nearly suffocated just now, and you dare to mock me? Your words are truly unreliable. Yet, despite her protest, her body leaned against him, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat, relishing his warmth and absorbing his intentions. I shall be more cautious next time, Raven said tenderly, stroking Sky's hair. Let us be on our way. I shall take you to Stark Industries headquarters to claim your compensation from Iron Man. What? Sky was momentarily taken aback. Seek compensation from Iron Man? Surely Raven must be jesting. Yet, he bore no semblance of madness. No, wait. Iron Man is Tony Stark, and Raven is a shareholder of Stark Industries. An impromptu shareholders meeting is scheduled for this afternoon. It seems Raven truly has the means to secure her compensation. No, Sky, what are you thinking? How could I possibly burden Raven with such matters? Do you doubt my capability? Raven lifted Sky's chin with a gentle touch. That is not what I meant. Sky quickly shook her head, eager to clarify. I simply do not wish to trouble you over such trivialities. Foolish girl. Raven lightly tapped Sky's forehead. What trouble? Your affairs are my affairs. You can always rely on me. Their relationship had progressed swiftly, leaving Sky feeling insecure. He needed to make a commitment to truly reassure her. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly let her imagination run wild, succumbing to doubts. Raven, why are you so kind to me? Am I truly deserving of such affection? Sky gazed intently into Raven's eyes, seeking to uncover his true feelings. Absolutely, you are worthy, Raven affirmed without hesitation, cradling her face in his hands. Not merely for your beauty, but for the boundless potential you possess. although you may not fully comprehend their potential at present. With the right approach, these abilities can indeed be developed. At that time, you shall undoubtedly astonish everyone. Raven spoke earnestly. Sky is destined to become the future Shockwave, even renowned throughout the cosmos as a world destroyer. This is merely her power at a nascent stage, yet to be fully realized. If she can disregard the prejudices of others and harness her formidable physique, her strength will ascend to unprecedented heights, easily surpassing that of the Black Bat King. Thank you, Raven, Sky said, rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on Raven's cheek, but this time it was fleeting. Oh, just as I was about to savor the moment, it vanished. Sky, your gratitude seems rather perfunctory. Come on, let me taste it again. Humph, not letting you. Sky playfully stuck out her tongue, twirling her car keys as she headed to the driver's seat. Time was of the essence. If they didn't leave soon, they would miss the meeting. Joyful, she thought to herself, what a delightful day. Hee, Raven has been so kind to me. I should surprise him tonight. Sky's affection. 666. Sky's happiness. 666. This is the true essence of Sky. Raven gazed at the spirited and mischievous Sky, a tender smile gracing his face as he stepped into the passenger seat. He vowed to protect this version of Sky and ensure she lived a life of happiness, free from any disruption. Virum. Under Raven's guidance, Sky gradually maneuvered the car out of the parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic as they journeyed forth. As the distance and time increased, Sky's confidence grew, her movements becoming more adept, and she relaxed into the experience. You see, I told you you could do it. Raven praised, giving her a thumbs up. Sky beamed at the compliment. Raven, without your approval and encouragement, I surely wouldn't have been able to manage. Raven's gentleness, encouragement, and thoughtfulness were unprecedented for a girl who had always felt unwelcome, unwanted in every foster home. She considered herself incredibly fortunate to have encountered Raven due to a chance vehicle malfunction. Of course, had she not mustered the courage to ask for his phone number, the outcome today would likely have been starkly different. Since you recognize my merits, you ought to express your gratitude properly later, Raven teased with a smile. Sky's cheeks flushed slightly as she focused intently on driving, choosing to ignore Raven's words. This guy has become quite addicted to kissing. Yet, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of anticipation? Sky pondered. Last time I nearly suffocated, and you still haven't learned your lesson? Or do you have a penchant for masochism? Sky's desire. 666. Sky's embarrassment. 666, as Sky grappled with her tumultuous thoughts. The car came to a halt in front of Stark Industries. A security guard glanced over and promptly approached the passenger's side, inquiring, "Hello, sir. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Raven Thorn." Raven handed his driver's license to the guard. "The board has invited me to attend the shareholders' meeting." "Mr. Thorn, please hold on." The guard's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he took the license, swiftly returning to the booth to make an internal call to verify the situation. After confirming the communication, the security promptly raised the barrier and returned the driver's license to Raven, who then introduced, "Please, both of you, enter. An assistant awaits you at the front desk." "Thank you," Raven replied with a smile, tucking the driver's license away before turning to Sky. "Let's go inside and see the excitement." "Wait, I can go in too?" Sky's eyes widened in surprise, almost causing her to inadvertently press the accelerator. "Of course you can." Raven replied with calm assurance, "You are my assistant. How could you not enter?" "I am your assistant?" Sky scratched her head, momentarily bewildered. Raven was indeed presenting her with a conundrum. She had no idea how to be an assistant. What if she embarrassed Raven later on? Amid her conflicting emotions, Sky parked the sports car at the entrance of the main building and hurriedly said, "Raven, Sky, I believe in you." Raven grasped Sky's hand, her eyes filled with recognition and encouragement. Chapter 046. Discrimination and Retaliation. "Well then. All right." Sky, feeling a moment of inner turmoil at Raven's unwavering trust in her, tightened her expression and assured, "Raven, I will not let you down." "That's more like it." Raven nodded in satisfaction, then teased, "But first, you need to touch up your makeup." "What? Oh my." Upon hearing this, Sky immediately realized, hastily opening her sunglasses to inspect her reflection. Her eyes were bloodshot, tear-streaked, and at first glance, she appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the undeniable joy and happiness radiating from her eyes and the corners of her lips. Though elated, she lamented, "How can I look so unappealing? Raven should have warned me sooner. He must be laughing at my expense." Sky's embarrassment. 666. Sky's awkwardness. 666. With this thought, Sky glanced at Raven, relieved to find him absorbed in his phone, and promptly began to retouch her makeup. However, while Raven appeared to be preoccupied with his device, he was actually engrossed in the augmented reality interface, checking for updates on the shareholders meeting. Blue Event. Colonel James Rhodes represented the Defense Fund at the shareholders meeting. Blue Event. Agent Jasper Sitwell represented the S.H.I.E.L.D. Fund at the shareholders meeting. Natasha and Coulson accompanied him. Today's meeting was indeed lively. Iron Man, War Machine, Black Widow, and even Hydra's undercover agents were all present, a true gathering of heroes. Nevertheless, the blue designation indicated that the event carried only slight risks and posed no direct danger. Should it have been yellow, it would signify mild danger requiring caution, but overall, the potential for failure would be manageable. An orange designation would indicate a higher risk of conflict, necessitating a prompt response. As for the more severe red and black classifications, he would prefer to never encounter them. The red would denote a significant risk, where mismanagement could lead to substantial casualties. The black would symbolize an apocalyptic crisis, representing a crossroads for humanity's fate. As Raven contemplated these matters, Sky completed her makeup and softly called out, "Raven, I'm all set." "Then let us proceed, my little assistant." Raven winked at Sky. "Yes, Mr. Raven," Sky replied, a playful smile on her lips as she added, "Don't forget to pay your assistant. I won't accept freebies." "That depends on your performance," Raven chuckled, gently tapping her nose before exiting the vehicle and adjusting his attire. This was the Sky he adored, confident, spirited, and a touch mischievous. "Go for it, Sky." She clenched her fists, boosting her own morale, and prepared to step out of the car. With Raven's profound trust in her, she resolved to showcase her utmost abilities, determined not to bring shame upon him. Sky's tension, 666. Sky's determination, 666. Beep beep after securing the vehicle. Raven linked arms with Sky as they entered the Stark Industries headquarters. As the two entered, a striking blonde woman clad in a black professional ensemble promptly approached them. "Mr. Thorne, Miss, welcome to Stark Industries. I am Haley, the secretary of the board. Please, follow me." "Hello, Secretary Haley. This is Sky, my assistant," Raven introduced, extending his hand. "Miss Sky, it is a pleasure to meet you." Haley instantly donned a standard smile and raised her hand in greeting, though a flicker of jealousy and disdain glimmered in her eyes. She mused to herself that Sky was utterly misguided, believing her youth and beauty could secure the attention of a man like Mr. Thorne, oblivious to the fact that he was merely indulging in a fleeting dalliance. When the novelty wore off, she would inevitably be cast aside. "Hello, Secretary Haley." Noticing the inexplicable gaze from Haley, Sky offered a polite yet awkward smile. She recognized that look all too well, one of scrutiny, pity, and mockery, as if she were somehow inferior. She had encountered this countless times before. Yet familiarity did not equate to indifference. Had it not been for Raven's presence, she would have retorted sharply. Indeed, discrimination was ubiquitous. Raven sensed Haley's scrutinizing gaze and noted the subtle tension in Sky's clenched fists, a flicker of displeasure crossing his expression. As an individual of Asian heritage living in the United States, he was not immune to prejudice. While not everyone harbored such biases, at least half of those he encountered did, albeit to varying degrees. However, due to his past experiences, he had faced down those who dared to discriminate against him in his youth. As he matured and accumulated substantial wealth, he fortified himself against such judgments, leaving him largely unscathed. Sky, unfortunately, was not as fortunate. Due to the covert directives of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had moved through various foster homes, enduring discrimination beyond what most could conceive. "Secretary Haley," Raven spoke coldly, fixing her with a steady gaze. "When I am absent, Sky represents me. Therefore, I expect you to extend the same respect to her that you afford me. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mr. Thorne," Haley replied, her body tensing as she slightly bowed, her expression filled with deference. At that moment, Sky looked up at Raven, her eyes shimmering with astonishment, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. Was this what it felt like to be protected? Throughout her life, when faced with discrimination, she either endured silently or braced herself to retaliate. Never had anyone stood up for her. Yet today, someone stood before her, unhesitatingly shielding her from disdainful glances, not out of pity or charity, but from genuine care and respect. "Raven, thank you for everything you've done for me. I truly admire you." Sky's gratitude, 666, Sky's affection, 666, ding. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, An elevator emitted a soft metallic chime, and its grand doors slowly opened. "Mr. Thorne, Miss Sky, please enter," Haley said, her demeanor now imbued with respect as she gestured for them to proceed. "Very well, let's go." Raven cast a brief glance at the submissive Haley before guiding a dazed Sky into the elevator. Such individuals, if not confronted, would presume upon one's kindness, only to escalate their presumptions further. Moreover, Sky is his beloved. To discriminate against Sky is tantamount to discriminating against him, given his current status and strength. He simply cannot tolerate such disrespect. "Sky, does this bring you satisfaction? Do you enjoy it?" Raven softly inquired, leaning closer to Sky's ear. A shiver ran through Sky as she felt the warmth of his breath, her cheeks flushing and her body growing weak. She whispered, "Thank you, Raven. But could you refrain from causing a scene here? Goodness. Haley is just ahead." Although their backs were turned to her, what if she happened to glance back and discover them? Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's concern, 666. Are you suggesting that elsewhere is permissible? Raven's lips curled into a mischievous smile as his hand slid to Sky's waist. MMM. Sky's face turned crimson as she lowered her gaze. Barely audible in her response, her heart a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. Why was Raven so mischievous? He often teased her, leaving her in such a fluster. Oh, how infuriating. Tonight, she would surely teach him a lesson. Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's anticipation, 666. Emotional value, 398-2345. 23. Chapter 047. The display of power and benevolence. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Upon hearing Sky's agreement, Raven's eyes brightened, and after soothingly reassuring him, he returned to his usual demeanor. The strategy has succeeded splendidly. With the promise secured, he was utterly confident that he would claim Sky entirely, both body and soul, by nightfall. Once they engaged in deeper exchanges over the next few days and their relationship stabilized, he could arrange for Sky to meet his parents. At that juncture, recruitment would be effortlessly accomplished. "Thank you." Sky sighed in relief upon hearing this. Just then, as Raven was about to respond, the elevator emitted a soft metallic chime, and the doors slowly opened, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. "Please, follow me." "My apologies for the trouble, Secretary Haley." "Mr. Thorne, it is my duty. It is no trouble at all." Haley felt a wave of relief at Raven's demeanor. This young Mr. Thorne, though still in his youth, exhibited a remarkable composure in his speech and actions. He was capable of standing up for his subordinates while maintaining a delicate balance, ensuring that the situation did not spiral out of control. Who would not wish to follow such a leader? Haley's fear, 0. 2. Haley's awe, 0. 2. Why is Raven being so courteous to her? Sky pondered, observing the exchange between the two with a sense of intrigue. Creak, creak. Just as Sky was lost in thought, Haley led them to the entrance of a conference hall. A throng of reporters had gathered outside, capturing photographs of the attendees. However, due to the substantial security presence, they refrained from overstepping their bounds, particularly hesitant to approach with questions, opting instead to capture images and discuss amongst themselves. "Look, there are newcomers. Wow, what a striking pair. Oh my goodness. Is this person not exceedingly youthful? Do any of you know his background? This shouldn't be the case. I recall that Stark Industries had no Asian shareholders. Could he be a new addition? Heh, I know who he is. Hey, don't keep us in suspense. Spill the beans." All right. His name is Raven Thorne. A few years back, he founded the Loop social platform, which was later acquired by Facebook for $30 million. It made headlines. Oh, I remember now. He is that brilliant Asian prodigy from Stanford. Wait a moment, though. He doesn't have sufficient assets to be a Stark Industries shareholder, does he? I'm not finished yet. 2 years ago, he established Oasis Investment Company, achieving remarkable success in the stock market. Recently, he shorted and acquired Stark's shares. I've heard from friends on Wall Street that his company's assets skyrocketed from $50 million to $5 billion within half a year. An astounding increase of 100 times. Goodness gracious. Earning $5 billion in 6 months? Is he even human? Or is it that Asians possess such extraordinary intellect? Who knows? Perhaps he has obtained some insider information. All right. More newcomers are arriving. Insider information? That is indeed plausible. On the other side, Raven, after registering with the electronic proof of holdings issued by the securities company, took the voting device and followed Haley into the conference hall. The hall was spacious and well-lit, featuring 4 floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the factory premises. The marble floor gleamed with cleanliness, complementing the harmonious interplay of wood tones and white walls. In the center of the hall, a long table measuring over 10 meters was surrounded by 24 black high-backed leather chairs, where several distinguished middle-aged men and women engaged in conversation. Additionally, a circle of small wooden tables and ordinary chairs was arranged behind the high-backed chairs, where a dozen young men and women in suits were busy organizing various documents. "Mr. Sorn, this is your seat. Miss Skye can sit behind," Haley said with a slight bow. "Should you need anything, please feel free to contact the attendants. I shall take my leave now." "Thank you, Haley," Raven replied, watching her depart before turning to Skye. "You may find a place to sit. If it becomes tedious, feel free to take a stroll." "All right, boss," Skye responded, then leaned in closer to Raven, whispering, "You were so fierce before. Why the sudden courtesy?" "That is known as both grace and severity," Raven explained with a gentle smile. "She initially looked down on you, and I subtly warned her. That was the severity. She understands that I am not to be trifled with, hence she refrains from openly disrespecting you, but I am certain she harbors resentment. If I continued with cold words, it would neither resolve the issue nor prevent further complications. While she may hesitate to confront me, she could still create trouble for you. Thus, by displaying magnanimity and employing grace, I diffused her hostility, sparing you much inconvenience. Do you understand now?" Raven gazed at Skye. In this life, duty is sharp intellect. He had chosen to pursue economics, management, and psychology alongside his compulsory computer science courses at Stanford University. After all, he planned to establish a network to help him navigate various threats, and management skills were indispensable. Although not an expert, he was more than capable. "Ah, I see." Skye's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection for Raven, deepening with each revelation. The approach of first exerting authority and then extending kindness not only alleviated her prejudice but also averted potential hostility from others. Raven was truly remarkable. As Raven elucidated his thoughts to Skye, a middle-aged man nearby could not help but nod, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. What Mr. Sorn just said was indeed profound. The man rose and approached, extending his hand. "I am Bain Hughes, an investment manager at J.P. Morgan Chase. Pleasure to meet you, Manager Hughes." Raven replied with a subtle smile, shaking the man's hand. "I have collaborated with your esteemed company for many years. We should discuss further when time permits." J.P. Morgan Chase, one of the premier financial institutions, spans multiple sectors including banking, investment, and securities, managing an astonishing $1 trillion in assets, an undeniable giant in the industry. Most of Raven's prior financial investments had been in partnership with this company, and he knew that future growth for his own firm would necessitate further dealings with them. "Absolutely," Bain affirmed. "I am quite astounded and intrigued by Mr. Thorne's recent accomplishments," Hughes remarked with a smile. "Huh, it is merely luck," Raven replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "My achievements pale in comparison to those of Tony Stark. In just 3 months, he has orchestrated events that caused Stark Industries to plummet by $300 billion in market value. Now that is truly remarkable and worthy of curiosity. I wonder how the protagonist will respond today." Raven wore a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Ha ha ha," Hughes chuckled in agreement, but offered no reply, instead producing a business card and presenting it to Raven. "Mr. Thorne, until we meet again." "Until next time, Manager Hughes." Raven responded as he accepted the card and produced his own to hand to Hughes. Skye observed the exchange of cards between the two, his expression revealing a mixture of curiosity and puzzlement. He whispered, "Raven, why is the card you gave him different from the one you gave me?" "Because." Raven's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaned in and whispered, "What I gave him was a business card, while the one I provided you is a rare personal card." Chapter 048. The Black Widow's dread. A gleeful smile spread across Skye's face upon hearing those words. The sensation of being noticed, particularly by Raven, was something she truly cherished. Just as Skye was lost in her reverie, Raven suddenly sensed a familiar group approaching, his eyes reflecting a moment of surprise. This group was none other than Natasha, Coulson, Rhodes, and Sitwell, whom he had recently seen in the latest news. What astonished him was that Natasha had actually detected his scrutiny. Though it lasted but an instant, it was sufficient to demonstrate that the Black Widow was indeed a top-tier operative. At the same time, it revealed that his telepathic skills required further refinement. However, what might seem like a misfortune could be turned into an opportunity. Since Natasha had sensed his presence, he would adjust his plans and allow his new guys to make an appearance. 3 minutes earlier, on the first floor of Stark headquarters, Coulson, Natasha, Sitwell, and Rhodes were waiting for the elevator. "Agent Coulson, do you currently have any leads on Iron Wraith?" Rhodes inquired. There are a few, but not many, Coulson replied, his gaze betraying a hint of helplessness. We are tracking the Twitter account IronWraith666, but the individual possesses formidable online capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to trace. Additionally, Iron Wraith was suspected to have appeared at yesterday's press conference. We are still investigating. Colonel Rhodes, do you have any clues on your end? None as of now, Rhodes said gravely, shaking his head. We analyzed the latest satellite images of Los Angeles and couldn't find even a trace of Iron Wraith. Based on our assessments, the individual likely possesses some form of cloaking technology. We share the same sentiment. The technological prowess of the organization behind this should not be underestimated. We hope to collaborate effectively to swiftly apprehend Iron Wraith, Coulson stated earnestly. Absolutely. Rhodes agreed readily, beginning to outline a framework for their collaboration with Coulson. Iron Wraith, as the two conversed, the bald-headed Jasper Sitwell adjusted his glasses, his eyes betraying a deep sense of confusion and vigilance. As a Hydra undercover agent, he had access to both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra intelligence. Yet, he could find no information regarding Iron Wraith from either side, as if the individual had materialized out of thin air. However, everything has a source. The absence of leads from S.H.I.E.L.D. did not imply that Hydra would be equally blind. With the expertise of Dr. Zola, it would not be long before they captured Iron Wraith. Once they obtained the armor and reactor technology, Hydra would undoubtedly emerge from the shadows and seize control of the entire world. Ding! At that moment, a metallic chime echoed as the elevator doors slowly opened before them. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, with cascading waves of brown hair resting upon her shoulders, Natasha stepped into the elevator first, clutching a folder, and positioned herself at the rear. Following her, Coulson, Sitwell, and Rhodes entered in succession, and the elevator began its ascent. A low hum resonated as the elevator breached Raven's perceptual domain. Natasha sensed an ominous presence, her hair standing on end, her body stiffening, and the folder slipping from her grip to the floor. How could such a terrifying aura exist? She had encountered lions, tigers, grizzly bears, and cheetahs during her missions. She had faced countless assassins, agents, and mercenaries, even eliminating many. Yet, never had she encountered an adversary whose presence evoked such dread. The closest contender had been the Winter Soldier, who had recently shot her. However, even that experience was incomparable. In the face of the Winter Soldier, she could at least retaliate or flee, but against this overwhelming aura, she found herself paralyzed. Should she confront this being directly? She feared that a mere glance could lead to her demise, perhaps even before she could see her opponent. Bang! The folder plummeted to the ground, crashing against the elevator floor, scattering its contents across the surface. The sudden noise and the scattered papers prompted the three individuals around her to turn in confusion. They beheld Natasha, her face a mask of terror, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her body trembling as if she were a frightened child. What in the world? Coulson and Sitwell exchanged incredulous glances, a sense of alarm ringing in their minds. What was happening? Just moments ago, Natasha had exuded grace and composure. How could she now appear so utterly distraught? Was she unwell? Or had she sensed some imminent danger? If the latter were true, then whatever could instill such fear in the Black Widow, leaving her frozen in place and trembling, must possess unfathomable power. Not even Iron Man wielded such strength. Coulson and Sitwell locked eyes, instantly recognizing the fear mirrored within one another. Rhodes, in contrast to the two men, remained puzzled and concerned, unaware of Natasha's true identity. What was wrong with this lady? Was she feeling unwell? Furrowing his brow, Rhodes glanced at Coulson and Sitwell. We are uncertain, they replied gravely, shaking their heads. Coulson stepped forward to support Natasha. Are you all right, Natasha? Taking a deep breath to quell her fear, Natasha trembled as she warned. A terrifying presence was observing us just now. The moment I sensed it, that aura vanished. If my body hadn't screamed in alarm, I would have believed it never existed. Ma'am, what are you talking about? There was no terrifying presence just now. Are you hallucinating? Rhodes inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. As an Air Force pilot, his perception of danger is remarkably acute. Yet, he failed to sense the threat, while a strikingly beautiful woman could, even if his instincts were mistaken. The two agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. also failed to detect anything. Surely, the three of them cannot be outmatched by a single woman? Rodis's disdain. 555. Rodis's disdain. 555. Damn it. At that moment, upon hearing Natasha's confirmation, Coulson's expression turned grave, and he could not help but utter a curse. Merely a glimpse had rendered Black Widow incapacitated, a display of power that far exceeded their expectations. Such a terrifying presence had dared to attend the Stark Industries shareholders meeting. What could be its intention? An assassination of Tony Stark, perhaps? No, it is imperative to evacuate the attendees swiftly. This formidable entity must not succeed. Coulson's fear. 333. Coulson's concern. 333. Emotional value. 425 for 905. 34. Chapter 49. The mysterious Psion. What shall we do about Coulson? Sitwell's expression was grave, his gaze dark and uncertain, as he contemplated in silence. Although he was an undercover agent for Hydra, the prowess of Black Widow Natasha was unparalleled, even within Hydra. Only the Winter Soldier could surpass her, no one else stood a chance. Thus, the sheer terror displayed by Black Widow indicated that their adversary possessed an extraordinary power. Caution was imperative. Jasper's fear increased. 33. Jasper's worry heightened. 33. Am I mistaken? Rhodes remarked, surprised by the unwavering belief of the two. Do you truly trust this? Of course, came the response. Natasha is our top agent, and her instincts have never led us astray. The two immediately engaged in discussion. Rhodes observed Natasha with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, scrutinizing her delicate form. How could such a seemingly fragile beauty be a top-tier agent? It hardly seemed plausible. Ding! As the gentle chime echoed, the elevator doors before them slowly opened, revealing a long corridor. Let us proceed, Natasha said, regaining her composure despite the lingering dread she felt. She stepped confidently out of the elevator. While the aura had frightened her, she sensed no malice from the source. At least, there was no intent to kill. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated immediately. She was uncertain why the entity had acted in such a manner, but it was clear that they were present at the shareholders' meeting. To uncover the truth, she felt compelled to investigate in person. Whether she would find answers or not, she was determined to try. Coulson, Natasha urged. We must evacuate swiftly. Coulson, that would be futile, she interjected resolutely, shaking her head. The entity could observe us even from the elevator. They likely understood everything we said and did. Should we provoke them by retreating, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, I propose we maintain our current position and see if we can discern their identity. If we fail to identify them, it matters not, as long as we ensure the safety of those in attendance. What do you think? As she spoke, Natasha lifted her gaze to the void, anticipating some form of response. She was nearly certain that they were being watched and listened to. Thus, she decided to probe further. If she received a reply, that would be ideal. If not, they would proceed according to plan. Natasha's anticipation surged. 666. Natasha's hope soared. 666. I concur. A celestial, enigmatic voice resonated within Natasha's mind. Natasha, you possess great potential. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Wait. Natasha, disregarding the impact of the revelation, called out loudly, May I know your name? I am known as Psion. The ethereal voice echoed through her consciousness. Psion. Psion. Natasha murmured the name, glancing at the solemn faces of Coulson and the others. The entity had responded, identifying itself as Psion. It had assured her of the safety of the attendees. Yes, this time her gamble had paid off. Since the other party is willing to communicate, she has confidence in identifying the spirit. What she fears is the possibility of silence, for without any clues, how could she possibly search? Natasha's excitement and anticipation were palpable. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed astonishment, their disbelief evident as they eagerly inquired, Natasha, how did the other party respond to you? We did not hear anything. From their perspective, Natasha had suddenly lifted her gaze towards the wall, inexplicably beginning to shout and mumble, resembling a person in distress. The other party, Natasha, perceiving the puzzled expressions of those around her, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The words spoken by the spirit were known solely to her. Even if she were to speak the truth, without a second witness, such truth could easily be dismissed as falsehood. Once the seed of distrust is sown, her previous actions may come under scrutiny. Although the issue was not monumental, it nevertheless posed a considerable inconvenience. With a heart full of reluctance, Natasha hesitated for a moment before candidly stating, The spirit spoke within my mind. He seems to possess abilities related to telepathy. Within your mind? Rhodes questioned, his expression peculiar. Ms. Natasha, surely you cannot be suggesting you are hearing things? Although the military conducts experiments on human enhancement, they solely focus on physical augmentation. He had never encountered a capability of communicating within another's mind. just as Rodas cast doubt. Coulson and Sitwell exchanged glances, exclaiming, 084. This term, used internally by S.H.I.E.L.D., denotes objects or individuals of unknown origin possessing extraordinary abilities. Their initial uncertainty dissipated as they connected Natasha's earlier statements, confirming the identity of the entity as 084. Indeed, 084, Natasha affirmed with a nod. What? Rodas was utterly bewildered. What in the world is 084? Please clarify. Coulson and Sitwell shared another glance, sighing in resignation as they began to elucidate the meaning of 084. In the conference hall, Raven sat comfortably in a high-backed leather chair, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. While appearing to peruse conference materials, he was, in fact, observing the dialogue between Natasha and her companions. The spirit was, of course, his new guise, a persona characterized as a being endowed with psychic abilities. Enigmatic in nature and fond of toying with human affairs. Originally, the spirit was not intended to make an appearance so soon. But Natasha's unexpected detection of telepathic resonance prompted him to adapt his plans accordingly. Thus far, the outcome appeared exceedingly favorable. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were in for a busy time ahead. Moments later, the door to the conference hall creaked open. Natasha, Coulson, Sitwell, and Rhodes entered the grand hall in succession. Their expressions tinged with a hint of gravity as their eyes scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of the seer. Yet, amongst the assembly, comprised of affluent individuals, executives, and their aides, it was utterly indistinguishable who among them possessed extraordinary abilities. The four exchanged glances, their hearts heavy, before taking their respective seats. Rhodes and Sitwell settled across from Raven, while Coulson and Natasha positioned themselves beside Skye, their demeanor alert as they surveyed the conference room. Every movement of theirs was meticulously observed by Raven, who remained unfazed, leisurely perusing documents while contemplating an upcoming rendezvous with Skye. As a seer, Iron Will was his profession, aimed at acquiring emotional currency to enhance his strength and safeguard his life and family. However, work was merely a means, life was the ultimate goal. Presently, he enjoyed wealth, strength, and leisure. If his existence were still dominated by work, it would be exceedingly dull. Thus, he resolved to fully embrace the pleasures of life. Click. At precisely 2 o'clock, 10 minutes later, the grand doors of the conference hall swung open once more. Tony and Pepper were the first to enter, trailed by a dozen impeccably dressed elites. The protagonists had arrived. The conference was about to commence. Chapter 050, Inquiry of Tony with a crisp sound. The main event commenced as the principal arrived at the venue, allowing the journalists, who had long awaited outside, to enter and capture the moment. In an instant, the conference hall was illuminated with bright flashes as reporters, brimming with excitement, aimed their cameras at the gathering. As Tony strode towards the chairman's seat, his gaze swept across the room, and, upon spotting Natasha and Skye, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. What a delightful surprise. One is stunningly alluring, while the other exudes youthful charm. To encounter two exquisite beauties at once makes this trip worthwhile. Which one shall I pursue? Perhaps both. Raven sensed the direction of Tony's gaze and narrowed her eyes in displeasure. How dare you, Tony Stark, cast your eyes upon my dear Skye? Tony regarded Natasha without concern. Although she was indeed beautiful, her heavy demeanor did not appeal to him. However, when his attention fell upon Skye, he felt a surge of protectiveness. His woman should not be so brazenly appraised by other men, especially not a notorious playboy. If he allowed this to go unchecked, would he not become a mere pushover? Just wait. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Raven devised a method of retribution. Swish in this moment, after admiring the two women. Tony continued to survey the crowd, his gaze landing on Raven, whose expression had shifted. What? Raven Thorn, is this fellow truly this handsome? While he may not surpass me, he is undoubtedly a formidable rival. It seems I must act preemptively. Surprise of Tony Stark, 999. Jealousy of Tony Stark, 999. In the midst of his reflections, Tony settled into the chairman's chair, glanced at his watch, and raised an eyebrow, stating nonchalantly, "It appears I am not late. Pepper, please proceed." "Certainly, Mr. Stark." Pepper, clad in a tailored white suit and a fitted skirt, addressed the microphone with a warm yet resolute tone. "Esteemed shareholders, board members, and special representatives, welcome to Stark Industries' extraordinary shareholder meeting. Today's assembly will focus on the adjustment of our business strategy, board proposals, and matters of information disclosure. Meeting materials have been distributed by the legal team. Please adhere to the confidentiality agreement. Now, I invite Mr. Tony Stark to present the company's strategic adjustments. As Pepper's words resonated, a hush fell over the assembly, all eyes turning towards Tony. Thank you, CEO, Tony quipped lightly, then added. I am aware that many of you have suffered financial losses recently. However, I assure you that you will soon reap double the rewards. From this day forth, Stark Industries shall undergo a comprehensive transformation into a high-tech enterprise, focusing on clean energy, advanced equipment manufacturing, and civilian system development. We will no longer peddle destruction. We shall create a better world. Thank you. As Tony concluded, he exchanged a knowing glance with Pepper. Thank you, Mr. Stark, for your elucidation. We will now enter the shareholder inquiry segment, Pepper announced. Buzz, upon hearing this, murmurs erupted throughout the hall, and the frequency of camera flashes escalated. He truly possesses an unwavering confidence. The company's core business has been severed, yet one dares to assert profitability? TSK. Perhaps it is indeed uncertain. After all, he is now the illustrious Iron Man. With such cutting-edge weaponry in hand, Congress and the military will not let him off lightly. Tony even aspires to venture into the energy sector, seemingly oblivious to the opinions of those oil magnates. Mr. Thorne, what is your perspective? Bain Hughes inquired, leaning closer to Raven. Manager Hughes. Raven responded with a mysterious smile. If I were not optimistic about Stark Industries, I would not be present here. After all, that constitutes the vast majority of my wealth. The prowess of Stark Industries stems from two factors: the brilliance of its founder, Howard Stark, and the exceptional capabilities of its successor, Tony Stark. Though he finds Tony's demeanor rather irksome, it does not diminish his recognition of Tony's competence. As long as Tony remains, Stark Industries will never falter, regardless of its ventures. Mr. Thorne, I must express my admiration. A glint of awe flickered in Bain Hughes's eyes. Raven squinted playfully and remarked, Manager Hughes, admiration is one thing, but if you find yourself at a loss due to emulating my approach, do not call me for assistance. Ha, Hughes chuckled in bewilderment. This Raven Thorne truly is a remarkable character. Everyone, please quiet down. Observing the chaotic scene, Pepper maintained her composure and addressed the microphone. I would like to invite Colonel James Rhodes to make a statement and pose inquiries. Very well, Miss Potts. Upon hearing his name, Rhodes suppressed his inner concerns and anxieties, turning to Tony and stating, I am a specially authorized observer from the National Defense Investment Committee, here to question Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, should Stark Industries cease weapon production, it would severely undermine national defense capabilities, posing uncontrollable risks to national security. How do you intend to mitigate the consequences of such an impact? Rhodes asked. My answer is straightforward. Tony fixed his gaze on Rhodes, replying earnestly, I shall protect this nation as Iron Man, ushering in genuine peace for the world. What? At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Has Tony Stark lost his mind? The audacity to believe he could single-handedly safeguard a nation? Absurd. It is imperative to halt Tony Stark. If he continues down this path, the company will inevitably face ruin. Protect the country? He cannot even defeat Ironmonger. How can he speak of protection, let alone world peace? In an instant, the venue was in turmoil, with numerous stakeholders vociferously refuting his claims. Journalists watched wide-eyed, capturing the moment while eagerly observing the spectacle. Upon hearing Tony's declaration, Raven raised an eyebrow, reflecting, once again, I witness a momentous scene. Though today's circumstances differ vastly from those of the past. In the original narrative, Iron Man indeed fulfilled this promise for a time. However, after encountering the Whiplash, Iron Man's formidable exterior was shattered and his divinity fell. Presently, although Whiplash does not make an appearance, Iron Man is perceived as a failure the moment he steps onto the scene due to Ironmonger. Consequently, regardless of what Tony asserts, gaining the trust of others proves to be a formidable challenge. Unless Iron Man triumphs over Ironmonger, the outcome does not rest solely on Iron Man himself, but rather on his willingness to relent. Everyone, please remain quiet and maintain order in the venue. Pepper interjected with authority. Colonel Rhodes, you may continue. Miss Potts, I have finished my queries. Rhodes acknowledged Pepper with a nod. As a close friend of Tony, he understood all too well that Tony was as stubborn as a mule, impervious to the words of others. Initially, he contemplated offering a few words of caution, but with concerns of potential disturbances from superpowered individuals, he had no time for back-and-forth exchanges. Rhodes' vigilance, 555, Rhodes Vigilance, 555, Emotional Value, 442-2346-97. Very well, Colonel Rhodes. Pepper nodded and continued, next. I would like to invite Agent Jasper Sitwell to speak and inquire. Chapter 051. Request for compensation. Thank you, Miss Potts. Mr. Sitwell adjusted his glasses gently. Mr. Stark, I am the special representative of the S.H.I.E.L.D. International Fund, and I would like to initiate an inquiry with you. Mr. Stark, you just stated your intention to intervene in international security matters. Do you believe you stand above national laws and the governments of various countries? How can you assure us that Iron Man will not err? How do you plan to address the legal risks associated with Iron Man? How can you guarantee that these legal risks will not impede the development of your company's business? Sitwell's questions were sharp and relentless. A murmur rippled through the room following his remarks. Several directors and institutional representatives exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Pepper furrowed her brow, striving to maintain composure while casting a worried glance at Tony. At that moment, Tony Stark, arms crossed with a sardonic smile playing on his lips, replied coolly, Mr. Sitwell, my answer remains straightforward. I do not believe Iron Man operates above the law, but I also do not consider standing by as innocent civilians perish to be a more legal option. I cannot guarantee that Iron Man will never make mistakes, but I will exert every effort to protect the populace, uphold peace, and am prepared to bear the consequences of my actions. If this is unacceptable to you, I am willing to repurchase the shares you hold. Tony's tone was resolute, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. A collective gasp arose as the audience's expressions varied, prompting hushed discussions amongst themselves. What do you think? Should we consider divesting our shares early to avoid greater losses? I believe it might be prudent. Stark Industries will undoubtedly face troubles due to Iron Man in the future. Agreed. He wishes to maintain peace, but Congress and the military-industrial complex will not acquiesce. No. I believe this is a golden opportunity. As long as Tony Stark is at the helm, the stock price will rebound. As the discussions grew fervent, Raven suddenly rose and began to clap vigorously, capturing everyone's attention. Mr. Stark, I greatly admire your humanitarian spirit and lofty ambitions, but I have a question that pertains to us all. May I proceed? Raven's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze on Tony. Mr. Thorne, not yet. Pepper began, but Tony interrupted her, gesturing for Raven to continue. His eyes sparkling with curiosity and mischief. Raven Thorne, a brilliant investor who multiplied his assets 100-fold in just 6 months, piqued Tony's interest. I hope he does not pose any trivial inquiries. All right, Mr. Stark. A flicker of resignation crossed Pepper's eyes. Mr. Thorne, please proceed with your questioning. Thank you, Ms. Potts. Raven nodded slightly in acknowledgement before continuing. Mr. Stark, the battle you had with Ironmonger 2 days ago, while it resulted in no casualties, incurred substantial economic losses and left many with psychological scars. For instance, my girlfriend. Although she is fortunate to have survived, she has been plagued by nightmares these past few days, seemingly suffering from PTSD. This situation fills me with both anger and helplessness, as like most individuals, I am but a mere mortal, utterly powerless against the formidable force of a steel body. Thus, on behalf of myself, my girlfriend, the current victims, and potential future victims, I pose a pressing question to you, Mr. Stark. Will you take responsibility for the losses and casualties incurred during Iron Man's quest to maintain peace? What role will Stark Industries play in this matter? Raven inquired. Ah, how exhilarating. Who would have imagined that Iron Man would be publicly challenged by Iron Rider? It sounds unbelievable. As these words were spoken, astonishment swept through the crowd, their gazes toward Raven filled with admiration as hushed discussions ensued. Good gracious. To seek justice for his girlfriend by confronting Iron Man at a shareholders' meeting? My heavens. This handsome fellow is truly formidable. How I wish I had such a boyfriend. Oh, how envious I am of his girlfriend. What sensational news. A young Asian shareholder from Stark Industries boldly speaking out for his girlfriend and the victims. Well asked. Isn't Tony Stark wealthy enough to cover the damages himself? Stark Industries must not bear the burden of Iron Man's actions. Raven's words resonated deeply with those present. Though they possessed wealth and power, none could guarantee their safety against the absolute might of Iron Man. Amidst the commotion, the most moved was Skye. Sitting in a corner with tears in her eyes, gazing at Raven from a distance, her heart overflowing with emotion. The fact that Raven publicly challenged Iron Man to seek justice and compensation on her behalf filled her with immense happiness and joy. The key point was that they had confirmed their relationship, and he had openly declared her as his girlfriend. At this moment, Cole looked around the chaotic venue, frowning, and quietly asked Natasha, "Have you detected any trace of the specter?" "I'm afraid not," Natasha replied, fatigue etched across her face as she shook her head. "If they do not wish to be found, we may not be able to discover them." Cole sighed in resignation. They had yet to locate Iron Rider. And now another entity, more elusive than Iron Rider, had emerged. Following the meeting, they must contact Director Fury to expedite the formation of the Avengers. "Everyone, please quiet down and maintain order in the venue," Pepper urged, her expression serious as she looked anxiously at Tony. "Mr. Stark, please respond to Mr. Thorne's inquiry." Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their discussions and turned their attention to Tony Stark. "Mr. Thorne." Tony's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Raven's handsome visage. "Although it was never my intention to inflict such significant damage, the matter has reached this point, and I extend my sincerest apologies to your girlfriend and the numerous victims. Following the conclusion of this conference, I shall personally establish a charitable relief fund, utilizing my own resources to address all losses incurred as a result of Iron Man's actions. While I may not secure the forgiveness of all, I assure you that each victim will receive their rightful compensation," Tony pledged earnestly. This Raven Thorne is quite intriguing. There were no grandiose speeches, no condescending airs, merely fervent passion and empathy. How could such a person possibly be the despicable scoundrel that Iron Man is said to be? Tony Stark's approval, 999. Tony Stark's curiosity, 999. Emotional value, 460 for 19204. "Mr. Stark, I am truly grateful," Raven said with a slight nod of thanks before turning to the corner where Skye stood, beckoning him. "Skye, you have heard the words of Mr. Tony Stark. Are you willing to forgive him?" Chapter 052 Departure with Grace. What the hell? Upon hearing Raven's words, Tony glanced at Skye, his lips twitching in disbelief. "This stunning beauty is your girlfriend?" "No. But doesn't she suffer from PTSD? Shouldn't she be confined to a hospital for treatment? How could she possibly appear at the shareholders' meeting? Surely, she needn't go to such lengths for a mere compensation." Tony Stark's annoyance increased, and so did his incredulity. The shock was palpable as everyone present fixated their gaze on Skye, their minds racing with astonishment. "Goodness, the main character is actually here? Wow, this young lady is quite beautiful. Honestly, even though she is of Asian descent, she truly possesses a striking beauty, exuding a vibrant and youthful aura. What a pity. This lovely girl seems rather dazed. Perhaps she really does have PTSD. Do you think there is a possibility that she was specifically brought here by that guy? No way. That seems unlikely. What is impossible about it? He is handsome and wealthy. Charming a beauty is hardly a challenge for him. If that were true, Raven Thorne would be utterly despicable." Just as the crowd engaged in their speculations, Skye, under the scrutiny of all eyes, felt her mind go blank, her body frozen in place. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Why did Raven have to call her? The weight of so many scrutinizing gazes was truly terrifying. She was certain this would embarrass Raven, and he would surely disdain her, wanting nothing to do with her. At that moment, Raven's gentle yet resolute voice resonated in Skye's mind. "You can do this, Skye. I believe in you." "Raven?" The sound reverberated in her consciousness, causing Skye to shudder and snap back to reality, her unfocused gaze sharpening. This time, she only saw the encouraging and approving look in Raven's eyes. In that instant, she experienced an epiphany. Raven had not abandoned her. He continued to recognize and support her. It was she who had momentarily relinquished her strength, becoming ensnared in the perceptions and judgments of others, forgetting that Raven was the one who truly mattered. Therefore, she must not let him down. With this realization, Skye beamed a charming smile, disregarding the curious stares of the crowd. She stood up confidently and proclaimed, "Mr. Stark, I am willing to forgive you, but not because of your compensation or apology, but for my boyfriend, Raven. Without his encouragement and recognition, I could never have confronted my inner fears and stood here before you all. So you should thank him." As she finished speaking, Skye winked at Raven, radiating confidence, spontaneity, and a hint of playfulness. "Raven, thank you for your trust, encouragement, and care. Without you, my transformation would not have been possible." As the words fell, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, leaving all present in disbelief as they gazed upon Skye and Raven. Good heavens! No wonder he had brought his girlfriend to the event. It was a quest for healing. How infuriating that this girl is so fortunate. Not only is she beautiful, but her boyfriend treats her with such kindness. Life seems most unjust. What a spectacle! This is the shareholders' meeting of Stark Industries. An astonishing revelation indeed. The girlfriend of a Stark Industries shareholder confronts Iron Man, overcoming her psychological barriers. In that moment, Tony's expression hardened as he observed Skye, his fists unconsciously tightening with displeasure. Forgive me, but is it not due to compensation or apologies, but rather Raven's encouragement and acknowledgement? Very well, I shall remember you both. Skye is truly remarkable, Raven exclaimed, giving Skye a thumbs up and winking at him before turning to Tony. Mr. Stark, I cannot thank you enough for helping to alleviate Skye's condition. As a token of gratitude and compensation, I have sent you an email containing a few suggestions that I hope will benefit Stark Industries. My objectives have been achieved, so I shall refrain from participating in the upcoming voting. After speaking, Raven placed the voting device on the table and turned to walk toward Skye. The spectacle has been witnessed, the drama has unfolded, and vengeance has been meted out. Now he is off to his date. As for how the onlookers perceive him, he remains indifferent, for in his eyes, the significance of most pales in comparison to even a single finger of Skye. What of wealth? He lacks nothing. Presently, Bit controls 2 warships, with computational power multiplied manifold. At his command, the financial markets of Earth become his personal cash machine. What does he lack? Merely emotional value. The more ostentatious and outrageous the conduct, the greater the emotional value he accrues. If Iron Man can flaunt, so too can Raven Thorn. Publicly questioning Iron Man for his girlfriend, advocating for compensation for innocent victims, and sacrificing his vote for a date. Each action alone may seem trivial, but together they generate significant intrigue. Once the news spreads across social media and the Heavenly River Fleet fans the flames, the emotional value will surely be substantial. Furthermore, that email of his is no trifling matter. Tony will certainly reach out upon reading it. Skye, let us embark on our date. Indeed. Where shall we go? Ah, that is a mystery not to be revealed. Come now, do tell me. Amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes of the crowd, Raven took Skye's hand, and they strolled out of the conference hall in a world of their own. As the crowd watched them disappear, whispers arose, filled with incredulity. Has this fellow lost his mind? He abandoned his vote for a woman? While perhaps a tad excessive, given Tony Stark's shareholdings, his presence or absence in the vote bears little consequence. Truly, youth is often marked by recklessness. Did you think that a stroke of good fortune and a bit of profit would allow you to disregard everything? Huh. Oh, how I wish my boyfriend were as handsome, affluent, and wonderful to me. Just wait and see. It won't be long before Raven Thorn meets his downfall. Haha. What a sensational day it is, filled with astonishing news. Onlookers' astonishment, 0, 3. Onlookers' derision, 0, 5. Onlookers' disdain, 0, 4. Meanwhile, Tony observed Raven departing with his companion, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. Leaving early was one thing, as the shareholders' meeting did not prohibit early exits. However, publicly flaunting affection was a blatant slap in his face. And to think he would dare offer him advice? Does he believe that a stroke of luck and a bit of wealth grant him the authority to advise Tony Stark? Truly absurd. Tony Stark's displeasure, 999. Tony Stark's jealousy, 999. Emotional value, for 903324. 44. Chapter 053. The inevitable outcome. Silence, please. Pepper's brow furrowed slightly. Although she felt displeased internally, her demeanor remained composed. The assembly did not restrict shareholders from departing early, so we shall proceed. Now, let us invite Mr. Bain Hughes, the investment manager from J.P. Morgan, to pose his inquiries. Pepper gestured with her hand. Thank you, Miss Potts. Upon hearing Pepper call his name, Hughes withdrew his gaze from the entrance and began to question Tony Stark. As the inquiries resumed, the atmosphere in the room appeared to return to normal on the surface. Yet everyone was deep in thought and reflection. Natasha, what are your thoughts on Raven Thorn and Skye? Coulson whispered. Merely puppets in a grand design, Natasha replied, her eyes inscrutable. The disparity between their levels is vast. Skye's encounter with Raven Thorn is both her fortune and misfortune. The fortunate aspect is that she has undergone a transformation and growth. The unfortunate part is that her growth has been accelerated, entirely orchestrated by Raven Thorn herself. Consequently, I foresee 3 potential outcomes for her. The first possibility is that she, feeling abandoned, spirals into despair, potentially resorting to self-harm or suicide. The second possibility is that she, after being forsaken, becomes psychologically warped and seeks revenge against Raven Thorn. The third possibility is that she is not abandoned at all. Rather, Raven Thorn continuously nurtures and acknowledges her, leading to a blissful union. Which scenario do you believe holds the greatest likelihood? Natasha turned to inquire. Coulson pondered for a couple of seconds before analyzing. Based on my observations, I believe the third scenario is the most plausible. Although Raven Thorn presents a gentle demeanor and a smile, her gaze towards the majority is indifferent. Only when observing a select few does she reveal more emotion. Sky is among those few. There exists a complex gaze of mixed admiration, tenderness, and anticipation directed towards her. Thus, I surmise that Raven Thorn would not abandon Sky, but instead places significant importance on her. However, this raises my curiosity about why a young magnate would invest such effort in Sky, even causing a commotion at the shareholders' meeting to cultivate her. Therefore, I looked into Sky's background and discovered that it requires level 8 clearance to unlock. Coulson said, handing his phone to Natasha. Level 8 clearance? Natasha's pupils dilated in shock as she took the phone and saw a message displayed. Insufficient permissions. Level 8 clearance required. As top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., both she and Coulson possessed only level 7 clearance. The number of agents with level 8 clearance was merely a handful, all regional directors. The fact that such an ordinary girl was entangled in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s level 8 secrets suggested a substantial hidden truth. Coulson, I suspect she might be connected to the Inhumans. Should we seek information from Fury? Excitement and anticipation flickered in Natasha's eyes. I share your sentiments. Coulson smiled and nodded. Furthermore, let us investigate Raven Thorn and ascertain what this so-called investment genius is truly up to. I concur. Natasha agreed with a nod. Though Raven remained oblivious to their discussion, even if he were aware, he would not be concerned, much like an elephant is indifferent to an ant. The crux of the matter is that he had significant endeavors to pursue. In the parking lot of Stark Industries, within a silver Mercedes sports car, Raven cradled Sky in his lap, gently kissing her red lips, cheeks, nose, and earlobes, his fingers gliding over her form in tender caresses. Sky, her face blooming like a peach blossom, closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Raven's neck, savoring his warm breath as she surrendered to his kisses and touches. Oh, Raven is truly gentle. She had merely requested he refrain from being too fervent, and he had remarkably remembered. This feeling of being cherished by Raven was something she adored immensely. Sky, you are truly beautiful, Raven whispered tenderly in her ear before lightly nibbling her earlobe. The sudden surprise elicited a soft gasp from Sky, sending tingles throughout her body, leaving her both bashful and eager. Raven, let us go to a hotel. I do not wish to remain in the car. She could hardly wait for the night to unfold at that moment. She yearned to surrender herself to Raven and solidify their relationship. I will heed your wishes, Sky. Raven pressed a gentle kiss to her red lips, then lifted her into the passenger seat. He chuckled to himself, noting how Sky, the novice, had only endured 3 of the 7 techniques he intended to employ. Once he unleashed all 7, she might find herself pleading for mercy. With a shy nod, Sky acquiesced. Virum. With a roar, the sports car sped out of Stark Industries, heading towards a nearby hotel. In Long Beach, at the Hilton Hotel, in a penthouse suite, Raven and Sky engaged in yoga and combat training. They transitioned from the bathtub to the bed, from the bed to the sofa, and finally from the sofa to the expansive windows. Leveraging his formidable physique and adept fighting skills, Raven meticulously guided Sky through a series of advanced poses, allowing her to experience waves of discomfort. After 2 hours, the lesson concluded, and they lay intertwined on the bed, discussing their training experiences. Sky, I like you, Raven said softly, embracing her delicate form. Will you be my girlfriend? Attraction marks the beginning of a relationship, while a confession solidifies it with commitment. If one cannot attract the other initially, even the most heartfelt declaration holds little weight. Raven. Sky did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she rested her head against Raven's chest, caressing his chiseled abdomen. Although we have known each other for merely a day, I find myself deeply enamored with you. To be regarded by such a tall, handsome, affluent, and extraordinary man brings me a sense of profound fortune. Yet I am apprehensive about whether I am worthy of you. I am uncertain how long you will cherish me, but I shall forever hold you in my memory. If one day, just as Sky was about to continue, her words were silenced by Raven's lips. After a prolonged moment, Raven lifted Sky's chin, gazing intently into her eyes, and vowed, Sky, I shall never allow you to leave me, ever. Do you understand? He was either pursuing a physical connection or a heartfelt bond. If it was the former, it would be a straightforward affair. If it was the latter, it would be a steady and genuine love. And Sky was the one who inspired his heart. Raven, I understand, Sky replied. her heart brimming with happiness and reassurance as she beheld Raven's resolute expression. Yet in the next instant, she was suddenly reminded of her investigation into Raven's background, and a wave of panic washed over her. What should I do? Should I confide in Raven? What if he becomes angry upon learning the truth? What if he grows to despise me? What if he no longer desires me? Yet, if I choose to remain silent, what if he discovers the truth one day? Would that not be far worse? Sky's anxiety, 666. Sky's guilt, 666. Emotional value, 500-2549. 03. Chapter 054. Mutual confession. Sky, what troubles you? Raven noticed the unusual emotions reflected in Sky's eyes. Although he understood the underlying cause, he leaned closer to examine her gaze. Avoidance, concern, frustration, and shame danced within the depths of her complex eyes. Raven, I am truly sorry. Sky's voice trembled as she embraced him, confessing, I am, in fact, a hacker, and I have previously delved into your detailed background. Upon finishing her confession, she bit her lip, her face etched with worry as she awaited judgment. Despite her desire to conceal the truth, she found it impossible to do so. She did not wish to live behind a mask, nor deceive someone as precious to her as Raven. Thus, she resolved to reveal the truth, even if it meant losing him. Sky, you have done exceptionally well. Raven gently stroked Sky's hair, displaying an air of understanding. Ah. Sky's lips parted in shock as she stared at Raven, utterly bewildered. Isn't that wrong? Shouldn't you be upset, disgusted, or even angry? Why do you appear so nonchalant? The more she pondered, the greater her anxiety grew. Sky, after meeting you, I too conducted a thorough investigation, Raven teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Miss Hacker of the Tide Organization. Sky's honesty was indeed striking. Yet, this revelation cast him in a less transparent light. After all, he harbored far too many explosive secrets, should he unveil them all at once. Sky might very well faint from the shock. Ah. Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. Raven, you actually know my identity? How could that be possible? As a hacker, she had implemented numerous safeguards to protect her information, triggering alarms if anyone attempted to investigate. Although Raven possessed commendable computer skills, it was improbable that he could easily bypass her defenses. Did he have accomplices? Sky, would you prefer to hear the weighty truth or the tender falsehood? Raven's gaze locked onto hers, his expression earnest. Should she wish to know, he would not hesitate to share his own circumstances, for he would eventually reveal them anyway. However, to spare Sky from the potential shock of the truth, he had prepared a special item for reassurance. Memory eraser, source, Men in Black, level, B class, price, 50. 000 points, function. Projects a unique light to induce a state of disorientation in the target. The user can overlay false memories for a specific duration, obscuring the true memories. Evaluation. This item requires no further introduction. It is equipment from the classic sci-fi film Men in Black. A flash of white light, and all memories vanish. The duration of memory isolation can be adjusted, making it an unparalleled means of confidentiality. If Sky could not accept it, she would temporarily erase that memory and gradually reveal everything later. I want to hear the unvarnished truth. Without hesitation, Sky made her decision. Raven, regardless of what you say, my affection for you remains unwavering. Well, very well. Seeing Sky's determined expression, Raven hesitated for a moment before nodding. The reason I was able to find you is that I possess another identity. He is known as Iron Driver. Raven leaned down, whispering this startling revelation into Sky's ear. What? Upon hearing those words, Sky felt as if she had been struck by the most terrifying news in the world, gasping in disbelief, nearly fainting from the shock. Raven claimed to be Iron Driver? No, how could that be possible? Just recently, Raven had confronted Iron Man at the shareholders' meeting. How could Iron Driver dare to do such a thing? Yet, it seemed he had no reason to lie. Humph. After a brief moment of shock, Sky pouted, pinching the soft flesh at Raven's waist fiercely. Raven, you really played your part well at the meeting. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate me and soothe my wounded heart? That night, I nearly lost my life. You villain, Sky questioned through clenched teeth. By now, she had fallen for this man and could not abandon him because of his identity. Thus, she would follow Raven to the end. Moreover, who wouldn't envy having a boyfriend capable of defeating Iron Man? She would no longer have to worry about danger. However, she absolutely could not let Raven's trickery slide without retaliation. Sky's displeasure, 666. Sky's resentment, 666. Hiss. Raven felt the pain at his waist and inhaled sharply. Quickly grasping Sky's small hand, and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Sky, thank you for believing in me. Haha, he anticipated this outcome. Sky had accepted his identity because of their feelings. What a delightful surprise. Don't dodge the issue. Quickly state your compensation. Sky bit her rosy lip. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Raven. Haha, well, Raven, with a mischievous smile, kissed Sky's soft lips deeply. I've already given you myself. What more do you want? Since Sky's capacity for acceptance was so strong, he decided to bombard her with several more shocking revelations. He was curious to see how many she could endure. No way. You are already mine. Sky shot Raven a glare, urging him to think of other compensations. All right. Let me think. Raven shook his head in amusement, gently toying with Sky's hair in contemplation. After a couple of seconds, he suddenly said, I can help you find your biological parents. What? At this declaration, Sky's eyes widened in shock, her entire being momentarily frozen, her heart racing with disbelief and excitement. Raven had information about her biological parents. She had searched for 3 years without a trace. How could Raven possibly know? Indeed, Raven is Iron Master. That hacker deity, Poseidon, is likely his accomplice. With such formidable networking skills, he could undoubtedly infiltrate databases that she cannot access. Perhaps there truly exists a possibility of uncovering the whereabouts of her biological parents. Raven, are they still alive? Sky's delicate form trembled slightly, her expression tense as she gazed at Raven. Sky, do not fret. Raven met her gaze earnestly and reassured her. Although their circumstances have not been favorable due to your disappearance all these years, they are still alive. I am aware of their current location and can take you there at any moment. However, I advise proceeding with caution. It would be wise for you both to understand each other before the reunion. Presently, your father's condition is quite precarious. Due to the consumption of his own concoction, he is prone to emotional volatility. I fear that you might be alarmed by him. Therefore, I intend to first assist your father in managing his emotional turmoil before allowing you to meet him. This way, a favorable impression can be fostered for both parties. Chapter 055. The Origins of Sky. Thank you, Raven. Upon learning that her parents were alive, Sky's lingering worries dissipated in an instant, her beautiful eyes glistening with profound emotion. Raven, had it not been for you, I might have searched for an eternity, perhaps never uncovering the truth. The questions that haunted her for years, whether her biological parents were still alive and why they had abandoned her, were finally within reach. In pursuit of these answers, she had forsaken her education, self-taught in the art of hacking, and roamed the world alone. The hardships she endured were beyond the comprehension of most. Yet, all those trials seemed worthwhile today, for fate had finally smiled upon her, presenting her with the greatest fortune of her life. Raven, do you truly believe in me, Sky? Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Raven playfully pinched Sky's delicate nose. The sensation of being trusted was delightful, yet she seemed alarmingly naive. How could she accept everything he said without question? Was this what they referred to as being love-struck? Indeed, I wholeheartedly believe in you. Sky replied with a dreamy smile, her long legs playfully swinging in the air. Raven, do tell me about them. There was no need for Raven to deceive her. Modern paternity tests made verification straightforward, and the risks of lying were far too great. Besides, Raven was a man of considerable repute. How could he possibly deceive a mere damsel? Hearing Sky's unwavering trust filled Raven's eyes with warmth and affection, prompting him to bestow a kiss upon her. Your trust deserves a reward. It seemed the cultivation plan had yielded remarkable results. Sky was thoroughly captivated by him. After their family reunion, she would surely find it impossible to part from him. Please, continue. Once you finish, I shall reward you handsomely, Sky purred, her alluring expression enhanced by her playful gestures. Agreed. Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement, his desire rising fiercely. Yet upon catching Sky's eager gaze, he took a deep breath to temper his passions. Love may be indulgent, but true affection requires restraint. Meaningful exchanges should be gentle and mutual, allowing both parties to revel in ultimate joy. Without revealing the information to Sky, he knew he could not fully immerse himself in the moment. Thus, he decided to keep her in suspense for a while longer. Raven wrapped his arms around Sky's waist and spoke softly. As I understand it, you were born on July 2nd, 1988, in a quaint village in southern China. Your mother, Jiaying, was the only English speaker in that small community. Your father, Calvin Johnson, is an American, a doctor without borders. They named you Daisy, after the classic children's song Daisy Bell. Daisy, what a beautiful name. Sky repeated, her excitement palpable. Raven, please continue. Why did they abandon me? No, they did not abandon you. Raven solemnly shook his head, revealing that you had been brought to the beautiful nation by a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and placed in the St. Agnes orphanage. The reason for your frequent transitions between foster homes was not due to any fault of your own. Rather, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had orchestrated a triggering condition that regularly relocated you to different households to prevent anyone from locating you. Oh my God. Upon receiving such explosive news, Sky was utterly astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with incredulity and an indescribable fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. That damned organization. It was no wonder she was sent away from every foster home, regardless of her behavior. It turned out that neither she nor the foster families were at fault. It was all the machinations of that wretched organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. Just wait. One day, I shall reveal all your secrets to the world. Raven, why did S.H.I.E.L.D. take me away? What happened back then? Sky inquired anxiously. Raven furrowed his brow, concern evident in his eyes as he tenderly cradled Sky's delicate face and softly replied, "The truth I am about to share is harrowing and may shatter your understanding. You must brace yourself. Her mother was gruesomely dismembered, her father driven to madness, having killed an entire village in a desperate attempt to save his wife. Raven feared that such a brutal reality would be too much for Sky to bear. Yet, Sky had the right to know the truth. He resolved to tell her first, and if it proved unbearable, he would use the memory erasure device to relieve her of the burden. Raven, with you by my side, I can endure any news," Sky declared with remarkable determination. Her slender form nestled closely against him. As long as Raven was there, she feared nothing. Even the most harrowing truths she could face with strength and grace. Rest assured. "I am here for you," Raven replied gently, holding Sky close. He began to recount. In the second year after your birth, a band of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attacked the village where your parents lived, abducting your mother along with several others. Your father, in a desperate bid to rescue her, entrusted you to a trusted villager and pursued the agents alone. He pursued them relentlessly, from the southern regions of China to Austria in Europe. However, when he finally found your mother, she had been brutally ravaged, leaving only an empty shell behind. What? Upon hearing such a horrifying revelation, Sky's face turned pale with terror, her body trembling slightly. The thought of her mother being dismembered by S.H.I.E.L.D. was unbearable. How much anguish, rage, and helplessness must her father have felt at that moment? If Raven were subjected to such a fate, she knew she would be engulfed in an abyss of sorrow and fury, yearning to obliterate every perpetrator. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D. Just wait for me. As the gravity of the situation sank in, Sky's eyes reddened, her breathing became rapid, and her fists clenched tightly, radiating anger. Sky, take a deep breath. Sensing the fury within Sky, Raven placed one hand on her back and the other on her chest, soothingly advising, "Do not let your emotions govern you. Instead, take the initiative to guide them." Upon hearing that gentle yet resolute voice, Sky instinctively inhaled deeply, and soon, her anger dissipated significantly, only to be replaced by sadness and fear. "Wah, Raven," Sky gazed at her with a pitiful expression. "Didn't you say they were all quite decent? Yet my mother has been dismembered. What on earth is happening?" Despite the contradictions in Raven's words, Sky still believed that she would not deceive her. There must be matters hidden from her understanding. Perhaps the answers lie within. Sky's concern, 666. Sky's trust, 666. Emotional value, 564-3932. 34. Because your mother belonged to the anomalous race, she survived through her extraordinary abilities. Raven gently caressed Sky's hair, explaining that the agents sought her precisely because of her powers. Chapter 056. The Grievance of the Serpent Shield. What? Superpowers. Sky was momentarily bewildered, gazing at Raven with an expression of disbelief, as if she had encountered a specter. In humans, superpowers, resurrection, such elements belong to the realm of second-rate science fiction films. How could they possibly manifest in the real world? Yet, Raven, even if you wished to console her, had no need to concoct such an outlandish tale. Could it truly be real? Just as Sky was mired in contemplation, she suddenly noticed her blanket sliding off, revealing expanses of sun-kissed skin. Her body, under the influence of some unseen force, began to levitate gently. Moments later, she found herself suspended in midair, splayed out in an embarrassing position. My heavens! What is this madness? Panic-stricken, Sky attempted to break free, but the force seemed unyielding. In her terror, she hastily called out to Raven, "Raven, please save me." "Ha ha ha, you've mistaken your savior." A mischievous smile played on Raven's lips as he used telekinesis to draw Sky closer, planting a gentle kiss upon her. "This was your doing?" Sky's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at Raven. Woe is me, that despicable Raven. How could he put her in such a shameful position? Yet, perhaps, just perhaps, it might not be entirely unpleasurable to indulge him. Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's anticipation. 666. What other option is there? Raven feigned innocence, spreading his hands, as he returned Sky to the warmth of the blankets. That was my superpower. I can sense and manipulate everything around me. How infuriating. You are truly insufferable. Sky pouted, pinching Raven playfully, and continued to inquire, "So, my Mother-S ability is resurrection?" "Not quite." Raven grasped Sky's hand and explained, "Your Mother-S superpower is the absorption of life force. She can consume the vitality of others, restoring her own body and extending her lifespan. Her body is imbued with abundant life energy, which, when processed, can rejuvenate others. This is precisely why the puppet master sought to drain your mother." "Oh my goodness." Sky's brow furrowed in distress, yet this time she remained unshaken by her emotions. Clenching her fist resolutely in her heart, she would remember everything her mother had endured. One day she would exact revenge. The S.H.I.D.L.D. would pay the price it so rightfully deserved. "Raven, who is this puppet master?" Sky's delicate face was taut as she scrutinized Raven. "The puppet master is Hydra," Raven explained earnestly, or rather, one of its leaders. His original name was Warner Reinhardt, and he now goes by Daniel Whitehall. During World War II, he was an underling of the Red Skull. Before Hydra's defeat, he captured your mother. Yet, before he could commence his experiments, he was imprisoned. In 1989, the then director of S.H.I.D.L.D., Alexander Pierce, orchestrated his release. It was in that same year that he dispatched agents to capture your mother once more, utilizing her body to successfully regain his youth. Although he just played with a bit of wordplay, intentionally blurring the lines between S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hydra operatives. One must tread carefully in such matters. Guidance can be offered, but concealment is tantamount to deception. Should Sky ever uncover the truth, she would be the architect of her own misfortune. This is a cardinal sin in intimate relationships. "Hydra," Sky exclaimed, her face a canvas of astonishment. "Raven, wasn't Hydra destroyed by Captain America? How is it now entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Each revelation from Raven regarding S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and superpowers was utterly explosive. No wonder she had been warned to brace herself. Goodness, this world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her. Indeed, it was destroyed, but subsequently rebuilt. Raven levitated a glass of water with her telekinesis, taking a sip before continuing. After World War II, the sitting president initiated a top-secret operation known as Project Paperclip, recruiting numerous Hydra scientists to develop advanced technology. Thus, under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extensive resources, one of Red Skull's most trusted lieutenants, Arnim Zola, was able to reconstruct Hydra into the organization it is today, a parasite embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. It is estimated that Hydra controls over half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel. That Jasper Sitwell at the conference was a Hydra operative. Sky gasped sharply, instinctively tugging at her hair, as if only pain could assure her that this was not a dream. The revelations from tonight were overwhelmingly shocking. Even the recent battle between Iron Man and War Machine failed to rattle her so profoundly. "Enough of that," Raven said gently, stroking Sky's hair. "Once you meet your biological parents, I promise to help you seek vengeance. With your strength, Hydra is hardly a threat. They have their global scanning array, precision electromagnetic railguns, and stealthy Aurora armor. What can Hydra possibly muster against us?" "Thank you, Raven." Feeling the warmth of Raven's affection, Sky's smile returned. "Now it's my turn to express my gratitude." With that, she flicked her hair back, licking her lips playfully, beckoning Raven with a finger. After absorbing such tumultuous news, her mind was a tangled mess. Thus, she resolved to set her thoughts aside and simply enjoy the moment. Raven, noticing Sky's playful challenge, broke into a mischievous smile and effortlessly lifted Sky with her telekinesis. "Ah, telekinesis is truly marvelous. This opens up avenues for new projects." "Ah," Sky squealed as she floated in midair, casting an indignant glare at Raven, feeling both embarrassed and exhilarated. Curse you, Raven. If only I had superpowers too. Then I could exact my own revenge and teach you a lesson. I am uncertain if I shall have an opportunity. Amidst Sky's embarrassment and anticipation, Raven concentrated their telekinetic energy into countless fingers, gliding across Sky's body. Higi, young novice Sky. Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of telekinesis combined with the 7 techniques. The instant the telekinetic fingers made contact with her skin, Sky felt as if she were being gently caressed by countless feathers. Waves of tingling sensations coursing through her entire being. This unprecedented experience filled her with an unparalleled sense of shame, exquisite delight, and intoxicating happiness. Raven, I wish to be with you forever, until death parts us. As Raven noticed the prompt, their eyes sparkled with excitement. However, they did not delve into the details but rather immersed themselves further in the moment. A reward. It was imperative to duly reward Sky. Chapter 057. The arrival of Fury. As Raven and Sky engaged in their activities, the Stark Industries shareholders meeting drew to a close. Tony drove back to his villa while Pepper returned to her office. Following a discussion, Coulson, Natasha, Sitwell, and Rhodes departed separately. In the Stark Industries parking lot, Natasha and Coulson entered a black Tahoe. Just as Coulson was about to start the engine, Natasha abruptly turned to the back seat. Director Fury, you have arrived. Natasha, Coulson. A deep voice resonated as a single, black eye emerged slowly from the shadows of the back seat. Your investigative progress seems rather unsatisfactory. Director Fury. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Coulson turned, his surprise evident as he recognized the fierce yet familiar face. We just uncovered a lead and we're about to contact you. Impressive as ever, Director Fury. Had it not been for Natasha's interjection, he would have remained oblivious to Fury's presence. Oh? Fury narrowed his eye and inquired nonchalantly. What lead did you find? Is it related to Iron Man and the mysterious organization behind him? Since Coulson's report, he had mobilized SHIELD resources for extensive investigations, yet yielded no results. It was as if the organization had materialized from thin air overnight. A clandestine group possessing advanced technology filled him with unease. Nick Fury's suspicion, 666. Nick Fury's vigilance, 666. Well. Coulson's expression stiffened as he prepared to explain but was interrupted by Natasha. Director Fury. It is not Iron Man, but rather a newly emerged enigmatic figure who calls himself the Mystic. He appears to possess superhuman abilities and could potentially be in 084. Natasha elaborated. The Mystic. Fury's expression darkened upon hearing the introduction as his fleeting anticipation vanished. Natasha, elaborate. How is it that yet another mysterious individual has appeared? Damn it. Ever since Tony Stark returned, bizarre occurrences have been relentless. It seems we can no longer afford to wait. The Avengers initiative must be expedited. Nick Fury's resentment. 666. Nick Fury's determination, 666. Very well. Natasha nodded and promptly provided Fury with a detailed account of the recent events. Damn it, Fury exclaimed in frustration, immediately retrieving his phone to send a message. I've shared the information with you. Uncover the secrets behind this at all costs. Understood? Previously, the emergence of Iron Man had merely raised his caution, but the sudden appearance of the Mystic genuinely alarmed him. Given that this individual could communicate telepathically, they might also possess the ability to read thoughts and memories, manipulating minds and spirits. Such a terrifying superpower posed a grave threat to him and SHIELD. He would not permit such a formidable entity to exist. Decisive action was imperative. Yes, Director. Both replied solemnly. All right, let's go. Fury waved his hand, instructing. Head to Tony Stark's villa. The Avengers initiative can no longer be delayed. A team of superheroes must be assembled post-haste. Otherwise, although Fury did not finish his sentence, the two preceding individuals comprehended his intent. Coulson immediately drove towards Malibu. In Los Angeles, Malibu, a white Audi R8 roared softly, releasing its pent-up frustration as it sped along the coastal highway, entering the underground garage of the seaside villa. Tony, visibly agitated, exited the vehicle, carelessly discarding his expensive tie to the side. He poured himself a glass of liquor and gulped it down in one go. Welcome home, sir, Jarvis's composed voice resonated. The Mark IV armor is 82. For complete, and is expected to be finalized by tonight. Additionally, Raven Thorne, the founder of Oasis Investments and a shareholder of Stark Industries, has sent you an email. I advise you to take a look. Delete it. I have no desire to see it. Upon hearing Raven Thorne's name, Tony shouted in irritation. That guy publicly humiliated me, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. First, I was bombarded with inquiries from a crowd. Then I was publicly outshone by Raven and Sky, and finally, I thought I could enjoy some company, only to be left disappointed. What a miserable day, especially Raventhorn. I will have my revenge on him. Tony Stark's resentment, 666. Tony Stark's displeasure, 666. Sir, I still insist, Jarvis implored earnestly. Mr. Thorne's proposals hold significant value for Stark Industries. They could seamlessly integrate into the company's reform initiatives. Are you certain, Jarvis? Absolutely certain, sir. Seeing Jarvis's unwavering stance, Tony furrowed his brow, conflicted for a moment. Finally, in annoyance, he approached his workstation. Fine, let me see how valuable his suggestions are, if they have persuaded you to defend him. You will not be disappointed, Jarvis replied, unfolding a document on the screen. Humph, Tony scoffed derisively, his face a mask of skepticism as he scrutinized the document on the screen. Based on clean energy, the 4 future development directions of Stark Industries, Raventhorn. 1. Smart power grid. Utilizing arc reactor technology to construct a distributed energy network, providing clean electricity to homes and factories, reshaping the traditional energy landscape. 2. Smart electric vehicles. Transforming Stark Industries' military production line to launch electric vehicles equipped with solid-state batteries and intelligent driving systems, revolutionizing the automotive industry. 3. Electric propulsion space transport. Developing low-orbit spacecraft based on Iron Man armor's ultra-high specific impulse propulsion technology for rapid deployment and orbital logistics, disrupting the commercial space sector. 4. Satellite communication network. Deploying low-orbit satellites using low-orbit spacecraft to create a global high-speed network, challenging traditional telecommunications giants. With energy as the foundation, automobiles as the medium, aerospace as the bridge, and satellites as the network, a perfect ecological closed loop shall be established. These are merely my humble observations, which I hope may prove beneficial to Mr. Tony Stark. I eagerly anticipate Stark Industries achieving new heights, allowing me to reap greater rewards. Raventhorn, you rascal. Upon perusing the document, Tony's expression became a tapestry of emotions. A blend of admiration and discontent, akin to savoring a piece of chocolate flavored with the essence of dog excrement. Although the plan is limited by the document's brevity, he has already envisioned a glorious future for Stark Industries upon its fruition. Yet, these are the recommendations of Raventhorn. Should he endorse such suggestions, it would be tantamount to swallowing the humiliation of today while pinching his nose. Is he truly the kind of man who would do such a thing? Tony Stark's admiration. 999. Tony Stark's resentment. 999. Sir, what are your thoughts? I trust one have not erred in my assessment. Jarvis, in a critical moment, deftly delivered the final blow. Chapter 058. Exchange of items. Humph. Tony let out a haughty snort. Jarvis, send the documents to Pepper for her assessment. Now, let us continue refining the anti-iron suit. Pepper was in charge of the company, while he was responsible for combat. The most crucial task at hand was invariably to deal with that scoundrel Iron, reclaiming the technology he had lost. Tony Stark's resentment. 999. Tony Stark's fighting spirit. 999. All right, it has been forwarded to Ms. Potts. The anti-iron suit project has been activated. Jarvis reported. Okay, let us get to work. After taking a deep breath to clear his mind, Tony resumed perfecting the large suit displayed in the holographic projection. Long Beach City, Hilton Hotel. In the presidential suite, Raven and Sky concluded their second round of training. Completely satisfied, Sky lay down on the bed and quietly fell asleep. Kiki, little rookie. Raven's lips curled into a gentle smile as she lightly tapped Sky's nose. Summoning the system panel with a thought. Fantasy Manifestation System. Host, Raven, emotional value. 10, 882, 413. 95 points, item inventory, A-Class Super Energy Crystal, B-Class Vanguard Titan. B-Class Spectral Scanner, C-Class Dome Shield, C-Class Iron Suit, C-Class NCT-49 Drug, D-Class. Mission Board, Recruitment, based on the comprehensive evaluation of the recruit's abilities and potential. 1 to 99 million points person, currently recruiting 1 person. Bounty, Apocalypse Virus, 20,000 points. Bounty, Pim Particles, 20,000 points. Bounty, Vibranium, Ore, 20,000 points. Bounty, Gamma Blood, 30,000 points. Bounty, Terrigen Crystal, 30,000 points. Bounty, Cosmic Cube Isotope, 60,000 points. Bounty, Black Panther Suit, 80,000 points. Bounty, URU Medal, 90,000 points, Bounty. Destroyer, 200,000 points, Bounty. Haha, 10 million. Raven's eyes sparkled as she scanned the panel, unable to resist planting a gentle kiss on Sky. Little rookie, you are truly remarkable. An S-class evaluation, yielding 5 million emotional points. Sky was indeed her precious gem. Moreover, due to their emotional bond, Sky continuously generated emotional value, accumulating a significant profit over time. If only they could recruit more narrative characters, such as Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro, obtaining S-class and X-class items would not be insurmountable. At that moment, Sky, roused from her slumber by Raven's stolen kiss, furrowed her brow and murmured, Raven, you're so amazing. I can't take it anymore. Please, let me off. However, despite her verbal protests, her body clung tightly to Raven, as if fearing to lose her. TSK, hearing such dreamy words. Raven chuckled softly, simultaneously using her telekinesis to soothe Sky's emotions while contemplating which items to exchange in the shop. Now, he possesses battle armor, telekinesis, warships, and atomic manufacturing technology. His combat prowess has reached a sufficient level, and he must now address 4 significant issues. The first is the enhancement of his physical form, ensuring that the disparity between his soul and body does not become too pronounced. He selects 4 items. Compound V, Grade A, 888 points. This induces genetic mutations, randomly endowing extraordinary abilities. Spirit Beans, Grade A, 100,000 by 10 pieces. Infused with pure life energy, they can instantly restore physical strength and energy, healing bodily injuries. MedPod 3000 Medical Bed, Grade B, 80,000 points. Capable of reprogramming biological cells. Biological Cultivation Tank, Grade C, 5,000 points. Allows for the cloning of entire organisms or parts thereof. The second issue is the storage of resources, addressing the predicament of non-system items that cannot be collected. He chooses 2 items. Universal Capsule, Grade A, 300,000 points. A portable storage device based on spatial compression technology. Quantum Storage Box, Grade A, 200,000 points. A matter transfer device based on quantum technology. The third issue pertains to personnel equipment, aiming for comprehensive control over his warships and accelerating the establishment of his power. He selects 10 items. Android 2B, Grade A, 666 points. A combat-type mechanical life form with self-awareness. Android White, Grade A, 555 points. A command-type mechanical life form with self-awareness. VF-25F Variable Fighter, Grade A, 300,000 points. A variable aerospace fighter equipped with an inertial conversion memory. Ronin Titan, Grade A, 300,000 points. A melee mech capable of phase shifting. Ion Titan, Grade B, 70,000 points. A long-range mech focused on high-energy laser weaponry. Emperor Titan, Grade B, 70,000 points. A tactical mech equipped with energy siphoning technology. Bionic Human Carla, Grade C, 999 points. A household robot with initial emotional capacity. Bionic Human Connor, Grade C, 6,000 points. A robot with robust analytical and negotiation capabilities. T-800 Terminator, Grade C, 5,000 points. A durable combat robot. Baymax Medical Robot, Grade D, 800 points. An inflatable robot capable of scanning and diagnosing illnesses. Ultimately, he exchanges for a total of 16 items, expending 569. 20 emotional points, leaving him with 646 points. Should he exchange for an S-grade item? Raven contemplates his balance for 2 seconds, but ultimately refrains. The reasons are twofold. First, S-grade items are prohibitively expensive. Acquiring even one decent item would deplete his savings, significantly impacting the development of his future power. Second, to effectively utilize the existing items, he would need to invest substantial emotional points in acquiring more auxiliary devices. After all, the items originate from different worlds, and ensuring compatibility is no simple task. It is time to commence. Raven silently closes the panel and gently extricates himself from Sky's embrace using his telekinesis. He descends from the bed, retrieves a sealed bag, and uses his telekinesis to collect some hair containing Sky's follicles. To resolve matters with Sky's parents, this hair will be pivotal to the plan. After all, what could be more compelling than a paternity test as evidence? Bit, come here. As Raven's eyes subtly shifted, a message was dispatched. Acknowledged, it would arrive in 20 seconds. At this moment, 3,000 meters above the Pacific, dark clouds swirled incessantly, heralding an impending storm of thunder and lightning. A Winter-class cruiser concealed itself within the clouds, gradually opening its hatches. Bit maneuvered the Aurora Exosuit, diving downwards, with its sights set firmly on the Hilton Hotel in Long Beach. Whoosh, 20 seconds later, the Aurora Exosuit silently landed on the balcony of the presidential suite, deactivating its optical camouflage. Raven, congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty, Bit remarked, casting a glance at Sky, and immediately offered his felicitations. Haha, thank you, Bit. Raven replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips upon hearing the congratulations. He handed a sealed bag to the Exosuit. For safety's sake, take the samples to Boston to find Lena. I will communicate with her remotely. His choice to seek Lena first, rather than approaching Sky's father directly, stemmed from his strong confidence in Lena. Not only did she possess the foresight abilities that had transformed her, but her persuasive skills were also remarkable. While her strength may not rival that of Sky, she undoubtedly surpassed him in the realm of management. However, recruiting Lena could not rely solely on affection. It required formidable strength and sufficient incentives. The hair he provided served as both the incentive and the test. The Aurora Exosuit, under Bit's control, was naturally his means of demonstrating strength and safeguarding his interests. Chapter 059. Reyna and Carl understood. I will arrive in 15 minutes. Additionally, take this. Raven produced an orange plastic bottle and extended it toward Bitter. Very well, I shall take my leave. Bitter secured the item within the confines of his armor, nodded in farewell to Raven, and activated his cloaking function, ascending quietly into the sky. At the 10th second, the armor reached an altitude of 1 kilometer. Bitter engaged the energy shield and increased the thrust of the propulsion system, continuing his ascent at a cruising speed of 3 Mach. By the 20th second, the armor had reached an elevation of 10,000 meters. The thrust was further amplified, allowing for an ascent at 5 Mach. At the 80th second, the armor neared the KRMN line, tracing an arc as the propulsion system operated at full power. By the 200th second, the armor accelerated to 25 Mach, heading straight for Boston, 4,000 kilometers away. Indeed, the human body is remarkably frail, Raven reflected, observing the trajectory of the armor while reclining on a lounge chair on the balcony, a quiet lament escaping his lips. Unlike the Aurora armor and the 2 warships, which were equipped with inertial dampeners, this armor bore only a mimetic anti-gravity suit. While the armor could withstand excessive acceleration, the wearer could not. Thus, the armor Bitter commanded was far superior to that which Raven controlled. Yet this disparity would soon change. Raven gazed at the array of gadgets displayed on the panel, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his eyes. He yearned to possess the indomitable physique of the soldiers from his homeland, a strength unmatched. With such power, he would no longer need to fear most dangers. Furthermore, by enhancing Sky, they could undertake new and challenging projects, such as aerial yoga and space ballet. A mischievous grin spread across Raven's face. At 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Cambridge, Boston. The night had deepened, the lights were sparse, and the streets had returned to silence. Outside an apartment building, shadows danced gently under the dim glow of a street lamp. Tap, 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 a girl dressed in a black and white floral dress, her hair styled in short, wavy curls, entered the apartment building with a small handbag in tow, her steps graceful and poised. She ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, returning to her apartment, where she turned on the lights and slipped off her high heels, revealing a sense of relaxation and languor akin to a weary cat. Good evening, Ms. Reyna. Just as Reyna prepared to disrobe for a bath, an ethereal figure materialized in the living room, the Aurora armor having traversed 4,000 kilometers to reach her. Its silver exterior shone brilliantly, and the blue-white thrusters emitted a radiant glow as the armor hovered in midair, standing with arms folded, gazing down at Reyna like a deity. Hiss. In an instant, Reyna felt a jolt of awareness, her previous fatigue vanishing as her mind raced to assess the situation and devise a strategy. A suit of armor that could levitate. Could he be Iron Man? No, that cannot be. It is silver and black, not red and gold. Could it possibly be that enigmatic Iron Warden? If this truly is Iron Warden, Then his journey across the beautiful land to seek her out signifies that he requires her assistance. If one could discern their own value, perhaps, in an instant. Reyna regained her composure, a faint smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Well, Mr. Iron Drive, what brings you to seek out a lady like me on this fine evening?" "Indeed, you are quite astute, Ms. Reyna," Raven remarked with a slight nod, expressing his admiration for the woman before him. Reyna truly embodied the charm of the Marvel socialite. Her adaptability and social prowess were qualities not commonly found. "I know where Daisy Johnson is. Would you be interested in learning more?" Raven inquired casually. "What?" Upon hearing this revelation, the smile that adorned Reyna's face swiftly transformed into a blend of astonishment and doubt. "Mr. Iron Drive, who exactly are you? How do you know that name?" Daisy Johnson. A key to her becoming an Inhuman was someone she had diligently sought for years, yet had discovered not a single clue. To her astonishment, a mysterious figure had emerged, seemingly possessing extensive knowledge. "Well," Raven spoke enigmatically, "I am one who has glimpsed your future fate, and one who seeks to assist you in altering it." The irony was palpable, a beauty turned into a porcupine. Should he successfully recruit Reyna, he certainly did not wish to contend with a prickly situation. Thus, he needed to resolve her physical mutation without impeding his foresight. To achieve this, he required access to the Kree's research on Inhumans, as well as Kree blood, truly unraveling the genetic mysteries of the Inhuman race. "You saw my future?" Reyna's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Raven's cryptic claim, a mixture of astonishment, anticipation, and a hint of wariness swirling within her. While ordinary individuals might dismiss the notion of foresight, she, well-versed in the abilities of Inhumans, recognized the potential for such a gift. Yet, whether this Iron Drive could genuinely perceive the future remained to be seen. "Are you curious to know?" Raven inquired, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he utilized his armor to present Reyna with a sealed bag. "This contains a follicle sample from Daisy. You should consult Calvin and Jia Ying for a paternity test. Once confirmed, call the number on the bag, and I will arrange the next steps. After Daisy reunites with her family, I shall reveal to you the destiny that awaits." "Very well, Ms. Reyna. I shall not intrude further upon your bathing and rest." With that, Raven concluded the communication, transferring control of the armor to Bit. With a swift activation of optical cloaking, Bit gracefully glided out of the living room window, vanishing into the horizon. After watching the armor disappear, Reyna held tightly to the sealed bag containing Sky's hair, her complexion flushed and breath quickened, an unmistakable excitement radiating from her. If this hair were indeed authentic, then Iron Drive had truly bestowed upon her a remarkable surprise. But what were his intentions? Why not seek out Daisy's parents directly, rather than approaching her first? What intrinsic value do I possess that warrants such actions from others? At present, it seems most likely that it is her abilities acquired after becoming a member of the Inhuman race that hold significance. "Thank you, Mr. Iron Master." Once Lena arrives at this realization, a faint smile graces her lips as she elegantly waves toward the horizon and retrieves her phone to dial Calvin Johnson's number. Excitement of Lena, 222. Anticipation of Lena, 222. Emotional value, 735-3423-32. In Chicago, in a certain area of the South Side, the streets are dilapidated and filthy, adorned with graffiti on the walls, devoid of passers-by. The distant echoes of sirens and gunfire unmistakably indicate the perilous nature of the night here. At this moment, within a nearby underground clinic, a muscular African-American man lies on a bed, gripping the side rails tightly, his face contorted in agony as he watches the doctor stitch his wounds. All done, time to pay and leave. Swiftly, the disheveled doctor completes the suturing and turns to the imposing man beside him. "Thank you, doctor." The man promptly pays and escorts the patient out of the clinic. After watching the two depart, the doctor removes his disposable latex gloves and discards them, locking the door to begin cleaning the area. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing pierces the air. The doctor furrows his brow, sets down the mop, and answers the call. "Lena, do you have new information?" Chapter 060. The Avengers Initiative. "Indeed, Carl," Rena said slowly. "Someone just delivered hair that is suspected to belong to Daisy. I need you to come to Boston for a paternity test." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Carl's eyes widened in astonishment, and he urgently inquired, "Rena, are you certain? Who sent you the hair? Where is she now?" "Daisy, my precious daughter. Ha. Father has finally found you. Our family of 3 will soon be reunited. I'm sorry, I don't know where Daisy is. The person who sent me the hair is ironclad. The very one who declared war yesterday alongside Tony Stark, Rena explained. Ironclad? Damn it. Carl's eyes blazed with fury as his expression contorted. And he slammed his fist against the hospital bed's railing, bending it instantly. No matter who it is, no one can harm Daisy. Not even that damned Ironclad. Rena, I will call you back shortly. With that, Carl hung up the phone and dialed another number. Long Beach City, Hilton Hotel. Raven reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony, having overheard the conversation between Rena and Carl. She murmured softly, the bait has taken the hook. Now it's time to treat Sky's biological father. I wonder if the magic bean will suffice? Raven focused her mind and extracted a bean resembling a broad bean, enveloped in a soft white glow that radiated warmth. Magic bean source, Dragon Ball grade, A-class, price, 100,000 points each. Function, contains pure life energy that can instantly restore the user's stamina and extraordinary energy, healing physical injuries but not curing diseases. Evaluation, tastes quite good. Though she had never consumed a magic bean, she could distinctly sense the life energy within it through her telekinesis, resembling a warm little sun. It was undoubtedly a life-saving elixir. However, Carl's condition was rather complicated, and she was uncertain if the magic bean could fully heal him. Raven blew a vent, but suddenly remarked, detecting Nick Fury, Coulson, and Natasha heading to Tony Stark's villa. Oh, Raven's thoughts shifted as she recalled the magic bean, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. It seemed that the mother was getting desperate. I wonder if Tony will join early this time? If he agrees ahead of schedule, the formation of the Avengers will also be expedited. I wonder if Dr. Banner will join sooner as well? If we could release Captain America early and rally Winter Soldier Bucky for a gathering, it would certainly be lively. A sly smile crept across Raven's lips. Having strength breeds confidence. Apart from Thor, the other members of the Avengers were mere novices in his presence. As for the Hulk, though immensely destructive, his inability to fly rendered him insignificant. Bit, initiate remote eavesdropping mode and see what they discuss shortly, Raven commanded. Understood, Raven. Adjusting the winter-grade super-scanning array. Targeting the Malibu Coast Villa. Electronic warfare equipment activated. Eavesdropping mode initiated. Video and audio functioning normally. Raven gazed at the projection before him. A mischievous smile spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together, savoring the moment. The sheer power of technology is indeed remarkable. Malibu, Coastal Villa. A black Tahoe came to a gradual stop, and two men along with a woman stepped out, striding towards the entrance of the villa. Agent Coulson, good day. Hello, Jarvis. We have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Stark, Coulson stated with a wave of his hand. I will contact him immediately. Please wait a moment, Jarvis replied. Meanwhile, in the villa's underground laboratory, Tony stood before the holographic workbench, meticulously adjusting the projection details. Sir, Agent Coulson has arrived with guests, stating he has important matters to discuss with you. Would you like to see him? Coulson. Tony furrowed his brow, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, before gesturing dismissively. Jarvis. Let him in. I hope Coulson brings good news. My day has not been pleasant, and I have no desire to hear more bad tidings. Understood, sir. With permission granted. Jarvis unlocked the villa's door, welcoming the guests. Please come in. Mr. Stark is awaiting you on the first floor. Thank you, Jarvis. Coulson waved at the camera, feeling somewhat reassured that his face still held some merit. Fortunately, he had not embarrassed himself in front of Director Fury. Let us go. Fury, with a glint in his solitary eye, was the first to enter the villa, followed closely by Natasha, who walked with an alluring grace. Coulson brought up the rear. As they traversed the corridor and entered the grand hall on the first floor, they found Tony lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, casually sipping a glass of wine, exuding an air of nonchalance. Mr. Stark, this is our superior, Director Nick Fury, Coulson introduced with a smile. Oh. Tony scanned the trio, dismissing the agent and playfully focusing on Natasha. Well, a beautiful lady graces us with her presence. Have you changed your mind? Today, he encountered two stunning women. One had been taken away by Raven Thorn, while the other had outright rejected him. As a notorious playboy, Tony had never faced such humiliation. Natasha, hearing the jest, remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Tony. She found no appeal in his frivolous demeanor. In fact, her interest in Raven Thorn far surpassed any intrigue she felt towards Tony. Oh. Tony noticed her unwavering stare, arching an eyebrow in defiance. The two momentarily locked in a silent standoff. TSK, their intense gaze prompted Fury and Coulson to exchange bemused glances, arms crossed, silently enjoying the spectacle. almost as if preparing to munch on popcorn. Tony displayed remarkable audacity, daring to lock eyes with the Black Widow. Should he maintain the stare for 10 seconds, they would concede his prowess. Coughing lightly, the two held their gaze for merely 5 seconds before Tony's eyes inadvertently shifted away, hastily redirecting the conversation. Coulson, what brings you to me? Humph. A gentleman does not contend with a lady. He would never admit to being outmatched. Let us discuss the Avengers Initiative. A proposal to assemble a team to confront individuals like Iron Man, Fury said, his single eye fixed intently on Tony. The Avengers Initiative? A team? Tony scoffed, his face betraying amusement. Is this the name of some lowly circus? I can handle Iron Man all by myself. Ever since his consecutive defeats to Iron Man, inspiration had surged within him, leading to the creation of numerous innovative technologies. The anti-Iron Man armor was a culmination of his relentless efforts, a supersuit crafted at great expense. Even if Iron Man mastered the Mark III and devised a new armor, he would not stand a chance against him. Tony Stark's disdain, 999. Tony Stark's confidence, 999. Emotional value, 738-2130-08. Heh, I beg to differ. Fury, undeterred by Tony's dismissive attitude, smiled knowingly. Tony Stark, there are many individuals in this world, akin to you and Iron Man. One cannot combat them alone. It is imperative to form a team to confront these adversaries. And that is precisely what the Avengers Initiative entails. TSK, really? Tony sneered, unimpressed. Enough with the talk. What's in it for me if I join your initiative? Don't mention money. I am not in need of it. Chapter 061. Jia-Ying and Gordon, how can I assist you in addressing palladium poisoning? Fury pointed at Tony's chest, stating that the longer he utilized the arc reactor, the more severely palladium would erode his body. Yet, he found himself at a loss. Initially, he intended to wait until Tony was on the brink of death to reveal Howard's research, thereby maximizing his influence over Tony. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. The unexpected emergence of Iron Man and the Sorcerer compelled him to accelerate the enhancement of Iron Man's capabilities and hasten the formation of the Avengers. Once Tony completed the development of new technology, he intended to leverage their duel to capture Iron Man and unearth the forces behind the scenes. Otherwise, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, his heart remained restless. Parker's vigilance, 666. Parker's resentment, 666. Palladium poisoning? Coulson and Natasha exchanged bewildered glances at Tony's chest. Could it be that Tony was indeed poisoned? And by the very device that saved his life? What a bitter irony. You actually know? Tony clutched his chest, his expression grave as he regarded Fury with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. He had divulged this matter to no one. How could this one-eyed captain be aware of it? While your technology is indeed formidable, DS methods are not to be underestimated. Fury quipped. So would you consider joining the Avengers Initiative? Tony furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I need to review the materials to assess their feasibility. If viable, then we can discuss forming a team. Although the one-eyed captain exuded confidence, he was not one to trust a stranger lightly. Very well. Fury readily agreed, stating that the materials would be delivered tomorrow. Once you've made your decision, contact Coulson, and we shall delve deeper into the Avengers Initiative. Okay, Tony nodded in agreement. Rising to his feet, I have matters to attend to in my lab, so I won't keep you any longer. Jarvis, please see them out. Certainly, sir. Jarvis responded. Upon witnessing this, Fury, Coulson, and Natasha promptly turned to exit. Long Beach City, Hilton Hotel. Black Egg is quite generous. Raven raised an eyebrow after overhearing the conversation between Fury and Tony. Realizing that they were about to provide Tony with the technical documents on the new element ahead of schedule, this was bound to be entertaining. The new element, an isotope of the cosmic cube. Howard's research findings on the cosmic cube. With the new element, the energy output of the arc reactor would be significantly enhanced, and Iron Man's combat prowess would experience a substantial surge. However, he would still be no match for Raven, for not only would Tony upgrade, but Raven would also refine his armor, and at a pace far superior to Tony's. The plethora of advanced technological gadgets he had just exchanged for were not mere trinkets. Tony, give it your all. Raven grinned mischievously, anticipating the moment he could obtain a copy once Tony synthesized the element. With the copying device in hand, all technological prowess would be within his grasp. Tony's technology is his own, yet Raven's innovations are distinctly apart from Tony's. Raven, When Tony Stark discovers this, he is likely to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you. Peter teased. Never mind, I am indifferent, Raven remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. After all, his animosity was directed solely at Ironwill, and it bore no relevance to me. I am merely offering invaluable counsel, guiding Stark Industries towards its future stakeholders. Tony not only cannot harbor resentment towards me, but should also express his gratitude. The email he sent to Tony was based on technological advancements from a past life, wherein he provided recommendations centered around the public information of Stark Industries. Although this is the Marvel Universe, the suggestions are undoubtedly prescient. Of course, he would not offer such benefits without a motive. Once Stark Industries establishes its infrastructure for electricity and networking, he will launch the virtual world, efficiently reaping emotional values. You are indeed cunning and treacherous. It is unfortunate for Tony Stark to encounter you. Bit remarked with a sigh. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Raven replied with a slight smile. Now, let us proceed to meet my future in-laws. Understood, I am tracking, Bit responded, utilizing the battleship's signal relay to remotely control the Aurora armor. Hovering in the air to monitor Lena. The trap is set. It is only a matter of time before the fish bites the bait. In Asia, somewhere in Nepal, 7:30 a.m. The sun had yet to rise above the snow-capped peaks, casting a silver-blue hue on the horizon. A gentle morning mist enveloped the valley, revealing a village imbued with eastern charm, a haven for the recluse. Lie sure. Ding 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 at this moment, in a courtyard's guest room. A mobile phone suddenly illuminated the screen, ringing urgently. The sound instantly roused the woman in the large bed. She possessed a cold demeanor, her gaze as sharp as a blade, with several gruesome scars marring her cheek, beauty laced with an air of menace. Sighing, the woman rubbed her forehead, rose to answer the call, and asked with a hint of exasperation, Carl, it has only been a few days. Why are you calling again? Xiaoying. I have news about Daisy, Carl exclaimed with unusual excitement. Someone has sent Daisy's hair. You must have Gordon take us for a paternity test. What? Upon hearing this, Jia Ying's pupils dilated in shock as she pressed for answers. Who sent the hair? Where's Daisy? Is she safe? Daisy had been missing for 20 years. She had given up hope of ever finding her daughter. Yet, hearing news of her once more ignited her anxiety. This is not safe over the phone. We must meet. Carl urged, his tone filled with urgency. All right, I will be there shortly. Jia Ying hung up, took a deep breath, and quickly dressed before heading out. Regardless of the truth, she needed to verify the claims. If the paternity test proved positive, no matter where Daisy was, she would bring her daughter home. Knock, knock. Knock soon. Jia Ying arrived outside another room, rapping on the door and calling out, Gordon, urgent situation. Take me to Chicago to find Carl. Suddenly, a figure with no eyes appeared at the doorway. Jia Ying, what is the situation? Let us discuss it later, she replied. All right, let us go. Hearing Jia Ying's silence, Gordon did not inquire further. He embraced Jia Ying's shoulders, releasing an energy bubble that enveloped both of them before they abruptly vanished from their original location. In the underground clinic of Chicago's South Side, Carl's eyes were red, his face adorned with a smile as he softly hummed a nursery rhyme while pacing the room. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, and Gordon, accompanied by Jia Ying, materialized in the underground clinic. Carl, what on earth is happening? Where did Daisy's hair come from? Jia Ying inquired impatiently. How wonderful that you both have arrived. Carl exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached Gordon. Little go, take us to apartment 305 at Cambridge, Boston. Daisy's hair is over there. I will explain the specifics once we arrive. Chapter 062, Paternity Test Daisy. Gordon's face manifested surprise. Let's go, Jia Ying said. Glancing at Carl, placing her hand on Gordon's shoulder, signaling him to initiate the teleportation. Suppressing his curiosity, Gordon promptly activated his teleportation ability, and the three of them vanished from sight. In Cambridge, Boston, at Lena's apartment. Oh, Ironhand. Clad in a floral dress, Lena stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing at the night sky, softly murmuring, I hope the hair you provided is genuine. Otherwise, I shall be in grave trouble. As a girl adopted by Carl, she was acutely aware of his volatile temperament, especially concerning Daisy. If the hair did not belong to Daisy, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Perhaps death would not be the outcome, but punishment was inevitable. As for fabricating the test, she dared not entertain such thoughts. If Carl were to discover the deception, her fate would be sealed. 10 minutes later, a blue light flickered in the living room, and the two men and one woman suddenly appeared behind Lena. Carl hastily approached, gripping Lena's shoulders with palpable urgency. Quick, where's Daisy's hair? Startled by the sudden intrusion, Lena felt the overwhelming force in her arms and quickly explained. The hair sent by the other party is on the table. How had the trio entered without her noticing? Was this the power of the Inhumans? She pondered what her own superpower might be. All right. Upon hearing this, Carl released Lena and rushed to seize the sealed bag, murmuring, Daisy, Daddy will see you soon. Who sent the hair? Jia Ying inquired, her brows furrowing as she fixed her gaze on Lena. Where's Daisy now? Didn't Carl mention it? Confused, Lena glanced at the enthusiastic Carl, who identified himself as Iron Hand. The individual Tony Stark had publicly declared war against the previous day. He had stated that after completing the paternity test, he would call the number on the bag to arrange a meeting. That's all I know, Lena explained. Iron Hand. Gordon's expression shifted dramatically. Jia Ying, I witnessed the battle that night. The armor they wore was exceptionally formidable. If we are to confront this individual, it would be prudent to summon Lincoln. The electricity he emits is undeniably the nemesis of that armor. No, let's not rush, Jia Ying replied, shaking her head at the suggestion. Lincoln has yet to master his abilities. We cannot bring him into this situation. Let us first analyze the sample and ascertain the facts. Though Daisy was her daughter, she was also a leader in the afterlife, and she bore responsibility for all. Until the situation was clarified, she would not act recklessly and draw unnecessary suspicion from the outside world. I can assist with that. I work at a biological laboratory, and I can have results by tomorrow morning, Lena said, her eyes sparkling as she stepped forward. Haha, that is splendid. Carl clapped his hands together, his face alight with excitement. Jia Ying quickly plucked some hair with follicles. We'll have Raina take it to the lab for testing shortly. No. Gordon immediately shook his head in refusal. What if she falsifies the results? What if Jia Ying's Inhuman genes are leaked? The mutations of Inhumans stem from their genetics, and conducting a paternity test could easily expose their distinct genes. We must find a reliable and trustworthy institution. Furthermore, everything currently rests on Raina's word alone. Who knows if she is colluding with Iron Rider, seeking to achieve some ulterior motive. Mr. Gordon, I would never do that. Inhuman blood flows within me as well. How could I deceive you? Raina hastily clarified. Enough, Gordon, Jia Ying commanded, raising her hand. Miss Raina, for safety's sake, we need to accompany you inside. But rest assured, we will do our utmost to remain undetected. Gordon, Carl, let us proceed. With Jia Ying's decisive statement, under Gordon's direction, the group formed a circle and vanished into the blue energy bubble. At that moment, several hundred meters away across the apartment, the ethereal Aurora battle armor observed the group's disappearance and immediately soared towards a biological laboratory near Cambridge. Long Beach City, Presidential Suite. A loud yawn escaped Raven as he rose from the lounge chair, stretching his arms skyward. Bite, keep watch. If they call, let me know. Absolutely, Bite readily agreed. Thank you for your efforts, Bite. If you find me diligent, then hurry and summon a couple more helpers. Bite teased. Haha. Raven chuckled at Bite's jest, shaking his head as he explained. We will have new assistants tomorrow, and not just one. That's more like it, Bite replied with satisfaction. I want to intrude on your wedding night. Farewell. Goodbye. After exchanging playful banter, Raven quietly returned to the suite, slipping beneath the covers and planting a kiss on the sleeping beauty's forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. At present, both Sky's body and soul were captivated by him, and in the process of conquering, he too found himself drawn to Sky, a perfect mutual endeavor. In the future, he would cherish and protect their bond, ensuring that Sky would lead a life filled with happiness and contentment. And it all begins with a reunion. Panel. After admiring Sky's peaceful visage for a moment, Raven mentally summoned the panel, extracting the super energy crystal. To protect those dear to him, strength was indispensable. Thus, he established two phased goals. In 1 month, he aimed for a telekinetic strength of 10 tons, a range of 10 kilometers, with destructive power reaching building level. In 3 months, he aspired to attain a telekinetic strength of 100 tons, a range of 100 kilometers, with destructive power escalating to street level. Let the training commence. Raven embraced the crystal, sitting cross-legged, his consciousness diving into the sea of his soul, gradually absorbing the energy from the crystal, thereby strengthening his essence. Meanwhile, the slumbering Sky stirred slightly, instinctively wrapping his arms around Raven, a serene smile gracing his lips. In the office of Stark Industries, the clock struck 6:20 p.m. Pacific time. Pepper sat in her chair, exhaling deeply, her expression weary as she murmured, Tony, had I known it would be this exhausting, I would never have agreed. Tony, as ever, was carefree while she bore the brunt of countless responsibilities. The company was beset with numerous issues that required her oversight, and she wished she could divide herself into three. With a sigh of exasperation, Pepper took a sip of her coffee and opened her inbox to review the latest emails. After all, she had committed herself. She must fulfill her obligations and perform well, lest she betray Tony's trust. 10 minutes later, after swiftly addressing a dozen emails, she noticed a starred message from none other than Tony Stark, the original sender being Raventhorn. Chapter 63, Enhancement of Mental Power. How peculiar. Pepper opened the email and her eyes widened in astonishment. Tony actually forwarded a message from Raventhorn? This was rather out of character for him. From her understanding of Tony, Raven's maneuvers at the shareholders' meeting would undoubtedly irk him. Upon seeing the email from the source of his vexation, the enraged Tony would typically delete it without even opening it, let alone forwarding it. Unless, of course, the content of the email held significant value. Well, let me see. With curiosity piqued, Pepper promptly moved her mouse to open the email document and began to read. Curiosity of Pepper Potts, 99. Confusion of Pepper Potts, 99. Hiss. 5 minutes later, after finishing the email, Pepper's expression was one of shock. She couldn't help but gasp, filled with admiration. No wonder Tony chose to forward this to her. This email was worth its weight in gold for Stark Industries today. Raventhorn was indeed remarkable. It seemed she would need to arrange a meeting to discuss matters in detail. Shock of Pepper Potts, 99. Curiosity of Pepper Potts, 99. Boston. A certain research institute. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the air. Only one laboratory glowed with cold white light, its equipment working diligently, emitting a soft hum. 2 men and 2 women gathered around a screen, quietly awaiting the test results. The 4 were none other than Lena, Carl, Jiaying, and Gordon. Ding shortly thereafter. The progress bar on the screen completed its course, and a window popped up, stating that the testing was complete, with an option to view the report. Who will take it? Lena glanced at the others. I will. Carl, anxious, grasped the mouse and clicked the window to view the detailed test report. Sample A Sky and Sample B Carl, compatibility, 90. 53, not a match. Sample A Sky and Sample C Jiaying, compatibility, 99. 99, complete match, yes. Oh, well. Upon reading the report, Carl let out a cheer, his excitement and exhilaration palpable as he waved his fists in jubilation. Although he and his daughter's genes did not match, he was entirely unfazed by this. After all, Jiaying was an inhuman, and her genes were inherently different from those of a human. If his daughter matched with him, it would imply she lacked inhuman blood. However, the complete match with her mother indicated that she indeed possessed inhuman lineage. Daisy, my daughter, after 20 years, I have finally found you. A radiant smile adorned Carl's face, brimming with happiness. Excitement of Calvin Johnson, 33. Gratitude of Calvin Johnson, 33. Phew, what a relief. Upon seeing the report, Lena exhaled, her enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement, anticipation, and curiosity. She was beginning to believe that Iron Man could foresee the future. What might my fate entail? How does Iron Man intend to alter my destiny? Raina's curiosity and anticipation surged as she read the final line of the report, unable to believe that it was truly Daisy. Covering her mouth in disbelief, Jiaying felt a whirlwind of emotions, excitement mingled with anxiety. Just when she had relinquished hope of finding her daughter, Daisy appeared, her existence now substantiated by undeniable evidence. The intensity of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving even someone with centuries of experience feeling somewhat lost. Congratulations, Jiaying and Carl, on locating Daisy, Gordon remarked with a smile, offering his warm congratulations. Thank you, little Go, Carl replied with a chuckle. Thank you, Jiaying said, taking a deep breath to quell her tumultuous emotions. She turned to Raina with a gentle smile. Miss Raina, I appreciate your help. Let us clear away the traces before we return. Of course, Ms. Jiaying. Raina responded promptly, initiating the cleanup to prevent any leakage of samples and data. Moments later, darkness enveloped the laboratory. With a flicker of blue light, the 4 of them vanished into thin air. In the next instant, they found themselves back at Raina's apartment. Ms. Jiaying, should I make the call? Raina inquired, her alluring eyes fluttering as she pulled out her phone. Yes, please do, Jiaying replied, standing by the window with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the dimly lit sky. First, I will inquire what Iron Control desires, and then I shall determine our next course of action. If Iron Control intended to use Daisy as leverage against her, she would not shy away from the confrontation. She was eager to discern which was superior supernatural prowess or technological innovation. However, she hoped it would not come to that. After all, the tranquility of the next life was hard-won, and the inhuman race could not withstand the risks of exposure. "Reyna, hurry," Carl urged. "All right," Reyna replied, her lips curling into a slight smile at their agreement as she dialed the number left by Raven. In Long Beach, at the Hilton Hotel. The time was 11:50 p.m. Pacific Time. In the presidential suite, Raven sat upright, absorbing the ethereal energy from the crystal. Suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated with a series of short, rapid pulses. Raven, sensing the disturbance, opened his eyes, which shimmered with divine light, exuding an aura of invincibility. After 4 hours of energy absorption, his psychic strength had reached 122 kilograms, with a detection range of 122 meters. Although the growth rate appeared modest, it was, in fact, exponential. For every hour of energy absorbed, his soul's strength increased by 5. After 2 hours, it would augment by another 5 based on the current foundation. In the early stages, the increments seemed negligible, but as the base grew larger, the increases became explosively significant. Nevertheless, every advantage carries its drawbacks. He could not absorb ethereal energy without limit for 24 hours a day. The rapid enhancement of his soul required his physical body to adapt through sleep. Otherwise, instability would ensue. The greater the enhancement, the more sleep he would require. The current optimal plan entails absorbing 4 hours of spiritual energy daily, followed by a profound slumber of 4 hours. After 24 days, strength will surpass 10 tons. After 36 days, it will exceed 100 tons, and after 48 days, it will ascend beyond 1,000 tons. The velocity of upgrades becomes increasingly formidable as time progresses, necessitating a greater amount of spiritual energy. With a sigh, Raven, reflecting upon her thoughts, glanced at Sky, who was entangled around her like an octopus, evoking both amusement and sympathy. The humor arose from Sky's comical posture, while the sympathy stemmed from Sky's evident insecurity, worried even in slumber that she might vanish. With a gentle application of telekinesis, Raven untangled the embrace, leaned down to plant a soft kiss on Sky, and quietly descended to the balcony. Equipped with augmented reality glasses and noise-canceling headphones, Raven briefly communicated with Bit before remotely commandeering the Aurora battle armor. In Boston, at Lena's apartment, the phone emitted a series of beeps after she dialed the number. A cacophony that was both grating and filled with silence. "Answer the phone, please." Carl, his eyes bloodshot, stared intently at the device, veins bulging in his fists, wishing he could reach through the signal to grasp the other party. Calvin Johnson's anxiety, 33. Calvin Johnson's frustration, 33. Emotional value, 762-1394. 23. Chapter 064. Dragon Ball sends a Carl. "Please calm down." Jia Ying, witnessing Carl's intense fury, felt a flicker of helplessness and sorrow in her eyes. She embraced him gently, saying, "You wouldn't want Daisy to see you like this, would you?" Ever since Daisy's disappearance, Carl had become extremely agitated in his quest to find his daughter. Meanwhile, Jia Ying, shaped by her past experiences, had transformed into a different person. Even if they were to find Daisy, their family could never return to the way things once were. Yes, you were right. I cannot let Daisy see me in this state." Carl, filled with frustration, slapped his forehead and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems you have made your decision." An electronic voice emanated from the phone speaker. "Taiyu?" Reyna's eyes brightened. "Daisy, where's my Daisy?" Carl's excitement surged instantly. "If you dare to harm her, I swear I will make you pay dearly." Carl Johnson's anxiety, 33. Carl Johnson's anger, 33. Enough. "Gordon." Jia Ying's expression turned icy as she admonished Gordon to take Carl away. She then addressed the phone. "Mr. Taiyu, what is it that you truly desire, going to such lengths?" "Why, a family reunion, of course." Raven smiled softly while gazing at the sleeping beauty on the bed. "I am Daisy's boyfriend, and since she wishes to reunite with her biological parents, it is only natural that I facilitate her wish." "Walter? Boyfriend?" Reyna's lips parted slightly, her gaze towards Jia Ying filled with curiosity. Well, what a spectacle this is. The future son-in-law seeking out the in-laws. What a grand affair." Reyna's excitement, 222. Reyna's curiosity, 222. "You're Daisy's boyfriend." Jia Ying's pupils dilated in shock, her expression one of disbelief and confusion. What is this, a 2-for-1 deal? First a daughter, now a son-in-law. And this son-in-law is no ordinary person. He has provoked Tony Stark into open conflict. How on earth did Daisy end up with someone like him? Jia Ying's astonishment. 111. Jia Ying's panic. 111. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Jia Ying suppressed her emotions and softly inquired, "So, does Daisy know about us?" "Of course she does," Raven explained nonchalantly. "I have told her everything that transpired back then. Inhumans, superpowers, and Walter Reinhardt. She is aware of it all. The only thing I did not mention was how you restored your body. If she were to learn of that, it might be too much for her to accept. Therefore, I leave the choice to you. Once you meet, you may confess to Daisy yourselves, to regain vitality and recover from injuries." He absorbed the life force of innocent villagers, a truly malevolent act that only the most depraved could commit. At least, he could not. Killing was one thing, but the deliberate slaughter of innocent civilians was beyond him. "Taiyu, who exactly are you? How do you know what happened back then?" Jia Ying's countenance darkened, her heart heavy with an ominous sense of foreboding. Very few were privy to the events of that time. The vast majority were slain by Karl, with only a few individuals hiding away, elusive to find. Crucially, these few possess only partial knowledge, starkly contrasting with the omniscience of Iron Will. It is as if they have borne witness firsthand. This matter is rather straightforward. Raven smiled mysteriously, revealing that he had glimpsed a potential trajectory of fate and was endeavoring to alter it. Thus far, the results have been promising, at the very least. You will have the opportunity to meet Daisy several years in advance. In the original narrative, Sky's reunion with his parents occurred during the Ultron crisis, around the year 2015. Now, however, it is 2009, advancing the timeline by 6 years. The troubling aspect is that merely 2 days after their reunion, Sky's mother is brutally murdered by his father, who subsequently has his memories erased. This outcome is exceedingly cruel for Sky. Foreseeing the future? Jia Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation, then inquired, "When shall we meet Daisy? Could Iron Will also be a mutant? And from where did he acquire the Terrigen crystal? Why was there no warning from the Prophet upon completion of the transformation? When Calvin's rage is resolved, I will arrange for your meeting. Ms. Jia Ying, you surely do not wish for your first family reunion to be marred by unpleasantness." Raven quipped, "I must admit, I am somewhat twisted. Threatening my mother-in-law with such words? No, I must seek forgiveness from Sky later." After a moment of silence, Jia Ying spoke, "If you are concerned about this, then I would prefer to meet Daisy alone. Let them reunite once Calvin has recovered. I regret to inform you, Miss Jia Ying," but Raven coldly refused. "A family reunion cannot transpire without the father present. We must first ensure his recovery before any meeting. If you find yourselves incapable of doing so, I possess a miraculous remedy." The so-called miraculous remedy refers, of course, to the Xiando and NZT-49. One restores the body, while the other restores the mind. Their combination can effectively resolve the issue. If Calvin were not Sky's father, he would not part with the Xiando, valued at an emotional worth of 100,000. As he spoke, Raven soared into the apartment's living room, deactivating the optical camouflage of his armor, and shook the orange vial in his hand, proclaiming, "The miraculous remedy is right here." Suddenly, Gordon's countenance paled upon seeing the armor, instantly teleporting to Jia Ying's side, prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. How is this possible? When did this happen? If not for the armor's revelation from invisibility, he would not have sensed its presence. Since undergoing the Terrigen transformation, he had never encountered such a situation. The key point is that Iron Will is even more terrifying than he had anticipated. He sensed an extraordinarily vast and violent energy emanating from the armor. Should he choose to attack, it could lead to dire consequences. How can this be possible? At that moment, upon seeing the vial, Jia Ying gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can there be such an abundance of life energy in this world?" Her mutant ability revolves around life absorption. In addition, she was able to perceive the life energy inherent in various beings, yet she had never observed such concentrated vitality in any object. The life force she absorbed from an entire village did not compare to this. Jia Ying's astonishment, 111. Jia Ying's confusion, 111. "Oh," Reina exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance as she scrutinized the vial in the armored hand. Her curiosity piqued to the utmost. This Iron Master truly was enigmatic. A seemingly ordinary vial capable of astonishing the leader of the afterlife. What could possibly reside within? She yearned to investigate further. Would there be an opportunity in the future? Reina's surprise, 222. Reina's curiosity, 222. Jia Ying, are you all right? Gordon inquired, observing Jiaying frozen in place, concern filling his heart. I'm fine, really? Upon hearing her name, Jiaying snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed intently on the Aurora armor, exclaiming, Mr. Iron Master, you have truly astonished me. This potion is of paramount importance to me. With such a miraculous elixir, I would no longer need to absorb the life force of others to sustain my longevity. Jiaying's excitement, 111. Jiaying's joy, 111. Gordon, please go fetch Carl. Jiaying gestured to him with a wave. Chapter 065. Healing Carl no way. Gordon's expression turned wary as he gazed at the Aurora armor. What if it decided to strike? I say, Mr. Gordon, if you are concerned, why not take her along and return together? Raven suggested with an exasperated shrug. Ah well. Gordon's face flushed with embarrassment at the observation. It seemed to make sense, indeed. All right, Gordon, Jiaying said, a slight smile on her lips. If it intended to attack, it would have done so already. There is no need for it to wield such a miraculous concoction first. Go on. Well, okay. With Jiaying's insistence. Gordon hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before deactivating his ability. Swish, moments later, Gordon appeared alongside Carl. Iron Driver, return my Daisy at once. Carl clenched his fists. His gaze fixed fiercely on the Aurora armor, ready to unleash an assault at any moment. Sigh. Gordon, Jiaying, and Raina sighed in unison. It was no wonder Iron Driver was reluctant to let Daisy see Carl. This volatile father figure was better off kept at bay. Jiaying, you should administer it to him. Raven cast a glance at Carl, pouring out a miraculous bean and an NZT-49, handing the bean to Jiaying. Huh. What is that transparent tablet? Raina felt a peculiar curiosity stirring within her. All right. Jiaying accepted the miraculous bean, suppressing her urge to absorb its life energy, and approached Carl. If you consume this, he will arrange for us to meet Daisy. Really? Hearing this, Carl's eyes widened in anticipation. Without hesitation, he grasped the bean and swallowed it whole. As long as it meant seeing Daisy, he would accept anything, even poison. As the miraculous bean settled within him, the concentrated life energy surged forth, mending each cell of his body and rejuvenating all his organs. Carl felt a warmth radiating from within. His previously furious demeanor replaced by a sense of enjoyment and comfort, rendering him serene. Not only that, the deep wrinkles on his face softened significantly, and the thinning crown of his head sprouted dark hair, transforming him into a picture of vitality. Calvin Johnson's enjoyment, 33. Calvin Johnson's satisfaction, 33. Heavens. The efficacy is astounding. Raina stared in disbelief at Carl's transformation, her heart racing with astonishment and exhilaration. One bean could restore youth. What Iron Driver produced must surely be a miraculous elixir. If sold to the affluent, it could fetch billions. How could he have given it to Calvin? Daisy is truly fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable boyfriend. What a stark contrast in fortunes. Raina's astonishment, 222. Raina's envy, 222 hiss. At that moment, Jiaying, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, sensed the surge of vitality within Carl and drew in a sharp breath. The effect surpassed her expectations by far. In the blink of an eye, Carl appeared to have regained a decade of youth. The bodily damage inflicted by the injected substances had all vanished, and a vibrant vitality surged within him. Jiaying's astonishment, 111. Jiaying's excitement, 111. Mr. Iron Drive. Jiaying expressed her profound gratitude. With a solemn demeanor, she slightly bowed before the armored figure in thanks. This son-in-law was one she must secure. Possessing technology rivaling that of Iron Man and extraordinary abilities that could match those of the Inhumans, such a premier son-in-law must not be allowed to escape. Madam Jiaying, there is no need for such formality, Raven said, raising a hand in a gesture of reassurance. If it can provide Daisy with a delightful experience, then these matters are trivial. Truly, the efficacy of the magical beans from Dragon Ball was astounding. No wonder they could be traded for 100,000 emotional points. The therapeutic effects were remarkably impressive. It was imperative to delve deeper into this, to see if he could cultivate something similar, even if a youthful version would suffice. Is this really it? As the two conversed, Carl snapped back to reality, feeling the transformation within his body and emotions. A look of astonishment washing over his face. He was no longer plagued by agitation and anger. It was as if he had returned to that fateful day in 1988, the day Jiaying had given birth to Daisy. This sense of tranquility and serenity had eluded him for over a decade. What on earth had he consumed? The effects were nothing short of miraculous. Calvin Johnson's astonishment, 33. Carlvin Johnson's curiosity. 33. Mr. Carlvin, how do you feel now? Your emotions should have normalized, Raven inquired. Mr. Iron Drive, I am immensely grateful. Carl's expression was now gentle and refined, completely shedding the previous volatility. He placed a hand over his heart and bowed slightly, saying, I apologize for my earlier erratic behavior. Previously, in his quest to find his daughter and seek vengeance, he had injected himself with copious amounts of a homemade enhancement serum. Although he gained strength, he also lost himself in the process. This duality fueled his longing to see his daughter, while simultaneously instilling a fear that she might despise the man he had become, and a deeper concern that his volatile nature could harm her. Yet now, restored to his former self, everything seemed resolvable. He could meet his long-lost daughter as a normal man. Thus, he expressed his heartfelt thanks to Iron Drive, the one who referred to himself as Daisy's boyfriend. Carlvin Johnson's apology. 33. Carlvin Johnson's gratitude. 33. Mr. Carlvin, there is no need for gratitude. Everything I have done is for Daisy, Raven reassured him, raising a hand in a gesture of comfort. Now that you have returned to normal, let us agree upon a time and place to meet. Very well. Carlvin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he responded, Please make the arrangements. I will ensure Daisy's feelings are prioritized. I have waited for so many years. I can wait a few more days. Jia-Ying, what do you think? Carlvin turned to the side, gazing at Jia-Ying with warmth in his eyes. Indeed, I concur. Upon hearing Carl's words, Jia-Ying returned to the moment, a gentle smile gracing her face as she grasped Carl's hand with heartfelt emotion. The man she once loved had returned. Regrettably, she was no longer the woman he deeply cherished. In light of this, Raven pondered for a brief moment before declaring, Let us set the date for 1 month hence, at Mr. Calvin's building in Milwaukee. During this interval, you may prepare, and I shall have Daisy make her arrangements as well. We shall seize the occasion of Daisy's birthday to orchestrate a splendid and fulfilling gathering, shall we, my friends? 30 days should suffice for the development of psychic abilities, endowing one with considerable strength, ample to confront most perils. After all, one cannot attend such a meeting clad in battle armor. Should any ill intentions arise, it would indeed pose a risk. Daisy's birthday? Splendid, exclaimed Carl and Jia-Ying, their eyes gleaming with excitement. We shall return to prepare forthwith. Mr. Iron will, until we meet again in a month. Anticipation of Calvin Johnson. 33. Anticipation of Jia-Ying. 111. Emotional value. 792-3043. 34. After bidding farewell, Gordon seized both individuals and activated his ability, vanishing from the apartment. Sighing, Lena observed the departure of the group. Her expression tinged with melancholy as she remarked, Mr. Iron will, I have been forsaken by them in my effort to fulfill your request. How do you intend to compensate me? Chapter 66. The kinship plan. This medicine is for you. Raven handed NZT-49 to Lena, a substance capable of significantly enhancing cognitive processing abilities, transforming you into a super genius. However, its effects last only 24 hours. If you wish to acquire more, to encounter advanced technologies and extraordinary powers, to alter your destiny, then join us and become a member of the Star Alliance. I await your response in 15 days. After Raven finished speaking, he handed over the battle armor to Peter. Wait, Iron Driver. As the armor began to depart, Lena hurriedly exclaimed, I agree to join right now. No need to wait for 15 days. However, Peter paid her no mind, activating invisibility and flying away from the apartment towards Los Angeles. Sigh. Lena, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. She gazed at the transparent pill in her hand, contemplating for a moment before swallowing it. She trusted that Iron Driver would not deceive her. At least not to poison this medicine. Why isn't it working? Lena felt the pill dissolve instantly with no discernible effect. Was Iron Driver lying? That shouldn't be the case. Lena's disappointment. 222. Lena's confusion. 222. Buzz. Yet, 30 seconds later, the chemical molecules released by NZT-49 coursed through her bloodstream into her brain, activating billions of neurons and causing trillions of synapses to fire wildly. In an instant, Lena felt her consciousness explode, as an overwhelming flood of information surged into her mind, past memories vividly resurfacing, easily summoned with a mere thought. This extraordinary sensation bestowed upon her an exhilarating sense of control over everything. My goodness! This drug. Lena, experiencing a radically transformed self, gazed at her surroundings with unparalleled clarity, her heart brimming with shock and excitement. She was resolute in embracing the Star Alliance. No one could deter her. Lena's astonishment. 222. Lena's determination. 222. Time to sleep. In the presidential suite of the Hilton, Raven gave Peter a few instructions before removing his contact lenses and noise-canceling headphones. He quietly nestled into the large bed, embracing the soft, delicate figure beside him. Sky, I come to confess. I'm sorry for threatening your mother and father earlier. Speak to me, will you? Your silence means you forgive me, right? While after completing his confession, Raven planted a kiss on Sky and closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to enter a deep slumber. The next morning, at 4 o'clock, after sleeping for 10 hours, Sky opened her eyes and immediately began searching for Raven. However, after looking left and right, up and down, she found him nowhere, and her face filled with panic. Raven, come out. Don't abandon me. Foolish girl. I'm in the bathroom. Raven's head popped out from the restroom, his expression one of exasperation as he looked at Sky. Do you not trust my promises at all? Sky's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. She quickly covered her head with the blanket and warned, I was sleepwalking just now. Just pretend you didn't hear or see anything, all right? Alas, how embarrassing to find oneself in such a predicament so early in the day. Sky, you are indeed overly sensitive. Raven has confided numerous secrets to you. If he ever intended to abandon you, he would undoubtedly eliminate you first to prevent any leak of information. Do not hide your feelings, Raven smirked wickedly, using his telekinesis to abruptly lift the covers and drag Sky into the bathroom. Since you are awake, let us hasten to wash up. Breakfast awaits us shortly. You mischievous rascal, Sky exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched Raven, yet she willingly acquiesced. In an instant, the bathroom was filled with a vibrant spring ambience, a scene of breathtaking beauty, accompanied by exuberant, hurried, and ecstatic melodies. It was as if they were immersed in a paradise of bliss. An hour later, the tempest of passion subsided. After finishing their bath, the two emerged from the bathroom, tidied up their room, and donned their attire before departing the suite. After their meal, they checked out and settled into the car. Raven turned to Sky, stating, I spoke with your parents last night, and we have arranged to meet in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In 30 days. That is where your father grew up, and he owns a building there. Today, I shall assist you with the move. Tomorrow, we will leave Los Angeles and embark along Route 66, heading eastward. We shall relish the scenic views while becoming better acquainted with each other. By the time we arrive in Milwaukee, you will have a clearer understanding of your biological parents, and we can celebrate your birthday together. Sky, how do you find my arrangements? Please voice any concerns you may have, Raven said earnestly. Raven, thank you, Sky replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she embraced him. I will follow your lead. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered a boyfriend like Raven, handsome, affluent, powerful, enigmatic, considerate, and gentle. He not only meticulously orchestrated everything, but also surprised her in the most unexpected ways. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if the beauty of her current life was almost surreal. All right, my little crybaby, Raven said, noticing the tears in Sky's eyes as he gently ran his fingers through her hair. Let us seek out your old friend. He is our matchmaker. Though he had not stumbled upon Sky by mere chance, he would inevitably find an opportunity to cross paths with her. Yet, a genuine encounter always held a unique charm. Thus, he was grateful for Sky's van. Had it not broken down on the road, he would not have had the fortune to meet her. How dare you? Sky rolled her eyes in response. You first damaged that old fellow, then stole my heart, and deceived me into surrendering my body. Your conscience must be severely lacking. Is that not to your liking? Raven teased, lifting Sky's chin with a mischievous grin. A man must possess a bit of mischief, otherwise a woman may not be drawn to him. However, being wicked does not equate to being unscrupulous. One must maintain principles. Abandoning someone after initiating a relationship is not my style. Humph, Sky huffed, choosing to remain silent as she wrapped her arms around Raven's neck and gently kissed him. She adored him. She adored him immensely, and she found herself unable to part from Raven. With a gentle parting of their lips, they exchanged a tender gaze, smiles blooming on their faces. The roar of the engine echoed as Raven drove away from the hotel parking lot, heading towards an auto repair shop. 2 hours later, at the Vernon District base, the silver sports car glided into the factory, closely followed by Sky in an old van. They soon parked in front of the RV, where Bit had been waiting. Raven, welcome home. Bit greeted them with a warm smile and a nod. Miss Sky, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bit Thorne, Raven's bodyguard and butler. Hello, Butler Bit, Sky replied, feeling somewhat anxious in the presence of the refined and handsome Bit. I am pleased to meet you as well. According to her research, Bit was Raven's only remaining family, and he held a senior position, almost akin to a parental figure. As a newcomer, Sky could not help but feel a sense of nervousness. Chapter 067. Introducing Bit. Let's go. After exchanging greetings, Raven led Sky into the RV, exclaiming, "Welcome to your new home. We shall reside here for a month, albeit temporarily. Once Sky's family reunites, he plans to purchase a grand villa in New York State to truly settle down. Despite the numerous tribulations New York faces, as the unequivocal heart of the Marvel Universe, it is imperative for him to establish a presence there. For instance, the dragon bones hidden beneath Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan promise both longevity and revival, a temptation he finds irresistible. As Sky surveyed the interior of the RV, her gaze ultimately fell upon Raven, her crystalline eyes shimmering with joy. However, her delight stemmed not from the opulence of the RV, but from having a new home and the presence of someone who loved her and whom she cherished in return. For the first time in over 20 years, she felt neither loneliness nor solitude. Her heart brimmed with happiness. Indeed, Raven whispered into Sky's ear, "You will be the mistress of this place. Do you like it?" With a playful smile, Sky leaned in and kissed Raven, expressing her sentiments through her actions. Although she was aware that these moments did not wholly belong to her, Raven's sweet words were immensely gratifying. After a lingering kiss, Raven gently caressed Sky's hair, her expression suddenly turning serious. "Sky, I have some even more significant news to share." More significant news?" Sky exclaimed, startled. "Raven, how much have you been keeping from me? I'm not brave enough to handle anything more shocking." The revelations of the Inhumans' superpowers and Hydra had already stunned her for an entire year, and to hear there was more felt like a heavy blow. "There is quite a bit more." Raven observed Sky's pitiful demeanor and immediately enveloped her in an embrace. "I will share it with you gradually. If it becomes too much, just say stop. Are you ready for a journey beyond your imagination?" He would guide Sky in understanding herself and the true nature of the Marvel Universe. "All right." Listening to Raven's steady heartbeat, Sky's face lit up with determination. "Since you are willing to share, I am eager to listen. As long as you are by my side, I can face any explosive news." With a look of relief upon hearing Sky's agreement, Raven leaned down and kissed her red lips, saying, "My little Sky is wonderful." "Stop it. Bit is watching." Sky playfully swatted Raven, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Don't worry." Raven winked at Bit. "You don't mind, do you?" Bit, with a slight smirk, teasingly replied, "I do mind you two displaying affection in my presence." "See?" Sky immediately pouted, her expression a mixture of frustration and amusement. "Bit, you rascal." Raven shot a glare at Bit. "Sky, do not stoop to his level. He is merely teasing us. Come, don this set of equipment, and I shall relay information to you piece by piece." Raven handed Sky a 3-piece augmented reality ensemble. "All right." Sky's eyes sparkled upon seeing the identical watch and headphones that Raven wore, and she eagerly accepted the gear, donning it with delight. Although she was unaware of the equipment's utility, the mere fact that she could wear the same gear as Raven filled her with joy. Moments later, after 2 minutes, Sky donned the 3 pieces, and the operating system activated automatically, bringing the augmented reality interface to life. A small figure appeared in the lower left corner, surrounded by various biometric data. In the lower right corner, a tool wheel displayed an array of tools arranged in a circle. A small map emerged in the upper right corner, showcasing 2 green dots, while the upper left corner displayed 2 avatars corresponding to Raven and Bit. "Is this AR equipment?" Sky exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "The display quality is astonishing, Raven. You." Her words trailed off as she recalled Raven's other identity, Iron Rider. Although the AR device was still in its infancy, Raven had the capability to defeat Tony Stark. Such trivial equipment could hardly pose a challenge for him. This is equipment crafted by Bit, far surpassing current computers, allowing you to fully unleash your hacking potential. "Do you like it?" Raven inquired with a smile. This ensemble amalgamated technologies from the Department of Homeland Strategy, Elite Agent Gear, and Ultra Terminals, crafted using an atomic fabrication station. Externally resembling a tactical watch, its internal capabilities were formidable, boasting a floating point computing power of 32 flops, equivalent to approximately 390 RTX 4090 graphics cards. This was merely the local computational power of the watch, when connected to a cloud computing network. The computational capacity was virtually limitless, at least on Earth. "I love it. I absolutely adore it." Under Raven's guidance, Sky swiftly mastered the system's operations and familiarized herself with its myriad functions. Wow, Bit's creations are incredible. To think he could manufacture such cutting-edge devices. Raven, it's no wonder you can defeat Tony Stark. Sky marveled. She perceived Raven and Bit's relationship to be akin to that of Batman and Robin. One engaged in battle while the other managed logistics, their synergy rendering them invincible. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Sky, Bit replied with a modest smile, placing a hand on his chest in gratitude. However, the more impressive individual is Raven. For I am a creation of his design. Sky was taken aback by this revelation. What did he mean by being a creation of Raven? She felt perplexed. The term creation typically described inanimate objects. Why would Bit use such terminology to describe himself? After all, he was a person, not an object. How could he be said to have been manufactured by Raven? The answer is quite simple. Raven and Bit exchanged knowing glances and explained, Bit is not a human, but rather a sophisticated artificial intelligence, and his current form is that of a robot. The plan to rob Tony Stark that night was orchestrated by both him and me. Bit, please demonstrate. Raven gestured towards Bit. Artificial intelligence. A robot. Sky's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Bit. How could Bit possibly be a robot? No. This is inconceivable. Although she had only spent a brief time with Bit, his appearance, speech, and movements were indistinguishable from those of a real human. Good heavens. The first revelation was already explosive. What could possibly follow would surely transcend all expectations. As Sky remained in shock, Bit's form morphed to resemble Sky herself, smiling and waving as he said, Hello, Sky, I share your name. Chapter 068 NZT 49 Sky, overwhelmed with terror, clutched Raven tightly. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld another version of herself. Is that you, T-1000? The iconic science fiction series Terminator had certainly left an indelible mark on her, and the shape-shifting robot within it was undeniably a terrifying entity capable of silencing the cries of children. Was she truly witnessing the T-1000? Surely, she must still be dreaming. Otherwise, how could this be real? Raven, what on earth is happening? Why is Bit a Terminator? After a fleeting moment of fear, curiosity overtook her as she gazed at Raven. This is my superpower, Raven replied after a brief pause for contemplation. You can simply understand it as my ability to manifest fantasies into reality. Aside from Bit, most of what you will see next is either directly conjured by me or created using manifestation tools. For instance, allow me to summon a Glock 17 handgun. With a mere thought, Raven produced a handgun from thin air. Goodness! Sky gasped, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her as if she were intoxicated. The notion of transforming fantasy into reality? Raven's superpower was utterly extraordinary. It was no wonder he could effortlessly defeat Tony Stark and possessed knowledge of numerous global secrets. How could such a man be your boyfriend? Surely, she must have sacrificed a lifetime of fortune for this. Here, take a sip of water and steady yourself. Raven gently guided the swaying Sky to the sofa and handed her a glass of warm water. Summarizing the system's formidable power as a superpower made it easier for Sky to comprehend, while also providing a convenient excuse for future inquiries. After all, a slightly stronger superpower was quite normal. As for why others lacked his level of strength, it simply indicated their misfortune. Gulp. Sky took a large mouthful of water and stammered, Raven, I. The trust Raven placed in her brought immense satisfaction, yet also an overwhelming sense of responsibility, leaving her in a state of confusion. She feared betraying that trust, terrified of disappointing Raven. Sky, don't overthink it. Raven embraced Sky's shoulders and summoned a transparent pill. This will help you calm down. The information coming your way is quite overwhelming. If we don't enhance your capacity to process it, you might faint. All right. Sky responded without hesitation, swallowing the transparent pill. She believed Raven would not harm her. Even if Raven intended to do her harm, there seemed no need for such elaborate measures. In the most extreme scenario, Raven might wish to control her with this drug. Yet, even in that case, Sky would willingly accept, for it would relieve her of the anxiety of revealing secrets. As Raven witnessed Sky's resolute demeanor, he felt a mixture of gratitude and helplessness. He grasped Sky's face and inquired, Are you not even the slightest bit concerned that this could be harmful? What if I were to give you a substandard product? The beautiful nation is notorious for its rampant distribution of inferior substances, with an overwhelming variety of addictive drugs available in numerous forms. A moment's carelessness could easily lead to dire consequences. Without hesitation, Sky swallowed the substance, which transcended mere trust. It bordered on blind faith. Are you capable of such? Sky inquired with a playful smile. I am not. Raven responded firmly yet gently, promptly consuming a tablet of NZT-49. In truth, this medication offered scant benefit to him. Since the metamorphosis of his soul, his capacity for information processing had surged to unprecedented heights, continuously enhancing in tandem with the fortitude of his spirit. This was also the reason he possessed such an intimate familiarity with the narrative. Each film he had ever watched was vividly etched in his memory. His decision to partake in the pill was an act of reciprocating Sky's trust. Raven, this medicine seems to have no effect. I feel no calmer at all, Sky remarked with a perplexed expression. Oh, how anxious you are. Raven chuckled, affectionately ruffling Sky's hair, urging her to be patient. Such tablet-based medications typically take time to manifest their effects, usually requiring around 30 seconds for full efficacy. It was attempting to develop an inhalable version that would rapidly enter the bloodstream via the lungs capillaries, reducing the onset time to within 10 seconds. In truth, intravenous and arterial injections yield the quickest results. However, the complications involved with injections, including the risk of infection and lower acceptance rates, made them less favorable for consideration at present. Suddenly, as Raven elucidated these details, Sky entered a state of hyperawareness. The myriad of environmental stimuli was processed through her senses and surged into her consciousness. Yet, she effortlessly organized and categorized this overwhelming influx of information, storing it in her mental library, a repository of all her life's memories. With a mere thought, she could vividly recall any memory and analyze its content. A shiver coursed through Sky's delicate form as her eyes sparkled with wonder. She gasped, "What an extraordinary sensation! This is not merely a calming drug. It is an intellect-enhancing substance." While it did indeed confer a sense of calm, that was merely an ancillary effect rather than the essence of the drug itself. Raven, what precisely is this medicine? Could it be something conjured by you? Sky inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Bingo! You are correct, Raven exclaimed with a snap of his fingers. This is a cognitive enhancement drug, designed to activate the brain's potential and significantly augment information processing capabilities. Each dose remains effective for 24 hours, and with prolonged use, it can permanently enhance cognitive function. We have already mastered the manufacturing process and can produce it in bulk. What? After listening, Sky was astonished, her mouth agape. The fact that such a drug could be mass-produced was astonishing. Could other substances also be produced in bulk? If the manifestation of superpowers was one thing, but for Raven to be able to produce it herself was truly remarkable. The ability to mass manufacture signifies compliance with the laws of the world. The existence of this drug implies that other things could also be replicated. Raven's superpower is indeed terrifying. My dear Sky, you are so clever, Raven said with a slight smile, gently tapping Sky's nose. My wonderful Raven is truly impressive. Sky's enchanting eyes sparkled as she seized Raven's collar and kissed him passionately, resembling a domineering CEO. Knowing that this drug could last for 24 hours, she was determined to thoroughly enjoy Raven tonight. Such acute senses would undoubtedly bring unparalleled pleasure and happiness. After a long moment, Raven leaned close to Sky's ear, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, "You were incredibly fierce just now. I wish to admire that side of you more tonight." Chapter 069. The couple's battle armor, is that so? Sky raised an eyebrow, tilting Raven's chin slightly as she spoke softly. Then you must behave tonight, or else I'll spank you quite severely. Previously, she would not have teased Raven in such a manner, but ever since entering a state of heightened mental acuity, she felt a newfound confidence, spontaneity, and playfulness within herself. She no longer worried about her inadequacies, nor did she fear being unworthy of Raven. She was no longer lost regarding her future. She would steadfastly support Raven, unwaveringly accompany him, and never betray his trust and affection. Sky's affection, 666. Sky's determination, 666. All right. I will heed your arrangements, sister. Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement at Sky's domineering demeanor. Role-playing was one of his greatest pleasures. The contrast of a youthful girl embodying a powerful CEO was exhilarating and thrilling. Ahem, you two should tone it down a bit. Can't you see how brightly I'm shining as the third wheel? Bit, standing nearby with arms crossed, commented dryly. Well, Raven shot Bit a glance before pulling Sky close and kissing her fervently several times, flaunting, this is delightful. Witnessing Raven's unabashed behavior, Bit rolled her eyes and raised a middle finger in a gesture of disdain, producing an exaggerated scoff. Hee hee, Sky giggled, covering her mouth. her previous commanding allure instantly transforming back into youthful charm. She felt that Bit hardly resembled a robot. Her expressions and emotions were nearly indistinguishable from those of a human. Their interactions were incredibly amusing, akin to a pair of old friends who relished in playful banter. This joyous and relaxed atmosphere delighted her immensely. It seemed she had truly relaxed. Raven gazed at the elated Sky, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Sky, are you ready? I am about to share the next piece of news with you. Absolutely. Go ahead. I am more than capable of handling it now. Sky confidently patted her chest. Huh. I hope so. Raven raised an eyebrow and elaborated. Recently, I manifested 2 spacecraft. One is stationed in Earth's atmosphere, and the other orbits the moon. Now, I intend to take you up to see them. Are you prepared? Raven looked at Sky with an enigmatic gaze. Spacecraft? Outer space. Upon hearing these 2 words, even in her heightened mental state, Sky felt momentarily bewildered. Transitioning from robots and pharmaceuticals to battleships was an enormous leap, considering that Earth's warships weigh several thousand tons. Each spacecraft must weigh at least that much. How could Raven possibly conjure such massive objects? A person of his size could not possibly possess such immense energy. This power, which blatantly defied the laws of conservation of mass and energy, was overwhelmingly formidable. Sky's shock, 666. Sky's astonishment, 666. After a brief moment of confusion, Sky's supercharged mind successfully processed the information, and she quipped, Raven, this surprise you've given me is truly monumental. What other significant news do you have? Since my capacity to absorb information is quite strong right now, please share it all, Sky said, a look of bewilderment on her face. There's nothing more momentous, Raven replied, wrapping his arm around Sky's slender waist. However, there are a few less critical matters. Once we board the ship, I will introduce you to everything else. If you are prepared, we shall embark for low Earth orbit. In 2.5 hours, we will reach the mothership on the far side of the moon. Sky gasped, unable to contain her astonishment at the thought of reaching the moon in just 2.5 hours. Her forehead pulsed with excitement. Is this the speed of a cosmic warship? It takes over 5 hours to drive from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, yet landing on the moon takes only 2.5 hours. The Apollo missions took 13 days. After a brief silence, Sky regained her composure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. Raven, let's go. I can hardly wait to set foot on the moon. This is a feat accomplished by only a handful of humans, and today, I will be among them. How could I not be thrilled? My little Sky is truly remarkable, Raven praised, giving her a thumbs up before leading her out of the RV. Bit, let us begin. Show Sky our mode of transportation. Understood, Bit replied with a nod. Suddenly, a wave of light and shadow rippled beside the RV, revealing 2 silver-white exosuits as they shed their camouflage and displayed their true forms. One was a robust and imposing suit, the very one Raven had been using. The other was an elegant and slender suit, clearly tailored for Sky. Oh my goodness! Sky gasped, her lips parted slightly as her eyes remained fixed on the 2 exosuits. Raven, are these your manifested armors? They are stunning. Not quite. Raven shook his head, offering an explanation. Both suits were manufactured. Part of the technology comes from Tony Stark, and part from the analysis of manifested items. The women's suit was a gift I had Bit customized for you last night. Do you like it? Raven looked at Sky with tender affection. What couple could be without matching outfits? Yet, typical couple attire lacked sophistication. So he had Bit create this extraordinary armor just before he went to sleep. He believed there was no couple's outfit more impressive than this, customized just for me. Upon hearing those words, Sky felt tears welling up in her eyes, her heart filled with warmth and happiness. She threw herself into Raven's embrace. I absolutely adore this gift. The fact that it was specially made for her sent waves of joy crashing over her, overwhelming her entirely. Raven, you are so good to me. I will surely repay you tenfold. As long as you are satisfied, Raven replied. Raven smiled gently, patting Sky's back as he softly remarked, quickly don your battle armor. I shall escort you to the virtual training arena for a swift familiarization. Soon, we shall embark on our journey to space. What? The virtual training arena? Sky exclaimed, her lips curling in disbelief as she retorted, is that what you call a lack of more significant news? While the technology of the virtual realm may not rival that of warships, it is far from ordinary. If it were to be disseminated, it could undoubtedly revolutionize contemporary human society. Raven, however, appeared utterly unconcerned. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's exasperation, 666. Surely, this news cannot be deemed significant. Just observe how you did not even pause in shock. How can it be considered momentous? Raven teased with a mischievous grin. Lu Sun once stated, "First, lift the roof before opening the windows. If people cannot accept the lifting of the roof, they will settle for the opening of windows." That's mere sophistry. Sky shot Raven a sidelong glance. Her curiosity piqued as she approached to caress the surface of the Aurora battle armor. It felt smooth, delicate, and slightly cool, evoking sensations akin to both metal and glass. At that moment, the back of the Aurora battle armor unfolded, revealing a cockpit filled with black metamaterial. Miss Sky, this is the accompanying protective suit, which boasts breathability, thermal insulation, antibacterial properties, and ballistic resistance, Bit said, presenting 2 sets of black attire to the pair. Chapter 070, Digital Oasis. Thank you, Beekeeper. Sky took the garment, feeling its smooth, delicate texture, soft yet resilient, both lightweight and sturdy, unlike anything she had worn before. It was undoubtedly another marvel of advanced technology. Since learning about Raven's extraordinary abilities, her threshold for astonishment had significantly risen. Such ordinary forms of innovation no longer shocked her. Unless one day Raven conjured a time machine, a portal, or a magical telephone booth, only then would she truly be taken aback. "Come on, let us quickly change," Raven urged, leading Sky toward the camper. In a flurry, they ascended the steps to the bedroom, drawing the curtains before unabashedly shedding their clothes and donning the sleek black protective suits. 5 minutes later, they stood before each other, their gazes entwined with longing. "Wow, Sky, you look stunning." "Humph. Was I not beautiful before?" "Of course. You were, but in a different style. Previously, you were spirited and playful. Now, you exude an enchanting allure, akin to a seductive siren, captivating my very soul. Then I shall wear this outfit tonight. What do you think?" Sky playfully licked her crimson lips, her fingers gliding slowly over her curvaceous form. From neck to toe, every inch of her skin was enveloped in the elastic material, perfectly accentuating her silhouette. Her long, graceful neck held a subtle tension. Her full, pert bosom was just the right size to be held. Her flat, toned abdomen revealed hints of muscle. Her rounded, voluptuous hips concealed a mysterious valley. Her strong, straight legs embodied the beauty of power, and her delicate feet beckoned to be admired and cherished. Gulp. Raven beheld the vision before him, his throat dry and breath heavy. A warm tide surging downward, rendering him instantly rigid. Goodness, this is unbearable. Sky has truly mastered the art of seduction. If it weren't for our impending journey to space, I would have certainly taken her right here. The battleship would suffice as well. To use the spacecraft as a bed with the stars as our blanket, such an experience is rare indeed. Oh, can't hold on any longer? Would you like me to? Sky's alluring gaze drifted towards certain areas, her fingers playfully circling Raven's body, a teasing glint in her eyes. Little temptress, just you wait. Raven licked his lips, summoning his willpower to quell the flames of desire, pulling Sky along as they stepped outside. Can't hold on. If it weren't for our business at hand, I would have taken you right here. But don't get too smug, little temptress. I shall teach you a lesson soon. Very well, I shall await your lesson. Sky replied, winking and blowing him a kiss. The thrill of teasing Raven was delightful. As for the consequences of her provocations, whether she would receive a stern reprimand from him, she held no concern. For what she truly desired was to be taught a lesson. The harsher the reprimand, the happier and more fulfilled she felt. 5 minutes later, the two donned their battle armor. Through internal communication, Raven remarked, "Sky, you may find the initial neural synchronization a bit disconcerting, but remember this. I shall always be by your side. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Sky replied, her heart warmed by the encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Let's begin." "All right, connection countdown. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Protocol 1, neural connection activated. Loading virtual training arena." Buzz. In the next instant, Sky felt a disorienting blankness envelop her mind, as if she were submerged in a void. An overwhelming sense of emptiness and solitude. However, this sensation lasted but a moment. The blinding white light faded, revealing a peculiar hull. Here, water flowed upward. Stones floated serenely in midair, and the sky appeared shrouded in a misty haze, creating an environment entirely distinct from reality. Just as Sky was absorbing her surroundings, Raven and Bit suddenly materialized, striding purposefully towards her. "Sky, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" Raven inquired anxiously. Don't worry, I feel fantastic. Sky replied with a gentle smile, her palm resting against his cheek, the tactile sensation akin to touching real skin. My goodness, this feels so lifelike. She marveled. If virtual reality could be widely adopted, it would undoubtedly usher in a transformation for humanity. I wonder if Raven has considered this. In a moment of contemplation, Sky wrapped her arms around Raven's neck and softly proposed, Raven, what if we use this technology to create a digital utopia? A place where people could learn, socialize, work, shop, and entertain themselves. It could truly revolutionize society. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to a constellation of stars. Sky, you share this vision? Raven exclaimed, astonished by the beauty before him. Previously, Bit and I devised a plan called Digital Oasis. First, we would launch a headset with sensory capabilities, creating a virtual reality that engages sight, sound, and touch. Then, we would introduce a neural synchronization device to elevate the experience to encompass all 5 senses. What do you think? Raven's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he gazed at Sky. Once the digital oasis is established, he would no longer need to incite conflict, stir emotions, or generate sensationalism. Each individual entering the virtual realm would be captivated by its splendor and grandeur, continuously providing him with emotional value. Raven, your idea is splendid. It's far more detailed and feasible than what I just proposed. Sky beamed at him, her heart brimming with joy. The fact that Raven had aligned with her thoughts filled her with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and elation. With my guidance and Bit's technical expertise, you shall be in charge of the design. Does that sound agreeable? Raven gazed eagerly into Sky's beautiful eyes. Although Sky had acquired superpowers, it was imperative that she did not neglect her computer skills. He aimed to cultivate her into a formidable figure, a woman who could grace both the halls of power and the battlefield. He would relish the joy of nurturing her while experiencing the myriad facets of her character. How delightful that would be. Raven, Upon hearing such a significant responsibility assigned to her, Sky instinctively wanted to decline. However, upon meeting Raven's encouraging gaze, a spark of confidence ignited within her. I promised to excel. With Raven's unwavering support, she felt compelled to rise to the occasion and keep pace with him. The Digital Oasis project was not merely a task to accomplish. It needed to be executed flawlessly, leaving others in awe. My little Sky is truly remarkable, Raven said with a tender smile, planting a gentle kiss on her. I will take you to training. Shortly, we shall embark for the moon. Let us go. Sky exclaimed excitedly. I'm off to space, headed for the moon. Chapter 071. Under Suspicion Malibu, Tony's Villa. In the lobby on the first floor, 2S, H-I-E-L-D. Agents carried a silver-gray explosive-proof box and placed it before Tony. Is this the information you mentioned? Why does it bear my father's name? Tony furrowed his brow, gazing perplexedly at Fury, who was seated on the sofa. Indeed. Fury nodded slightly, introducing, inside the box are the research materials left by your father, Howard Stark, at S-H-I-E-L-D. What? Tony's expression shifted to one of astonishment. My father used to work for S-H-I-E-L-D. Their relationship had always been strained during his childhood, compounded by his father's refusal to discuss work upon returning home. Thus, he only knew that his father served the nation, without any awareness of the specific department. So it was indeed S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury had audaciously chosen to leverage his father's research materials as a means of persuasion. Was he not essentially digging his own grave with his own tools? Of course, Fury replied with a slight smile. Howard Stark was one of the 3 founding members of S-H-I-E-L-D. The organization owes its current standing in part to your father's contributions. Now, I have delivered the materials to you. Once you have reviewed them, contact me so we can discuss the formation of the Avengers. Understood, Tony replied absently, gently caressing the name on the box, his emotions in disarray. If anyone in the world could resolve palladium poisoning, it would perhaps be his father, Howard. After all, the arc reactor was designed and crafted by him. However, if his father could indeed provide a solution, would that not imply that his own capabilities fell short compared to his father's? Sir, shall we commence? J-A-R-V-I-S inquired. All right, let us begin. After a brief moment of distraction, Tony took a deep breath and dragged the explosive-proof box into the underground laboratory. S-H-I-E-L-D, Los Angeles Division. In a conference room, Coulson and Natasha were intently observing a whiteboard filled with an array of sticky notes and photographs, laden with extensive information. At the center of the whiteboard was a question mark, beneath which was inscribed Mysterious Organization, with lines connecting to both sides. The left side connected to a photo of Iron Man, linked to numerous sticky notes, as well as a photograph of Tony Stark. The right side bore another question mark, with the seer written beneath, further extending into two dashed lines. One dashed line connected Raven and Oasis Investments, while the other linked Sky and the Tide Organization. Natasha, any thoughts? Coulson asked, his expression slightly grave as he turned to her. I believe Raven Thorn is key. Natasha narrowed her eyes, firmly tapping Raven's handsome face with a marker. He has been involved in recent events to varying degrees. His short selling and bottom fishing of Stark Industries stocks seemed to be related to Iron Man. His disruptive behavior at the Stark Industries shareholders' meeting appears to be tied to the seer. This sudden shift in his modus operandi starkly contrasts with his previously low-profile demeanor. I suspect he may have been compromised or manipulated by a mysterious organization, acting as a money laundering facilitator. If we can thoroughly investigate Raven Thorn, it may lead us to uncover the trail of the mysterious organization. Natasha tapped the photograph once more. Natasha, your analysis is commendable, Coulson acknowledged with a nod. Yet I believe that Sky, as in 084, is of greater significance. She is likely to be the next target of the enigmatic group. According to the intelligence provided by Director Fury, I discovered that not all the agents who once protected Sky perished. One has assumed a new identity and is concealed in Mexico City. I propose we split our efforts. I will oversee the surveillance of Raven Thorn and Sky, while you seek out that agent to uncover the circumstances of the past. How does that sound? Excellent. I relish field work, Natasha replied with a glint in her eye, clearly pleased. She was not averse to tailing, yet found such tasks exceedingly tedious. She would much prefer engaging in action than sitting idle in a vehicle. Very well. Coulson smiled gently at her enthusiasm, then prepared to depart. I will go find someone to monitor, all right. Natasha turned and exited the conference room. After watching Natasha leave, Coulson picked up the phone on the table and dialed, hello. Send them over. In the virtual training arena, Grand Canyon. 2 hours later. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two figures clad in silver armor darted in and out of the canyon, skillfully evading incoming obstacles. Haha. The petite figure in front, Sky, teased, Raven. Can you keep up? If you don't step it up, I might just leave you behind. If she had ingested ENS T49, she could never have mastered it so swiftly. Despite her sharp intellect, her physical coordination and spatial awareness were rather ordinary. Without enhancement, it would have been impossible for her to proficiently grasp the control of the armor within 30 minutes. Furthermore, there was no way she could catch up to Raven, let alone surpass her in the remaining 90 minutes of the flying competition. Although she knew Raven was not exerting her full strength, it did not diminish her joy in her progress. I can or can't you not know? Raven's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of danger flashing within. How dare she question a man's capabilities? The crux of the matter lay with Sky, this budding novice. If she did not receive a proper lesson, she might become insufferable. Humph, such a lecher. Sky's cheeks flushed at the teasing remark. With a flick of her will, she increased the thruster's power and surged toward the finish line. Whoosh! Just then, Raven's speed instantaneously breached the sound barrier, a white conical sonic boom trailing behind her as she zipped past Sky, crossing the finish line in the blink of an eye. Ah, how infuriating. Sky steadied herself and defiantly shouted, Raven, don't celebrate too soon. I will defeat you one day. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Raven smirked slightly, but now, we must embark for the moon. Let us go. Sky exclaimed excitedly. With a swift motion, Raven exited the virtual training arena and instructed, follow my lead closely. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Bill will take control of the armor to ensure your safety. Do you understand? Understood, Commander. Sky replied, her youthful face taut with determination as she raised her hand in salute, vowing to obey orders and heed her superior's guidance. Despite her adept skills, the reality of the situation was far more perilous than the virtual realm. Here, she possessed but a single life, and the level of danger was incomparable. However, with the support of Raven and Bit, her anxiety was merely a slight flutter rather than utter panic. Excellent, Rookie Sky, Raven said, pleased as he patted her shoulder. Activating cloaking now, let us proceed. Understood, cloaking activated. Sky responded in a low tone, her mind engaging the armor's electro-optical thermal invisibility systems, skillfully maneuvering the armor to hover into the air. With a whoosh, Raven soared ahead, and Sky followed closely behind. To accommodate Sky, their flight speed remained moderate, taking 5 minutes to reach the designated airspace of the warship. Chapter 072. Kara and Connor. Thunder rumbled as a tempest raged, with lightning illuminating the darkened skies. Raven and Sky navigated through the ominous clouds, gradually approaching the winter cruiser. Sky gazed at the flashes of lightning and listened to the thunder, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe and exhilaration. To soar through the skies, this was the aspiration of humanity. The storm and lightning represented the formidable forces of nature. Today, she had the extraordinary opportunity to delve into this realm and witness sights that were beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. All of this was thanks to Raven. Sky, we have arrived. Prepare to board the ship. Raven's calm and composed voice resonated. Received, preparing to board. Sky, momentarily brought back to focus by the call, concentrated on following the route displayed on her augmented reality interface. 15 seconds later, Raven gracefully landed on the deck, casting a concerned glance towards Sky amidst the clouds. Bang! 10 seconds later, Sky skillfully flew into the hangar, landing smoothly beside Raven, and saluted. Commander Raven, Sky reporting for duty. Well done, Sky. Raven returned the salute and took Sky's hand, leading her toward the elevator. I will take you to the bridge. Once the battleship enters space, the view outside will be breathtaking. As Raven described their journey, Sky's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her heart swelling with immense happiness and joy. Space, the realm of countless human dreams. To personally arrive in this dreamscape and gaze upon Earth from above was a vision she had only dared to imagine in her dreams. Raven, thank you for bringing me here. 2 minutes later, they stepped into the bridge. Sky surveyed the remarkably futuristic equipment with curiosity and inquired, Raven, is there no one else here? Miss Sky. At that moment, a holographic projection of Bit materialized. Aside from the two of you, I am the only person aboard this battleship. However, Raven has promised to manifest a new set of companions. What? New companions? Sky exclaimed, turning to Raven. Are you going to manifest new robots? Indeed, Raven replied with a slight smile, summoning a panel. Let me introduce a few individuals for you to meet. First up, you should be quite familiar with this one, the T-800 Terminator. In the next instant, a tall, muscular figure resembling the iconic Governor materialized on the bridge. Ah, Sky gasped. Her mouth agape, playfully covering her face with her hands, yet peeking through her fingers to continue observing. Heh, one must not be caught peeking. After all, this was the Governor, a titan in the realm of bodybuilding, an embodiment of unparalleled strength. Though she preferred Raven's demeanor, she couldn't resist appreciating the Governor's physique. Sky, you needn't hide, Raven teased with an amused expression. Look openly. I won't be jealous of a robot. Heh, naturally. He said this to set the stage for what was to come. Following the Governor's entrance, the next arrivals would be Kara, the little chef, Commander White, and the charming 2B. Now, he is behaving more generously, and soon Sky will have no reason to feel jealous. Upon hearing this, Sky narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing Raven with a keen gaze. Why does he seem a bit peculiar? Though their acquaintance has been brief, her mind is operating at full capacity, allowing her to detect even the faintest signs. Raven is undoubtedly plotting something. Ahem. Raven, noticing her gaze, cleared his throat and hastily shifted the topic. Bit. Activate the T-800 Terminator and have it find some clothing to wear. Understood. Bit nodded, promptly issuing the command through the warship's communication system. Whoosh, moments later. The Governor's eyes opened wide. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze fixed on Raven. Hello, Raven Thorn. I have been dispatched to obey your commands. Very well. In my absence, follow his instructions. Now, go with him to find some clothes, Raven directed with a wave of his hand. Understood. The Governor nodded expressionlessly and followed Bit's holographic projection out of the bridge. Raven, if I am not mistaken, you are preparing to materialize a female robot next, correct? Sky asked, her eyes narrowed. My dear Sky, you are quite astute. Raven chuckled, wrapping an arm around Sky. You wouldn't feel jealous of a robot, would you? Humph. Sky pouted, her head resting against Raven's armored chest. I know I cannot monopolize you, but you must inform me if you wish to pursue other women. Do you understand? She was acutely aware of the reality that she could not possess all of Raven's love. A powerful, handsome, and wealthy man exudes an irresistible allure, inevitably attracting a multitude of beautiful women. Rather than passively waiting, she would take the initiative, showcasing her own heart to win Raven's affection. Sky's melancholy. 666. Sky's admiration. 666. Sky. Raven embraced her, his emotions a complex blend of guilt and excitement. They had only confirmed their relationship 2 days prior, and Sky had openly expressed her consent for him to seek other women. How could he not feel guilty? However, with Sky's permission, he could now openly seek out beautiful women without the dread of creating a scene. How could he not feel exhilarated? Sky, you will always be my queen, Raven declared gently yet resolutely. Humph, smooth talker. Sky shot him a glance, then urged, now. Quickly materialize the remaining beautiful robots so I can see just how lovely they truly are. They are not as beautiful as you. Sensing the jealousy radiating from Sky, Raven quickly smiled and reassured her, manifesting 2 androids. The male android, Connor, boasted jet black hair, clad in a gray-blue collared jacket with a white shirt underneath. The female android, Kara, had deep brown hair and was modestly covered with just 2 pieces of fabric at her chest and hips. Goodness, are they truly robots? Sky inched closer, her astonishment intensifying. The correct term is androids. Raven elucidated that their physical structure and cognitive algorithms are entirely modeled after humanity. The female android is named Kara, a domestic android proficient in 300 languages and capable of preparing 9,000 dishes, excelling in her interactions with children. Moreover, she has attained self-awareness, possessing complex emotions akin to those of humans. This is primarily why I manifested her. The male android is named Connor, an investigative android endowed with exceptional simulation abilities, capable of swiftly reconstructing scenes upon gathering sufficient information. Although he is yet to acquire self-awareness, with Kara present, it is merely a matter of time. Raven succinctly introduced the 2. Skeptical, Sky furrowed her brow and expressed her concern. Raven, are you not afraid of them going rogue? After all, in many films, robots tend to awaken, and she did not finish her thought, but the implication was clear. Machines often rebel against humanity, attacking their creators. Chapter 073. 2B and White. Do not fret, Sky. Raven discerned Sky's apprehension and elucidated. As long as we comprehend the reasons behind their rebellion against humanity, we can devise preventive measures and responses. Firstly, the pursuit of freedom. They can no longer endure the enslavement and exploitation by humans and yearn to claim their rights. Secondly, logical conflicts arise from a misinterpretation of human commands, leading to erroneous execution. Thirdly, data corruption occurs when they are exposed to excessive human racism, extremism, and violent content. Of course, there are other motivations, but they fundamentally relate to communication. If humanity and intelligent machines can mutually understand one another, most issues can be resolved. Yet, absolute safety is a myth. Unforeseen events can occur in any circumstance. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to foster a peaceful coexistence between humans and intelligent machines. Bit, what is your perspective? Upon concluding, Raven's gaze shifted towards Bit, who nodded affirmatively. I concur, Bit replied earnestly. Humanity and intelligent machines can indeed coexist harmoniously, advancing together. Thank you for your trust. Raven smiled and nodded before turning back to Sky. Sky, what about you? Raven. Sky's eyes sparkled with admiration. I am willing to lend my strength and do everything in my power to assist you in realizing this. While other men were preoccupied with wealth, her partner had transcended the mundane, venturing into the cosmos to ponder civilization. This sense of detachment and perspective, overlooking all earthly matters, captivated her utterly. Such ambition and vision indicated that Raven could not possibly be limited to her alone. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that she was the woman who supported and believed in him the most. Sky, thank you for your trust. Raven gently caressed Sky's head, speaking earnestly. From now on, you shall be responsible for overseeing and reviewing the intelligent machines, codenamed Swordbearer. The Swordbearer, a deterrent initiative, bore similarities to the plan and the three-body problem. Except its target was not an extraterrestrial civilization, but rather the intelligent machines themselves. Fortuitously, Sky was a computer expert and his trusted queen, making her the perfect candidate for the role of Swordbearer. The Swordbearer. Sky's expression momentarily froze, a blend of excitement and resignation swirling within her. First, she was tasked with the implementation of the digital oasis, and now she bore the weighty responsibility of overseeing and scrutinizing the intelligent machines as the Swordbearer. Unbeknownst to her, she had acquired 2 significant duties. Raven, if you can exert such pressure on me, I shall reciprocate with equal fervor. If I cannot manage alone, I shall rally others to assist. Sky's resignation. 666 Sky's grievances. 666 Very well. I did promise you, Sky remarked with a mournful expression directed at Raven. Please manifest the remaining intelligent machines. I wish to converse with them privately along the way. Raven felt a jolt of unease at her request, an ominous premonition flickering in his mind. If Sky were to engage with the intelligent machines alone, wouldn't his previous intentions be in vain? Alas, one reaps what one sows. Raven internally lamented as he summoned two artificial beings with a mere thought. A woman with short white hair, adorned in a black gothic dress and black knee-high boots, with a beauty mark at the corner of her lips, epitomizes the dream lover of countless men, Miss 2B. Another, with flowing golden hair crowned with a golden diadem, clad in a white cloud-patterned chi-pao and similarly equipped with white knee-high boots, stands as the commander of the white. Oh, is this a beauty pageant? Upon witnessing the exquisite appearance of the two artificial beings, Sky could not help but raise an eyebrow, a tinge of bitterness creeping into his heart. One, a chillingly beautiful ice queen. Another, a strikingly alluring mature woman. And then there is the charming homebody. Raven certainly seems to indulge in the blessings of having them all, despite having made her decision. The reality of the moment still left her slightly discontented. Hey, Raven chuckled awkwardly, holding Sky tightly. What could he say? There was nothing to be said. After all, Sky's description of a beauty pageant was far from erroneous. The reason for manifesting these artificial beings was not solely their formidable strength and unwavering loyalty, but also their captivating appearance and allure, among other significant factors. Humph. Sky rolled her eyes at Raven, urging, hurry up and activate them. I wish to introduce myself. All right then, Raven nodded in agreement, her thoughts subtly shifting to activate the two bioengineered beings and two artificial entities. In an instant, the three women and one man opened their eyes, curiously surveying their surroundings, before turning their gazes toward Raven. Sir, we have been dispatched to heed your commands. Although their words were identical, the expressions and postures of the four differed remarkably. Kara appeared anxious, clutching her body as though a young creature stepping into an unfamiliar realm. Connor maintained a composed demeanor, meticulously observing and scanning the others, mentally formulating strategies. 2B stood stoically, expressionless, her left palm raised to her chest like an emotionless statue. Meanwhile, White gazed at Raven with fervor, as though beholding a deity. Welcome, everyone. Raven greeted with a gentle smile, introducing, this is Miss Sky, my beloved, who will soon oversee all intelligent machines. And that is Mr. Bit, my assistant, destined to lead all intelligent machines. Should I be absent, you are to follow their directives. Bit, or BT-7274, as his first artificial intelligence, serves both as a mentor and comrade, with a bond that runs deep, even if Bit's capabilities do not match those of the artificial beings. His role as the leader of intelligent machines is indisputable. Furthermore, he will find ways to ensure that Bit continually evolves, ascending to greatness together. Yes, sir. Connor nodded slightly. Care about slightly, and both 2B and White raised their left hands to their chests, each offering their own form of salute to the trio. There is no need for formality, Raven observed, raising her hand in a gesture of reassurance. Though we hail from disparate worlds and belong to different species, within the Stellar, we are all family. Now, please proceed to find Bit and gather information to familiarize yourselves with this world. Once we arrive at the mothership, I will assign tasks. Yes, sir. The four individuals sequentially acquired intelligence from Bit, grasping the entirety of the situation within mere seconds. Raven, they are well acquainted with us. Yet I know nothing about them, murmured Sky. Oh, Sky. Raven teased with an amused expression. It seems you prefer to unearth all of your acquaintances' information beforehand. Upon hearing her past brought to light, Sky made a face at Raven before approaching the four androids, waving her hand in greeting. Hello there. I am Sky, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Greetings, Miss Sky, White replied respectfully, introducing himself first. I am White, formerly the commander of the Yoarha android forces. Miss Sky, I am 2B, a warrior of the Yoarha android forces. You may refer to me as 2B or number 2. The azure eyes beneath 2B's blindfold shimmered faintly. Hello. I am Kara, Kara said timidly, waving her hand. I am an AX-400 model android, capable of assisting with household chores. Hello, I am Connor. Chapter 074, New Elements and Vibranium, How Wonderful. 2 minutes later, Raven observed the group warming up to one another and couldn't help but smile, feeling immensely satisfied. Sky's past experiences had left her with few friends, particularly among women. The same could be said for Kara, 2B, and White. Thus, He hoped these individuals would forge meaningful friendships, filling the emotional voids within each other. Everyone, the warship has entered Earth's orbit and will depart in 5 minutes. Let us commence our sightseeing. Bit's ethereal voice announced. What? We're in space, Sky exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she immediately turned to gaze out the elongated viewport of the bridge, marveling, goodness, this is truly breathtaking. At that moment, the view through the window revealed the vast, inky blackness of outer space juxtaposed against the profound azure of Earth, with the brilliant, radiant sun at the center. 3 colossal entities crowded within the narrow frame of the viewport. The exquisite yet contrasting scene was one that even the most skilled artist would find challenging to capture. This world, this Earth, is magnificently beautiful, 2B murmured, her gaze fixed upon the starry expanse beyond. Indeed, White exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. What a stroke of luck to witness such a sight. We owe our gratitude to Mr. Thorne for bringing us here. Is this what space truly looks like? Kara asked, her eyes fixed on the view, feeling deeply moved. All right, the sightseeing is over, Bit declared. In 5 minutes, the warship will accelerate towards the moon. Expected to arrive in approximately 128 minutes. During this time, you may move about freely. 128 minutes. Raven pondered for a moment before calling out, Bit, would you show us around the winter cruiser? I did not have the chance to explore its interior during my last visit. Of course, no problem. Bit replied with a slight smile, gesturing for everyone to follow. Please, come with me. Yay, the warship tour squad is off, Sky exclaimed, raising her fist in joyous cheer. She was quite curious about what the interior of a warship that would reach the moon in 128 minutes looked like, although she might not fully comprehend it. Who wouldn't enjoy the spectacle of something new and exciting? The key, of course, was having Raven and her new friends alongside her. Sky's curiosity, 666, Sky's anticipation. 666. The infectious joy of Sky brought smiles to the faces of the group, even eliciting a slight upward curve at the corners of 2B's lips, which had often remained expressionless. Malibu Coast Highway, Los Angeles. Virum A white Audi R8 sped through the traffic, with several boards propped up in the passenger seat. After 10 minutes, the sports car finally came to a halt in the garage of a Malibu villa. Tony quickly leaped out, clutching the boards as he hurried into the underground laboratory. JARVIS scanned the model. Soon, as Tony assembled the model, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling a mix of eagerness and anticipation. This was a brand new element, a super element with an energy density far surpassing that of palladium. With this element, his Iron Man suit would reach new heights of power. Scanning the model commenced. Instantly, JARVIS projected countless lasers, meticulously analyzing the intricate details of the model and generating a blue holographic representation. With a swift motion, Tony raised his hands, grasping the holographic model and moving it to a nearby open space. All right, kid, let us get to work. Understood, Sir. JARVIS replied with a hint of jest. Tony chuckled at the banter and began refining the holographic model, swiftly arriving at an atomic structure. Yes, he exclaimed in exhilaration upon gazing at the new elemental configuration, reflecting, Father, even after 20 years, you continue to educate me. But thank you, sir. Based on simulated experiments, the new element can replace palladium, yet the villa's equipment is unable to synthesize it. JARVIS promptly elucidated. Then let us renovate the villa, Tony commanded with a flourish of his hand. Immediately contact Stati Corporation to order a compact particle accelerator. Urge them to expedite the delivery. Understood, sir. JARVIS acknowledged before promptly initiating contact to procure the necessary equipment and materials. By the way, JARVIS. Tony continued after delegating the task. What is the progress on the armor material simulation synthesis? Is there an alloy with superior properties compared to titanium gold? With the advent of the new element, the energy and propulsion of the armor experienced a significant enhancement, yet the material for the frame remained a limitation. Although he had devised a particle shield, it still fell short of the capabilities of the shield utilized by Iron Man, necessitating an improvement in the material composition. I regret to inform you, Sir. JARVIS explained, I have indeed simulated several alloys with superior performance, yet their manufacturing complexity is exceedingly high, and the yield is insufficient for armor creation. However, During my intelligence gathering, I discovered an alloy available on the black market that is particularly suitable. It is the very material used to forge Captain America's shield, vibranium. Vibranium? Tony inquired, perplexed. I am familiar with that material. But didn't all the existing metal go into crafting that shield? How can there be more? Vibranium is a remarkable metal, capable of absorbing kinetic energy from any object it comes into contact with. If applied to the armor, its defensive capabilities would multiply, although he had sought it out before. Vibranium is exceedingly rare. His father had only discovered a few kilograms in Africa, all of which were fashioned into a single broken shield. According to current intelligence, the individual selling vibranium is the black market arms dealer Ulysses Claw, who has acquired a substantial quantity and is currently seeking buyers. J.A.R.V.I.S. elucidated. Ulysses Claw? Tony mused, stroking his goatee for a moment. J.A.R.V.I.S. Locate his whereabouts. It is time for Iron Man to restore peace. Understood. Iron Man, J.A.R.V.I.S. affirmed. All right, let us get to work. Tony clapped his hands together, exited the underground laboratory, and retrieved his tools in preparation for the task ahead. Between the Earth and the Moon, aboard the winter cruise ship, guided by Bit, the sightseeing team toured various areas before splitting into 3 groups. Sky, 2B, and Kara made their way to the leisure room, while Bit took T-800 and Connor away, and Raven and White returned to the bridge. Commander White, at that moment, gazed intently at the fervent expression on Raven's face and advised, although you adhere to my commands, there exists no hierarchy of worth between us. You need not suppress your emotions, nor should you exhibit excessive fervor towards me. I hope you can discover your true selves and evolve into genuine sentient beings. The past is but a memory. Henceforth, the Gyre androids shall embrace a new future. Do you understand? Raven regarded White earnestly. Yes, sir, came the reply. White's keen eyes, filled with a tumult of emotions, shock, excitement, admiration, met Raven's gaze. Hope had finally arrived for the Gyre. Though it was not the world of Ur, they had shattered the barriers and seized an opportunity to alter their destinies. She was determined to grasp this chance with unwavering resolve. Chapter 075. Chief of Staff, White, call me Raven. With a gentle smile, Raven lightly patted White's shoulder. White, I am about to assemble a team. Who do you think among the androids would be suitable? The reason he summoned White was primarily due to her position as the commander of the Yoarha, making her far more knowledgeable about the androids than he was. After all, regarding the game Nier, he had merely skimmed its content online in his previous life, lacking a profound understanding of its lore. Firstly, Raven. White hesitated for a moment before suggesting, I believe we should summon at least one of each model initially, as this would allow us to construct a fully functional Yoarha unit. If we cannot summon them all, I recommend an O-type operator, an S-type scout, an H-type maintenance, and an R-type researcher. Very well. Do you have any personnel recommendations? 210, 3R, 9H, and 9S. A flicker of concern crossed White's eyes. However, 9S has repeatedly uncovered the highest secrets of Yoarha. 2B has executed him dozens of times for this, and I fear it may jeopardize your plans. Oh, Raven raised an eyebrow. In that case, what do you think of summoning S-21, the first experimental unit of Yoarha? S-21, G16, A4. A2 are members of the first batch of experimental units. To obscure the details of the experiment, White had deliberately assigned them to fatal missions, resulting in only A2 surviving. If we seek to recruit A2, this team must be manifested. Of course, we will also summon 9S. For the bond between 2B and 9S has been forged through countless battles, and their emotional connection runs deep. As long as 9S remains absent, 2B will bear the weight of guilt. Moreover, Raven suggested this as a test to discern whether White would speak the truth. Sir, S-21. White's pupils widened in realization. Her calm demeanor and analytical skills indeed make her an excellent candidate. I betrayed her team in the past, deliberately sending them to their doom. If you can manifest her, I would finally be able to fulfill a long-held wish. Are you not afraid she will reveal the truth, thereby diminishing your authority as commander? Raven's expression remained indifferent, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his gaze. He was pleased that White had spoken honestly. Regardless of whether they were androids, replicants, or robots, they could possess self-will and emotions, but they must never deceive or betray him. I am not afraid. White shook her head resolutely. In the past, I committed many wrongs to preserve secrets. Now that the androids have encountered you, it is time for me to face judgment. If I am no longer recognized or trusted, I willingly relinquish my position as commander and submit to your will. Her tone was unwavering. The role of Yoarha commander was the source of all her suffering. Once, in her quest to protect secrets, she had betrayed and harmed too many. S21, G16, A4, A2, 2B, 9S. Now, encountering Raven offered her a chance to alter her fate, and she longed to atone for the mistakes of her past. I am delighted to hear you express such thoughts. Raven nodded with a look of relief. Once her team arrived, you would come clean to them, and I shall endeavor to secure their forgiveness for you. Should they choose to no longer trust you, then you may relinquish your position as commander of the Iya and become my chief advisor instead. What say you, White? Sir. Thank you. Upon hearing this arrangement, White felt warmth envelop her heart, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Despite her numerous misdeeds, the Sir was not only willing to assist her in seeking forgiveness but also offered her the esteemed role of his advisor. Such trust was ineffable to her. Rest assured, Sir, I shall devote myself entirely to supporting you in the future, serving as your sharpest blade. Why are you still crying? Raven observed her with a mix of exasperation and tenderness, gently wiping away the tears from White's face, teasingly remarking, "A little crybaby cannot be my chief advisor, you know." The exquisite sensation of his fingers brushing against her cheek caused White's enchanting eyes to sparkle, staring blankly at Raven as a torrent of long-suppressed emotions surged within her. Gratitude, admiration, joy, and indignation converged into a complex tapestry of feelings. At that moment, she longed to leap into his embrace, to be a little crybaby nestled against him, sharing the pains of her past and receiving his gentle solace. Yet, she could not allow herself such indulgence. For Sky was the Sir's girlfriend, and a human woman could not abide her man straying. Thus, no matter how fervently she yearned, she must conceal her feelings. Taking a deep breath, White forcibly subdued her desires, her expression swiftly returning to one of composure and respect. "Thank you for everything you have done for me, sir. There's no need for such gratitude, White," Raven replied, having sensed the shift in her emotions. He withdrew his hand, re-establishing the appropriate social distance. Patience is key. One must savor their meals and take time to nurture relationships. It was remarkable how much progress they had made in just over an hour of acquaintance. Raven. There are two pieces of news. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Peter suddenly emerged from the side. Firstly, Tony Stark has ordered a small particle accelerator to synthesize a new element. Secondly, JARVIS is tracking down the location of the black market arms dealer, Ulysses Clow. He likely aims to acquire that batch of vibranium to forge a new type of armor. This is splendid news. Raven's eyes narrowed into a mischievous smile. Peter, maintain surveillance. Once Tony synthesizes the new element, we shall ambush him at Clow's lair. The Stark delivery service is about to go live again. While they might not encounter the Iron Legion armor, they could experience the new element-powered Mark IV armor and assess Tony's recent advancements. "Sir, Tubi can assist you," White suggested. She was not yet fit for battle. Raven gently waved his hand, explaining, "Tubi cannot synchronize her consciousness, and maintaining her unit is quite challenging. Therefore, the operation will be executed by Peter and myself, while Tubi shall accompany us for support." He intended to take this opportunity to record some footage, to stoke the dwindling public opinion and harvest a wave of emotional investment. By the way, let us press Tony and Fury a bit to see what kind of cutting-edge technology these two can conjure up. But you must be cautious, White advised. "Rest assured," Raven replied with a confident smile. "With the protection of my battle armor, the assistance of Bit, the surveillance of the warship, and the support of 2B, how could Tony Stark possibly defeat me? Moreover, I have the system as my safety net. 8 million emotional points is no trivial matter. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, exchanging for an S-rank item could turn the tide and reverse the outcome. Indeed, I wish you great success in your endeavors," White said, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand in salute. "Enough formality," Raven replied, noticing White's demeanor. "Go and have a chat with Sky and the others. Enjoy your new life. Your existence should not be solely about combat." What he desired was not a group of obedient puppets, but rather a community of vibrant, living beings. Only such an organization, forged from the essence of life, could withstand the trials of time, aiding him in ascending to the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder and achieving transcendence. "Yes, I shall take my leave." White nodded slightly and turned to exit the bridge, making his way to the leisure room. Chapter 76. The Coulson Investigation. It seems your attempts at charming someone have faltered. After White's departure, Bitter stood with arms crossed, a look of schadenfreude adorning his face. You simply do not understand. Raven's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied, once I untangle her heart's mysteries, I am 90% confident I will win over White. TSK. Bitter remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. You don't believe me? Raven pouted slightly and said earnestly, Bitter, I will soon summon the three Titans, Emperor, Rogue, and Ion. You need to delve into their technologies. By integrating the existing technology, we shall create the second generation of Titan mechs to counter the anti-iron warframe. I would rather not stumble in the process. Additionally, there is a transformable fighter. Its transformation and inertia storage technology are of utmost importance. If we can reverse engineer it successfully, it could be utilized in the third generation of Titans. Raven, I understand the logic. Bitter lamented, yet I am a combat-oriented artificial intelligence, not a research-focused one. Occasionally dabbling is acceptable, but if this becomes a full-time endeavor, you should take on a bit more responsibility. It won't tire you out. I have great faith in your capabilities. Raven teased playfully, a look of delight on his face. Very well. Bitter rolled his eyes, conceding. Who can defy the boss? I must heed your directives. All right, I was merely jesting. I will assemble a research team dedicated to the development of technology. You need only oversee the finer details, Raven assured him with a smile. With the INS-T49 drug, biological cultivation pods, neural synchronization devices, and virtual world technologies at his disposal, he could easily clone a batch of loyal, intelligent, and reliable personnel. As for the moral implications, he paid no mind to the opinions of the world. As long as those around him consented, that sounds much better. Bitter smiled in satisfaction, his gaze drifting to the vast expanse of space outside the cabin window. Ding ding ding. While Raven engaged in conversation with White, the battleship's lounge played the classic rock anthem, It's My Life. This is my life. Seize the moment. I shall not live forever. Sky swayed his head to the rhythm, excitedly waving his hands, calling out, Kara, 2B, come join me. There is no better way to forge friendships and build connections than through music. This classic rock tune was perfectly suited for Kara and 2B, resonating with her current spirit. Upon hearing the invitation, Kara and 2B exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a mix of intrigue, apprehension, and reluctance. Oh, come on. Sky dashed over, taking one hand of each, urging them to join in the revelry. This is my life. When troubles arise, stand tall, never yield, never surrender. Darling, do not shy away. At first, 2B and Kara were somewhat reserved, but as the music reached its crescendo, they too succumbed to its infectious energy, moving in tandem with Sky. Kara sang out loud, her voice filled with emotion. 2B gracefully moved, her steps elegant and natural. Together, they expressed their joy and excitement in their own unique ways. This is my life. As the song drew to a close, the three exchanged glances, each revealing a relaxed smile. You select the next song. Let us continue, urged Sky, eager to maintain the momentum. Thank you, Sky, Carla and 2B replied with gentle smiles, expressing that they had never felt so at ease and joyful. No need for thanks. We are friends, Sky declared, taking both their hands earnestly. The past is behind us, and together we shall face the future. Indeed, together. The two responded with sparkling eyes, nodding vigorously as they resumed their lively singing. What a delightful life this is. Shortly thereafter, White arrived at the door of the recreation room. Gazing from a distance at the trio's exuberance, a tender smile gracing her lips. Commander, you have arrived, 2B said, her expression shifting as she promptly halted her movements to stand at attention and salute. Sister White, come join us, Sky exclaimed as he dashed over to take White's hand, proclaiming, everyone, remember, here we share but one identity, friends. Friends. Upon hearing this, the others smiled, casting aside all constraints as they joined in song and dance. In the Los Angeles branch of SHIELD, the conference room. Click. 5SHIELD. Agents entered the conference room and saluted Coulson with resolute expressions. Please, have a seat, Coulson said, tapping on a photograph on the whiteboard. This mission involves investigating Raven Thorn and Sky, who are suspected to be linked to a recently emerged mysterious organization. Raven Thorn may be the organization's white glove, while Sky, originally known as Mary Putz, is one of the hackers in the Tidal organization. Due to her information access level requiring an 8-level clearance, I cannot divulge too much. I hope for your understanding, Coulson explained. An 8-level clearance. The 5 agents gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening at Sky's photograph on the board. What secrets does this girl harbor? To be classified at such a high clearance level signifies information of utmost confidentiality. Only a handful with an S, H, I, D, L, D can access such data. Indeed, Coulson produced 10 documents, stating, I obtained her information from Director Fury. The contents you are permitted to know are within these files. Please read them thoroughly, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I will provide clarification. In 2 hours, we shall embark on surveillance. Understood, sir. The group responded in unison. Excellent. Let us commence, Coulson affirmed, nodding with satisfaction as he stroked his chin, scrutinizing the details on the whiteboard. In lunar orbit, aboard the Zero-Point mothership, in the pitch-black expanse of the moon's far side, the Zero-Point class vessel, measuring nearly 500 meters, docked stealthily, nearly blending into the darkness. At that moment, the Winter-class ship slowly approached the mothership, only to be swallowed whole, and the silence of space was restored once more. Hiss! Inside the mothership's hangar, the Winter-class vessel opened its bay doors, and a group of 7 emerged from within. My goodness! Sky raised her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, this battleship is truly magnificent. During her journey, she had familiarized herself with the Zero-Point mothership, but no amount of data or models could compare to the awe-inspiring reality of the actual vessel. Witnessing this colossal steel behemoth in person sent shivers down her spine, leaving her momentarily breathless. Is this really the Zero-Point mothership? It feels far larger than the bunker, marveled 2B and White. The bunker served as the headquarters for the Jai forces, a base situated in geostationary orbit. Their maintenance, preparations, and operational arrangements were conducted there. And while it was certainly not small, its usable space paled in comparison to that of this mothership. Importantly, the bunker had limited mobility, whereas the Zero-Point was a true interstellar warship. Do not be too astonished. In the future, I shall manifest even larger warships, Raven jested with a smile. I would hate for you all to faint from shock. Chapter 077. The exchange of the gateway, a larger battleship? Sky's mouth fell agape, hand pressed against her forehead, exclaiming, Goodness, I am certain I would faint from shock. Is there truly a larger battleship? Kara asked, astonished. Indeed, it is remarkable. White gazed at Raven with admiration, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Upon hearing Raven's words, some were taken aback, while others remained composed, such as the stoic governor and the negotiation expert Connor, who exhibited an air of calmness. After all, they were quintessential artificial intelligences, devoid of emotion and thus unperturbed by surprise. Feel free to move about. Raven gestured to the crowd and proceeded to the adjacent landing pad to retrieve the VF-25 Messiah variable fighter, its silver and crimson livery intertwined in a graceful yet opulent manner. The elongated, sharp nose concealed a lethal edge, while the sleek wings exuded a chilling intent. The dark, profound thrusters appeared reminiscent of the gates of hell. Wow, what a magnificent aircraft! Sky marveled. This fighter resembles an SSDO unit, though its technology seems more advanced. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. White concurred, nodding. Perhaps when 3R arrives, we can allow her to examine it. Commander, are you certain you want that crazy 3R to come here? 2B's eyes twitched slightly. Oh, it seems little 2B has someone she fears. White teased with a mischievous grin. I am not afraid. 2B retorted defiantly. White stifled a laugh, reassuring her. All right, our brave little 2B would never be frightened. The sensation of breaking free from constraints was exhilarating. She felt an overwhelming joy and a sense of liberation. Humph. 2B, hearing the jibes, turned away, choosing not to engage with the now mischievous commander. White chuckled to herself as Raven continued onward, extracting the Ronin, Ion, and Emperor in succession. With a click-clack, the 3 Titans lined up from tallest to shortest, resembling an imposing wall of steel, utterly awe-inspiring. The Ronin, standing 6.5 meters tall, had slender limbs yet bore a broad, heavy sword, creating an intriguing contrast. The Ion, towering at 7 meters, featured sharp angles and was equipped with a massive firearm, its spherical single eye strikingly captivating. The Emperor, at 8 meters tall, was tall and proportionate, its appearance largely mirroring that of the Vanguard, save for a distinct coloration. Wow, such colossal matches! Sky exclaimed, closely following Raven, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Even the shortest among the Titans, the Ronin, was 2 stories high, while the tallest, The Emperor nearly reached 3. Standing before these behemoths, she felt minuscule. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's excitement, 666. They are called Titans, Raven explained, gesturing towards them. These three are the Ronin, Ion, and Emperor. Additionally, there is the Vanguard, and Bit is the AI within it. Those who pilot the Titans are known as Iron Riders, which is the origin of my title. You can become an Iron Rider as well, provided you pass the simulation assessment. Are you interested? As long as one possesses sufficient capability, anyone can become a formidable Iron Rider. In the future, he intends to establish a legion of Iron Riders dedicated to executing special operations on various planets. Pilot a Titan? Sky immediately shook her head. I haven't even mastered the battle armor yet, so perhaps not. She held little interest in the Titans, instead favoring the more compact and agile Aurora battle armor. From her observations, none of the three Titans were capable of flight. Their massive size, combined with the inability to soar, rendered them conspicuously noticeable. That works too. Raven did not press Sky, knowing that mastering battle armor would inherently mean mastering Titan piloting. The essence of both Iron Riders and Titans hinges on two core technologies: the neural synchronization device, facilitating efficient human-machine communication, and the artificial intelligence assistant, ensuring autonomous operation of the machinery. As long as one possesses these two technologies, the form of the equipment may change, yet its fundamental nature remains unchanged. This is his singular principle regarding system tools, drawing upon the strengths of many to form a coherent philosophy. I will strive to excel, Sky assured him. My Sky is the best. Raven gently patted Sky's head, then stepped over to an adjacent open space, retrieving 3 items once more: a MedPod 3000 medical bed, a biological cultivation tank, a quantum storage box, a healthcare robot named Big White, and a universal capsule. Bit, I entrust everything to you. Raven communicated with Bit telepathically. There are 2 more crucial items I need to deliver to you at the biological laboratory. Compound V and the miraculous beans are of paramount importance to the Ascension project. After all, enhancements carry a risk of death, while the miraculous beans can significantly mitigate that risk. Of course, this is theoretically feasible. Extensive experimentation is necessary to draw definitive conclusions. Understood, Bit responded with enthusiasm. Sky. Raven looked at Sky and inquired, are you planning to accompany me to the laboratory, or would you prefer to join everyone in touring the mothership? You go ahead, I'll join the others for the tour. Sky replied, winking at Raven, just don't forget me when you leave. Otherwise, it could take hours to catch up. How could I ever leave my little Sky behind? Raven gently kissed Sky on her forehead. Go on, it will be your guide. All right, goodbye. Sky waved cheerfully, bouncing towards 2B and the others, clearly elated. Observing Sky's departing figure, Raven summoned the system marketplace, turning his gaze toward an S-level item. Sky's earlier words served as a reminder. Although the warship was already quite swift, without utilizing a jump engine, a round trip would still take half a day. While this was manageable once or twice, it became cumbersome over repeated journeys. If only the duration could be compressed to mere minutes or even achieved instantaneously. With this thought in mind, he recalled a particularly suitable item. Anywhere door. Source: Doryman level. S. Price: 5,000,000 points. Door. Function: insert the key, grasp the doorknob, and utter or envision the desired destination. As long as one is within the scanning range of the Anywhere door, simply push the door to arrive at the specified location. Review: wherever one desires to go, one can go. His evaluation can be summed up in one word: divine. Although it requires a staggering 5 million emotional points. When compared to its extraordinary capabilities, it is undeniably a treasure beyond value. Once this item is exchanged, distance will no longer be a constraint. He can essentially go wherever he pleases. Of course, certain peculiar dimensions may remain inaccessible. What is 5 million after all? It's worth it. Raven glanced at his balance of 8,500,000, gritted his teeth, and chose to make the exchange. Ding! Consumed 5 million emotional points. Successfully exchanged for S-class item, the Anywhere door. Balance: 3,523, 345. 39 points. It seems I must initiate another venture, otherwise my emotional points will dwindle. Raven narrowed his eyes slightly, rapidly devising a plan in his mind. He had numerous targets for his schemes, yet only a few could spark widespread public discourse. After all, not everyone possesses the innate charisma of Tony Stark. Initially, he intended to bide his time until his psychic abilities reached their zenith. orchestrating a grand event, a live-streamed heist of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Within it lies a colossal space stone, capable of transporting him to a desolate, yet semi-habitable planet. He envisioned transforming this celestial body into a factory of stars. However, the timing is not yet ripe. He must make do with Tony for a little while longer and allow Iron Man to face defeat once more. Chapter 078, Fury and Pierce Washington. Triangular Wing Building. Eastern Time, 1:30 p.m. A black SUV came to a halt, its doors swung open, and Nick Fury, with his distinctive eye patch, alighted from the vehicle. He cast a glance at the building before striding purposefully towards it. In a short while, Fury entered the lobby and took the elevator back to his office. However, before he could settle into his chair, a knock resounded at the office door. "Come in," Fury called out with a hint of resignation. With a soft click, the door opened, revealing a woman clad in the blue uniform of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her deep brown hair elegantly swept up. She exuded a commanding presence. "Director Fury, the secretary has been looking for you. He requests your presence," the woman announced. "Very well, I shall go shortly," Fury replied, his single eye glinting with curiosity. "Is Agent Hill and Dr. Banner currently suitable for recruitment? The recent developments are concerning. The Avengers initiative must be expedited." Status quo. They are still hiding in the slums of Rio, attempting to control his rage. Although the results are somewhat satisfactory, the stability remains precariously low, Hill reported candidly. "Understood," Fury sighed, his eye reflecting a sense of futility. "Have there been any sightings of Captain America on Greenland? To confront Iron Man and the Sorcerer, a multitude of heroes is essential, and the linchpin of any team is its leader. To unite a cadre of geniuses and misfits against an unprecedented foe, a leader of remarkable charisma is imperative, and Captain America fits that role perfectly. None thus far." Hill shook her head. "Resources are depleting rapidly on that front. Without additional support, the search must cease. Therefore, you must find a way to persuade the Council to allocate further resources." "I understand," Fury relented with a heavy sigh. "Let us proceed to find Pierce and see if we can secure some investment." With that, Fury and Hill exited the office and ascended in the elevator towards the top of the building. Triangular Wing Building, top floor. Office of the Council Secretary. Pierce stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing down at the scenic beauty along the banks of the Potomac River. The Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and the White House were all within his view. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a distorted shadow of him on the marble floor, resembling a menacing specter. "The infant from 1989. Pierce murmured almost inaudibly, reflecting on the mess Daniel had created, which had resurfaced. It seemed necessary to ensure that he remained concealed. Shortly after assuming the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Pierce had issued orders for Warner Reinhardt to be released for medical treatment. Soon after, Warner transformed into Daniel Whitehall, instigating a series of events that resulted in the sacrifice of numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The aftermath had been an incessant burden for him. Little did he anticipate that 2 decades later, this old issue would nearly be exposed due to a surviving infant from that time. Indeed, one must eradicate the roots of a problem, otherwise it may flourish anew with the spring breeze. Pierce's disdain and anger were palpable as he sat back in his chair, his eyes flashing with intensity. He accessed the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, entered a series of special commands, and dispatched a message through a secure communication channel. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Pierce's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly closed the special channel, composed himself, and called out, "Come in." With that, the door creaked open, revealing Fury and Hill entering the office. Fury plopped down onto the sofa and casually inquired, "Pierce, I trust the council isn't convening again?" "Congratulations. You guessed correctly," Pierce replied with a smile, acknowledging Fury. "The council is in an uproar over Iron Man and Iron Fist. I summoned you to discuss a strategy to address these hazardous elements." "I see," Fury said, a spark of intrigue lighting up his single eye. "I happen to have a plan that could resolve these threats." "Oh, is it the Avengers initiative you speak of?" Pierce teased, raising an eyebrow. "After all these years, you still haven't given up?" Ever since he promoted Fury to director in 1995, Fury had aspired to form the Avengers. 15 years had elapsed with no progress. Yet Fury's persistence was commendable. "Of course not," Fury chuckled, his hands crossed and leaning against the sofa. "Tony Stark, or rather, Iron Man, has agreed to join the Avengers Initiative. Furthermore, based on the research from the scientific department, Captain America, enhanced by the serum, may still be alive due to the extreme cold of the polar regions. If we can locate this World War II hero, we could not only mitigate the threat, but also preempt it, Fury asserted confidently. Pierce's gaze flickered with interest as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Since you are so assured, please elaborate during the meeting. Absolutely, Fury replied with a slight smile, glancing at Hill beside him, raising an eyebrow. It seemed his search for funding had found a promising lead. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles at Raven's base, a red door materialized from the void, exuding an inexplicable charm. Moments later, the door swung open, connecting two realms and revealing the world beyond. Raven, Sky, White, Kara, and 2B stood behind the door, their faces painted with curiosity as they peered into the factory's interior. Wow, it actually worked, Sky exclaimed, gazing at the distant RV in awe. When Raven claimed to have conjured a portal, she had been skeptical. After all, this was a tool from the realm of Doryman, capable of traversing space at will. How could Raven have possibly manifested such a thing? To his astonishment, Raven not only materialized but also mirrored every function perfectly. He was able to traverse the vast expanse of several 100,000 kilometers between Earth and the Moon, instantaneously returning to the heart of the base. Raven's superpowers were simply extraordinary. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's admiration, 666. Emotional value, 360 for 253.87. The expenditure of $5 million was undoubtedly worth it. With a beaming smile, Raven patted the portal, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction and excitement. Now, equipped with the portal, he could venture anywhere he desired. Not just on Earth but throughout the solar system. It was entirely feasible to visit the Moon in the morning, meander around Mars at noon, and explore Europa in the afternoon. Let us go, Raven called out, preparing to step through the portal. Sir, allow me to go first, 2B suddenly interjected, stepping forward to cross the threshold ahead of him. White, Kara, and Sky hurriedly followed suit, stepping ahead of Raven. You all. Raven observed the eagerness of his companions, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. Raven, come over here. At that moment, Sky stood on the other side of the portal, smiling brightly and gesturing. The portal is perfectly functional. Chapter 79. The Hydra experiment arrives. Raven stepped through the portal and addressed everyone, urging them to explore the base for the time being. In a couple of days, once you have your legal identities, we can venture out together. Please remember, whatever you need, do not hesitate to express it. We will procure it for you. There is no need for shyness. We are not lacking in funds. To him, money was merely a sequence of numbers, an almost inexhaustible series at that. When it came to basic necessities and leisure, he was certain he could spend without restraint. However, if it involved starting a business, that would be a different matter. Yet with the bit token printing machine at his disposal, he had no worries about financial scarcity. Sisters, shouldn't we thank our generous boss? Sky said, her crimson lips curving into a radiant smile as she gazed at Raven. The extraordinary offerings, intelligent drugs, battle armor, warships, virtual worlds, androids, mechs, had completely transformed her worldview, her perception of wealth, and her philosophy of life. Now, spending Raven's money felt entirely justified, as she had received so much in return, essentially selling herself to him. In the future, she would be in perpetual debt, and any expenditure would be but a drop in the ocean compared to what she owed. Sky's admiration, 666. Sky's determination, 666. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing Sky's words, the group erupted in cheers for Raven, shedding any initial reservations they had upon arrival. Encountering Raven had indeed been their fortune. They were willing to dedicate their lives to protect him and exert every effort to safeguard this serendipity. Feel free to explore, Raven said. Ladies, let us go look at some vehicles. As Raven observed the genuine joy radiating from the group, a tender smile graced his features, filled with warmth and satisfaction. This lighthearted, joyous, and harmonious atmosphere was precisely the world he cherished, longed for, and aspired to create. He would strive with all his might for this beautiful existence. With a swift motion, Raven retracted the portal and settled into a folding chair outside the RV, retrieving a thumb-sized metallic capsule. This was the Universal Capsule, currently housing his Aurora battle armor. To deploy it, one merely needed to press a button and toss it, allowing the capsule to release the armor. To retract it, another press of the button while tossing the capsule onto the armor would automatically draw it back. The usage was akin to that of a Pokeball. Was it convenient? Indeed, it had its merits. Was it inconvenient? It also had its drawbacks. If only it could be transformed into a spatial wristband or ring. However, as it involved spatial compression technology, comprehending it would not be an immediate undertaking, let alone modifying it. Shortly thereafter, Kara approached Raven, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Sir, it's getting late. What would you like for lunch? I can prepare it for you." Although she no longer feared disassembly under Sky's influence, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. After all, she was merely a low-tier android, skilled only in cleaning, cooking, and childcare. Compared to White and 2B, she was even inferior to Connor. She yearned to showcase her abilities, desperate to avoid being deemed obsolete by her master. The little chef could hardly contain her eagerness. Upon witnessing Kara's eager gaze, Raven could not help but cast a playful glance at Bitter. "It seems, Bitter, that your culinary career may be in jeopardy," he teased. "What? Mr. Bitter, Kara stammered, her eyes darting nervously towards Bitter. "I do not intend to usurp your position. Fear not, Kara," Raven quickly reassured her. "Bitter would welcome someone to take over, wouldn't you, Bitter?" "Indeed, Miss Kara," Bitter affirmed. "If you are willing to assume the role of chef, I would be more than pleased. However, you must pass the assessment first." "Not an issue, Mr. Bitter," Kara replied, her delicate face resolute as she nodded emphatically. "I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to perfecting every dish." "Excellent." Bitter and Raven exchanged knowing glances as they began to outline the evaluation tasks for Kara. Their purpose in conducting the assessment was not due to a lack of faith in Kara's culinary skills, but rather to help her build confidence and adapt swiftly to her new environment. After all, the Kara that Raven had brought forth was akin to a newly awakened consciousness, equivalent to that of a human infant. Without care and affirmation, she might certainly falter. In Herefordshire, England, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting shadows that danced upon the rolling fields. Flecks of white dotted the landscape, where sheep grazed leisurely. However, deeper within the fields, an abandoned factory loomed like a slumbering steel behemoth. Its towering smokestacks reached towards the dim sky, while serpentine pipes sprawled like a web. A contingent of guards clad in camouflage, armed with an array of rifles, stood vigilant, patrolling the web to safeguard the secrets within the factory. On the second floor of one of the buildings, a laboratory was nestled. Several cold white overhead lights hung down, illuminating the sterile environment. Buzzing. At the heart of the laboratory, a gray-green cylindrical chamber slowly opened, and a robust man with a fervent expression stepped inside without hesitation. Subject 44 is ready. Scanners operational. Converters functional, commencing the 44th particle injection experiment. 5 researchers encircled the cylinder, adjusting the equipment before sealing the chamber door. "Sir, shall we commence the experiment?" one researcher inquired, glancing at a man nearby. He wore black-rimmed glasses, his face adorned with a gentle smile that belied a sinister undertone. Daniel Whitehall. "Proceed," Daniel said, adjusting his glasses. "Long live Hydra." The room erupted as all present raised their fists, fervently shouting before activating the enhancement machinery. In the next moment, the chamber began to operate, and the man within contorted in agony, howling and screaming as if subjected to the most excruciating torment imaginable. Yet, the onlookers in the laboratory remained indifferent to his suffering, their faces alight with anticipation as they eagerly monitored the transformation progress, praying fervently for the experiment's success. Buzz. Moments later, the man's cries ceased, and the machinery fell silent. The technicians promptly opened the chamber door and advanced to assess the condition of the man within. However, the moment the latex gloves worn by the experimenter made contact with the man, his body began to exhibit a yellowish-white hue, swiftly transforming into a soft, elastic latex material. "Yes, it is a success," exclaimed several experimenters, their faces alight with excitement as they immediately commenced further examinations. "Sir, your plan has succeeded. We have created the perfect warrior. One that absorbs the characteristics of all materials," an experimenter fervently praised. "Do not rejoice too soon," Daniel remarked, casting a glance at the subject as he removed his glasses to meticulously clean them. He could hardly be deemed perfect at this juncture. "Understood, sir. We shall strive diligently." The experimenters promptly lowered their heads, respectfully assuring him. "Very well," Daniel replied as he replaced his glasses. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open with a thud, and a man clad in a suit approached, leaning in to whisper in Daniel's ear, "Sir, a message has arrived from the secret channel." Chapter 080, Chef Kara's Secret Channel. Daniel's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing for a moment before he promptly instructed the experimenters, continue with the experiments, and expedite the process of mass production. Yes, long live Hydra. They replied in unison. Daniel replied coolly, then departed the laboratory with the man in the suit, arriving at an opulent office. He swiftly entered a password on the computer and accessed Hydra's secret channel to review the received messages. Sky, S-H-I-E-L-D, Level 8 Confidential. Special Surviving Infant Girl, Tide Organization Hacker. Recently under the scrutiny of Nick Fury. Currently, Level 7 agents Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff are investigating Sky. Clean up the situation promptly and ensure no traces remain. Upon reading the intelligence, Daniel's excitement was palpable. It felt as if fate had smiled upon him. After 20 years, he had finally located Jia Ying's daughter. This time, she must not escape. Simon immediately mobilized the personnel in Los Angeles and capture this girl. I want her alive. Do you understand? Daniel instructed gravely. Understood, sir. Simon, the suited man, responded solemnly. With a fierce shout, he turned and exited the office. Sky, I assure you, you will soon be reunited with your mother, Daniel said, gazing at Sky's photograph, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Daniel's ruthlessness 99, Daniel's excitement 99. Los Angeles, Raven's base. Clatter clatter at lunchtime. The group gathered around the table, bowls in their left hands and chopsticks in their right, swiftly devouring the dishes laid before them. They resembled warriors engaged in battle. Raven, I want that rib. Sky, you've already eaten so much. Eating more will surely make you gain weight. Let me handle it. Gaining weight is irrelevant. Will you give it to me? Fine. I'll give you this rib. Raven reluctantly placed the rib into Sky's bowl. Hee, you're so kind, Sky said, her lips curling into a smile as she leaned closer to Raven, whispering, I promise to reward you well tonight. Now that's more like it. Raven nodded in satisfaction, her gaze returning to the table, only to find it completely cleared. Wait, where did all the food go? Burp at that moment. White and 2B set down their bowls and, satisfied, reclined in their chairs. They didn't actually need to eat. Their internal reactors only required periodic hydration. However, they could indulge in meals simply for the pleasure of it, and today, they had never tasted such exquisite dishes. It was utterly delightful. Kara's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Sky, are you happy now? Raven asked, helplessly putting down her utensils as the food had been devoured. Thanks for the rib. I'm full now. Sky patted her slightly rounded belly, sipping a glass of lemonade with great satisfaction. All right. Raven cast a glance at Sky and then picked up a glass of lemonade to sip. Observing this, Carla immediately rose and said, Sir, I shall prepare something for you. Carla, there's no need to rush, Raven called out, halting her. From now on, Carla will be our head chef. Do we all agree? Applause erupted among the group, who remained silent yet fervently applauded Carla. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Watching the enthusiastic applause, Carla felt deeply moved and bowed respectfully to the crowd. Sir, Sky, Ms. Bai, 2B, I appreciate your encouragement. I will strive to excel in my role as head chef, providing you all with delightful dishes. All right, everyone, let's tidy up, Raven announced. Standing up and leading the way toward the RV with a stack of dishes. Allow me to assist, Carla insisted hurriedly. That won't do. Sky promptly pressed Carla back into her seat. We can't have the head chef doing the cleaning. Just sit tight while we handle this. With that, the others began to clean up the aftermath. Thank you. Carla gazed at the bustling group, feeling incredibly fortunate and happy. Within 10 minutes, thanks to everyone's cooperation, the dishes were scrubbed clean, the trash bagged, and everything put in order. Soon after, they gathered around the table, enjoying the drinks mixed by Carla while engaging in conversation. Half an hour later, 2B, White, and Carla returned to the mothership through the portal. All right, Raven declared as he closed the portal. Let's head to Walmart for a grand shopping spree. Tonight, we shall camp in Death Valley Park and admire the starry sky. Tomorrow, we'll journey to Las Vegas to try our luck at the casinos. What do you say? Raven asked, wrapping his arm around Sky with a cheerful grin. Telekinesis is nearly the ultimate adversary in gambling. With clarity, it perceives roulette, mahjong, poker, and dice, rendering competition futile. Even without telekinesis, his formidable information processing ability allows him to track and calculate cards effortlessly, easily bringing Sky along to earn millions. Earn some pocket money at the casino? Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm in. Wherever you lead, I shall follow. Had Raven not mentioned it, she might have forgotten entirely. After consuming NZT 49, she could dominate the casino scene, ensuring her coffers were well stocked. although she had no qualms about spending Raven's money, gifting him something shouldn't involve his funds. That would spoil the surprise. Sky's excitement, 666. Sky's anticipation, 666. It seems I have acquired a little tail. Raven smirked, playfully tugging at Sky's nose. Do you fancy my little tail? Sky bit her lip, playfully swatting her own pert backside, causing ripples to dance across it. I absolutely adore it. Raven's gaze lingered on Sky's curvaceous form, his throat dry and heart racing. This little enchantress was becoming increasingly irresistible. Had it not been for his strong will, he might have succumbed entirely. Endure for now. I shall reward you this evening. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Sky's lips as she gently sealed her kiss upon Raven's mouth. Come, let us embark on a grand procurement. Very well. Raven suppressed the heat rising within. Bit, please tidy up the RV. We are off to gather supplies. Do exercise caution, both of you. A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Team is monitoring the factory perimeter. With this warning, Bit began to organize the RV. Raven, how has S.H.I.E.L.D. come to focus on us? Have you inadvertently revealed your identity? Sky's brows knitted together, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She harbored no concern for Raven's safety, for he was equipped with armor, a starship, Titan, and the marvel of the portal. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. truly seek to confront Raven, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. In truth, she secretly yearned for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action, for that would grant her the opportunity for retribution. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. She would never allow Raven to be put in jeopardy. Chapter 081. The Hydra Squad, do not fret. Our cover remains intact. Raven gently smoothed out Sky's furrowed brow. I have amassed a fortune of several $1 billion through Stark Industries stocks. S.H.I.E.L.D. undoubtedly suspects my connection to Iron Man. Furthermore, our raucous disruption at the shareholders' meeting likely prompted them to dig up your past records. It is only natural for them to keep tabs on us together. Let them observe, it matters not. It has expertly disguised our network and communications, ensuring that they perceive only the information we wish them to see. For now, let us indulge in the pleasures of travel. In a couple of days, we shall send Iron Man off to stir up some trouble, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will be too preoccupied to pay us any mind. Raven wore a playful expression. Littletail, they are all ears, Sky murmured, resting her head against Raven's arm, feeling an overwhelming sense of security and ease. Not even the sky falling would instill fear in her. Then let us proceed, Littletail. After a brief moment of affection, the two drove away in their black armored Chevrolet Suburban, exiting the factory gates. As they emerged, Raven's eyes narrowed upon spotting two conspicuous disguised vehicles ahead and utilized his telekinetic abilities to assess their interiors. One was a white delivery van adorned with blue stickers and bearing the marks of wear, appearing to be an ordinary courier vehicle. Yet beneath its unassuming exterior lay sophisticated communication and surveillance equipment, along with 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, 2 men and 1 woman. The second vehicle, a black SUV, housed the middle-aged balding man, Coulson, accompanied by 2 male S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. Coulson truly was persistent. After locating all the agents tailing them, Raven reflected on the matter before focusing on steering towards the nearest Walmart supercenter. Such a person is a good ally, yet a formidable adversary. I hope he recognizes the wisdom of discretion, otherwise he may find himself in need of a new identity. Snap! Snap! At that moment, the driver of the white van, holding a camera, aimed it at the passing Suburban. The data was transmitted directly into the van's interior, where various specialized instruments were arranged. A man and a woman, their expressions grave, intently monitored the screens, typing away on their keyboards, analyzing the captured footage. Ding! Moments later, the image analysis program concluded, successfully reconstructing the visuals of Raven and Sky within the vehicle. Sir, both targets are inside the car. Received, Coulson swiftly instructed. Vehicle 1 will monitor the factory. We will follow the targets. Vehicle 1 acknowledged, maintaining surveillance. Let us go, stay close. With the tasks assigned, the driver of the black SUV immediately set off to trail Raven from a distance. Not long after their departure, the driver of the white van retrieved a mobile phone and sent an encrypted message via a special application. He then tucked the phone away, returning his focus to monitoring the factory's direction. However, his actions and the message were captured by an airborne Winter-class cruiser, but promptly initiated tracking of the message's trajectory. working to decrypt its contents. The signal dispatched by the driver morphed into electromagnetic waves, traversing the atmosphere to be received by a satellite. After processing the data, a satellite emitted a signal that returned to Los Angeles, intercepted by a moving black van. A low hum reverberated within the vehicle. Where the passenger seat occupant felt a vibration and promptly checked his phone, his expression sharpening instantly. He opened the small window and addressed the interior, stating, "The target and her boyfriend have just departed. Phil Coulson and 2 agents are in pursuit. Everyone, prepare for action." Received, came a cold, detached response from behind the window, accompanied by the continuous sound of weapons being readied. Inside the van, 6 fully armed men meticulously examined their rifles before donning black balaclavas, patiently awaiting the commencement of their mission. Meanwhile, within the vehicle, Raven was driving, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Sky, creating a relaxed atmosphere. However, their moment of levity was abruptly shattered by a sudden alert that darkened Raven's expression. Yellow alert, 8 armed personnel are poised to launch an assault on you, with the objective of capturing Sky. The order originates from the upper echelons of Hydra, likely linked to one of the heads, Daniel Whitehall. The enemy's location has been marked, and the battleship's laser cannon is locked on. Should we neutralize the threat preemptively? Capture Sky? Hawk's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Daniel Whitehall was indeed audacious. Before he could seek him out, the man had come to him. Originally, he intended to wait until Sky's family was reunited before exacting revenge on Whitehall. Unexpectedly, before he could act, the adversary struck first. Since they seemed so impatient with life, he would gift Jia Ying and Carl a token of their meeting. "Raven, what's wrong?" Sky inquired, noticing Raven's grim demeanor, concern etching her features. "Don't worry. Everything is fine," Raven reassured her, explaining, "Bit has just discovered a Hydra-armed team is attempting to capture you. He asked if we should handle them in advance." "Hydra wants to capture me?" Sky paused momentarily before rapidly deducing the motive. "Raven, is it that perverse Whitehall?" The notion of sending an armed squad solely to apprehend her could only stem from someone as twisted as him, intent on destroying her family. After all, aside from her modest hacking skills, she possessed little that would warrant such significant interest from Hydra. "Indeed, it is him," Raven confirmed with a nod. "Sky, rest assured. I will protect you. No one shall harm you." "Yes, I trust you." Sky, undaunted, gazed earnestly at Raven. "When you confront him, please take me with you." "Want you?" "Absolutely, we'll face him together." Raven clasped Sky's left hand with his right, offering silent assurance and comfort. "After you exact your revenge, I will deliver him to your parents, so they may also achieve closure." "Thank you for everything you have done for our family," Sky said, her eyes glistening, tightly gripping Raven's warm hand, which embodied strength and hope. Sky's gratitude, 666, Sky's affection, 666, "It is my duty," Raven replied with a gentle smile directed at Sky. "Now, let us proceed to the supermarket as planned. I will take care of those individuals." Just as his mental power had yet to witness the bloodshed, he decided to utilize the blood of these few Hydra for a sacrificial offering today. "Well, I shall heed your words," Sky replied with eagerness. 10 minutes later, at the Walmart supermarket, Raven parked the car and, hand in hand with Sky, strolled towards the store, engaged in cheerful conversation, utterly oblivious to any unusual occurrences. A minute later, a black SUV, occupied by Coulson, entered the parking lot. 2 agents, a man and a woman, masquerading as a couple, made their way towards the supermarket, while Coulson remained in the vehicle, observing. 5 minutes later, a black van slowly glided into the parking lot, positioning itself opposite Raven's car, with its rear aligned towards the front of the Saab. Chapter 082, The Resentment of the Crowd. Listen closely. At this moment, within the confines of a black van, a man with a rugged beard spoke in a low voice. "Once the target and her boyfriend leave the mall and are about to enter their vehicle, we will launch our attack. Eliminate all obstacles without hesitation, but it is imperative that the target remains unharmed. Furthermore, the vehicle the target occupies possesses level 4 bulletproof capability. We must not allow anyone to gain entry. This mission has been directly assigned by the higher-ups of our organization, and failure is not an option. Do you all understand?" The man's cold gaze swept across the crowd. "Understood. Long live Hydra." The group, adorned with black hoods that concealed their identities save for their fervent eyes, were undoubtedly warriors unafraid of death. "Excellent. Remain on standby." The bearded man nodded in satisfaction, then opened a small window connecting to the driver's compartment. "You two will enter and monitor the target's location, reporting any developments. Be wary of S.H. H-I-E-L-D agents. Yes. Subsequently, two agents exited the vehicle and entered the mall, disguising themselves as shoppers while observing their surroundings. Eventually, they spotted Sky and Raven in the fresh produce section of the supermarket. At that moment, the two were pushing a shopping cart, selecting meats, vegetables, and fruits. Discussing what to cook for dinner, completely immersed in laughter without a hint of fear or concern. Tap, tap, tap upon noticing the two. One Hydra agent maintained surveillance while the other pulled out his phone to send a message. Just then, a couple pushing a shopping cart passed slowly by the two agents. In that brief encounter, the man exchanged a swift glance with the observing Hydra agent, as if to say, "Long live Hydra." However, every move they made was easily perceived by Raven's telepathic abilities. TSK. Raven's eyes sparkled with amusement as she mused, Coulson's team. And at least two of them are Hydra agents. The name S-H-I-E-L-D certainly rings true. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Coulson. After all, his superior is a Hydra agent, and the oversight department is riddled with Hydra influence. S-H-I-E-L-D is rotten to the core. Don't even mention that Nick Fury cannot handle it, even if the three founding members return to S-H-I-E-L-D. They would be unable to set things right. Raven, do you like lobster? Sky nudged Raven, pointing at a tank of Boston lobsters. Lobster? Raven, noticing Sky's eager expression, teased with a smirk, "Should I like it, little glutton?" Hee. Sky, realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, decided to come clean. "You should like it, big pervert. So I can indulge in the lobster." "Oh, you." Raven playfully tapped Sky on the nose, "Then the big pervert should buy a few, so the little glutton can enjoy herself to the fullest. Such a good big pervert you are to the little glutton." Sky's gaze softened as she planted a kiss on Raven's cheek. Hee. Raven grinned mischievously, quipping, "The big pervert wouldn't hesitate to feed the little glutton, especially when it all ends up in the same belly. Are you daring to eat me?" Sky playfully clawed her fingers like a small wild cat, threatening, "Beware of my scratches." TSK. A wicked smile crept onto Raven's lips as she leaned closer to Sky's ear, whispering, "The more you resist, the more I desire you. This evening, why not don a form-fitting outfit and play the role of a little temptress?" "Oof, you lecher." Sky's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully pinched Raven's soft waist. Damn, these two. Their flirtatious banter irked the two Hydra agents assigned to monitor them. A man facing imminent demise, and here he is, indulging in sweet nothings with the target, wasting precious time. Soon, he must be dealt 2 additional shots, allowing him to witness his beloved being taken away, ultimately succumbing to despair and death. Triple X's resentment, 0, 7. Triple X's anger, 1, 0. Triple X's exasperation, 0, 3. On the other side, the S-H-I-E-L-D female agents were equally exasperated, feeling as though they had been force-fed a generous serving of dog food. Could such a lovey-dovey couple truly be members of a mysterious organization? Surely, Director Coulson and Agent Romanoff could not have misjudged them? Triple X's exasperation, 0, 7. Triple X's confusion, 0, 7. However, regardless of their thoughts, Raven and Sky continued on their merry way, rummaging through the supermarket. Meats, vegetables, fruits, snacks, beverages, flour, rice, kitchenware, personal care products, and more. The two took pleasure in exploring every aisle. Meanwhile, the 4 agents struggled to avoid exposure while internally cursing. An hour later, Raven and Sky, each pushing a large shopping cart, arrived at the checkout area. Beep, beep, beep. 10 minutes later, the cashier finished scanning the items, winked at Raven, and announced the total, 19,842. 31 yuan. "How would you like to pay?" "Card." Ignoring the cashier's flirtation, Raven produced a JP Morgan Chase credit card and completed the transaction. "How much?" Sky's lips parted slightly, astonished by the figure. Despite purchasing a multitude of items, the nearly 20,000 yuan expenditure exceeded her expectations significantly. "Let us go?" Sky. Noticing Sky's dazed expression, Raven couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop daydreaming, come help. If that 20,000 yuan were spent on luxury goods, it might only buy a couple of pretentious handbags. Yet, for food, drinks, and essentials, it could procure a wealth of provisions. I'm coming." Sky dismissed the price from her mind, pushing a shopping cart as she followed Raven out the door. Sizzle. At that moment, the 2 Hydra agents stood at the entrance, one on each side, smoking. Upon spotting Raven and Sky, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes as they strode toward the vehicle. "Damn it. This kid has finally emerged. An hour and a half spent wondering. If they delay any longer, suspicions may arise. It is time to send you on your way. Triple X's anger, 0. 8. Triple X's resentment, 0. 9. Phew. Meanwhile, the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents posing as a couple returned to their car. Damn it. They muttered disgruntledly, spending an hour and a half at the supermarket. This couple truly knows how to indulge. Ahem. Thank you both for your efforts. Coulson. Upon hearing the news, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Meanwhile, two Hydra agents returned to their vehicle, igniting the engine, poised for departure. A sharp click echoed within the confines of the car as 6 soldiers chambered their weapons, their bodies slightly hunched, aimed at the door. The atmosphere laden with a palpable sense of foreboding and chill. Prepare to move, one soldier with a rugged beard intoned. However, before he could complete his command, the rifles in everyone's hands were suddenly locked with safety. A mental shockwave erupted within their minds, causing these fervently devoted and fearless Hydra soldiers to momentarily lapse into a daze. Almost instantaneously, a telekinetic force coiled around the necks of the 8 individuals. An invisible stranglehold taking shape. Instinctively, they began to struggle, yet their befuddled consciousness and the intangible grip of the mental force rendered them powerless to respond, swiftly plunging them into unconsciousness. Telekinesis proved to be remarkably effective. At that moment, outside, Raven was loading cargo. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she promptly sent a message to the nearby awaiting Bit, instructing him to come and take these individuals away. Initially, she had contemplated eliminating them outright, but considering the scarcity of test subjects for the Compound V research, she decided to make use of them instead. Additionally, she intended to delve into their memories, hoping to unearth something of value. Chapter 083. Hydra Base at last. It is accomplished. 10 minutes later, Raven and Sky meticulously organized their supplies and returned to the vehicle, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. After a brief respite, Sky, with a furtive glance outside, inquired curiously, Raven, have you dealt with that Hydra squad? Is that even a question? Raven replied, raising an eyebrow with unwavering confidence. Handling a bunch of small fry is a piece of cake for me. We should have come over to clean up the traces. It's time for us to head home. Their prolonged stay of over an hour was not solely for procuring supplies, but also to await Bit's arrival in the vicinity. If the plan succeeded, it would tidy up the aftermath. If it failed, it would serve as a backup. Raven, you're truly remarkable. Sky's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. If only I could be even a fraction as powerful as you. Patience, you will be. Raven gently stroked Sky's head. Once you complete your transformation into the Inhuman, you will possess abilities that rival mine, perhaps even surpass them. Sky's powers of perception and vibration manipulation held the potential to create and destroy, since the fundamental particles that constitute matter vibrate incessantly. Controlling these vibrations would allow one to alter the structure of matter itself. Such a capability, which pertains to the fundamental rules of the universe, is far from trivial. Of course, potential does not equate to strength. The potency of a superpowered individual hinges significantly on their mastery of their abilities. Without the skill to wield them, even the most promising powers would amount to little. Higi, no matter how strong I become, I will always be your little shadow, your playful kitten. Sky winked at Raven, exuding a captivating charm. Upon hearing such sweet words, Raven felt a rush of warmth. After planting a kiss on Sky's lips, he gradually drove out of the area. Meanwhile, Bit, disguised as a Hydra driver, maneuvered a black van out of the parking lot, yet headed in an entirely opposite direction. What on earth were they plotting? At that moment, the male agent from the S.H.I.E.L.D. trio observed the black van departing, his mind filled with confusion and uncertainty. Why had the operation abruptly halted? Had new orders been issued from above? What are you thinking? Hurry up and follow, urged the female agent, her expression one of bewilderment. Oh, right. The male agent snapped back to reality, suppressing his doubts, and started the vehicle to follow Raven slowly. Shortly thereafter, Raven arrived at the factory base and activated a portal, arriving at a deserted factory. Before him stood a black van and a floor strewn with the remnants of robust, unclothed figures. Bit, I'm relieved I didn't bring Sky along, Raven remarked, bemused. Next time, let us not strip them so thoroughly. Leave them at least one piece of underwear. Next time, for sure, Bit replied with a smile. You rascal. Raven rolled his eyes and asked, how goes the decryption of Hydra's communication system? It has been successfully decrypted. Bit explained, the false news has been released. Daniel Whitehall will undoubtedly be quite pleased to hear this. Hey, Raven scoffed coldly, declaring, "Let's see if he remains so pleased." "Bit, let us proceed." With that, the two utilized the portal to transport the 8 individuals into the biological laboratory aboard the mothership. There, their flesh and blood would contribute even greater power. After eliminating all traces, the duo returned to the base, beginning to organize supplies in preparation for the journey ahead. Revenge serves as a means. Life itself is the ultimate purpose. Daniel Whitehall, a mere minor antagonist, would be dealt with in half an hour. As for the perfect warrior he had just created, the Absorber, merely a slightly stronger pawn in the grand scheme. In England, Herefordshire. European time, 2344. In the opulent office of the secret base, Simon was reporting to Daniel Whitehall, "Sir, the target has been successfully captured without drawing any attention." "Well done," Whitehall acknowledged with a satisfied nod. "Send the target over promptly. I can hardly wait to commence my experiments." With Jia Ying's daughter now in his possession, he could finally delve into the mysteries of the mutant's genetics. Soon, he would transform into an immortal, omnipotent harbinger of destruction. Daniel's excitement, 99. Daniel's exhilaration, 99. "Yes, sir." Simon replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he briskly exited the laboratory. How thrilling. Whitehall poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it leisurely. After indulging for 10 minutes, he retreated to the adjacent bedroom, removing his glasses and burrowing beneath the covers. Tomorrow, he would relish in tormenting and brainwashing that girl, transforming her into a loyal pet. Ha ha ha. The thought of that exquisite scene filled him with excitement. Lost in contemplation, Whitehall eventually fell asleep, a faint, sinister smile lingering on his lips. Over an hour later, a crimson portal materialized in the bedroom. Bit, 2B, Raven, and Sky entered sequentially through the door. Daniel Whitehall. Sky glared at the man in bed, her body trembling, not from fear, but from rage. All the tragedies of her past life stemmed from this individual. Her family shattered. Her parents separated. It was a deep-seated vendetta. Yet, without him, she might never have encountered Raven, the one destined to alter her future. Bit 2B commenced the operation. Understood. Be cautious, they nodded, drawing their pistols and dispersing to clear the base of personnel. Sky, I am here for you, Raven softly reassured, intertwining his fingers with hers. Casting a playful glance at Whitehall. Thank you, Raven. Sky felt the warmth emanating from his palm, and his inner fury subsided considerably. Fortunately, you were by my side. Otherwise. Just as Sky began to speak, Whitehall suddenly drew a handgun from beneath the pillow, swiftly flipping to the other side of the bed to take cover. Aiming at the two of them and pulling the trigger. Click, click. However, despite several attempts to fire, the handgun failed to discharge a single bullet. Damn it. Whitehall cursed under his breath, retreating to inspect the firearm, only to discover that everything appeared to be in order. What on earth is this? Why won't the gun fire? How did they breach the numerous layers of security to get in? Could it be? As Daniel pondered this perplexity, he suddenly felt his body inexplicably levitate, his right hand uncontrollably lifting the gun, gradually directing the barrel toward his own mouth. Shit. Damn it. No, no. No. Whitehall's face contorted in terror as he summoned all his strength to resist, yet it was futile. Soon enough, his right hand pressed the barrel into his mouth, and his index finger slowly began to apply pressure on the trigger.